My name is Wenqian. I woke up suddenly in the dark, my heart pounding. The room looked both familiar and strange. Checking my phone, I froze. July 4th, 2123, 11:14 p.m. I had returned to a month before the apocalypse. Just moments ago, I was fighting off raiders when a massive earthquake struck. How was I back here? Looking outside, I saw a group of elderly men playing cards under the streetlights, just like they used to every summer night. Then a memory hit me. I had seen them turn into monsters before. That night, I thought they were just fighting, but they had actually mutated. I had even called an ambulance, thinking they were injured, not realizing it was the start of the end. Grabbing my phone, I recorded them. Just as expected, one man suddenly attacked another. In seconds, they were all fighting and then collapsed lifeless. But then, something new happened, something I had never seen before. Their bodies twitched and slowly stood up, far too soon. This wasn't how it happened last time. Before I could react, a strange voice echoed in my head. Apocalypse Awakening System activated. A screen appeared in front of me, offering a newbie mission. This had never happened in my past life. I accepted instantly and found myself in a small space, a cottage, a well, and a tiny garden. A space ability? Last time, I had only gained invisibility. The first task was to gather supplies worth 5,000 yuan. Realizing that my new computer was worth exactly that, I moved it into the space. Suddenly, the system registered 28,500 yuan instead. My brother had lied about the price. He must have spent extra just for me. My eyes burned with emotion. Excited, I started moving everything valuable into my space. The best part? Items didn't degrade here. Food stayed fresh, ice cream never melted. This was the perfect survival bunker. But my heart ached. I had lost my family in my past life. If only they could enter the space too. Then, a system message stunned me. I could bring one family member inside. My heart raced as I rushed to find them. This time, I would not lose them. I had survived the apocalypse alone for 10 years. I had forgotten what it felt like to cry. Without my parents and brother, I had no protection. My home was taken, my food stolen. I ran, always running, trying to survive while avoiding men with bad intentions. When there was no way out, I was forced to kill. The first time, my hands trembled. The second time, less so. Over time, I became numb. The number of people I killed grew, and fewer dared to mess with me. By the end, people feared me like a demon. But now, I was back before it all started. Seeing my mother alive, I quickly wiped my tears and reassured her. She thought a thief had broken in because I had emptied the house, but I stopped my brother from calling the police. I asked them if they trusted me. Without hesitation, they all said yes. Then I told them doomsday was coming. They didn't believe me at first. So I showed them the video I recorded of the old men mutating. They still weren't convinced, thinking it was just a fight. But when I told them I had a special space, my brother's expression changed. I decided to prove it. Holding my mother's hand, I transported us into the space. She was shocked, but the system confirmed our bond. She was now a registered member, meaning she could enter with me anytime. When we returned, my father and brother were pale with shock. They finally believed me. Without hesitation, my brother called his office and took leave. He had saved up 3 months of vacation. Now was the perfect time to use it. I explained what would happen. Extreme weather, no electricity, no water. Zombies everywhere. We needed food, clothes, and medicine. But our biggest threat? Not zombies, other people. I told them what happened last time. Neighbors had broken in, stolen our food, and kicked us out. My father's face darkened. He slammed the table and stood up. "We're going to the hardware store," he declared. This time, no one would take what was ours. We decided to split up to save time. My parents went to buy fresh food, while my brother handled securing our rooftop. As they left, I could still hear my father cursing. He wouldn't let anyone bully me ever again. Once they were gone, my brother turned to me with serious questions. How long did the apocalypse last? I didn't know for sure, but I told him it wouldn't end in 20 years. When I died, it had already been 15 years, and there was no sign of recovery. Then he asked something that caught me off guard. How long had I been alone? I could see in his eyes that he had already guessed. He remembered how I had looked at them when I saw them alive again. He must have noticed the sharpness in my gaze, the kind only years of survival could bring. Growing up, my family had always protected me. They worked hard so I could have a good life, never expecting much from me. But in my past life, I had been left alone to fend for myself. My brother ruffled my hair and promised he'd stay by my side this time. After a warm meal, the best I'd had in years, we split up again. He went to secure our rooftop, while I drove to a large wholesale supermarket. There was no time for morality. Survival was the only rule now. With my system blocking security cameras, I began my zero-cost shopping. I grabbed everything we would need: huge amounts of rice, flour, grains, cooking oil, and seasonings. I made sure to leave enough stock behind to avoid suspicion. Then, just as I was considering space limitations, the system gave me a new mission. For every 1,000 yuan of supplies, I would get double the storage space for an hour. I sped up, loading high-quality meats, home appliances, and even luxury items like gaming consoles and drones. By the time I finished, I had spent 159,800 yuan in goods, all safely stored in my space. This time, I would be prepared. As I moved through the store, I spotted a stack of food storage containers. They would be perfect for keeping meals fresh in my space. Since food inside stayed in its original state, I could cook in advance and store everything neatly.
He grabbed 10 boxes.
I continued shopping: knives, tissues, wet wipes, trash bags. In just 30 minutes, I had taken goods worth 190,450 yuan, which meant my space had expanded by 380 square meters. Excited, I found a quiet corner and entered my space. Seeing my supplies stacked high and my tiny house upgraded into a 2-story villa filled me with joy. But this was just the beginning. I was determined to live like a true tycoon, waking up in a massive mansion where the bathroom was so far I'd need a car to get there. I left my space and moved to the beauty section. Sunscreen was a necessity in the apocalypse since the sun would be harsh. It would also be valuable for trading. I grabbed every bottle. Then, I stocked up on hand creams, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other personal care items. As I was about to grab more, I overheard 2 employees whispering about the empty shelves. I smiled and moved to the fresh produce section, carefully selecting fruits in bulk without attracting attention. Years of surviving alone had sharpened my skills. I could take what I needed without anyone noticing. After that, I stocked up on alcohol. My dad enjoyed a drink now and then, and in a survival situation, liquor had many uses: trading, disinfecting, or even calming nerves. I left with over 400,000 yuan worth of goods, doubling my storage space again. The whole day, I visited multiple stores, sweeping through each one. By the end, I had gathered 3 million yuan worth of supplies. My space was packed with food, water, and essentials. Back home, my family was relieved to see me. My brother joked about how little I brought back, unaware of my hidden stash. My mom hesitated about taking things without paying, but I reassured her. The world was about to change. If I didn't take these supplies now, they would be lost forever. When I mentioned the apocalypse would last for years, my parents' faces darkened. They stayed quiet for a moment before asking about what would happen. Since we lived by the sea, my dad was worried about tsunamis. He loved our home. It was high up, facing the ocean, with mountains on one side and a main road on the other. Moving away would be hard. I reassured him that tsunamis wouldn't happen for at least 15 years. For now, we were safe, and our building would even become a future survivor base. That seemed to ease his mind. My mom then asked about zombies. Was there ever a cure? I sighed and told her the truth. There wasn't. If we got bitten, that was the end. There was no medicine, no treatment. We would eventually have to leave home and fight, so staying strong was the only way to survive. My dad looked down at his belly and, without a word, decided it was time to start exercising. Medicine was another big problem. Once the apocalypse began, most medicine would be controlled by the most powerful people. My mom, being a former doctor, knew exactly what we needed. I asked her to buy all the important medical supplies she could find. We also needed to locate hospital storage rooms and vaccine stockpiles. On the last night before chaos hit, I planned to loot them. She agreed, without hesitation. As we talked, the news came on, reporting about the men who had died near our home last night. My brother asked about zombie transformations. At first, it took days, but later, the virus evolved and people turned in 10 seconds. The only way to kill them was to destroy their heads. Since we couldn't get guns, my dad, who had always loved weapons, jumped at the chance to get swords. He immediately made calls to get high-quality Tang swords. Meanwhile, my brother and I decided to stock up on hard drives to download as many movies and shows as possible before the internet disappeared. He grabbed his car keys, and we left right away. Our time was running out when Rang drove to the place. The hard drive with the largest capacity in the store was 20T memory, which was sold for 2,300 yuan each. When Rang didn't even blink and asked how many were left. In the end, he bought 30 and took them home. Normally, a 1T hard drive can store about 100 movies and 20T can store 2,000 movies. But if you want to download high-definition Blu-ray movies, one needs about 30 to 50G memory, and 1T can only download 20 to 30 movies. In any case, these 30 hard drives are enough for the time being. Back home, when Rang and Wen Qian turned on all the computers in the house and spent a lot of money to open several super VIP download software, downloading movies and TV series overnight. When Rang sat in the study and couldn't sleep, while Wen Qian took the opportunity to enter the space while working on the computer. She was a bit obsessive-compulsive, and she felt uncomfortable throwing so many supplies together in the space. And she was busy during the day, and she hadn't taken a good look at the upgraded new space. After a day of hard work, her little thatched house had been upgraded to a luxurious villa with 3 floors above the ground and 1 floor underground. Even a vegetable garden in front of the villa has been expanded a lot. Wen Qian made some plans. Since the space has plans to open up quotas for family members, it means that her father and Wen Rang can come in the future. There is an audio-visual room in the basement of the villa, where everyone can sing karaoke and watch movies in the future without worrying about disturbing others. Wen Qian plans to use one of the other rooms next to the audio-visual room to store wine, one to store hard currency such as cigarettes and tea, and the remaining one to store instant noodles and fast food such as self-heating hot pot ham sausage and boiled eggs. Although she now has the conditions to cook by herself, she will inevitably go out to meet other people in the future, so she still has to pretend to be nice. In addition to the living room, the first floor also has a kitchen, a dining room, and 3 rooms with bathrooms, which is just right for their family of 4. There are 3 rooms on the second floor for storing clothes and shoes, as well as daily necessities such as paper towels, sanitary napkins, toothpaste, etc. The remaining rooms are for books and some valuable cultural relics and antiques that will be obtained in the future. She plans to convert one of the rooms on the 3rd floor into an operating room and use the remaining rooms to store medicines and equipment. As for other things, they will be temporarily placed in the backyard of the villa. There is a yard of about 100 square meters behind the villa. Unlike the vegetable field in front, it is made of cement. Wen Qian plans to build some large shelves like those in the supermarket here, and then put the items here by category and label them so that it will be easy to find them when needed in the future. If the space will be increased in the future, she can also throw the containers in directly. After a simple plan, Wen Qian started to act. After sorting for a while, she found that she could actually use her consciousness to move objects. But maybe because she just got the space and was not proficient, she could only last about 5 minutes before she felt dizzy. Combining automatic and manual operations, Wen Qian was busy in the space for 3 hours and finally finished sorting out the materials collected today. Just when she was about to go out and bring back some more things, she received a new task from the system.
Ding.
Start the Doomsday Farming and Animal Husbandry system. Please complete the tasks of live chickens 0/10, live ducks 0/10, live geese 0/10, live pigs 0/3, live sheep 0/3, and live cattle 0/3 within 24 hours, and you will be rewarded with a fish pond. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows slightly. Fish pond? Does that mean that she can eat fresh fish and shrimp at any time in the future? What a good system. It really wins the hearts of foodies. Wen Qian quickly left the space and told Wen Rang and the other two about this. So after breakfast the next day, the few people continued to act separately. Li Mo went out to buy medicine, Wen Chongning and Wen Qian went out to buy livestock, and Wen Rang went to find a way to get bows and crossbows. There is a large livestock trading market on the outskirts of the city, and Wen Chongning drove straight there. Originally, he planned to come alone and didn't want Wen Qian to follow him and smell the smell here. But Wen Qian said that he couldn't bring back so many things in one car, and it would be more convenient for her to follow, so he had to agree. Although Wen Chongning was a rough man, he grew up in the countryside, farmed and raised pigs, and later sold a lot of things as a vendor, so he was very experienced in doing business in the market. In order to conceal his tracks, he even found someone to rent a truck overnight. When he arrived at the place where chickens, ducks, and geese were sold, Wen Chongning picked out 10 native chickens weighing about 2 kilograms, 8 hens, 2 roosters, and 5 black chickens. 16 ducks, according to the feeding ratio, of which 14 were females and 2 were males. 12 geese, 10 females and 2 males. 3 live pigs, 1 male and 2 females. 3 live sheep, 1 male and 2 females. 3 cows, 1 male and 2 females. Wen Chongning turned his head and saw rabbits again, and took 2. This thing is easy to raise and has a high reproduction rate. Even if other livestock are killed in the future, they can still eat rabbit meat and rabbit heads. Then he bought 2 donkeys. It is said that dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground are delicious. And even if you don't eat it, you can pull the mill and let them pull the mill to make tofu. After buying all these, a total of 76,000 yuan was spent. The boss saw that the 2 people were dressed and did not look like they were in the livestock business, so he curiously asked them what they were buying these for. Wen Chongning smiled and replied, "I plan to open a farmhouse, the kind that can be used to eat and feed animals. We can't afford the expensive ones, so just buy some cheap ones. Anyway, the children in the city have never seen anything now." The boss nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes, then these are enough. After the 2 chatted, Wen Chongning asked the boss to send someone to help deliver these to the car, and then drove into a place where no one was there and no surveillance. Wen Qian immediately put the livestock into the space and completed the task. After getting the fish pond, the 2 immediately went to the aquatic market to buy fish and shrimp. Carp, Crucian carp, grass carp, black carp, bream, mandarin fish, perch, silver carp, bighead carp, 3 scaled fish. All of these varieties were bought in large quantities. Wen Chongning had only raised ornamental fish before and did not know the skills, so he asked the boss a lot of questions. Wen Qian also stood aside and listened, occasionally looking around to see if there was anything else she needed to buy. When she saw the seafood stall, her sight paused. In a few years, the global ocean system will be contaminated by nuclear wastewater. By then, not to mention and shrimps, even kelp will not be edible. Wen Chongning turned around and saw his daughter staring at the seafood stall. He hurried over and asked, "What's wrong, daughter? What are you greedy for? Dad will buy it for you." "No, I just think it's a pity." Wen Qian leaned over to Wen Chongning's ear and whispered to him about future marine pollution. Wen Chongning frowned after hearing it. "I thought his family lived by the sea and couldn't lack seafood, but I didn't expect that there would be seawater pollution." He couldn't help but curse, and then touched Wen Qian's head. "Dad, we'll buy some for you to raise." "Forget it, they can't be raised. To raise seafood, you need to change the water regularly, and we won't have the conditions in the future. We'll raise them as long as we can. If they die, we'll eat them." Wen Chongning was not discouraged at all. He walked to the seafood stall and started chatting with the boss. In the end, he not only bought all the seafood but also bought the glass fish tank used for breeding. He planned to go back and study how to raise seafood for his daughter at home. At the seafood market, the 2 drove away. On the way back, Wen Chongning talked to Wen Qian about her space. When he learned that he could grow crops in it, he immediately found a place to buy seeds and saplings. He also bought 100 bags of seeds for common fruits such as coriander, cabbage, eggplant, persimmon, pepper, potato, garlic, green onion, lettuce, cabbage, and chrysanthemum. He also bought 10 saplings of apples, cherries, bananas, plums, blueberries, strawberries, grapes, pears, peaches, and hawthorns. After spending more than 30,000 yuan, the two went to the building materials market again. They bought 10 large-capacity solar batteries, 10 solar charging panels, 20 portable solar hand-held nightlights, 5 gasoline generators, and 5 diesel generators. These things cost 200,000 yuan. Wen Chongning swiped his card happily and turned to ask Wen Qian if she needed anything else to buy. Almost done, let's go back first. When the two returned home, Wen Rang and Li Mo just happened to come back. Everyone reported today's shopping to each other. Wen Rang bought 10 satellite phones, each costing 6,000 yuan. 10 satellite phone cards, each costing 100 yuan. Each card can talk for 300 minutes, but it is only valid for 1 year after activation and 7 years if not activated, so he didn't dare to buy more. In addition, he asked a friend to get 4 crossbows and 1,000 arrows, and arranged to pick them up tomorrow. Li Mo went to several hospitals and pharmacies and asked someone to buy common medicines worth more than 100,000 yuan. She also went to several markets far from home and bought 100 kilograms of sausages and 100 kilograms of eggs in each market. She didn't dare to wander around the community because she often went there with acquaintances, and there were also neighbors in the community doing business there. If the news got out, then when the doomsday really came, wouldn't all these people come to her house and smash the door? Li Mo, some medicines are limited in purchase, and I can't get much. I see that they can still be bought at online pharmacies. Let's buy some online later. Wen Qian smiled and nodded and said yes. The whole family went out together, and the efficiency was high. Several people took out their mobile phones and went shopping, all choosing to have it delivered the next day. After Wen Qian bought the medicine, she placed an order for 10,000 pieces of warm baby stickers. This thing is a treasure when going out in extremely cold weather. There are 10 pieces of warm baby stickers in a pack. She ordered 50 packs in each store and mailed them to the address of the Cainiao post station in the nearby community. The post station is now 24 hours a day self-service. As long as you don't take someone else's things, no one will ever check the surveillance to see how many packages you have taken. It is very convenient and fast. After a simple meal at home, several people went out to spend money again. This time they went together with the purpose of buying some clothes and shoes. Most of Wen Qian and Li Mo's current clothes are skirts and fashion shoes. Even if they have sports shoes, they don't have many pairs. When they arrived at the mall, each person picked out the Martin boots and jackets that suited them, and then bought light pants and finally thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters, and down jackets. It is summer now, and thermal products are all on sale, so there are also many people picking them, and no one doubts their purpose. After buying these, Wen Qian and Li Mo carried their things into the bathroom. This was the only place in the entire mall without surveillance, so Wen Qian quickly put all the things into the space. When walking out, Wen Qian saw several sports equipment stores. Her eyes lit up, and she pulled Wen Rang, the humanoid card reader, into the store to choose baseball bats, helmets, protective gear, outdoor tents, sleeping bags, and other things. When swiping the card, she couldn't help but ask Wen Rang, "Brother, you've only been working for a few years. Have you almost spent all your salary these days?" Wen Rang sneered and glanced at her. "Ignorance is not a crime. I will forgive your ignorance this time." Wen Qian pouted and planned to continue swiping his card in the future. Anyway, she is still a college student, has not graduated, and is a pauper. Wen Rang threw all the things to Wen Qian and asked her to go to the bathroom again to put the things away. Then everyone went to the underground supermarket together, each pushing a cart to buy some daily necessities and food. Wen Qian continued to go shopping crazily, for free in places where no one was paying attention. She bought instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, rice noodles, spicy hot pot base, and everything else. When she finally left, In addition to the things one asked a few people to buy with their credit cards, she also bought several hundred boxes of instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, and other fast foods, 500 kilograms of rice, 300 kilograms of noodles, and more than 1,000 bottles of mineral water. In the evening, the family returned home with a full load. When walking back in the underground garage, they met Zhang Yang's family, their neighbors downstairs. When Wen Qian saw them, her face suddenly sank. Zhang Yang and his wife, Su Yan, used to be colleagues, with Li Mo in the same hospital. Their son Zhang Ziang is the same age as Wen Qian. The two went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and high school. When Li Mo bought the house in this building, he had already resigned from the hospital. She thought that if she got sick in the future, it would be easier to get things done with an acquaintance in the hospital, so the Zhang Yang family chose to live downstairs from her and intentionally mentioned to her from time to time that they wanted Wen Qian to marry Zhang Ziang after graduating from college. When the two of them moved into the house they bought for Wen Qian, she didn't say anything, because she didn't want her daughter to leave her side in the first place. If the two children really fell in love and got married, it wouldn't matter if they lived in her house. After all, the other party knew everything about her, and with her and old Wen by her side, her daughter wouldn't be wronged after marriage. But Wen Qian had the final say in everything. If she didn't like it, no matter how much the Zhang family hinted, it would be useless. "Hey, old Wen, where did this family go?" Zhang Yang and his 3 family members walked towards them with a smile and asked. Wen Qian had already thrown the things she bought back into the space, so Wen Chongning replied, "I went out to eat. It was too hot, and I didn't feel like moving, so I didn't cook at home. What about you guys?" Zhang Yang shook the big bag in his hand. "I went back to my dad's to eat. Look, the old man and the old lady brought me some things." Zhang Ziang couldn't take his eyes off Wen Qian when he saw her. He walked a few steps to Wen Qian. "Qian, let's go to the movies tomorrow, and then I'll take you to dinner." "No, I have something else to do." Wen Qian refused coldly. "What can you do?" "It's just shopping for clothes." "I can accompany you." Zhang Ziang looked indifferent and wanted to hold Wen Qian's hand. "I know a very delicious and expensive restaurant. I'll treat you." "Really, I have something important to do." Wen Qian quickly dodged and took Wen Rang's arm. "My brother and I are going out tomorrow. If you don't believe me, ask him." Wen Rang knew from his sister's reaction that she didn't like this boy, so he cooperated very well. "Yes, we have something to go out for." Zhang Ziang said nothing more when he saw this. Several people entered the elevator together. When they reached the 29th floor, the Zhang family left first. After entering the house, Su Yan rolled her eyes and couldn't help cursing. "I don't know why Wen Qian, that girl, is so crazy. Yang has been pursuing her for a long time, but she never nodded her head. If her family didn't have some money, I wouldn't look down on her." Zhang Zi, "Mom, don't worry, after she marries me, the 2 houses in her family will be ours. And the Qian her father bought her. It's just right for me to drive to work." The Zhang family was calculating abacus, but they didn't know that Wen Qian had seen through them long ago. After returning home and closing the door, Wen Qian sat down on the sofa. "Mom and Dad, do you remember what I said before, that our family will be targeted by the neighbors in the future?" The two nodded repeatedly. "But I didn't tell you at the time that the instigator was the family downstairs." At first, Su Yan came up to beg for food, crying and saying that her family was starving to death. "We thought that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and we would see each other sooner or later. If we help each other, maybe we can overcome this hurdle, but they don't think so." Wen Qian recalled the Zhang family's outrageous actions and smiled coldly. "We gave it on the first day, and we also gave it on the second day. But on the third day, we really didn't have much food left, and we also felt that his family's attitude was not right, so we refused." As a result, Su Yan turned around and went to the community group, saying that our family had a lot of supplies but chose not to help us, which caused many neighbors who were already starving to death to instantly become furious, and then they chose to band together and attack our house. We were not prepared at the time, and they were outnumbered, smashing doors and windows. After breaking in, they took away all the food we had left. But the family downstairs was still not satisfied because they had been eyeing our 2 houses for a long time. Moreover, their family clearly had 100 kilograms of rice at the time, but they were reluctant to eat it. They didn't come to our house to beg for food because they were desperate. Wen Qianyan calmly recounted what happened at the time, and Wen Chongning was so angry that he cursed on the spot. He looks like a decent person, but he is actually a beast. I knew that the family downstairs was not a good person. His son is ugly, but he wants to be beautiful. He thinks about my daughter every day. Li Mo's face was not good either. After a while of silence, he asked Wen Chongning, "Old Wen, you contacted the person who bought the knife yesterday. What did the other party say? When can I get it?" "Tomorrow. I will get the knife as soon as I get up tomorrow morning. Whoever dares to come to our house to make trouble, I will stab them to death." Wen Chongning was so angry that he was panting heavily. He wanted to fight with the family downstairs every minute. Wen Rang's reaction was calm, but the murderous intent in his eyes was no less. "Wen Qian, I told you this not to make you angry, but to give you a shot of prevention. The end of the world is coming, and everyone is evil. If we are soft-hearted, others will have murderous intentions, so we must prepare in advance." "Yeah, my daughter is right." Wen Chongning nodded repeatedly, holding his mobile phone, and went to the side to study what self-defense weapons he could get. When Rang turned his head, met Wen Qian's gaze, and asked, "How much more can you put in your space? Is there a limit?" "For now, it's basically 1,000 yuan of supplies for 1 square meter of space. Now, in addition to a 1,000 square meter villa, we have also been given 1 acre of land and about 1,000 square meters of open space. There should be more in the future." Wen Qian did not hide anything because she originally planned to let them all enter the space. "The space will issue tasks to me from time to time. I currently only have 1 family member quota, but now that this hole has been opened, there will definitely be others in the future. Then you and Dad will be able to go in and see what it looks like inside." "Okay, got it." When Rang was not pretentious. "Then I'll broaden my horizons and see what the Dabii looks like." A night passed, and after breakfast in the morning, Wen Chongning went out to get knives, and Wen Rang went somewhere unknown. "Qian, please accompany your mother to your grandmother's house. I want to move back the relics they left behind." Wen Qian's grandfather used to be an old Chinese medicine doctor. He and his grandmother died in a car accident, leaving behind many books and medicinal materials. He originally planned to let his daughter inherit the family business, but Li Mo took the initiative to study Western medicine, which almost the old man. Later, he set his sights on Wen Rang and Wen Qian, but Wen Rang had no interest in that aspect since he was a child. As for Wen Qian, she was brought up by her brother to watch TV series about forensic medicine such as The Record of Washing Away Wrongs, The Judge of the Song Dynasty, Forensic Qin Ming, Bones, etc., and was determined to train his sister to be an outstanding female forensic doctor. Finally, when Wen Qian was 10 years old, she was finally caught by Li Mo, who came back from overtime at the hospital. After beating him up, he stopped fooling Wen Qian. Wen Qian couldn't help laughing when she thought of the scene of Wen Rang, who was already 15 years old that year, being chased around the house by Li Mo and wailing. Wen Qian drove back to the old house with Li Mo. The house was full of dust, and the 3 floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were filled with books. After cleaning, the two put the bookshelves into the space, and then went to check the medicine cabinet and put away some of the medicinal herbs that could still be used. "Daughter, you said that Western medicine will be hard to find in the future. What about Chinese medicinal herbs?" "You can find some, but not much because the climate is extreme and the living environment in the wild is dangerous. In addition to the zombies everywhere, there are also some people who rob and kill." "Then can you grow medicinal herbs in your space?" "It should be possible, but I have never grown them, so." "It's okay, Mom will do it." "Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have listened to the old man and learned more from him. It's not too late now, not to mention that we have prepared in advance. I will get a few sets of medical equipment later. If Western medicine can be used for treatment, Western medicine will still be more effective." Li Mo nodded in agreement. She chose to study Western medicine because she felt that Chinese medicine was too slow. After a day of shopping outside, Wen Chongning had brought back what Wen Qian wanted when he got home in the evening. Wen Qian looked at the 5 tang swords on the sofa and rushed over in surprise. So many! She thought it was good to get one. Wen Chongning sat next to her, looking at his daughter's happy expression, and crossed his legs with a smug look on his face. That's what they call money, makes the world go round. A knife worth 40,000 yuan, 5 of which cost 200,000 yuan. But he was always nervous on the way back, afraid that he would suddenly encounter a traffic policeman checking his car, and it would be difficult to explain if he saw this thing. With weapons, Wen Qian felt more confident. In the next few days, the few of them went out shopping as usual. Wen Qian brought back a few sets of fitness equipment, intending to let Wen Rang and others exercise well. Wen Rang bought 10 speedboats, rubber boats, life jackets, and other things. Wen Qian didn't dare to ask how much they cost. Anyway, when he threw the things into the space expanded a lot more visibly. After a busy week, it was finally time to install the glass house on the rooftop. Wen Qian helped supervise the work and saw the finished product that Wen Rang was solely responsible for measuring and designing. She couldn't help but want to praise her brother. Awesome! When Rang said he wanted to install a sunroom and diamond mesh, she thought the diamond mesh was outside the glass. Because normally, it was designed this way. But unexpectedly, he asked the merchant to put the mesh inside. Wen Qian came close to Wen Rang and asked in a low voice, "Why is the diamond mesh inside?" Wen Rang answered as a matter of course. "You said before that the weather will be bad in the future, and I'm afraid it will be corroded by acid rain or something." Wen Qian didn't say anything, but Wen Rang knew from her expression that he guessed right. Wen Qian sighed. Although she didn't want to admit it, her brother was indeed smart since he was a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been recommended to Wadeaku Vocational and Technical College. The noise of the installation soon attracted the property management of the community. The security guard called Wen Chongning and said that this was an illegal construction and could not be done. Wen Chongning cursed in his heart and responded with a smile on his face. "Then let the neighbors report it, and I will demolish it when the report is successful." "You don't have to be embarrassed, you can report it too." The security guard hung up the phone with a confused look on his face and didn't understand whether the other party's attitude was good or bad. There was no other way, so he had to do what Wen Chongning said. But reporting such a thing takes time. After a series of procedures, it will take at least half a month to implement. It is not certain whether there will be anyone to take care of this matter by then. It took most of the day to install the sunroom. The roof was equipped with a hand-controlled honeycomb sunshade, and the south side was designed with several sliding glass windows to facilitate ventilation and heat dissipation in summer. At the same time, the side with windows that can be opened is equipped with a highly transparent diamond net to prevent mosquitoes. As long as you open the window, pull down from the upper window frame, you can pull the diamond net out of the box, and then fix it in the lower window frame. For this small design, Wen Rang spent an extra 10,000 yuan. Wen Qian looked at the glass room after the installation with satisfaction. The installer had just left the house, and the next second, the voice of the system rang in her mind again after a long time.
Ding!
Turn on the Doomsday Defense System. Congratulations on completing the defense upgrade task. Reward defense system upgrade. Eternal temperature of defense space, and 1 defense technician. Defense upgrade? Eternal temperature? Technical personnel quota? Wen Qian was stunned. Before she could figure out where the technical personnel came from, she saw that the glass room that had just been installed had changed. The thickness had changed, becoming a professional bulletproof grade. And you can only see outside from the inside, and you can't see anything inside from the outside. Not only the glass of the glass room, but even the original windows of the house have been upgraded. When Rang's voice came from the gate, he rarely swore. Wen Qian ran over after hearing it, thinking that something had happened to him. "What's going on?" When Rang saw her and pointed to the front door of her house. He was taking out the monitoring equipment and preparing to install it, but the door suddenly changed, which scared him. Wen Qian laughed out loud when he saw that his front door had become a bank explosion-proof security door. Looking at the things in Wen Rang's hand, he realized it belatedly. Technical personnel. Should he be talking about him? Wen Qian quickly pulled Wen Rang over, and in a blink of an eye, the two entered the space. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and when Rang's heartbeat had to speed up. He stood there for a while, then looked around. Is this your space? Yes, I'll bind your information first. You can browse around. On the panel that when Rang couldn't see, all his personal information was displayed.
Name, Wien Rang.
Gender, male. Age, 24 years old. Height, 185 cm. Blood type, B. Occupation, programmer. Relationship, brother and sister. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian quickly bound his information and went to find Wen Rang. When Rang was in the villa, and when he found that his sister had already decorated their bedroom, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay, she still has some conscience and didn't let him live in a doghouse. Not bad, right? Wen Qian leaned against the door frame to look at him, pointing at his bed. Electric bed, worth more than 40,000. Not bad. When Rang came over and tapped her forehead. Don't let outsiders know about the space, or I'll your head off in a minute. Don't worry, I know. When Qian knew the dangers of the end of the world better than he did. When Rang had just tried it, and he couldn't leave here alone without Wen Qian. It was probably the same if he wanted to come in. This also meant that no one could steal things and leave safely without his sister, which made him feel relieved. Otherwise, the little girl had worked hard to store so many supplies, and if someone took them away, she would cry to death. When Rang was reluctant to let Wen Qian do farm work, although he had never done it since he was a child. But he still helped her plant the land, except for the grass. The two felt that the land would definitely get bigger and bigger in the future, so they simply hit it off and went out of the space to buy seeding machines, pesticide sprayers, harvesters, crushers, rice mills, etc. The two were busy for a while and finally found a local agricultural machinery equipment factory and called to make an appointment to meet the next day. Then when Rang continued to install the monitoring equipment and Wen Qian decided to go out again. She always had a bad premonition, feeling that the end of the world would really come early. Taking the elevator to the underground garage, Wen Qian unexpectedly ran into Zhang Ziying downstairs again. He was walking in front and talking on the phone and did not notice Wen Qian's appearance. Zhang Ziying, I said I would definitely go to the class reunion and bring my girlfriend. Why don't you believe this? Who is my girlfriend? Wen Qian.
Who else could it be?
Haha. She is quite difficult to pursue, but it also depends on who is pursuing. I have decided to get a marriage certificate with her after graduation. I am so handsome, and my family is well off. Why should she disagree? Isn't she going to get married sooner or later? Wen Qian followed behind, resisting the urge to kick him away, and continued recording with her phone. Zhang Ziying, yes, we will go by car. What car? Just a Kian. I have already told her that after we get married in 2 years, I can drive that car to work. It's okay, but to be honest, I don't like her car. I plan to ask her father to buy me a G-Class in the future. Yes, her brother drives that car, but I heard he bought it himself. When Qian sneered, this little abacus is quite loud. Zhang Ziying didn't notice anyone behind him at all, and he was bragging. Until when Qian's eyes passed him and saw a white stray cat lying on the roof of her car, she excitedly shouted, Xiaobai. When Qian ran over quickly. Is it really Xiaobai? Zhang Ziying was startled by her voice and found an excuse to hang up the phone. He watched when Qian run to the car, catch a dirty stray cat that jumped off the roof, and shouted quickly, When Qian, throw it away. Cats are dirty. You can't keep a cat, otherwise it will affect your ability to have children in the future. When Qian didn't listen to his nonsense. She carefully checked the kitten in her arms. When she confirmed that it was Xiaobai, her eyes turned red. Xiaobai is a long-haired heterochromatic stray cat with one yellow eye and one red eye. It is extremely beautiful, but it is not a beautiful waste. It has no rivals in the garbage dump in this area. In the previous life, when Qian became interested in it after witnessing it fighting 3 people alone and winning a great victory. She tried to attract it with the fish fillets she just bought, but she never expected that it would really follow her home. Even in the end of the world, when she had no dried fish to feed it, it still followed her. Xiaobai rubbed against her arms and kept meowing, as if it was saying something. After Zhang Ziang came over, it suddenly stopped acting like a spoiled child, stepped on Wen Qian's arm and jumped over, and slapped Zhang Ziang in the face with one claw. Zhang Ziang's face was scratched with 3 bloody marks. He cried out in pain, covered his face, and looked at the wild cat that might pounce on him at any time, and threatened. "I will kill you, Xiaobai." Meow.
Come on.
Wen Qian couldn't help laughing when she saw Xiaobai's actions to protect his master. She opened the car door and shouted, "Xiaobai, let's go." Xiaobai turned around and jumped on the passenger seat. Wen Qian looked at Zhang Ziang, who wanted to follow, but didn't dare to. Her smile disappeared, and she said coldly, "Go get the injection. Send me the money you spent, and I'll transfer it to you." After saying that, she drove away. After leaving the community, Wen Qian found a pet hospital and immediately arranged a big package for Xiaobai to take a bath, deworm, and sterilize. Xiaobai didn't react at first. When he was carried in by the shoot shoveler and saw those of his kind, it was too late to escape. "Xiaobai. Meow 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 meow? Can you be a human being? Do it again and cut my—" Wen Qian pretended not to hear it scolding her, patted its head, and whispered to persuade it. "It's better to neuter it. It will be cured once it is neutered. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find a companion for you in the future." Sterilization is not a major operation. Wen Qian added money and arranged for it to be done immediately. Xiaobai didn't resist too much, but he cursed very dirty throughout the whole process. The whole hospital could hear his cursing. After Xiaobai came out of the operating room, Wen Qian heard the voice of the system.
Ding.
Activate the Doomsday War Pet System. Name, Xiaobai. Age, 2 years old. Gender, male. Wen Qian looked at the question mark on the panel and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, Xiaobai was dizzy at the moment and couldn't see, otherwise he would definitely be furious. After paying the money, Wen Qian carried the cat box to the car and turned to the supermarket. She wanted to stock up on food for Xiaobai. Stock up on canned food. Stock up on dried fish. Stock up on cat litter. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wen Qian received a call from Wen Reng, asking her where she was and whether she needed to pick her up. Wen Qian had already come downstairs and said she would be home soon. Wen Reng was relieved and hung up the phone. Wen Qian happily carried Xiaobai home. She had been busy for a long time. She had already stocked up 2,000 kilograms of cat food for Xiaobai, 1,000 bags of cat litter weighing 13 kilograms per bag, more than 500 boxes of cat cans, and countless bags of dried fish. Wen Reng and the other 2 sat on the sofa. They couldn't sleep unless Wen Qian came back. Seeing Wen Qian carrying the cat into the house, Wen Reng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That useless kid downstairs who wants to live off you has come to us to complain, saying that he was scratched by the stray cat you picked up?" "Yeah," Wen Qian admitted with a smile. He should be thankful that Xiaobai hasn't mutated yet, otherwise his head would have been moved with one claw. Wen Reng was stunned. "Can animals mutate? It was like this in my previous life. Anyway, our Xiaobai has changed and is as majestic as a big lion. Therefore, she not only has to stock up on cat food but also has to go out and stock up on more meat for it tomorrow." Wen Reng was excited when he heard this and turned to look at Wen Chongning. "Dad, I want a dog." "Wen Chongning. Arrange it. I want one too." A night passed and the next morning, Wen Chongning went out to buy a dog. Li Mo went to the market to buy meat and vegetables, and Wen Qian and Wen Reng went to meet the manufacturer, who had agreed to sell agricultural machinery and equipment yesterday. The other party didn't expect that the 2 young people came, and they couldn't help but be confused, not understanding why they bought such things. Wen Reng replied, "My family has leased a lot of land and wants to start a farm." The merchant nodded in sudden realization. This is a young entrepreneur. He took them to see the products. Wen Qian didn't know anything about these, but she didn't expect Wen Reng to be able to chat with the merchant, not like a novice at all. She couldn't help but whispered, "Did you learn farming in college?" Wen Reng turned his head to look at her with disgust. "I checked the information last night. Do you think I am you?" "What's wrong with her? She is also very powerful." following Wen Rang as a useless person, when Qian thought about how to stock up some gasoline and diesel. Logically, she should be able to get the oil from the gas station, but what should she use to store it after arriving in the space? While she was thinking about it, Wen Rang had already negotiated with the merchant. Harvester, tiller, seeding machine, pesticide sprayer, irrigation machine, feed crusher, forage cutter, corn peeler, corn thresher, rice machine. The two bought 10 machines in one go, spending more than 100,000 yuan. After the deal was done, the merchant happily asked them where they wanted to deliver the goods. When Qian replied, "We will drive ahead and lead the way. Just deliver the goods to the village entrance. You can add some gas to the car, and our people will come over to drive back. It's a good opportunity to try our hand." The merchant quickly arranged for the workers to load the goods onto the car and left with the two young and promising customers. When Rang drove the car to the rural area where his grandparents used to live. Now there is basically no one in the village. Even if there are, they are all elderly people. No young people want to stay in the village. They either go to the city to buy a house or go out to work. The truck driver and the workers left immediately after unloading the machine. They were very happy that they didn't have to work anymore. Wen Qian waited until they were far away, put the machine into the space, and took Wen Rang in to take a look. Just as she had expected before, the space was still expanding, but the speed had slowed down. It was obvious that the exchange amount was no longer at the ratio of 1,000 yuan per square meter.
Ding.
Congratulations on completing the farm equipment task, and you will be rewarded with a farming member. The system's voice came again, and when Qian chuckled after hearing it. Her father is the son chosen by heaven to farm. There is no doubt about it. Wen Qian told Wen Rang the good news, and Wen Rang was also very happy after hearing it. In this way, their family of four can all enter and exit the space. The two drove back, and when they passed by the grain store and the market, they bought another 500 kilograms of rice and flour and 200 kilograms of beef. When they returned to the vicinity of the city, Wen Qian suddenly found a good place. "Brother, do you think that is the storage place of several major e-commerce companies and supermarkets?" Wen Rang found a safe place to park the car, looked in the direction Wen Qian pointed, and then opened the map to take a look. It should be right, but the security measures there must be very strict, and we can't get in. Even if we can't get in, we have to go in. When the end of the world comes, there will be heavy rain for a month. Even if we have a chance to come, most of the things inside will be soaked and damaged. It's better to give it to us. For a month?
Wen Rang was surprised.
Bincheng is a mountain city. If some people live on the mountain, there will naturally be some people living at the foot of the mountain. The city doesn't have much rainfall in the summer, but occasionally there will be a serious rainstorm, and the community and vehicles will be flooded. If the rainstorm lasts for a month, then... Wen Qian leaned back in the chair, folded her hands on her chest, and nodded. Yes, for a month, day and night. The villa area downstairs from us was flooded, and even our building was flooded to the 5th floor. When Rang remembered that Wen Qian said a few days ago that there would be frequent floods in the first 3 years, but it would not affect her family. It's her family, not their community. This keyword is very important. When Rang was silent for a while, and after digesting the news, he started the car and drove to the e-commerce storage area. The two of them must not make their intentions too obvious in broad daylight. They drove around the outer roads, let Wen Qian memorize the terrain here, and then left. When they got home, Wen Chongning had already bought the dogs. He bought 4 German shepherds, 2 males and 2 females, but they were all puppies. Xiaobai also came over when he smelled the dog. After seeing the 4 little ones, he felt that this world was not worth it. "You're a shoot shoveler. Not only did you cut off but you also wanted to have dogs outside, right? You don't love me anymore, right? The feelings have faded, right?" When Wen Qian felt something was wrong, she was holding a little puppy in her arms and stroking it. She realized the murderous intent belatedly and slowly turned her head to see Xiaobai's face of catching her in bed. Xiaobai didn't even scream, but squatted there silently, staring at her intently. With a look of "let me see how you explain it," Wen Qian was so scared that she threw the dog away reflexively. The little puppy didn't know much about cats and worldly affairs. It was not used to being suddenly out of the arms of its owner, so it hummed and rubbed against Wen Qian's legs and wanted to hug him. Listen to my explanation.
Things are not what you think.
Wen Qian didn't dare to neglect it and quickly walked to Xiaobai and squatted down. They are all my little brothers arranged for you. In the future, you will leave all the dirty work to them. When there are troubles that they can't solve, you can come out again. Isn't this the only way to make you look more powerful? Xiaobai. Meow 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 meow. You scumbag, I believed your ghost. Wen Qian tried hard to coax her here, and the 4 little puppies came over with their tails wagging and surrounded Xiaobai. Xiaobai drove them away with a claw, and they came back again, trying to get close to him. This went back and forth several times, and Xiaobai finally didn't bother to pay attention to them. It proudly raised its tail and went to the rooftop to bask in the sun. Several puppies followed behind happily, as if they had decided to hang out with it in the future. Wen Qian was also very happy to see the dogs trying to please their big brother. Because her battle pet size increased, the system rewarded her again.
Ding.
Battle pet size increased. Reward a natural sand pool. Wen Qian immediately entered the space to check, and indeed found a huge pool of 2 meters by 4 meters, and it was already filled with cat litter, which looked no different from the ones she made in the mall. Moreover, there was also a flushable squat toilet next to the pool. It was obvious that it was for the convenience of the chute-shoveling officer to clean the sand pool in time. What kind of fairy space is this? This is too spoiling the owner. Wen Qian happily turned around and hurried out of the space to name the dogs with everyone. After a few people discussed for a while, in the end, Wen Qian's dog was named Xiaohei, Wen Rang's was named Xiaolu, Li Mo's was named Bei Bei, and Wen Chongning's was named Dezhuang. After the name was chosen, the system immediately updated the information. Then Wen Qian brought Wen Chongning into the space and bound his information. Name, Wen Chongning. Gender, male. Age, 48 years old. Height, 178 cm. Blood type, B. Occupation, businessman. Relationship, father and daughter. Loyalty, never betray. This was the first time when Chongning entered the space. He was like discovering a new world. He went upstairs and downstairs, inside and outside the house for several times. Finally, he excitedly returned to Wen Qian and hugged her. My daughter is amazing. The most amazing. Wen Qian's body stiffened for a moment because before her rebirth, she hadn't seen her father for 10 years. Not to mention the taste of a hug, she was almost forgetting his voice. Wen Chongning felt Wen Qian's discomfort and wanted to let go with a little loss in his heart, but was hugged by Wen Qian. Dad, I miss you so much. Wen Qian lay in his arms and whispered. In the previous life, the first person to leave her was Li Mo. Li Mo was stabbed to death by Zhang Ziang on the day they were driven out of their home because he protected her from being defiled by Zhang Ziang. The second person to leave was Wen Chongning. He was found and killed by a group of scavengers when he was out looking for supplies, and then
8.
When Rang was left. In order to protect her, Wen Rang joined the alliance. He was very good and climbed to the management of the alliance in 2 years. But it was precisely because of his excellence that those narrow-minded people felt a sense of crisis. In the end, they conspired to plot against him and let him die in a mission. In the first 5 years of the apocalypse, Wen Qian lost the 3 people who loved her the most. It was also after they left that she awakened her superpowers and began to become stronger little by little. Wen Chongning looked at his daughter in his arms and touched her hair clumsily. Dad is here, and Dad will always be with you.
Yeah.
Daughter, will your body feel burdened and uncomfortable with this space? Wen Chongning was a little worried. This space is so big. What if his daughter is exhausted? Wen Qian smiled, stood up straight, and shook her head in reply. It's okay, I don't feel anything. Think about it. God has opened such a big back door for me, so it must be good to me. Otherwise, I will die all of a sudden because of the heavy burden on my body, and such a big masterpiece will be gone, right? Wen Chongning thought about it and felt that his daughter was right. He was no longer worried and turned around to go to the field to work. Wen Qian greeted him and first left the space to go to the post station with Wen Rang to pick up the express. The things the family bought online have arrived. While most people are at work in the afternoon, the two of them took out all the express deliveries and threw them into the space, and then when Rang went to a nearby shopping mall to buy 50 mobile phones with the largest memory. When Qian was stunned when she saw him coming back with a box of mobile phones and asked him, "Why did you buy these?" "Listen to music, take pictures, and record things as souvenirs. The end of the world is bitter. You have to find some sweetness for yourself, right?" When Qian was shocked. This straight man is quite romantic in his bones. The rich and willful young master went into the study room with his cell phone in his hand and went to work. Wen Qian went into the space to help Wen Chongning with work. In the evening, the two of them went out to eat together. Then, when it got dark, Wen Qian and Wen Rang went out together. She was really thinking about the storage factory she saw today. Although the stockpiled goods in the space were enough for their family of 4 to eat and drink in the end times, no one would complain about having too much property. The richer the family assets, the more confident they were and the more confident they would be when fighting with others in the future. When Rang drove to the vicinity of the storage factory and found a place to park the car, the two walked towards it. There were residential buildings nearby, and some people went out for a walk at night so they were not conspicuous. When Rang, "Did you see the two security guards at the door? They looked about 1.9 meters tall. You are not even as tall as their legs. Do you want to pretend to be an ant and crawl in when no one is paying attention? I plan to let you use a beauty trick, okay?" Wen Qian looked sincere. After hearing this, when Rang turned around and was about to leave without saying a word, but was grabbed tightly by Wen Qian. "Brother, for your sister's happiness in the second half of her life, please sacrifice yourself once. Don't be happy, just make do." While the two were playing, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Wen Qian's mind.
Ding.
The end of the world begins. Limited time mission unlocked. Collect 100 million supplies within 24 hours and reward weapons exchange system. Wen Qian was stunned in place, which scared Wen Rang. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Wen Qian slowly raised his eyes, looked at Wen Rang, and said word by word, "The end of the world is coming." As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, lightning flashed continuously on the dark sea in the distance, and rumbling thunder followed, shaking people's ears. Wen Rang didn't expect that things happened so suddenly, and the heavy rain came so hard. The two stood there and were soaked to the bone. Before they could run back to the car, they heard a loud, and then the vision became pitch black. The lightning strike blew up the nearby electric poles. Wen Qian's heart moved. She threw Wen Rang into the space without hesitation and ran towards the gate. She didn't have much time left. She had to get the goods here quickly, then go to the gas station to stock up on oil, and go to the hospital to get medicine and equipment. Otherwise, in a few hours, the city will be flooded, and it will be difficult to drive. After a week of relaxation after returning from the end of the world, Wen Qian has now completely entered combat mode. She rushed over quickly while the security guards had not had time to turn on the backup power supply system and hurried back to the security booth. Then she jumped over the railing of the parking lot. 3 minutes later, the dark park was restored to light. The staff turned on the backup power supply and lit up the lights in the park. Wen Qian hid carefully. Fortunately, the rain was so heavy that the security guards patrolling everywhere had to go back to take shelter temporarily, giving her the opportunity to take action. She kept running back and forth in the rain, starting with the container closest to the building and then approaching the gate little by little. In the space, Wen Rang was still sulking because he was thrown in by his sister and couldn't help. He was worried about Wen Qian's safety, but when he saw something suddenly appear in the open space, his heart slowly fell again. Half an hour later, Wen Qian took all the containers outside, a total of 68. She knew that there must be more supplies in the factory building, but the workers and most of the security personnel were in the building and went to the trouble. She couldn't waste time here anymore. Moreover, as more and more containers disappeared outside, it finally attracted the attention of the security personnel. Wen Qian looked at the dozens of security guards rushing out of the building and hurriedly ran towards the exit. The security guard guarding the gate also received the notice, rushed out in the rain, and faced Wen Qian face to face. However, Wen Qian wore a mask on her face, so the other party couldn't see her face. But looking at her figure and clothes, you can tell that she is a girl. Several security guards couldn't help but be stunned. Their first reaction was not to regard her as a prisoner, but to think that it was the staff in the office building who came to inform them of something. But Wen Qian couldn't get out without knocking them down, and she didn't want to waste time acting with them, so she had to take action. Her moves were fast, accurate, and powerful. With 2 flying kicks and elbow strikes, she knocked down 3 security guards. The 4th security guard at the gate saw that she was difficult to deal with and immediately raised his electric baton. But the next second, the electric baton fell into the hands of the female thief. Wen Qian stunned the man and ran out of the door. She ran back to the parking lot in one breath, opened the door, and got in the car, feeling that her heart and lungs were about to explode. Dozens of security guards rushed out of the park, but they hadn't caught up yet. Wen Qian panted and pulled Wen Reng out of the space. "Drive quickly. They are catching up." Wen Reng was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He started the car and left the place at a high speed. This was the first time the young master had been a thief since he was a child, and he didn't expect to make such a big one. His heart was pounding, and he drove the G-Class with the momentum of a fighter jet. A few minutes later, when the security guards were no longer visible, Wen Qian asked him to stop the car. The car stopped on the side of the road, and Wen Qian put both the person and the car into the space. Then she released her Qian that she had prepared in advance, and the 2 of them changed cars and continued to move forward. After changing cars, Wen Reng stopped driving so fast. Because the incident happened suddenly in the park, and they didn't understand how one person stole so many containers. When they drove out to chase them, Wen Qian and the others had already changed cars, and there was no danger at all. While Wen Reng was driving, Wen Qian went back to the space to change into dry clothes. Then, she asked Wen Reng to stop at a gas station passing by. It was late, and the storm was coming. The staff thought that no one would come to refuel, so they lay in the house and played games. Wen Qian saw that there was no one at the gas station, so she got out of the car and made trouble. She tried to operate it, but she didn't expect it to be successful. The refueling tool disappeared with the oil on the ground and entered her space. Seeing this, Wen Qian immediately took away all types of oil and then ran to the next gas station. At the next station, the operation was even simpler. The considerate space no longer collects the same refueling equipment, but only collects oil. They drove back to the city and stopped many times. After sweeping more than a dozen large gas stations, Wen Qian stopped. Not for anything else, but because her beloved space spoke.
Ding.
The oil storage in the system has reached the upper limit, unlocking the preparation achievement. Reward for unlimited oil use privileges for an unlimited period of time. Wen Qian was shocked. She can refuel at will in the future. Fill up number 98. No need to feel bad anymore. Wen Qian told Wen Reng the good news, and then called Li Mo. When the call was connected, Li Mo's worried voice came from the other end. "Qian, where are you now?" "On the way to the hospital." "Mom, don't worry. I'm with my brother, and will probably be home in the middle of the night. You and Dad must not go out, and don't open the door to anyone. We brought the key, and we'll open the door ourselves when we get back." Wen Qian told Li Mo, hung up the phone, and looked down at the map that Li Mo had drawn for her in the photo. The map clearly marked the location she was going to. The car drove to the place, and this time Wen Qian didn't rush to let Wen Reng enter the space. They found a place to put the car into the space, and the 2 walked into the hospital with umbrellas. The power here was also cut off due to lightning strikes, but the hospital's backup power supply can be started within 10 seconds and can run for more than 96 hours, so it was basically not affected much. They took the elevator to the operating room floor, outside the operating room, and there were family members waiting at this moment. Wen Qian and Wen Reng looked at each other and heard screams from inside.
Ah!
A series of sharp screams rang out, making Wen Qian alert instantly.
Could it be?
Several doctors ran out of the operating room in a panic. Their masks on their bodies and faces were covered with blood, and they shouted as they ran. "Call the police! Call the police!" The patient suddenly went crazy and bit Director Qin to death. Wen Qian heard this and went to grab Wen Rang, but Wen Rang dodged. "If you dare to throw me in, I will break your dog claws." Wen Rang looked at Wen Qian seriously. Now should be the stage where the attack power of those ghosts is the weakest. If I am afraid of them now, how can I live after they mutate in the future? He can't always rely on his sister's protection to live. On the contrary, he needs to become stronger and protect her. Wen Qian was choked by his words, because he was right. The early stage of the apocalypse is the stage when the zombies have the weakest combat power. Wen Qian gritted his teeth. "Then you follow closely and hide behind me." Wen Rang sneered and nodded nonchalantly. Wen Qian was the first to push open the door and walked into the corridor of the operating room. The zombie patient who had just undergone surgery but mutated in the middle of it came towards her. He was a worker at the construction site. Because of the sudden storm tonight, the steel bars that were blown down pierced his abdomen, so he was sent here for emergency surgery. Wen Qian looked at his white eyes and uncoordinated movements, knowing that he had been infected and there was no hope. She immediately took out the Tang sword from the space, raised her hand and swung the sword, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. Wen Rang stood behind Wen Qian, and even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the shocking scene in front of him and took a step back. Killing someone? No, killing a zombie. And the movements were extremely skillful, without any fear or hesitation. Wen Qian looked back at the frightened Wen Rang, said nothing, and turned into an uncontaminated operating room. She collected 3 sets of surgical instruments and equipment, and when she came out again, Wen Rang looked to have recovered a lot. He looked at Wen Qian expressionlessly and said, "Get me a baseball bat." Wen Qian took something out of the space and threw it to him, and the two ran to the intensive care unit. Screams could be heard from every floor of the hospital from time to time, and even the morgue was noisy. This place had unknowingly become the first place of suffering in the end of the world. Wen Qian took away the monitoring equipment in the intensive care unit and hurried to the hospital's drugstore. The drugstore was off work at this time, and the door was locked. Seeing this, Wen Qian went forward to pick the lock as if she had expected it. Wen Rang thought she was joking, but it only took about 10 seconds for the door to be opened. Rushing in and putting all the shelves and medicines into the space, Wen Qian pulled Wen Rang out of the hospital. Along the way, they encountered several zombies. Just like in the operating room, Wen Qian cut them with his knife, not giving them any chance to be arrogant in front of him, nor giving Wen Rang behind him any chance to perform. Murder. Someone nearby saw Wen Qian chopping off the zombie's head and screamed wildly in fear. Wen Qian didn't bother to pay attention to them and rushed to the hospital gate. The entire hospital had been occupied, and the parking lot exit was in chaos. Fortunately, Wen Qian had put the car into the space when she went in just now. She dragged Wen Rang in the rain to a nearby road without surveillance, and then took the car out again. Wen Rang drove the car in silence, occasionally turning his head to look at Wen Qian sitting in the passenger seat. Wen Qian also said nothing. If possible, she didn't want him to find out that she had become so cold-blooded and cruel so soon. In his heart, he must like the old self more, right? No one would like a female devil who kills without blinking an eye. Wen Qian laughed at himself and calmly accepted the reality. "You drive back first, I have something to do. I'll accompany you." Wen Rang refused straightforwardly. "Were you injured just now?"
No.
Wen Rang rolled his throat, and he turned his head to look at Wen Qian again. "I am a little scared, but not of you. You know, some scenes are different when you watch them on TV and in person. Although I am mentally prepared, those things are still too disgusting, and I need some time to adapt." Wen Rang recalled the dashing figure of Wen Qian swinging a knife to kill the zombies just now, and sighed, with a slight smile on his face. "What are you laughing at?" Wen Qian found that he was laughing, and couldn't help asking. "Laughing at how awesome my sister is. If the kid named Zhang downstairs saw it just now, he would probably his pants in fear, right?" Wen Qian thought about the scene of Zhang Ziang peeing his pants, and his mood couldn't help but improve. On the way home, Wen Qian went to the epidemic prevention station and 2 large shopping malls again, and cleared out all the supplies he could see inside. There were also about a dozen tobacco and alcohol stores along the way. At 3:30 in the morning, when she and Wen Rang arrived home safely, the system's time-limited task had been successfully completed. Inside the house, when Chongning and Li Mo had not slept all night, the power was out at home. The two turned on a rechargeable nightlight and waited anxiously on the sofa. Xiaobai was standing by with 4 puppies. When they heard the door open, they quickly got up and ran to the door. After seeing that they were all safe, Li Mo was scared and kept wiping tears. Fortunately, they were fine. If they had any accidents, how could she live? It's okay, Mom, don't cry. When Qian changed the blood-stained clothes outside, she went forward to hug Li Mo and patted her back gently. Because it rained too hard, many roads were flooded and blocked, so we came back a little late. When Rang went forward and pulled Li Mo into the house, his voice tired and a little excited. Don't cry, Mom. If you knew what your daughter did tonight, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to cry. When Qian. Why doesn't this sound like a good thing? Fortunately, Li Mo didn't take Wen Rang's words seriously. She glanced at Wen Rang and warned him calmly. Don't talk nonsense. If your sister gets hurt, I will break your legs.
Wen Rang.
Mom, do you have any misunderstandings about our current fighting power? The storm, lightning, and thunder continued outside, and the sounds of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks on the streets in the distance continued. Li Mo and Wen Chongning both had a bad premonition. They looked at Wen Qian and asked in a low voice, Is it ahead of schedule?
Yes.
Wen Qian nodded and admitted, more than half a month ahead of schedule. Fortunately, we acted quickly and were well prepared this time. Wen Rang, zombies have already appeared at the hospital. I don't know how they were infected. Wen Qian. In fact, it's not that there are no traces. The Earth has been overdeveloped for nearly 100 years. Wars, pollution, natural disasters, and viruses have occurred, but humans don't care. This made Li Mo deeply understand. As a doctor, she had to experience a virus infection almost every few years, and each time it was more serious than the last. Humans are too small and are vulnerable to the counterattack of nature. Several people went back to their rooms to rest, and when Qian took Xiaobai and 4 puppies into the space. The materials collected tonight made the space change drastically again, almost 5 times larger. In addition, the buildings and facilities have been upgraded. It should be the reward for her unlocking the stockpiling achievement. She stockpiled too quickly tonight, and many material storage tasks were completed ahead of schedule, so she did not receive the task reminder and got the reward directly. When Qian didn't rush to see what was in the more than 60 containers. Anyway, the space can preserve the original state of the items, and even if there are fresh food inside, it won't go bad. She remembered the reason why she was crazy about stockpiling tonight: the weapon exchange system. Hot weapons are difficult to get, but they are indispensable. Although in the late end of the world, they can also be bought outside. But there are more cases of being robbed by the thieves. When Qian clicked on the panel, and there was indeed a label of the weapon mall on it. She was excited to click it, looking at the rows of treasures on it, and she was so excited that she wanted to scream. Because there are not only various individual weapons such as rifles and pistols, but also heavy weapons such as artillery, tanks, submarines, missiles, fighter jets. Even, it has nuclear weapons of mass destruction. When Qian was anxious to get a gun to warm up her hands, but she found herself a pauper the moment she clicked to buy. The cheapest gun in the mall costs 10,000 coins, and the balance in her account is 0. Obviously, this mall coin cannot be exchanged for money. When Qian studied it for a while and figured it out, all outputs in the space can be recycled by the system. For example, if she doesn't need the land she grows and the fish she raises, she can sell them to the system. In this way, the system will give her a certain amount of compensation, which is the mall currency. When Qian was happy and worried, how long would it take her to make a fortune and buy weapons by farming? But she was relieved immediately. Her space doted on the owner so much that it would definitely not make things difficult for her. Maybe there will be other ways to make money in the future. Besides, she didn't understand farming, so she might as well ask her parents and Wen Rang to study it together tomorrow. There is strength in numbers. When Qian reluctantly closed the mall system and went to the villa, Her villa has not been expanded since it was upgraded to 1,000 square meters a few days ago. But the facilities around the villa are brand new. In the backyard behind the villa, there is a swimming pool about 50 meters long. Next to the swimming pool is a large lawn, and there is also a hot spring pool. This is the best place to relax and have fun in the future. In the front yard of the villa, Xiaobai and several dogs have also prepared their homes. Next to their nests is the natural sand pit, which is very convenient for the pups to solve physiological problems. A little further away is a super large parking lot. Next to the parking lot is a refueling device. Now, parked in the parking lot are her Qian, Wenrang's G-Class, Li Mo's X5, and Wen Chongning's domestic Wuling magic car. That's right, Wen Chongning bought luxury cars for them all, and he himself drives Wuling when he goes out. Behind the cars of the family of 4 are the seed drills and other things she and Wenrang bought. The system has organized them neatly for her, and it seems that she has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In front of the parking lot is a fruit forest and a fish pond. When Qian walked over and was surprised to find that next to the fish pond, there was another pond. The capacity of the pond is not as large as the fish pond, but it is also about 30 square meters. When Qian was a little dumbfounded because the pond was filled with the seafood that her father bought for her at the seafood market a while ago. Since when Chongning bought these things, he has been going into the space to take care of them every day. He was afraid that if he was lazy, his daughter would not be able to eat seafood in the future. The temperature of seawater needs to be controlled, and it needs to be replaced regularly. In addition, an aerator must be used to oxygenate the water and maintain a high dissolved oxygen content so that seafood can live longer. So Wen Chongning went to the beach to fetch seawater whenever he was free and kept it to replace the water in the fish tank later. In just 1 week, he has prepared 10 large tanks full of seawater. At present, all the seawater that Wen Chongning brought back is in the pool, and the seafood he bought is swimming in the water with full energy, with no signs of dying. Her space can raise seafood? This is really great. When Qian happily picked up Xiaobai, who was following her, and spun around. Xiaobai. We really don't have to go hungry in the future. Xiaobai, meow. In the previous life, when Qian also gnawed tree bark and drank muddy water when he couldn't find food. The feeling of hunger penetrated deep into her bones, and she would still remember it vividly even if she lived again. Now, not only she, but also her family would not have to die because of hunger. When Qian breathed a sigh of relief, ran to the hot spring pool in the backyard to soak for a while, and then went out of the space to sleep. When she woke up the next morning, she was surprised to find that her body was unusually light. She thought she had too much exercise yesterday, so her muscles would ache today. After all, this body was hers before, not the one that had been beaten for more than 10 years in the apocalypse. When Qian got up and moved around, suspecting that it was the effect of the hot spring. The space would not give useless things. This hot spring must be a treasure. The heavy rain fell all night, and there was still no sign of abating. The low-lying areas in the city center had long been flooded, but the power supply system was temporarily restored. When Reng and the others woke up as well, as they didn't sleep much last night. The thunder outside the window was louder and louder, shaking the windows as if they were shaking. Li Mo cooked millet porridge and steamed dumplings, and several people sat around the dining table, eating and talking about today's plans. When Reng was browsing his WeChat moments and Weibo with his phone when he suddenly saw a video. After watching it, he silently handed the phone to Wen Qian. Wen Qian took the phone and scanned it, and found that someone had filmed her chopping zombies in the hospital last night and uploaded it to the internet. Last night's rainstorm came suddenly and fiercely. Although many people were caught off guard, this kind of thing is still within people's acceptable range. But blatantly killing people in the hospital, this is. Wen Qian in the video has a high ponytail and black marten boots on her feet. She wears black overalls on the lower body and a white short-sleeved top. A belt around her waist perfectly shows her slender waist. She is holding a sharp tang sword in her right hand and holding a young man who is half a head taller than her in her left hand. She is walking out in a hurry. Suddenly, a man with strange behavior rushed towards her. She did not dodge, nor was she afraid. Instead, she waved the tang sword in her hand, making the man's head fall to the ground easily, like a ripe fruit falling from a tree. Blood spurted out, and the man's body fell to the ground. Along with it, the screams of the onlookers rang out.
Ah!
Murder. The video is only a dozen seconds long and ends here. When Qian finished watching it and was not surprised. She was wearing a mask, and so was Wenrang, so no one could recognize her. Even if someone recognized her, she wasn't afraid. There were already tens of thousands of comments under the video, most of which said that she was a murderer and asked the police to catch her and shoot her quickly. However, a small number of people noticed something was wrong. The man who attacked her looked like a zombie, no matter how you looked at him. That's right. I think he looked like a zombie, too. According to reliable information, there was an outbreak of zombies in the city center hospital last night, and it has now been blocked by the police. I also have reliable information. Several major shopping malls were swept clean by mysterious aliens last night. Wen Qian glanced at the comment section and threw the phone back to Wenrang. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had just finished watching the video together, and their faces were not very good at the moment. Li Mo was better. He used to be a doctor and was used to bloody scenes. Wen Chongning, however, couldn't even eat, so he simply put down his chopsticks and made a comment. Killing people is wrong. Wenrang, the one in the video is your daughter. But killing zombies is fine. My daughter is so handsome, like a female warrior. But what's with the one behind her? Why is he like a weakling? Dad, can your double standards be more obvious? Wenrang was so angry that he laughed. Your son, was not weak last night and asked her to carry me back. I'm already very good, okay? I'm not weak, I just saw that thing suddenly and was a little slow to react. Wenrang was right. His performance last night was already very good, and he didn't hold Wen Qian back at all. Even from the hospital, he drove the whole way and helped Wen Qian to buy all kinds of things. Wenrang would never admit that he was a weakling, but he also realized that there was a qualitative gap in strength between him and Wen Qian. So after having breakfast and resting for half an hour, he began to exercise seriously. Wen Qian put all the fitness equipment upstairs, so there was an empty floor between the 29th floor and no movement could be heard from below. Li Mo and Wen Chongning were not idle either. They took advantage of the fact that there was still water and electricity at home, and cooking would not attract attention and jealousy, and quickly made some dishes to put into the space. Boiled fish, pickled fish, squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour pork, 3-cup chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried green beans, dry pot cauliflower, etc. All of which Wen Qian liked to eat, and they had to make more. Seeing that they were all busy, Wen Qian went into the space alone to sort out the supplies collected last night. She had not opened the 68 blind box containers she had brought back, and she didn't know what was in them. When she officially started opening the blind boxes, Wen Qian opened the first container, which was full of canned pet food that had not been unpacked. There were cats and dogs and canned beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and venison. A large container was estimated to have about 100,000 boxes. Wen Qian nodded with satisfaction. She had originally thought that the food she had stored for Xiaobai and the others was a little too little, but now it was enough. The second container was full of canned beer. Her father and Wenrang would be very happy if they saw it. The third container is happy water, cola, Sprite, Red Bull, Pulse, herbal tea, coffee, juice, coconut juice, and many categories. The fourth container was opened, and a cold air came to my face. It was ice cream. The fifth container is still frozen goods, fish tofu, cuttlefish, lobster, peeing beef, fish roe blessing bags, crab sticks, shrimp slips, tripe, lasagna, yellow throat, duck intestines, and other ingredients for hot pot, all of which are available. The sixth box is towels, bath towels, socks, underwear, and daily consumables such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, disinfectant, etc. The seventh box is snacks such as potato chips, melon seeds, shrimp strips, biscuits, chocolate, and lollipops. The containers at the back were opened one by one, and they contained fine fruits, rice, flour, oil, grains, steaks and lamb chops, salmon and sweet shrimps, household paper, edible salt, children's milk powder, nutritional health products, beauty and skincare products, home clothing, etc. There are a lot of things, all useful. When Qian counted them and looked satisfied, she put all these containers in the easternmost part and also put all the things she got back from the mall last night there. As for the good wine and cigarettes brought back from the tobacco and alcohol store, they were placed in the wine cellar in the basement. Then she went to check on her chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Only after seeing that they were all alive and well did she feel relieved to leave. The sky outside seemed to be leaking, and it kept raining. Because of the heavy wind and rain, the windows of some neighbors' homes were of poor quality and had begun to leak. There were thousands of messages in the community group, all discussing the heavy rain and what happened in the hospital last night. When Qian lay on the recliner on the rooftop, with one hand behind her head and the other holding her mobile phone, Zhang Ziang also sent her the video on the internet and a message. Zhang Ziang, the world outside is too dangerous. Qian, tell me where you want to go in the future, and I will go with you. Wen Qian sneered when she saw this. Wen Qian, don't you think that girl who chopped people looks like me? Zhang, how could it be? You are so gentle and well-behaved. You would never do that kind of thing. Wen Qian, then don't you think the one she chopped looked like a zombie? Zhang Ziang, where did the zombie come from? Qian, don't listen to the nonsense of those people on the internet. They are all making up stories to attract attention. After posting this content, Zhang Ziang directly sent a video call. When Qian rejected it without thinking, then put her phone on silent and threw it aside, stood up and started exercising. She was busy stockpiling supplies in the past few days. Now it is difficult to go out. It is a good time to exercise. She must take advantage of this period before the surge of zombies to try to get her body back to its previous state. After warming up, when Qian ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill. Then, she did 500 jumping jacks, 5,000 mountain climbing runs, 500 alternating shoulder touches, and 10 minutes of plank support. When she finished this series of exercises, sweating profusely, she found that her parents and Wen Rang were sitting on the sofa, staring at her motionlessly, stunned. Wen Rang had just run 10 kilometers, and he thought he was pretty good, as he ran without much effort. But now compared with his sister, why does he feel so weak? He, Li Mo, and Wen Chongming looked at each other, stood up at the same time, and walked towards the fitness area. Hurry up and practice. Don't be the one who drags your feet. Wen Qian couldn't help laughing at their actions. She asked them to sit back on the sofa and made exercise plans for them. Wen Rang will be the main fighting force in the future, so he must practice hard. Wen Qian asked him to run 10 kilometers with her every day before breakfast, 10 kilometers after lunch, and 10 kilometers before going to bed at night, to build up his physical fitness first. In addition, the two of them will do 1 hour of strength training and 2 hours of sparring every day. Wen Rang said with an inner struggle after listening to his sister's plan. Let's not talk about whether I can stick to this intensity of training, just say that running 30 kilometers every day, will it kill my knees?
No.
When Qian replied calmly, I forgot to tell you that there is a hot spring pool in the space, which can quickly restore the body's functions to the best state. When Rang nodded and understood. What his sister meant was that if you train yourself to death, as long as you have a breath left, the space will be able to save you. After Wen Rang's plan was finalized, the next one was Wen Chongming's. Although Wen Qian did not intend to let him charge into battle with him, he must be stronger than other ordinary people. At least when an accident occurs, he must be able to protect himself. So now he needs to run 10 kilometers every day and then do 1 hour of strength training and 1 hour of sparring with Wen Qian. As for Li Mo, he only needs to run 5 kilometers and 1 hour of strength training. After hearing what Wen Qian said, Li Mo frowned slightly and was a little worried. Mom knows you feel sorry for me, but compared to your training, am I too relaxed? No, I know you have a lot of other things to do. Everyone has a different position. Li Mo does not need to do too many things that require physical strength, but she needs to take care of the daily life of the whole family every day, and she also needs to seize the time to study and review the medical knowledge that she has abandoned for many years. Wen Qian knew that Li Mo had downloaded and printed a lot of medical information recently. In the end of the world, it is impossible to go to the hospital to see a doctor when you are sick. Lee Mo knows the importance of his existence very well, and he has to read and study until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night every night. After Wen Xian told everyone about the exercise plan, he also told them about the space that can be exchanged for weapons. We must grow more food as quickly as possible, and at least everyone should have a gun for self-defense. Wen Chongning was no longer sleepy when he heard this. After exercising, he immediately took the initiative to ask to enter the space and go to farm. After not entering the space for a day, Wen Chongning was shocked when he entered again because the changes inside were too great. The original 1.5 mu of land has now become more than 10 mu, which makes Wen Chongning excited and full of energy. His wife and children are working hard, so he must work harder. Roll up your sleeves and do it. Wen Chongning renovated the extra new land first, and then planted corn, wheat, rice, and other major grains. Next, he planned a piece of land to grow fresh vegetables for the family to eat every day. After planting the seeds, he began to water them. After watering, he walked to the breeding area. The grass in the space grows very well, and it seems that if it is eaten on the first day, it will magically grow again on the second day, so it is so easy to raise livestock here. He first went to the chicken shed to pick up eggs, then cleaned the pigsty, filled the trough with food, and then fed the donkey and rabbit. The cattle and sheep are all free-range, eating grass every day in a fixed area, so there is no need to worry. Ducks and geese stroll by the fish pond every day, and from time to time they have to swim in the water to eat fish, so it is not surprising that Wen Chongning picked up duck eggs and goose eggs near the fish pond. After running around for several hours, Wen Chongning returned to the residential area and saw the hot spring pool in the backyard that his daughter had mentioned. He quickly went back to the house, took a shower, changed into a swimsuit, and went to soak in the hot spring. When Wen Xian came in and called him out for dinner, he was about to fall asleep in comfort. "Daughter, this hot spring is so comfortable. I feel that my waist pain has eased a lot." Wen Chongning has a back disease, and it is very serious. He has to go to the hospital several times a year for physical therapy and acupuncture. The doctor suggested that he should have surgery if the pain is severe, but he was afraid that the operation would fail and he would be paralyzed in bed and add burden to his family, so he kept dragging his feet and didn't agree. When Qian heard his words, and her heart moved. This space is full of magic. Maybe it can really cure her parents' old illness. "Dad, let's come in and soak for an hour every day from now on." "Okay, I'll listen to you." The two left the space, told Li Mo, and Wen rang about the plan to soak in the hot spring, and then ate while watching TV. The warm scene formed a sharp contrast with the storm outside the window. The heavy rain has been going on for a day, with no sign of slowing down. Zombies have been attacking people in various areas, causing the whole city to fall into chaos. Some people in the community group have begun to panic, vaguely feeling that this heavy rain is not simple. What is more terrifying than the rain is that the vegetable market downstairs in the community is closed. The location of the vegetable market is low-lying and half-soaked. The vendors heard rumors that there were zombies biting people, so they stayed at home, preferring not to make money these days to ensure their own safety. It is July now, and the weather is hot. Vegetables and fruits are easy to spoil when bought, so no one has too much stock. There is still some rice and flour, but who can eat without vegetables every day? For a time, all major online shopping platforms were full of orders. Everyone wanted to order takeout and buy vegetables and fruits on e-commerce platforms, but found that no one took the order. They have money in their cards now, but they can't spend it. When Qian had just finished reading the news in the community group, when the light in the house suddenly dimmed again. The whole community was covered in darkness, and the power was out again. Wen Qian quickly turned on the backup power supply at home, so that several computers that were downloading things could continue to operate. However, she did not turn on the lights, but lit a candle, then moved a recliner, sat on the rooftop, petting the cat, eating ice cream, and listening to the wind and rain. This bad weather has lasted for 5 days, and some people have run out of food at home. But the rain still doesn't stop, and what's even more frightening is, there has also been a zombie bite incident in their community. A young couple in building number 5 was so hungry that they put on raincoats and rain boots and wanted to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some instant noodles to fill their stomachs. But when they walked to the gate of the community, the security guards suddenly rushed over, knocked them to the ground, and bit them. This scene was witnessed by several other neighbors who also wanted to go out to buy something. They were so scared that their souls flew away, and they turned around and ran home. After finally running back home, they immediately notified the news in the group. There are zombies in our community. The terrifying scene at the gate of the community was also seen by many neighbors living on the lower floors. Some even took videos and posted them in the community group. In an instant, the group message exploded. It's really a zombie biting people. What should I do? I just called the police, but the line was busy and I couldn't get through. 120 was also busy. What the Hades is going on? When will the rain stop? My family is running out of food. My family is the same. Now there are only 2 packs of noodles left. I dare not eat them at all. Is the end of the world coming? Every household locked the doors and windows, and all stood by the window and stared at the movement downstairs. When Qian took out the telescope and looked down and found that there were already dozens of zombies wandering around. It's just that they are distributed all around, and it has been raining and foggy for the past 2 days, so they haven't been discovered. When Ran saw this scene, and his mood was indescribably complicated. If they hadn't made preparations in advance, they would definitely be like other neighbors, anxious and afraid. When the rain stops, I'll take you down to practice with zombies. When Qian turned to look at Wenrang, and Wenrang's smile disappeared when he was about to praise his sister as a precious fairy. When Chongning and Li Mo heard this, their hearts suddenly lifted. But neither of them said anything, letting their daughter make arrangements. When Qian noticed their worried expressions and smiled to comfort them. There is nothing to be afraid of zombies that have not mutated in the early days of the apocalypse, but there is one thing you must remember: if you really meet one in the future, don't shout. Zombies have poor vision during the day, but they are very sensitive to sound. As soon as when Qian finished speaking, a loud cry for help came from the street in the distance. Help! Help! A few people looked in the direction of the situation and saw a car driving out of the villa area downstairs, and the roar of the engine attracted the attack of zombies. The driver initially thought he had hit someone and got out of the car in a panic to check. As a result, as soon as he got out of the car, his calf was bitten hard by the zombie lying on the ground, and even a piece of meat was bitten off. The smell of blood drifted through the air, attracting zombies from farther away. In less than a minute, the driver and the car were surrounded by more than a dozen zombies. The driver shouted for help, but who would dare to come forward to rescue in this situation? The residents nearby all leaned on the windows, watching the bloody and cruel scene timidly and curiously. More than a dozen zombies quickly dismembered a living person. They were very strong and could tear off a human's arm with their bare hands. Then, they ate the person up bite by bite, leaving only bones. This extremely shocking scene scared many people to tears. When Qian and the other 3 had binoculars in their hands, so they could see more clearly than others. When Chongning felt so sick that he wanted to. In comparison, when Qian and the other 3 were much calmer. Li Mo's face was a little pale, but he could hold on. She looked at Wen Chongning, who was sweating profusely, and patted his shoulder. It's okay, we'll just stay here and watch for 2 days, and we should be able to get used to it. Wen Chongning. When Rang had seen zombies up close in the hospital that day, and he stayed up late these days to watch several bloody zombie TV shows, so his psychological defenses are much higher now. As for Wen Qian, she didn't have any emotional fluctuations and even felt a little hungry after watching them and wanted to fry a steak. This zombie not only bites people but also eats people? When Rang asked concernedly, if they eat all the people, how can people become zombies? Good question. Wen Qian smiled and gave him the answer. Zombies are also divided into different levels. Some eat people and some don't. The ones like the ones downstairs that eat people are a minority, but they will also be the first batch of mutations in the future. They will be much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. When Rang wanted to swear, this doomsday copy was too difficult to beat. When Qian, The villa area is now half flooded, and it will be flooded tomorrow morning. Within 3 days, the first floor of our community will also fall. Within a week, there will be civil unrest in the community, and our family will soon be targeted. In fact, now some people have begun to plan for her family. 29th floor, Zhang's family. After witnessing 2 zombie attacks in succession, Zhang Yang's family of 3 was so scared that their legs went weak. The husband and wife are both doctors at the central hospital. They know that the hospital is now in chaos and the situation outside is much more serious than what they see. The 3 ran into the kitchen and took inventory of the remaining food at home. 5 packs of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, and a frozen chicken and a pound of pork in the refrigerator. However, due to the power outage, it has thawed now and can't be preserved for long. The fresh vegetables have been eaten up, and there are only 2 cantaloupes left as fruits. There is still a lot of rice left. Someone came to visit the house a while ago and gave 100 kilograms of rice. They thought the gift was too shabby at the time, but they didn't expect it to become life-saving food now. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa with a frown. We can't go on like this. The outside world will only get more and more chaotic. I don't know when it will end. 100 kilograms of rice can only last us 3 months at most. What will we do in the future? His wife Su Yan also had a worried look on her face. I heard from Lao Jiang in the hospital that many of our doctors and nurses on duty have died. Now it's not safe anywhere outside. There's no way to go out to buy food. There's no movement from the community either. It's impossible to expect them to distribute relief food. Zhang Xiang was silent for a long time and looked up at the ceiling. Zhang Yang and Su Yan noticed his actions and looked at him, puzzled. Su Yan, son, why are you looking at the ceiling? Qian's family, the food has always been good, right? Zhang Xiang slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Zhang Yang and Su Yan. Her family is so rich, they are very particular about food and clothing, maybe there will be a lot of things at home. Yes. Su Yan slapped her thigh. How could I forget about her family? Let's go upstairs to eat. The 3 of them packed up and went out. The elevator was out of power, so they could only climb the stairs. Arriving at the 30th floor, the 3 were a little dumbfounded. Was the front door of the Wen family like this before? Where was her doorbell? Inside the house, the surveillance system installed by Wen Rang found them, and the computer issued a warning. Wen Rang and his friends heard the sound and immediately ran to the study, where they saw Zhang Yang's family on the surveillance screen. Zhang Yang, when did her family change the door? This door looks strong enough, and it's obvious that it cost a lot of money. Su Yan, what a spendthrift, they just spend money on useless things. Zhang Zi, Mom, don't say anything anyway, all the money will be ours in the future. Let's go in and have a meal first. Lia Mo was so angry when he heard their conversation. This Su Yan used to love to take advantage of small things, and now her appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and she even cares about how we spend money. When Chongning, I'll chase them away. When Qian stretched out her hand to stop her father. Don't worry, wait and see. Zhang Yang's family knocked on the door, but no one responded. They put their ears to the door again, but they didn't hear anything. Su Yan, they not home, are they? The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Zhang Xiang suggested in a low voice. Mom, how about we pry the door open and go in to take a look? Zhang Xiang's simple words made the 3 people's hearts ripple. They looked around with a guilty conscience and discussed in a low voice. Su Yan, but we don't know how to open the lock. How can we pry it? Zhang Xiang, don't worry, Mom. My dad and I have studied it at home these 2 days, and it's just right to try this lock. Zhang Yang, yes, if it works, it will be our home in the future. Su Yan's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a sky villa. If she relied on her family's wealth, she couldn't afford it in her lifetime. Lia Mo, that witch, didn't expect to have such a good life. She used to find a rural guy who had no education or background and even didn't have a proper job. He was a fruit seller. Who of the colleagues in the department didn't laugh at her at that time? Unexpectedly, after a few years, when Chongning's business was getting better and better, he even asked Lia Mo to resign and become a rich wife at home. Su Yan didn't say it, but she was almost jealous in her heart. They both graduated from the same school. Why did Li Mo's husband make more money than her own? I am obviously prettier than her. This is not fair. Thinking of these trivial things, Su Yan gritted her teeth and knocked the door of the Wen family twice. Li Mo, are you home? I am Su Yan. Open the door. There was still no movement in the house. Seeing this, Su Yan decided to let her husband and son pry the door open. So the family of three went home to get tools. On the way back, Zhang Ziying even called Wen Qian, but the other party still did not respond. After a few minutes, the three Zhang family members reappeared at the door of the Wen family. Wen Qian looked at their operations, sneered, turned around, and walked towards them. Wen Chongning and Li Mo were also planning to follow them, but were stopped by Wen Reng. Don't go. My sister can handle it alone. Wen Reng leaned back in his chair, staring at the surveillance screen on the computer in a lazy manner, looking like he was watching the excitement and not minding the trouble. Outside the door, the three people who were bending over to study how to do it were not on guard at all. They determined that there was no one in the house. Otherwise, why would they not open the door for them? So, when the door that could withstand artillery shells was suddenly kicked open from the inside, the three of them were knocked to the ground in a mess, with blood flowing from their noses. Su Yan's head hit the wall, and she screamed in pain. But the next second, her son beside her screamed even louder than her.
Ah!
The dagger in Wen Qian's hand, which was shining with cold light, flew straight to the base of Zhang Ziyang's thigh, almost destroying his life. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ziyang's pants were stained red with blood. Zhang Ziyang's face turned pale with pain. He looked up at Wen Qian and asked fiercely, "What are you doing?" Su Yan was heartbroken when she saw her son injured, and she cursed, "You crazy girl. I'll beat you to death." "Oh, sorry." Wen Qian leaned against the door frame, apologizing, but there was no guilt in his eyes. "I thought it was some shameless thief who came to pry open my door, so I had to fight to protect myself." She walked towards Zhang Ziying. Zhang Ziying thought she was coming to help him, but unexpectedly, Wen Qian walked to him, stopped, bent down to pull out the dagger, turned around, and went back. The nerves that had been numb to the pain were touched again. Zhang Ziying was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. His body tilted, and he fell into Su Yan's arms. "Mom, it hurts. It hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Zhang Yang stood up first, picked up his son, and wanted to go into the house. When he saw Wen Qian blocking the door, he scolded him harshly. "Get out of the way.
Call your parents out."
You hurt my son. Your family must be responsible." Su Yan, that's right. Let's go in and treat the wound. Wen Qian didn't say anything, but kicked all three people who were trying to break into the door. The three people didn't expect her to be so strong, and they were kicked to the ground, and their bones seemed to be broken. Wen Qian looked down at them with a cold face. "There's no food at home. My parents are so hungry that they can't get out of bed. My brother and I are so hungry that we want to bite people. Are you sure you want to come in? Itchy teeth? Want to bite people?" The three Zhang family members grasped the key word sharply and trembled with fear when they thought of the zombies eating people they saw not long ago. Could Wen Qian, the dead girl, be infected? Otherwise, how could she have the strength to kick them away? Inside the house, when Rang heard his sister's words, smiled badly and shouted, "Why do I seem to smell blood? Is there food?" His two words scared the three Zhang family members so much that they got up in a hurry and wanted to run. But Wen Qian was like the god of death, blocking the fire escape. She looked at the three people expressionlessly, opened her red lips slightly, and said word by word, "If you want to attack my family again, I will kill you. You dare." Su Yan spoke faster than her brain, and spoke reflexively. After hearing this, Wen Qian smiled, which made her shudder.
"You will know if you dare to try."
"I will only give you one chance. Take care of yourself." After she finished speaking, she turned around and went back home and locked the door. The three members of the Zhang family returned downstairs in a panic. After the couple treated their son's wounds, they could not swallow their anger. "Zhang Yang, what's wrong with Wen Chongning and Li Mo? They taught such an uneducated thing. Wen Qian, that little witch, she is so bold that she dares to threaten us? Su Yan put one hand on her waist and called 110 with the other hand. Unfortunately, the call was not connected, and she was so angry that she cursed. Are all these people dead? They don't even answer the phone. What's the use of them? Zhang Xiang lay on the sofa, unable to speak in pain. He had never suffered such an injury since he was a child. Thinking of Wen Qian hurting him and not letting him go to her house, Zhang Xiang was also full of anger. Since she is not obedient, then I will teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiang's eyes were full of ruthlessness. Thinking of the scene of pinning Wen Qian under him and torturing her severely, he spoke weakly. Dad, Mom, we need to let the neighbors know about what happened today. Zhang Yang and Su Yan were stunned to hear him say again. There is more than one family that has no food now. Everyone knows that the Wen family is rich, so they will definitely want to ask them for help. If the Wen family still has this attitude, it will arouse public anger. When they are desperate, they will naturally come to us for help. Zhang Xiang really wanted to see Wen Qian kneeling in front of him, crying and begging him. In the entire community, we have the best relationship with her family. They have no choice but to ask us for help. Once we enter the 30th floor, we can do whatever we want of them. Zhang Xiang's words made Su Yan and the others a little excited, but they still calmed down a little. Zhang Yang was worried. We don't know if his family has been infected. Wen Qian has suddenly become so powerful. What if we can't beat him? Su Yan, it's okay. There are so many people in the community, can't we deal with them? Let's unite the people on the 28th floor first. If we can drive the Wen family out, each family will get one of the 2 houses. Then we can find a way to deal with the 28th floor. What do you think? After the 3 members of the Zhang family discussed, Su Yan immediately went to call the neighbors downstairs. After Wen Qian returned home, she also made preparations. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the quiet community group began to become lively. Su Yan first at Li Mo, and then posted a photo of pants covered in blood, questioning. Su Yan, your daughter hurt my son today. How are you going to deal with this matter? The whole community is trapped at home, hungry and bored. Seeing this excitement, they all have a sense of gloating. Just as Su Yan expected, someone immediately asked her what happened. So she added fuel to the fire and began to make up stories out of nothing. Su Yan, when we were at home today, we heard a strange noise upstairs. We were a little worried, so we wanted to go upstairs to see what was going on. Su Yan, as soon as I knocked on the door, Wen Qian rushed out and stabbed my son with a knife. Su Yan, she also said that even if her family had food, they would not give us a bite, and asked us to get out as far as possible. Su Yan, heaven and earth are conscience. Su Yan, we didn't go upstairs to beg for food today. Although my family is out of food now, I went there because I was worried about her family's situation. Su Yan at Li Mo, I have worked with you for more than 10 years. Is this how you do things? Su Yan, don't play dead. Come out and apologize immediately. Then give me a solution. Su Yan, Wen Qian also said that she is itching to bite someone now. Could your family be infected? Su Yan sent out a series of messages, which made some people who originally just wanted to eat melons quietly unable to sit still. Infected? Want to bite someone? This is a big deal. For a while, everyone came forward to attack the Wen family. So much blood has been shed. The attack is cruel enough. People care about you with good intentions, but you stab them with a knife? Come out and apologize quickly. I didn't expect that there would be such a neighbor in our community. Who can feel at ease living in the same community with such people? If his family is infected, then we are all doomed. Contact the property management to let them come to the door, to take a look. Such hidden dangers are best driven out directly. Within a few minutes, there were more than 100 group messages. Wen Chongning and Li Mo were furious when they saw the messages in the group. They didn't expect the Zhang family to be so shameless and confuse right and wrong. Li Mo was so angry that his fingers trembled as he wanted to type an explanation, but Wen Qian snatched his phone away. Mom, don't talk nonsense with them. When Rang had already saved the surveillance video. When Qian intercepted a section and threw it into the community group. In the video, the 3 members of the Zhang family were sneaking around, planning how to occupy the magpie's nest. Zhang Yang. When did her family change the door? This door looks strong enough, and it can be seen that it cost a lot of money. Su Yan. What a prodigal son. They just spend money on useless things. Zhang Zi. Mom. Don't say it anyway. All the money will be ours in the future. Let's go in and have a meal first. Several people knocked on the door, but no one responded. Zhang Zi. Mom, how about we pry the door open and go in to have a look? Su Yan. But we don't know how to open the lock. How can we pry it open? Zhang Zi. Don't worry, Mom. My dad and I have studied it at home these 2 days, so it's a good opportunity to try this lock. Zhang Yang. Yes, if it works, this will be our home in the future. In the picture, the faces and voices of the 3 people are extremely clear. After Wen Qian posted the video, Su Yan asked, Wen Qian, is this what you call worrying about us? Su Yan didn't expect that there was a surveillance camera at the door of her house. And they recorded it. The other onlookers didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly, and they all fell silent. Wen Qian, everyone knows what special period it is now. I just want to ask you, if a neighbor suddenly comes to pry open your door, will you panic? Wen Qian, listen to their conversation, and you will know that they have been practicing at home for a while. Which good person has nothing to do at home these days to practice unlocking and prying doors? Prying my house today, what about tomorrow? Su Yan panicked for a while and quickly appeared to explain. Su Yan, stop talking nonsense. We were obviously worried about your safety, so we wanted to go in and take a look. Wen Qian, oh? You mean you never thought about my family's things? Su Yan, do you really think you are some kind of rare treasure that everyone would think about? Su Yan, Wen Qian, let me tell you, my family is rich. I don't care about your stinky money. Su Yan, people like you who don't respect their elders, I don't like you at all. I don't like my son either. Su Yan, don't think that you like my son, and if you can't pursue my son, you can turn the tables and frame us. Wen Qian looked at the messages she sent and chuckled. She threw another video to the group. It was recorded in the garage that day when Zhang Ziying boasted to others that he would take her to the class reunion. In the video, Zhang Ziying didn't notice anyone behind him at all, and the abacus was clinging. Who is my girlfriend? Wen Qian. Who else could it be? Haha, she's hard to chase, but it also depends on who you chase. I've decided to get married to her after graduating from college. I'm so handsome, and my family is well off. Why should she disagree? She's going to get married sooner or later, isn't she? Yes, we'll go by car. What car? Just a Kian. I've already told her that after we get married in 2 years, I can drive that car to work. It's okay, but to be honest, I don't like her car. I plan to ask her dad to buy me a G-Class in the future. Yes, her brother drives that one, but I heard he bought it himself. Wen Qian not only recorded the sound, but also let Zhang Ziying show his face. In this way, even if Su Yan wants to deny that it is her son, she can't. Wen Qian asked after posting the video. Wen Qian, I'm chasing your son? Does he deserve it? Do you deserve it? Su Yan, delete the video for me. You are infringing on someone else's portrait rights. I can sue you. Wen Qian, stupid, go and sue. Wen Qian, I still say the same thing. If you try to target our family again, I will make you die on the 30th floor. Just try it if you don't believe me. After Wen Qian finished her speech, she remembered something else. She flipped through the dialogue box between herself and Zhang Ziying, found a conversation, and took a screenshot. Wen Qian, your family clearly still has 100 kilograms of rice left, but you're thinking of going to the neighbor's house for a free meal first. Do you have any shame? Su Yan was stunned. How did Wen Qian know that her family had food? Su Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? Where did my family get so much rice? Did you give it to me? Wen Qian smiled and sent the screenshot. Wen Qian, see for yourself. A week ago your son complained to me that people nowadays are getting more and more shabby in giving gifts, and he only gave you 100 kilograms of rice when he came to your house. Wen Qian, you must not disown your own good son. Wen Qian, also, Guard the door of your house well. 100 kilograms of rice is enough to eat for many days. Her words made Su Yan's back chill instantly. It was impossible to admit it, so she immediately denied it, saying that Wen Qian's picture was photoshopped and that her family had no food. But whether there was any or not, the onlookers already knew it. Su Yan was afraid that they would come to steal food, so she deleted all the building numbers and house numbers she had noted. But what's the use? She had already remembered everything she should remember. When Chongning and Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the evidence their daughter threw out, and they felt much better. Su Yan argued madly in the group again, but no one paid attention to her this time. Everyone was worried about future survival. Since the second power outage, the power supply system has not been restored. Now there are power outages all over the city, and the staff can't repair it at all. Power outages, food shortages, zombies. Fatal problems appeared one after another, and some smart people began to take out the pots and pans at home and hoard water. What if the water resources are also polluted in a few days or the water supply is cut off? Then there is really no way to survive. I don't know when the higher-ups will send people to rescue them, so everyone is thinking about whether the homeowners committee can take the lead and work with the property management to collect food in the supermarket near the community. The group was full of heated discussions, and Wen Qian saw those words, but he just thought they were ridiculous. They are afraid of death. They don't want to go hungry, so they asked the homeowners committee and the property management to go out and find food for them. Wen Qian silently took note of the few people who urged others to go out and find food, and then together with Li Mo, prepared the ingredients for the hot pot. Other people's homes have no water, electricity, or food, but hers does. And her home is not hot even without air conditioning. The system notified her that day that the temperature in the defense space is eternal. Wen Qian has noticed these days that her home has always been neither cold nor hot, and it is very comfortable. A table was moved to the garden on the rooftop. There are other rooms blocking it, so even if the neighbors in other buildings use telescopes, they can't see them. Because Li Mo can't eat spicy food, the soup base today is a double-flavored pot. Half is spicy and half is tomato. Beef, mutton, grass carp slices, tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, luncheon meat, fish, shrimp slips, potato chips, kelp slices, lettuce, green bamboo shoots, winter melon, baby cabbage, enoki mushrooms, and oil bean skin. The dishes that everyone liked were served, as well as beer, cola, coconut milk, and hawthorn juice that had just been taken out of the refrigerator. Wen Qian wanted to eat some pig brains, but she was afraid that her father would associate it with other things and affect her appetite, so she gave up. The family of four gathered around the table, eating and chatting, and had already forgotten the shameless family downstairs. After eating and drinking, Wen Qian threw the kitchen waste into the processor, and the other garbage was temporarily placed in the space. She emptied a container and put all the garbage in it, planning to throw it away together when she went out one day. Anyway, the garbage remained in its original state in the space, and it would not ferment, breed insects, or become smelly, so she could accept it. After filling their stomachs, the family began to get busy again. Wen Qian pulled Wen Rang to exercise. Li Mo went to the study to study, and when Chongning was thinking about his farming and animal husbandry business in the space, and was anxious to go into work and save money for her daughter to buy weapons. After a few days of exercise, Wen Rang could clearly feel his physical strength improving. Moreover, he went to the hot spring in the space for an hour every night, and his muscles did not ache. Wen Rang followed his sister to practice, without any worries. After running 10 kilometers, the two did strength training for an hour, and then went into the space for sparring. Wen Rang had practiced Sonda when he was a child. At first, he didn't dare to use all his strength against Wen Qian, for fear of hurting her. As a result, his sister knocked him down with one move, and the sharp tip of the dagger hung on the tip of his nose, almost taking his life. Since then, Wen Rang has not restrained himself. But even if he tried his best, he still couldn't hurt Wen Qian's hair, so he was speechless. On the training ground, Wen Rang was panting. If I remember correctly, didn't you learn piano and ballet when you were a child? Yes, what's wrong? Wen Qian looked at Wen Rang, who was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, and asked with a smile. Do you look down on us artists?
No.
When Rang forced himself to get up, I will avoid people like this in the future, and I dare not provoke you even if I provoke anyone. After being beaten unilaterally for 2 hours and resting for a while, Wen Qian took Wen Rang to practice crossbow shooting together. After Wen Chongning finished his farm work, he took a few puppies to train in a serious manner. When Wen Qian and Wen Rang finished their practice today, the 3 of them and the 4 dogs left the space together. It was already dark outside. From time to time, there were screams and calls for help in the community. Some people who had stayed at home and were not bitten by zombies also began to have attacks. The flood completely submerged the villa area downstairs and spread into their community. Everyone remembered that their cars parked in the underground garage would be flooded, and they were all distressed. Some people in the group started to discuss organizing a group to go out to find supplies, and some people were scolding the property management for not sending people to help them solve the problem and threatened that they would never pay the property management fee again. When Wen Qian saw this, she silently cursed in her heart. She lay on the sofa and found that Zhang Ziang had sent her a message again. Zhang Ziang, Qian, why did you say that in the group today? Do you know that you make people sad? Zhang Ziang, how much I have liked you all along. You know better than anyone. You know that I am not chasing you for your family's money.
I really like you.
Zhang Ziang, apart from me, you can't find another man who can treat you so well and so devotedly. Zhang Ziang, don't be so willful anymore. There are 4 people in your family. Even if there is food at home, it won't last long. Zhang Ziang, why don't you come to my house and I will protect you? Zhang Ziang, I can also treat what happened today as if it never happened. As long as you apologize to me and be my girlfriend, I will forgive you. After reading the message, Wen Qian deleted the friend with a backhand and felt that the world was much quieter. She threw down her phone, took Xiaobai and walked to the window. Xiaobai's sense of smell is very sensitive. He smelled the smell of zombies outside and became a little irritable. When Qian touched its head soothingly, "Don't worry, wait until the rain stops, you will kill them." She held Xiaobai for a while and felt that it was a bit too fat. Xiaobai and a few puppies have spent most of their time in the space recently. And in the past few days, their growth rate is incredible. Xiaobai was only about 7 or 8 pounds, but now it is 13 pounds. As for the puppies, they were still staggering and couldn't even run steadily when they first came home. Now they're almost as big as Xiaobai. Xiaobai couldn't understand why the puppies that he could swat away with one paw a few days ago suddenly grew so much. But the puppies still listened to him, and he is very satisfied with this. Outside the community, there is a row of solar streetlights about 100 meters away. When Qian leaned against the window frame, looking at the zombies attracted by the lights, feeling calm and her mind empty.
Suddenly,
the voice of the system rang in her mind.
Ding.
Limited time mission started. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's combat power will be rewarded with a 1% increase. Killing 100 zombies will reward any member of the system with a 10% increase in combat power. Wen Qian was instantly energized when she heard the news. She ran to Wen Rang's room and found Wen Rang, who had just finished washing and was about to read a book before going to bed, with an excited look on his face. "Brother, let us go out and kill zombies." Wen Rang leaned on the sofa, scratching his ears with an indescribable expression. Just looking at his sister's excited expression, he thought he had heard it wrong, and she was going to take him to a nightclub to drink. As a result, they went to a grave to dance. When Rang looked out the window, somewhat reluctant. "It's still raining heavily. Can't you wait until the rain stops before training me? The system has issued a task. For every 100 zombies you kill, your combat power will increase by 10%. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, Wen Rang jumped up and went to the cloakroom to find clothes. "Wait for me." Wen Rang had been abused by his sister recently, and he was eager for combat power to the extreme. Although Wen Qian didn't tell him how much reward the system gave her, Wen Rang also cleverly guessed that the system must have given her more than himself. But the fat water didn't flow to outsiders. He is strong because his sister is strong. It doesn't matter if he can't beat his sister, as long as he can beat other enemies in the future. When Rang and Wen Qian changed into combat uniforms, put on masks and goggles, put on raincoats outside, said hello to Wen Chongning and Li Mo, and went out. When Wen Chongning and Li Mo learned that they were going out to kill zombies, they were so worried that tears fell. But the two gritted their teeth and didn't say a word to stop them. The end of the world is here, and it is definitely not possible to live like before. The children have grown up, they are stronger than them, and their vision is farther than them. Since the daughter thinks that they should go out to kill zombies now, it must be right. They can't stop them from growing up and hinder their steps. After Wen Qian and Wen Rang left, Wen Chongning locked the door, then took the baseball bat and tang sword left by his daughter and walked to the window with his wife. His daughter said that she would deal with the zombies near the community first. So standing by the window should be able to see. Wen Qian and Wen Rang walked down the fire escape stairs. It was the first time for Wen Rang to hunt zombies, so he was nervous and took every step very carefully. What surprised him was that they didn't encounter any zombies in the building. They arrived at the first floor smoothly. The door of the unit was tightly closed. The wind blew in from the door, and the sound of ghosts and wolves howling was extremely piercing. Wen Qian slowed down and looked back at Wen Rang, who was serious and nervous, and asked, "Are you scared?" Wen Rang hesitated for 2 seconds and chose to tell the truth. "A little, but I can overcome it." In his 20 years of life, Wen Rang had never killed even a chicken. Now he was suddenly asked to jump to a higher level and directly kill zombies transformed from humans. He would definitely not be able to adapt. But he could overcome it. Everything has a first time. Wen Rang knew that he had to take this step, so he did not look back. "Don't worry, I will never let you get hurt." Wen Qian smiled. In the early days of the apocalypse, she still had this confidence. Wen Qian held a tang sword in his hand and chose a crossbow for Wen Rang and took out a speedboat from the space. Now most of the outside is flooded, and only their community is barely holding on. So, Wen Qian planned to lead all the nearby zombies to the gate of the community and then move to other places. Seeing that Wen Rang was mentally prepared, Wen Qian opened the door of the unit. The wind and rain rushed towards him, and the mask and goggles on his face were instantly wet. Wen Qian walked outside against the wind and rain, and when he arrived at the place, he knocked the gate of the community. The sound of the iron door was particularly loud in the middle of the night. This not only attracted the attention of the zombies, but also shocked the residents in the building. They leaned on the window and tried to see what was happening below. After seeing that someone deliberately made the noise, they thought they were crazy. So, the community group that had been quiet for several hours became lively again. Where did those 2 idiots downstairs come from? If you don't want to live, just jump down from the building. If you are bitten to death by zombies, won't there be 2 more zombies? There are idiots every year, but there are more this year. All the zombies outside are gathering here. What on earth do they want to do? Are they going to drag us to death together? If you want to die, stay away. Don't dirty our place. The mocking and scolding continued, but within 2 minutes, the wind direction changed again.
Wait.
Are they killing zombies? In the storm, Wen Qian felt that the number of zombies was a little small for the first time. She almost took a loudspeaker and shouted, "There are new people here. Come and bite them." But why did only more than 30 of them come? Wen Qian was very dissatisfied and took out her anger on the zombies. So, Wen Rang watched helplessly as those first-generation mutant zombies, who were extremely ferocious and ate all the living people not long ago, were killed by his sister like cutting vegetables with a machete, one little head at a time, and all were killed. Wen Qian raised his knife and the zombie's head fell to the ground first, but the body was still conscious. After a few seconds, they fell one by one. Wen Rang stood behind his sister, and his blood began to boil. He raised his crossbow and aimed at a zombie that was rushing towards them with its fangs and claws bared. After holding his breath for a short time, he accurately shot through the zombie's head. Beautiful! Wen Qian couldn't help but shout out. Awesome! Wen Rang was so excited that his palms were covered with sweat after successfully shooting a zombie for the first time. He didn't dare to relax and continued to cooperate with Wen Qian. Half an hour later, More than 50 zombie bodies had piled up in front of the big iron gate. Wen Qian continued to knock on the door to attract zombies, but the speed at which the zombies came was far slower than they killed them. If this continued, it would only be a waste of time. So, Wen Qian decided to change places. The two took off their masks and breathed in fresh air. Carrying the boat, they planned to go to the city. The central hospital was a severely affected area, and there must be a lot of prey.
Wait.
Wait for us. Just as the two were about to board the speedboat to leave, an excited voice suddenly came from the community. God of War. Let's go together. Wen Qian was slightly stunned and turned to look. 8 or 9 people rushed out of the community. They were all out of food at home and had always wanted to come down to collect food but didn't dare. Now that they saw someone clean up all the zombies near the community, they quickly seized this opportunity and tried their best to hold on to the thigh. They saw it clearly from upstairs just now. These 2 people killed zombies easily and happily. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Several people rushed over quickly, and after seeing clearly who the God of War they were talking about was, they couldn't help but be stunned.
Wen Rang, Wen Qian.
Why are you? The One brothers and sisters are also well known in the community because they are not only good-looking but also have good academic performance. One was recommended to Tsinghua University, and the other was admitted to the School of International Studies. Every parent who mentioned these 2 children was envious. Wen Qian looked at their shocked expressions and spoke indifferently. What's the matter? Wen Qian's cold voice brought the others back to their senses, and they all rushed to speak. Why are you here? Are you going out to find food too? Then can you take us with you?
Yes. Take us with you.
There is strength in numbers. Please, since we are all neighbors, please help us. We have no food at home. We are starving. Wen Qian looked at their anxious expressions, and her heart was not moved at all. But she changed her mind and agreed. Okay, let's go. Wen Rang raised his eyebrows when he heard his sister's answer, very surprised. According to his understanding of his sister in the past half-month, Wen Qian should not have agreed. First, they were short of time, and second, these people had no combat experience at first glance, and they could not help at all when they encountered zombies. Wen Qian's words made the others overjoyed, and before she changed her mind, they quickly jumped on the speedboat and sat down. Wen Qian met Wen Rang's puzzled gaze, smiled slightly, and leaned over to whisper. Such a group of people will definitely attract zombies more. Wen Qian didn't have that kind of great selfless dedication. In the end times, being able to survive was already a luxury. It was impossible for her to desperately protect people other than her family. The reason why she agreed to take them was just because they could be used as bait. She stepped on the edge of the speedboat and said the ugly words to the people on the boat first. I agree to take you with me, but I can't guarantee your life or death. If I encounter zombies, I must first ensure the safety of myself and my brother. If any of you is scratched or bitten by a zombie, I will kill you without hesitation. Do you understand? Several people nodded repeatedly, knowing that she could have refused. Seeing that they were still obedient, Wen Qian started the speedboat and drove towards the nearest supermarket. The speedboat sailed away quickly, leaving those who were watching the excitement in the community building with mixed feelings. Although they were only trapped at home for a few days, everyone knew that such a disaster would not end in a few months. It might even take several years for them to regain their previous lives. Supplies will become increasingly scarce in the future, and now is indeed the best time to go out and find food. Otherwise, when everyone is starving, the supermarket will have been robbed long ago. It's just that everyone understands the truth, but when it comes to actual action, they become timid. What if they go out and get bitten to death by zombies? Zombies can eat people. Now, they saw someone kill dozens of zombies, and it seemed very simple and easy, and their hearts began to jump again. Maybe zombies are not as difficult to deal with as imagined? Just take a knife and kill them casually. If others can do it, they must be able to do it too. So, after Wen Qian and others left, more than a dozen people rushed downstairs. But this time, they were not able to leave safely, but were killed on the spot by the zombies who smelled the blood from a distance and were attracted. Zombies are much stronger than humans. They move slowly during the day but can move like normal people at night, and their vision is much better than during the day. Screams and cries rang out at the gate of the community, causing the next group of people who were ready to take action to close the doors and windows again, and dared not step out of the door again. On the speedboat, several people who were huddled together looked around nervously, fearing that the zombies would pounce on them. Fortunately, Wen Qian had just attracted all the zombies here and killed them, so they did not encounter them for the time being. They looked at the brother and sister who looked calm and not afraid at all, and remembered the little episode that happened in the community group during the day, so they chatted with them. "Why are you two out? Where are your parents?" Wen Qian glanced at the person who asked the question and answered slowly, "My parents are in poor health and fell down from hunger, so only the two of us can come out." After hearing this, several people nodded one after another. When people get older, their bodies will have all kinds of minor problems. They are also people with children at home. Because of this, they would risk their lives to find food and don't want their children to starve. Wen Qian's simple 2 sentences made everyone believe that her family had no food. After all, if there was no shortage of food and drink, who would run out to die? In this way, no one would believe what the Zhang family said in the community group in the future. The speedboat soon arrived near the supermarket, and there were indeed many zombies gathered here. Wen Qian stood up, glanced at the shivering people behind him, put on the mask pulled down to his chin again, and drew his sword. When the zombies saw this group of living people, it was like seeing a buffet, and they ran towards them with a cry. Wen Qian jumped up from the speedboat and landed steadily on a car parked on the side of the road. Before everyone could react, they saw a flash of cold light and blood spurted out. The newly mutated zombies still had human blood flowing in their bodies. Wen Qian chopped off the zombie's entire head with great strength, looked at the neighbors who were so scared that their legs were weak and they couldn't move, and shouted loudly, "Don't stay on the boat all the time. Go into the supermarket." When Rang led the way in front, "Follow me." Several people came to their senses and hurriedly followed Wen Rang's footsteps. Wen Qian looked at the increasing number of zombies, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, her eyes shining. "They are all damage buffs. Come on, my dears." Her desire to kill zombies was so strong that the zombies that rushed in front of her felt her malice. But since they were here, how could Wen Qian give them a chance to escape? There were no living people nearby, so there was no need to worry about accidental injuries. Wen Qian killed people everywhere, and it had been a long time since she had killed so happily. In front of the team, Wen Rang's movements were becoming more and more skillful. If he could kill him, he would kill him, and if he couldn't kill him, he would run to his sister. A group of 10 people entered the supermarket without any danger. Some staff members inside turned into zombies, and they were also successfully dealt with by Wen Qian and Wen Rang. The neighbors who were traveling with them didn't expect the two to be so powerful. Looking at their clothes, they looked more and more familiar.
Ah,
I remember it. Suddenly, a neighbor remembered the video he saw on the internet a few days ago. He looked at Wen Qian with sudden realization. "The female warrior who killed zombies in the hospital is you, Wen Qian, right?" "Yes, it's me." Wen Qian did not deny it. It would be good to let them know how powerful she is, so that even if they want to take over her family in the future, they will have to consider their own weight. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's see if there is anything we can take." Most of the things in the supermarket have been soaked in water. Since Wen Qian is here, she has to pretend. However, she is not interested in the rice and noodles that have been soaked in water. She only took a few packets of instant noodles and dried noodles, as well as a few bottles of mineral water. When the neighbors saw that she didn't take the rice and noodles, they advised her, "Those things are not edible. You should take something decent. You guys take them first." Wen Qian smiled obediently. "It's not easy for you to come out once. My brother and I will come out to look for it after we finish eating in a few days." The supermarket had been plundered, and there was not much left, barely enough for them to share. Wen Qian and Wen Rang had put in the most effort this time, but in the end they didn't fight with them for the things, which moved several neighbors to tears. What kind of fairy child is this? Wen Qian looked around and heard the movement of zombies again. After confirming that it was safe here, she and Wen Rang went to deal with the zombies first. "Wen Qian, hurry up and take them, and wait for me at the checkout." Remember not to run around, otherwise I can't save you. Okay, we will never run around. At the critical moment, listen to the boss's words. When Qian asked them to go east, and they would never go west. Time passed quickly. It has been more than an hour since they left home. When Qian and when Rang killed a total of 137 zombies, and they also felt the rewards given to them by the system. When Rang's feeling was not too obvious, but when Qian felt more and more relaxed with each zombie he killed. When Qian went outside to kill dozens of zombies attracted by the smell of blood, picked up a few neighbors and sent them back to the gate of the community. When Qian saw those neighbors who had just turned into zombies, she took all the heads without hesitation, and then asked the neighbors who were traveling with her to go home quickly. Where are you going? The neighbors asked in surprise when they saw that they seemed to be going to go again. My mother has a bad heart. Today, she was upset by the things in the group and felt unwell, so I want to go to the pharmacy to find some quick-acting heart-saving pills. When Qian answered in a deep voice, which made several people feel distressed instantly. Look at the Zhang family. What kind of immoral things they did. When Qian watched them enter the gate of the community, turned around and raised her eyebrows and smiled at Wen Rang. Is your acting skill okay? It's a pity that you didn't get into the drama. The speedboat restarted and headed straight for the city center. Just as Wen Qian thought, the city center was completely occupied, and the number of zombies was several times more than that of her home area. With Wen Rang along, she dared not be careless. Wen Rang also proved to her with facts that her brother was not only smart, but also much better than others when it came to fighting. From home to the supermarket, and then to the central hospital. Wen Rang's hands became more and more stable, and more zombies died in his hands. From dusk to dawn, the brother and sister went on a killing spree. Their adrenaline soared, and they didn't feel sleepy at all. Some survivors hiding in the building found them killing zombies, and they were shocked and couldn't help but take their mobile phones to record and post them online. So, when Wen Qian and the others returned home at night, they were already like the saviors of the community. Even many people on the internet pinned their hopes on them, leaving comments and leaving their community addresses, wanting them to kill zombies. In 24 hours, the two killed a total of 3,000 zombies. Without hot weapons, they had to rely on manual labor, and their arms were almost useless. They hurried into the space, took a bath and soaked in the hot spring, and then they fell asleep on the bed because they were tired without even a bite of food. This sleep, the two slept for 15 hours before waking up. Liemo knew that they were exhausted, so he prepared a table of delicious food for them. Sweet and sour spare ribs, braised fish, beef in sour soup, spicy fried clams, garlic lettuce, shredded pork with green peppers, dry pot baby cabbage. When Wen Qian and Wen Rang saw these, they were like starving ghosts who hadn't eaten for a week, and they were crazy and showed off. In the end, Wen Qian ate 5 bowls of rice and finally felt alive. Wen Rang ate more than her. The two of them stood up with the help of the wall, supported each other, walked slowly to the living room, and fell on the sofa again. Wen Qian lay there and didn't want to move, and kicked Wen Rang with her foot. Today is a day off, so you won't exercise, right? Thank you for thinking about this. If you don't exercise, I won't exercise today even if you kill me. Wen Rang didn't want to move even more than her. After 24 hours of extreme exercise, although he took a hot spring bath after returning, it was obvious that the amount of exercise on this day had far exceeded the range of his body's ability to bear, so that after the hot spring bath, his arms were still sore. Wen Qian didn't feel any pain, but just felt tired and simply didn't want to move. The two hit it off and decided to play for a day. Wen Qian was holding a pad and watching the cartoons that she had downloaded in advance, while Wen Rang was checking the WeChat messages first. The news that they took a few neighbors to the supermarket to shop last night had spread, and many people added him as a friend, hoping that he would take them out next time. When Rang showed the message to Wen Qian, who frowned and put the 10 packs of instant noodles and 2 packs of dried noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water that she had bought from the supermarket last night on the table, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Wen Qian, eat these things sparingly. They are enough for a month, so I don't plan to go out within a month. As long as the system doesn't give her any more tasks, no one can ask her to go out on a rainy day. Fighting on a rainy day is really too uncomfortable. Raincoats are completely useless. When they came back last night, they were soaked like a drowned rat. Fortunately, they have a good physique. If it were someone else, they would have caught a cold and had a fever by now. When Wen Qian was collecting supplies last night, those neighbors saw it, so she was not afraid of others knowing it. What's more, this little bit of food can't be eaten for a long time. Everyone now knows how cruel she is, and it is impossible for them to come to her to die for this bite of food. On the 29th floor, Zhang Ziang was almost gritting his teeth while looking at the messages in the group. He saw several videos of Wen Qian killing zombies in seconds. He didn't expect Wen Qian to be so powerful. If she was his girlfriend, then his future safety would be guaranteed. Even if there was no food at home, he could ask her to go out and find it. But what should he do to make her agree? Zhang Ziang started pursuing Wen Qian since high school, but Wen Qian rejected him on the grounds that I just want to study hard and not fall in love too early. Later, when he went to college, although he didn't get into the same school as her, they were still in the same city. But Wen Qian rejected him again on the excuse that I'm too busy with my studies and don't accept cross-school relationships. Now that Wen Qian has become so powerful that she can easily kill zombies, it is definitely impossible for Zhang Ziang to force her. Zhang Ziang opened the bedside table and looked at the bottle of medicine he had prepared long ago. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He had wanted to use this trick for a long time. He didn't believe that when she became his person and the rice was cooked, she would still refuse to be with him. Zhang Ziang was calculating in his mind and excitedly opened the chat box with Wen Qian. He had to ease the relationship with Wen Qian first so that she could relax her vigilance towards him. Zhang Ziang put aside his pride and chose to apologize to Wen Qian first. Although she was wrong in that matter, he chose to forgive her. But after the message was sent, Zhang Ziang's face turned black in an instant. The other party has turned on friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and you can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Wen Qian deleted him as a friend. Zhang Ziang couldn't help it and threw his phone to the ground. The girl who refused to accept the toast and drank the forfeit wine. Sooner or later, he will make her pay. Zhang Ziang was calculating with all his heart, wanting to get Wen Qian, but Wen Qian didn't take him seriously at all. The end of the world was painful, and it would be a bargain for him to kill him with one knife. She had to let him experience the fun of the end of the world more. After completing the system's limited time task, her combat power increased by 3,000%. What does this mean? It means that she can now break his neck with one hand, and killing him is as easy as killing an ant. After a day of rest, Wen Qian and Wen Rang started high-intensity training again. The first time when Rang went out to do a task, he shot all the arrows he had stockpiled before. When there were fewer zombies at the beginning, he could still take time to recycle the arrows, but later he really didn't have time. Wen Qian was worried that he would be in danger, so she didn't let him leave her side, and said that he could use the space mall system to exchange in the future, so he felt relieved and bold. But now, there is no arrow in his hand, which makes Wen Rang feel insecure. There is no way, he can only learn from Wen Qian how to chop zombies with a tang sword. When Changming went into the space with them, after watering the land, feeding the livestock, and shoveling cat and dog feces, he followed his son and started practicing together. The few people stayed in the space for 4 hours. When they went out, it was already dark. The power supply system of the community had not been restored, and even the water flow from the faucet began to decrease. The underground garage had been flooded. The neighbors living on the lower floors were so worried that they dared not even sleep. They asked in the group if there were any kind neighbors who could take them in. As long as they gave them a room, they would pay. But at this time, everyone couldn't spend the money in their cards. Who would let strangers into their homes for that little money? The atmosphere of the end of the world became more and more intense. In addition to the heavy rain and the increasing number of zombies, even the temperature rose. In fact, when Qian and when Rang found out on the night they went out to do the task that it was like hot water in the sky. It was hard to imagine how high the temperature would soar after the rain stopped. Fortunately, their home has a constant temperature, No matter whether it is extremely hot or cold outside, they can be comfortable at home. In the evening, the family sat around the dining table, eating and chatting. When Chongning, the grains and fruits in the space are estimated to be mature in 2 months, and there is no need to apply fertilizer, and there are no insects. It's really worry-free. Liamo, I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel that after drinking the water in the space and soaking in the hot spring every day, my body is much healthier than before. Wen Qian smiled after listening to the two people. Don't we have a lot of hospital equipment? Tomorrow the whole family will have a full physical examination, and we will know whether it is really healthy. Liamo nodded. This is a good suggestion. Go to bed early tonight, and I will wake you up for the physical examination tomorrow. When Reng wanted to say something, but the surveillance system at home suddenly sounded an alarm. Several people's faces changed, and they all got up and walked towards the study. Wen Qian walked at the end, wondering which one of them dared to come to her house to cause trouble. If it was the ones downstairs, she would open the door and throw them out to feed the zombies, and she would never give them another chance. In the study, when Rang was frowning in front of the computer, Li Mo and Wen Chongning were standing behind him, also with suspicious faces. Wen Qian leaned against the door frame, looked at the expressions of the three people, and asked, "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost?" Wen Rang, "It's not a ghost, it's a man with a child. I don't know which floor he is from. Why did he come to us? A man with a child? Who is so shameless that he comes to beg for food with his family?" Wen Qian was a little curious, so she went to the computer to see what was going on. As a result, when she saw the face on the screen clearly, she took a breath instantly. Guran? When Rang and the other two were stunned when they saw her reaction. She actually knew the neighbor they didn't know? Outside the gate, Guran was holding a 3-year-old girl in his arms. He looked up at the gate in front of him in confusion. Would a normal family install such a professional explosion-proof door? After observing for a few seconds, Guran found the location of the surveillance camera. He stared in the direction of the surveillance camera and spoke politely. "Hello, is this Limo's family? I'm Gu Ki's son. My name is Gu Rand. My sister is sick. Can you help take care of her?" Li Mo was shocked after hearing this.
Qu'est-ce sont?
Why is he here? Li Mo bit his lip and didn't plan to open the door. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang thought the same thing, pretending to be dead to the end, waiting for him to get impatient and then leave naturally. But what they never expected was that the female Yama in their family turned around and ran to the door quickly, and with a click, she opened the door. When Rang and the other two were dumbfounded. When Qian opened the door and once again confirmed that she had not recognized the wrong person just now. She looked Gu ran up and down and asked simply and directly, "Is she injured?"
No.
When Qian looked at the child in his arms again. "What about her?" "No. She just has a high fever."
Come in and talk.
When Qian pulled the person into the house. She closed the door, turned around, and met the eyes of Wen Rang and the other two. "Liamo, how could you open the door for a stranger?" Wen Chongning, "You actually opened the door for a strange man?" Wen Rang, "I see. It turns out you are a love-brained person." The three of them didn't say anything, but when Qian guessed what they were thinking by looking at their eyes. She rolled her eyes and said to Li Mo, "Mom, this child has been having a high fever. You take a look at her first." Li Mo, "How can I see? I have no equipment and no medicine. How can I risk my life?" Li Mo didn't want to show off his wealth, but unexpectedly, Gu Ran said, "Annie, I know you have medicine at home. My dad said you bought a lot of medicine from the hospital a while ago. I really have no other way, so I came to you. My sister is really seriously ill. As long as you cure her, I will take her away right away." Afraid that Li Mo would not believe it, Guran took out a few loaves of bread and a 10-pound bag of rice from his backpack. "This rice is for you. I can eat bread. I just want some medicine, no other requests." Li Mo frowned, but looking at the child who had fainted from fever, she felt a little distressed. She looked at Wen Qian, and after seeing Wen Qian nodded, she sighed and carried the girl into the house. Guran looked at her back worriedly, but had no intention of going in. He stood by the entrance door and said to Wen Rang and the others, I'll wait here. Don't worry, I won't go in. When Qian smiled, "You've come in through this door. Does it matter where you stand? Come in. I just have something to ask you." She bent down to find a pair of slippers for Gu Ran, threw them in front of him, and turned back to the living room. When Chongning and Wen Rang saw her actions, they felt an indescribable sadness and bitterness in their hearts, similar to the saying girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. When Chongning, his daughter, actually treated a strange man so well in front of him. When Rang, his sister, she is really a love-brained person. When Chongning and Wen Rang glared at Gu Ran fiercely, then turned around and went into the house. Gu Ran sensed the hostility of the two, hesitated for a moment, changed his shoes, and went into the house. He was very dirty, with mud and blood, so he didn't sit down but stood aside and looked at Wen Qian. "What do you want to ask? Where are your parents?" Gu Ran didn't expect her to ask this right away. He lowered his head, his eyes red, and answered after a moment of silence.
Dead.
"My mother was bitten by a zombie on the way home from work. My father wanted to bring me and my sister to your house to ask for medicine, but he was also attacked by zombies on the way." Gu Ran's voice was flat, but everyone present could hear his sadness. When Rang winked at Wen Qian, signaling her not to ask such a heart-wrenching question. As a result, his sister asked again after seeing his eyes. "Are there any other living people in your family besides your sister?"
Wen Rang.
Is his sister so bad at chatting? When Chongning, his daughter, is really good at asking questions. Gu Ran's face turned pale, and he shook his head.
Gone all dead.
When Qian, before coming to my house, have you been to the pharmacy and the hospital? Well, the hospital has been completely occupied, and I went to several pharmacies, but they were all sold out. I really had no other choice, so I came here. When Qian nodded thoughtfully, looked at his dirty clothes again, and then turned to look at Wen Rang. "Brother, take him to your room, find him some clothes, and let him take a bath." Gu Ran, "No. Thank you, but it's really not necessary. I'll take my sister away when she's better." "Where can you take her at this time?" When Qian sneered, "Do you think you can feed a 3-year-old child with those 2 loaves of bread in your bag?" Gu Ran's body stiffened, and his face turned black. When Rang quickly got up and dragged Gu Ran to his room to take a bath. He was so afraid that his sister would say something sarcastic again. This atmosphere was too deadly, and he couldn't stand it. After entering the bathroom, when Rang whispered, "There is a backup power supply system at home, but don't turn on the lights. I put the clothes outside for you. They are all new and I have never worn them." Gu Ran, "Thank you." After closing the door, when Rang hurried back to the living room and sat down next to Wen Qian. "Stinky girl, why didn't I realize that you are this kind of person before?" When Qian was puzzled. "Who am I?" "You serve dishes based on the face. Love-brained. Do you think I'm blind? You saw the boy's face on the surveillance screen just now, and you smiled immediately. Your eyes were shining. You opened the door for him without saying a word, and you said you fell in love with him?" When Rang's words confused Wen Qian. She looked at him with a headache, and then looked at Wen Chongning. "Dad, do you also think that I let Gu Ran in because I like him? What else? That Zhang Ziang downstairs wanted to come into our house, so how did you treat him? My girl, don't be so obvious with your double standards." When Qian smiled bitterly and sighed. She leaned back on the sofa, clasped her hands on her chest, tilted her head, and looked at Wen Rang. "I know Gu Ran because of you. He used to be your subordinate and was very loyal to you. He even saved your life and died for you in the end. Moreover, he is a retired Special Forces soldier with strong combat effectiveness. It will be beneficial for us to keep him." When Rang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. When Qian, think about it, he was able to run from the east to the west of the city with his sister, and went to the hospital, pharmacy, and even the supermarket without getting hurt. This is enough to prove his strength. When Rang, that's true, but if it happens again, we can't be sure that he will be as loyal as before. When Qian, so we have to observe. If he has any other intentions, kill him immediately. I don't keep useless people, let alone disloyal people. With your and my current strength, killing him is not a problem. When Rang and Wen Chongning were relieved to hear her say this. Wen Chongning, you scare me to death. I thought you had a boyfriend behind your dad's back. Wen Qian, Dad, I focus on my career and don't fall in love. Wen Chongning, we still have to talk about it. It's a very happy thing to find the right person to fall in love with. You can see me and your mother. Wen Qian didn't want to discuss this issue with him, so she got up and went to Li Mo's room. She received a system prompt that the unconscious injured person had 0 attack power and asked her if she needed permission to bring the injured into the space for treatment. Li Mo had already done a simple examination of the little girl. When he saw Wen Qian coming, the two immediately took her into the space and checked again with professional instruments. Li Mo looked at the results of the CT, scanned, and frowned. If you had come a little later, the child would not have been saved. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Li. Wen Qian hugged Li Mo and told him about Gu Ran's situation and why she opened the door for him. Li Mo was relieved after hearing this, took the medicine, and took the child out of the space. Gu Ran had already taken a shower and changed his clothes, and was standing nervously in the living room waiting for news from Li Mo. Li Mo pushed the door open and saw that he was tense all over, and suddenly felt a little sad. Just now, he heard from his daughter that his parents were dead, and his sister was the only relative left at home. Li Mo put himself in his own family, imagining him as Wen Rang, and could not accept such a thing happening. I've given her antipyretics, and given her an injection. Please go in and take a look.
Thank you, Auntie.
Gu Ran thanked her quickly, then went into the room and sat by the bed to watch over his sister all night. The little girl's fever went away at around 4 a.m, and she woke up for a while before falling asleep again. Gu Ran didn't close his eyes all night, staring at the little person on the bed, feeling an indescribable fear in his heart. Originally, he didn't have much affection for this sister. Because she was born when he was in the army, he had not been at home for several years and had not seen her many times. But now that he is retired and returned, his parents are gone, leaving only her and him to depend on each other. Gu Ran's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't even dare to close his eyes. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, even this little girl would leave him. In the early morning, when Rang knocked on the door and asked Gu Ran to have breakfast, Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and refused. No, I still have bread, just eat that. I brought your portion, don't be polite. When Rang walked into the room and walked to the bed, touching the little girl's forehead. The fever has subsided, don't worry, eat and come back to watch. Gu Ran refused several times, but was finally dragged out of the room by Wen Rang. He found that his strength was not as great as Wen Rang's, which made Gu Ran shocked and a little shocked, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. On the dining table, hot wontons and beef noodles were placed there, which made Gu Ran swallow his saliva. He didn't expect that the Wen family could still eat such food after being trapped for so many days. Being pressed on the dining chair by Wen Rang, Gu Ran looked at Li Mo embarrassedly. Thank you, Auntie, for saving my sister and giving me food. I will take my sister away when she wakes up. It's so chaotic outside now, where can you take her? Li Mo sighed. Why don't you stay here? My house is big, and there is room for you to live. Gu Ran was stunned. He looked at Li Mo in surprise. He really didn't expect that she would ask him to stay. In this situation, everyone has problems protecting themselves. How could they be willing to let outsiders stay at home and share their food? But Li Mo spoke up, and Wen Chongning and others seemed to have no objection, and nodded in agreement. Li Mo, your father and I are friends. If it weren't for his help, I wouldn't be able to buy these medicines. Wen Chongning, it's not peaceful outside now. It's really not easy for you to take care of your sister. Just stay. Wen Rang, to be honest, my family has a lot of stockpiled goods. It's no problem to have 2 more of you. Wen Rang deliberately said this, thinking that if Gu Ran showed any intention of seizing his family's supplies, he would take action to deal with him. Gu Ran's eyes were already red with emotion. After hearing what Wen Rang said, he immediately turned his head and looked over, reminding him with a serious face. Don't say this kind of thing to others casually, it will be dangerous. Wen Rang. Aren't I thinking of fishing enforcement? Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. When Qian smiled, "You can bring your sister across half the city to my house by yourself. You must be very skilled. We provide food and accommodation. You are responsible for protecting our safety. How about it?" At this time, showing goodwill for no reason will only make people more suspicious. It is better to make a deal to make him feel better. Sure enough, Gu Ran's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. He thought for a moment and nodded. "You saved my sister's life and are willing to help us. I am really grateful. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your safety." As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, the voice of the system rang in Wen Qian's mind.
Ding.
2 more combat personnel are added, and the space prosperity increases by 20. The reward farm increases production by 20%. Wen Qian originally thought that she would pick up a strong teammate, but she didn't expect there would be an extra surprise. She happily accepted the reward from the system, and then bound the information of Gu Ran and his sister. Name: Gu Ran. Gender: male. Height: 182 cm. Age: 23 years old. Blood type: A. Occupation: former Special Forces soldier. Loyalty: 90%. Name: Gu Wanwan. Gender: female. Height: 90 cm. Age: 3 years old. Blood type: A. Loyalty: 100%. The information was successfully bound, and Wen Qian was ready to continue eating, but the system sent several notifications in succession. The system prompts that personnel with loyalty below 90% cannot bind information. After successful binding, the system will automatically increase the loyalty to 100%. If the member's subsequent loyalty decreases to 80%, the system will automatically kill the member and no longer issue prompts and notifications to the host. In addition to the permanent personnel in the space, for every 100 increase in the prosperity of the space, the system will reward the combatants in the system with 2 hours of space activity time, which can be accumulated. In order to ensure the safety of the host and the space, all members in the system are forced not to disclose space-related information to outsiders. System member information updated: Gu Ran, loyalty 100%. After reading these few pieces of content, Wen Qian was so happy that she wanted to go out and chop hundreds of zombies to celebrate. A divine system that only pampers its master, right? If this were a man, she would have married him on the spot. When Reng looked at his sister's happy look and felt a little disappointed, and she said she was not interested in Gu Ran, how happy was she to hear that he agreed to stay. It was simply unbearable to watch. Wen Qian did not notice her brother's stabbing eyes. After happily filling her stomach, she took Xiaobai to the rooftop to play. After Gu Ran finished his meal, he heard crying coming from the room. He hurried into the room and found that Gu Wanwan had woken up and was looking for him in panic. "Brother." Seeing Gu Ran, the little girl rushed over. "Brother, don't go." Gu Ran squatted down and held her in his arms, whispering to comfort her. "Brother won't leave. Brother will always be with you." The little girl sobbed in fear for a while, and then spoke in a low voice. "Brother, I'm hungry." Gu Ran was a little embarrassed. He had just finished beef noodles, and it was not fair to give his sister bread. But he couldn't bring himself to go out and ask his aunt for food. Just when Gu Ran was struggling, Wen Qian appeared at the door. She raised the things in her hand. "My family happens to have children's milk powder, which is quite suitable for her age. Give her some first. My mother went to make porridge for her. It will be ready in a while."
Gu Ran, this.
"Thank you so much. We are all family in the future. So, do and be so polite. Just ask if you need anything." Gu Wanwan hid in Gu Ran's arms and looked at the strange sister at the door with curiosity. "Brother, who is she?" Wen Qian smiled and waved to say hello. "Hello, my name is Wen Qian, and I'm your brother's friend. This will be your home from now on. If you want to eat anything, you can come to your sister for it." Gu Wanwan's face was full of confusion. "Her home? Her home doesn't look like this." Gu Wanwan looked around and asked, "Brother, where are Mom and Dad?" Gu Ran's body suddenly stiffened. He had not told Gu Wanwan about his mother's death. When his father died, Gu Wanwan fainted due to a high fever, so she didn't see it. Now, how should he tell her all this? Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran, who was so nervous that the veins in his neck were exposed, sighed, and helped him out. Your mom and dad went to a faraway place to carry out a mission. Gu Wanwan, what is a mission? Wen Qian, TSK. That is, to help others. Your dad is a doctor, right? He's very good and can cure people. There are many people who are sick there, so he went to help. Gu Wanwan thought about it and nodded. Then I understand. Dad has also gone out on missions before, and it took a long time to come back. Wen Qian, well, this time it will take longer than before, but your brother will accompany you, so don't be afraid. Gu Wanwan hugged Gu Ran's neck tightly, as if she was holding a life-saving straw, unwilling to let go. Gu Ran thanked Wen Qian gratefully, and Wen Qian nodded casually, then turned and left, leaving the space for the brother and sister. When she was a child, she also loved to pester Wen Rang. When her parents were not at home, Wen Rang was her heaven, so she could understand this little girl. Gu Wanwan drank a glass of milk, and then left the room with Gu Ran. Seeing a few strangers, she was a little restrained at first. But then after drinking the vegetable and shrimp porridge brought by Li Mo, and seeing the dogs and cats in the house, she gradually regained her spirits and soon went to the rooftop to play. When Qian was afraid that Xiaobai would be annoyed and called over with a paw, so she also accompanied him. In less than half an hour, Gu Wanwan became familiar with her, calling her sister very sweetly, which made Wen Qian feel quite accomplished. When Rang saw that they were having fun, walked quietly to Gu Ran and asked in a low voice, "What do you think of my sister?" Gu Ran thought for a moment and answered seriously, "She is very nice and kind."
Vin Rang.
Are you afraid that you have some misunderstanding about my sister? Before the end of the world, when Qian was innocent and kind, which was absolutely true. She had never suffered from hardship or grievance since she was a child, and was protected by her family so that she didn't know the dangers of the world. But after the end of the world, she had been struggling for more than 10 years, and she had nothing to do with the word kindness. When Rang coughed lightly and asked again, "Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my sister?" Even if Gu Ran was wooden, he understood what he said. He was nervous and choked, and shook his head repeatedly. I didn't mean that. Don't worry, I will never do anything to your sister. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me, not to mention. I have someone I like. It's over, his sister is gone. When Rang suddenly felt a little distressed for his sister, but just as this emotion spread from the bottom of his heart, he was dragged to the next room by Wen Qian and severely taught a lesson. Although Wen Qian didn't hear what the two said, he could guess it from their reactions. I said I focus on my career. I don't like him. When asked you to be careful if you make trouble again, I will beat you up to tears. When Rang was abused by his sister so much that he had no power to fight back, so he could only complain. I'm not afraid of you for being unrequited. That's why I helped you find out the wind. I never miss you unrequited. After packing up Wen Rang, he made him fully understand that he only treated Gu Ran as a teammate, and when Qian went to run the water in the community, was cut off at 3 p.m. There was a whale in the community group, but it was as gentle as an old dog. In addition to the water in the space, she also stocked up some at home. The 2 large bathtubs and 5 oversized plastic buckets are enough for daily washing water. It was enough for a while. Before Gu Ran came, he knew that the Wen family should have stocked up some supplies. His father, as I said, the Wen family is very smart and can't see things far. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to buy so many medicines before the disaster comes. But after coming to the Wen family and seeing what level they eat every day, Gu Ran still couldn't avoid being shocked. Outside, people would fight over a pack of instant noodles. But the Wen family always maintains a high standard of meat and vegetable meals. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, maokshuang, pine nut corn, dry pot cauliflower, Chinese tune seedlings with shredded potatoes. Not to mention the end of the world. Even in the past, not every family could eat these. Gu Ran thought of the bag of rice he brought, and his face turned red to his neck. After 2 peaceful days at the Wen family, Gu Ran hadn't slept so soundly for a long time, and the same was true for Gu Wanwan. At noon on the 3rd day, after eating, Several people stood by the window to observe the situation around the community. The flood had already flooded the second floor of their community, and the people living on the third floor were also uneasy and trembling with fear. The neighbors on the 2 floors below had no choice but to move their luggage to live in the corridor, and they were worried all day long, fearing that zombies would run out. There were fewer and fewer people talking in the community group, and no one wanted to use their phones unless there was something important. Because of the power outage, the power bank at home was almost used up, and they had to use it sparingly. Guran held up the telescope with a serious expression. There were more and more zombies, and even the flood could not repel them. Those zombies were washed everywhere by the flood, so now there are many more zombies floating from other areas downstairs. Guran had planned to go out these few days to find some supplies. Although the Wen family has a lot of stockpiles, they will run out sooner or later, and they must not live off their resources. Moreover, the Wen family saved his sister and took them in, so he must do something in return. But looking at the current situation, even if he can swim out, it will be difficult for him to successfully avoid the zombies in the water. There are too many of them. Wen Qian also saw the situation below, but she didn't mind the number of zombies. She also hoped that when the rain stopped, her baby system would suddenly give her a limited time task to increase her combat power so that she could go out and kill as many as she could. Just when Gu Ran was worried, and when Qian was praying that the next limited time task would come soon, there was a loud noise in the sky in the distance. It was the sound of a helicopter. When Qian raised an eyebrow, the other survivors in the community were ecstatic. They opened their windows one by one and shouted for help desperately. The helicopter hovered in the air for a while, and when Qian heard someone using a loudspeaker to make a notification. Starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, supplies will be distributed in the Black Mountain area 5 kilometers away. At that time, staff will clear and kill zombies along the way in advance, but there is no guarantee that there will be no escapes. The zombie killing time starts at 12 o'clock in the morning and ends at 4 o'clock. Residents are advised not to go out during this period. At present, there is no service to residents to and from Black Mountain. Residents need to go there on their own. Each person with an ID card can receive a survival supply on a first-come, first-served basis. After the helicopter notified this area, it moved on to the next area. After listening, Wen Qian and Wen Reng looked at each other silently. They guessed that Gu Ran would definitely not miss this opportunity and would go out to get supplies. In order to pretend, they had to go out together. However, Wen Qian really wanted to observe Gu Ran's combat power up close. In addition to zombies, there are inevitably other people who rob supplies along the way to Black Mountain. Going out tomorrow, there will be a fierce battle. Sure enough, after listening to them, Gu Ran looked at them with shining eyes. You stay at home tomorrow. I will go out to get supplies. Wen Rang, there are so many people, it won't take you long to get your share. Wen Qian, and I will go with you. Gu Ran was surprised that he would actually suggest taking Wen Qian with him, and immediately refused. No, it's too dangerous. She should stay at home and wait for us. Wen Reng also refused. No, it's dangerous not to take her. Without his sister, he didn't feel safe at all. Wen Qian smiled. I'll go with you. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Gu Ran was still a little worried and hesitant, but thinking of the 30 kilometers Wen Qian ran every day and other training, he felt a little relieved. No matter what, she must be better than other girls. Wen Reng also looks like a good fighter, and it should be no problem for the two of them to protect Wen Qian. Thinking of this, Gu Ran nodded and agreed. Okay, the 3 of us will set off together tomorrow morning and try to go early and come back early. But do you all know how to swim? Why swim? We have a speedboat. Wen Reng answered calmly, which surprised Gu Ran again. They even prepared this in advance? No wonder they can make a lot of money. They have a long-term vision. After making tomorrow's travel plan, Wen Qian lay on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. The community group was discussing how to get to Montenegro tomorrow. Suddenly, someone mentioned that the Wen family had a speedboat. The Wen brothers and sisters used a speedboat to take a few neighbors to the supermarket to collect supplies last time, and this matter has spread throughout the community. Therefore, everyone hopes that they can also be helpful this time and use a speedboat to pick up the neighbors in the community to collect supplies. Wen Qian looked at the screen full of messages about himself and Wen Reng closed his eyes and suppressed his anger. White and tender fingertips typed a few words on the screen and sent them out. I owe you? Wen Qian didn't expect this group of people to be so shameless, and they all asked her to pick them up. She refused immediately, and any hesitation would be disrespectful to herself. Soon, Wen Qian's refusal aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. Even the family downstairs came out to join in the fun. Suyan has always been resentful of Wen Qian for injuring her son a few days ago. Seeing Wen Qian being criticized by everyone, she was very happy and expressed her own opinion. Suyan, you have a speedboat at home. What's wrong with helping everyone? Suyan, the situation is special now. If it weren't for the last resort, no one would be willing to ask you. Suyan, don't be too selfish. Helping others is also helping yourself. Suyan, the neighbors in the community too and from tomorrow, and accumulate some virtue for yourself. Wen Qian laughed when she saw what Suyan said. What a saintly white lotus. How can she say these things with such a flattering face? Wen Qian, there are thousands of people in the community. Who should I take and who should I not take? Wen Qian, even if I do nothing, I can still pick you up from morning till night, but I may not be able to pick up everyone in a whole day. Wen Qian, besides, what will you give me in return for picking you up? Wen Qian, don't mention money to me. I'm not short of money. Everyone knows that the most useless thing now is money, because it can't be spent at all. Wen Qian at Suyan, if I remember correctly, your family has 2 rafts. When your son asked me to go to the beach to play a month ago, he sent me photos. Do you need me to find the chat history and screenshots to show you now? Wen Qian at Suyan, since you are so selfless, remember to bring a few more people tomorrow. Wen Qian, as for me, I won't bring anyone. I won't accept it. After sending the message, Wen Qian threw her phone aside. She returned to her room, closed the door, and entered the space. A batch of vegetables that Wen Chongning planted in the space have matured. Because there are too many stalks to eat, he simply sold them to the system to recycle some of them. So Wen Qian now has 3,000 mall coins. Wen Qian almost cried when she saw the weapons on the mall panel. But she still gritted her teeth and spent the 3,000 yuan. There were also bows and arrows for sale in the mall. The arrows were very cheap, 1 mall coin for each arrow. Wen Qian bought 3,000 arrows for her brother. After spending the money, Wen Qian started her daily training again. When she was tired and sweating, she went back to the villa to take a shower, soak in the hot spring, change into comfortable clothes, go out to lie on the bed, make a mask and close her eyes to rest. After dark, Wen Qian and her friends lay down to rest early. At 12 o'clock in the morning, they heard bursts of machine gun fire in the distance. Zombies were being killed outside. Wen Qian continued to rest, and at 4 o'clock, the door was knocked on time. Wen Qian, wake up, we should leave. Gu Ran's voice came from outside the door. Wen Qian sat up and stretched and replied, I'll be there soon. She went into the bathroom to wash her face, and after completing a set of skincare, she combed her hair into a ponytail and left the room. Wen Reng had already prepared instant noodles. Wen Qian went over to eat and told her brother that she had bought 3,000 arrows, which gave Wen Reng a sense of security. After they were ready, the 3 of them said hello to Wen Chongning and Li Mo and went out. Gu Ran and Wen Reng walked in front with the speedboat, and Wen Qian followed slowly with her bag on her back, as relaxed as if she was going on a picnic. When they reached the lower floor, there were neighbors living in the corridor, and some neighbors were waiting for them. Seeing them appear, a group of people rushed up and wanted them to take them away. Wen Qian stood on the stairs and looked down at them. I thought I had made my words clear enough yesterday, but there are still people who don't understand what I say.
You.
Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, everyone wanted to use force and rob the speedboat. But this time, Wen Qian didn't even have to say anything and was directly solved by Gu Ran. After being beaten by Gu Ran with a swollen nose and a bloody head, everyone fled in panic. Wen Qian and his companions stopped on the 3rd floor, jumped out of the window of the escape passage, and then boarded the speedboat and headed straight for the Black Mountain where the supplies were distributed. After several hours of killing, there were indeed no living zombies on the street for the time being. Many people had already set out from their homes, some swam, some sat on inflatable swimming pool floats, and some dismantled their own bedboards overnight and made simple rafts to travel. There were also people like Wen Qian who took the speedboat, but they were very few. Wherever the speedboat went, you could hear cries for help. The few people did not stop and arrived at the Black Mountain at the fastest speed. The place for distributing supplies was set up halfway up the mountain. Gu Ran carried the speedboat and walked in front without even taking a breath. After climbing the mountain for more than 20 minutes, they finally reached the final destination. At this time, there were nearly 2,000 people queuing in front. The first to arrive were all residents living nearby. There were staff members on both sides of the team with guns on guard, so no one was seen snatching supplies for the time being. Wen Qian wore Bluetooth headphones and listened to music while queuing quietly. More than an hour wasted like this, and finally, it was their turn in the queue. After taking out his ID card to verify his identity, Wen Qian got the survival supplies. Each bag contained 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 2 packs of noodles. Although there were not many things because there were so many people collecting supplies, the total amount was not a small number. After Wen Qian and the other 2 received their things, they turned around and walked down the mountain. Wen Rang took Gu Ran's share and gave it to Wen Qian together. Wen Qian pretended to stuff the things into her backpack, but actually threw them into the space. The way down the mountain away from the team was not so peaceful. At the bottom of the mountain, there were already many robbers waiting here, intending to rob supplies. When they found that Wen Qian and the other 2 appeared with the boat, those people surrounded them immediately, as if they were crazy. Wen Qian was blocked behind Wen Rang and Gu Ran. She admired Gu Ran's clean and neat movements, secretly feeling that he was worthy of being a former Special Forces soldier, and his skills were really beautiful. And her brother was also amazing. Although Wen Rang has not received professional training, he has been practicing Sonda since he was a child. In addition, he has been trained hard by his sister during this period and the combat power bonus awarded by the system a few days ago. So he is actually better than Gu Ran now, but his practical experience is not as rich as Gu Ran, so he does not look so comfortable. Wen Qian did not have the opportunity to make a move and stood in the corner chewing gum boredly. Unexpectedly, more and more people gathered around. Some wanted the supplies in their hands, and some wanted their boats. There were also some people who were neighbors in their community. Because Wen Qian refused to bring them here, they were resentful, so they wanted to take this opportunity to teach Wen Qian a lesson. Wen Qian saw a few familiar people and smiled coldly. It seems that her reputation in the community is not very high, otherwise how could there be people who dare to mess with her? More and more people were besieging them, and Gu Ran was a little too busy for a while. He caught a glimpse of several tall and strong men holding folding knives and walking towards Wen Qian, and shouted anxiously, "Wen Qian, be careful." Gu Ran's hands moved fiercely, trying to kill the people in front of him in seconds. Unexpectedly, the dozen or so people who rushed over later had some kung fu skills, so he failed to do so. Wen Qian stood there, looking at the 5 strong men who were running straight towards him, without changing his expression. "How old are you, little sister? Do you have a boyfriend? It doesn't matter if you do, brothers don't care. You are so beautiful. You can tell at a glance that you are raised by a rich family. TSK, it must be very fun to do it. Don't be afraid, little sister, brothers are good people. Come with us, we have food." "Yes, there is a lot of food, one every night to ensure that you won't be hungry. How about it?" Several men said dirty words, looked at each other, and laughed out loud at the same time. Wen Qian looked at them coldly. When one of them tried to reach out and touch her shoulder, she grabbed the man's wrist. "Ah!" The man's face changed instantly, and he screamed, "Let go. You let go." "Ah! It's broken. My hand is broken." Wen Qian obeyed and let go of his hand. The next second, she kicked the man away. The man flew 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. This dramatic scene made the men around dumbfounded. They didn't react for a while. And when they reacted, they had the same fate as the man. Wen Qian dealt with several people with an indifferent expression and walked towards the familiar neighbors. They found that Wen Qian recognized them and turned around and wanted to run. But how could Wen Qian give them this opportunity? The smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Then, it reached its peak when a man with a dagger rushed behind Wen Qian and wanted to stab her to death. Wen Qian drew out the Tang sword, turned around, and chopped off his head neatly. This was the first time Wen Qian killed a living person after the apocalypse. It felt no different from killing zombies. What does it mean? It means that some people are no different from being dead when they are alive. They're just wasting air. Wen Qian wiped the blood off her goggles, turned her head, and looked at the remaining neighbors nearby. She wanted to attack her just now, but now she was scared to the point of peeing her pants. She asked word by word, "Who would give you the courage to rob me?" Before Wen Qian took action, Gu Ren always thought that the Tang sword she was carrying was for Wen Reng. But now he realized that he was wrong. Wen Qian's every move was a killing move. Seeing her chop off a person's head with one hand, Gu Ren began to doubt his own strength. Even if it was him, he might not be able to beat her, right? No wonder Wen Reng had to take her out. The people around were frightened by Wen Qian and fled, shouting help. Murder! Wen Qian didn't bother to pay attention to them. She jumped on the speedboat and sat down. She said to Wen Reng, "Brother, let's go home."
I'm hungry.
She didn't sleep well last night because of the constant gunfire outside. She got up early today, so she was sleepy and hungry. When a person is hungry, his temper is easy to be irritable. Wen Reng knew how strong his sister's fighting power was when she was irritable, so he quickly pulled Gu Ren to jump on the speedboat.
Go home. Go home now.
Just bear with it, and let Mom make you a delicious meal when you go back. The speedboat started and drove quickly towards home. A headless corpse was left behind, and dozens of robbers who were beaten to the point of being unable to get up were left there, and they were too painful to struggle. On the way back, the three met several waves of zombies again. There were too many people going out today, so the zombies who escaped in the morning had another chance to have a full meal. Gu Ren thought Wen Qian would be afraid of zombies at first. After all, she was a girl and might be a little timid. But he soon found out that he was wrong. Wen Qian's ferocity when killing zombies was beyond his reach. When they were almost home, they ran into Zhang Yang's family of 3 downstairs. They went out earlier than Wen Qian and the others, and came back earlier too. They escaped the group of robbers at the foot of the Black Mountain, but not the group at the door of their home. When they saw Wen Qian, they shouted to her as if they had found a life-saving straw.
Wen Qian, Wen Rang.
Help! Qian. It's me, Zhang Ziang.
Wen Rang.
Save Uncle and Aunt. Uncle and Aunt will be grateful to you forever. The robbers saw them shouting and looked over. When they saw the speedboat coming, greed flashed in their eyes. But when they saw the girl standing on the speedboat, holding a Tang sword and wearing black clothes, like the god of death, they felt a chill on their backs for some reason, and did not dare to stop them. Wen Qian did not look away, as if she did not see Zhang Ziang's family, and left directly. The 3 members of the Zhang family were so angry that their faces turned red. Not only were the supplies they had just received robbed, but even their rafts were robbed by the robbers. Fortunately, all the zombies nearby were killed by Wen Qian, otherwise they would not be able to return home safely. After returning home, Wen Qian went into the house to take a shower and change clothes. Gu Ren looked at the Tang sword she threw in the living room and began to doubt his life. After Wen Qian came out, he asked in confusion, "You are much stronger than me. Why do you still want to stay in your house? What's the use of being strong alone?" Wen Qian sat on the sofa and opened a can of iced cola and handed it to Gu Ren. "I agree that you stay because you are strong enough for me to recognize that you can be my teammate. The end of the world is here, and there will be more and more enemies in the future. I don't think I can fight 100 alone, and I think you are the same." After hearing her words, Gu Ren felt mixed emotions. It is a happy thing to be recognized by a strong person, but this strong person is a teenage girl, which makes Gu Ren feel inferior. Wen Qian saw his complex emotions and said, I'm very strong, and there's no conflict with you being strong too. There's no need to get stuck on this. Guran thought about what she said and felt that it was true. There are always people who are better than him. There must be many people in this world who are stronger than him. What's wrong with girls? Too many women are stronger than men. There's no need to feel inferior because of this. Guran immediately let it go and looked at Wen Qian with admiration. When Chongning and Li Mo came out of the room with Gu Wanwan in their arms and asked them if there were any accidents when they went out today. Wen rang. How could there not be any? The streets were full of robbers. Fortunately, your son is very strong and scared them all away. Wen Chongning, why did the higher-ups decide to distribute supplies today? The heavy rain hasn't stopped yet. It's so inconvenient for everyone to go out, because it will be too late if they don't distribute it now. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran and asked, You should have seen the clues, right? Gu Ran nodded.
Yeah.
When we took action over at Heishan, the people who maintained order on the mountain saw it, but they didn't intervene. Wen Qian also noticed what Gu Ran noticed. If it happened in the past, they would have been taken away immediately, but today they were able to return home safely. Gu Ran, I think it's not because they don't want to take care of it, but because they don't have enough manpower to take care of it. That's right. Wen Qian nodded, agreeing with his point of view. I'm afraid that they chose to distribute supplies today because the meteorological department found that the rain will not stop in a short time. Now the whole city is basically without water and electricity. If some supplies are not distributed to the residents, I'm afraid many people will really starve to death. When she went to collect supplies today, the staff also saw the Tang sword on her back. But they didn't confiscate it, which means that the higher-ups now tacitly allow residents to protect themselves to a certain extent. The whole city, the whole country, and even the whole earth are currently in chaos. The higher-ups have realized the seriousness of the matter, and it is obvious that Bincheng is not on their first rescue list. Wen Qian, if I'm not mistaken, after today's batch of supplies is distributed, there shouldn't be a second one. Li Mo, why do you say that? Wen Qian, because of our geographical problems. Bincheng is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and only one side is accessible. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the transportation is extremely inconvenient. Now the whole country has fallen, and zombies are everywhere. The cities that the higher-ups want to rescue first must be those developed transportation hub cities, not here. Li Mo and Wen Chongning were stunned, and Wen Reng and Gu Ren also opened their eyes wide. The 4 of them thought about it and felt that what Wen Qian said made sense. If there is no rescue, what will this city become in the future? All of a sudden, they all felt heavy. Okay, let's take it one step at a time. There's no point in thinking too much now. Wen Qian broke the silence in the room and looked quite optimistic. Wen Rang and the others thought of her space and the preparations they had made in advance, and they all relaxed. If this city can't live, then they will move somewhere else. Anyway, no matter what happens, as long as their family can be together, it's fine. Li Mo got up and went to the kitchen to figure out what to eat for lunch. Wen Qian followed closely behind, while Wen Rang took Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan to the study to play games. Half an hour later, Li Mo and Wen Qian brought the prepared meals out of the space. They ate on the rooftop and went back to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. After waking up in the afternoon, Li Mo prepared a few pots of dumpling stuffing, and everyone started making dumplings. Now that there are more people in the family, the demand for food is also greater than before. Li Mo would go into the space to cook whenever she had time, but she still wanted to make dumplings with everyone. Because there were more people, it was faster to make dumplings and everyone could sit together and chat to keep in touch. She prepared 3 pots of dumpling stuffing, 1 pot of sauerkraut pork, which Wen Qian loved, 1 pot of Spanish mackerel stuffing, which Wen Rang liked. There was also a pot of leek and shrimp, which was Wen Chongning's favorite. Gu Wanwan was young, but she was not to be outdone. After washing her hands, she sat aside and imitated everyone's movements. After a few minutes of busy work, she really made a small dumpling. Although the dumplings leaked the filling, they were still well received by everyone, who applauded to show their approval. After spending several hours wrapping the dumplings, Wen Qian helped Li Mo take everything into the kitchen and then sent them to the space. The murder she had committed today had spread throughout the community, through the mouths of some neighbors. Li Mo and Wen Chongming received many private messages from neighbors, blaming them for not educating their daughter well and raising such a murderer. It was as if the people who had been asking Wen Qian to take them out were not them. Li Mo and the others were not angry after reading the messages. They no longer cared about what outsiders said, not to mention that they did not think their daughter had done anything wrong. Li Mo and the others did not care about rumors, and Wen Qian and Wen Rang cared even less. Wen Qian carried Xiaobai into the space for 2 hours of training. After coming out, she took the pad and went to find Gu Wanwan to watch cartoons together. She liked watching Tom and Jerry very much, and thought it was okay to let children watch it, so she let Gu Wanwan watch it for an hour every day. A big and a small nestled in the sofa, eating snacks and fruits while happily watching cartoons, as if it was no different from before the end of the world. If the system hadn't suddenly issued a task, Wen Qian would have continued to immerse herself in this simple happiness.
Ding.
Limited time task started. Collect materials on the map within 24 hours, and you will be rewarded with a steel plant. The preparation space will be increased by an additional 5,000 square meters. Hearing this voice, Wen Qian jumped up excitedly. She hasn't gone out to collect supplies for a long time. The last time was the day when the end of the world came. The system thoughtfully prepared a map for her, which clearly marked the specific places where she needed to go to buy goods. Wen Qian looked at it and found that most of them were in the suburbs, including a grain processing plant, a canning plant, 2 clothing factories, a building materials market, and a cement plant. The system meant that she should clear all these places and then build a steel plant for her in her space? Is this the rhythm of taking her to do something big? Wen Qian was in a state of excitement, and she quickly ran to Wen Rang's room and told him about it. When Wen Rang heard the reward given by the system, he also felt that it was not simple and immediately prepared. By the way, are you taking Gu Ran with you this time? Wen Qian hesitated for a moment. Yes. You can take him away temporarily, while I collect supplies. It's safer for the 3 of us to act together. Just as she finished speaking, the system's voice rang again.
Ding.
The team's joint combat mission is launched. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's defense will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, any member of the system will be rewarded with a 10% increase in defense. Wen Qian couldn't help it. She jumped a few times in excitement and screamed.
System.
She loves the system. Last time, she had increased her combat power by 3,000%. This time, with Gu Ran, a powerful fighter, the data will definitely only go up and not down. If her defense goes up again, what weaknesses does she have? From now on, when she goes out, there will be 2 words written on her forehead. Invincible. Wen Rang was startled by her actions, and after hearing her talk about the system's additional tasks and rewards, he couldn't help it. He immediately ran to Gu Ran's room and dragged him out. Change clothes. Let's go out. Gu Ran was a little confused. It's dark outside. It's not safe to go out at this time, right? Wen Rang. The less safe the better. Otherwise, how can we hone our physical and mental will? Gu Ran. Although it sounds weird, it makes sense and cannot be refuted at all. The 3 of them were ready to go. They went out after talking to Li Mo and the others. Wen Qian walked downstairs with the speedboat and frowned slightly when she met the neighbors living in the corridor. Which floor is this? The neighbors were shocked to see her because her notoriety had spread. Everyone said that she was crazy, the kind of crazy that could kill people without breaking the law. What are you doing downstairs? A dozen people huddled together, looking at Wen Qian's trembling voice, and asked. They were all residents who were flooded downstairs. Because the escape passage of this building was relatively wide, they discussed with each other and simply gathered here, thinking that more people would be able to take care of each other. At this time, several tents had been set up in the corridor, and a candle was burning on the ground. In the weak candlelight, they looked at Wen Qian's cold eyebrows and felt that the knife in her hand seemed to be about to chop them down at any minute. I asked you which floor this is. Wen Qian didn't pay attention when she went downstairs just now. She looked around and didn't see the building sign, but she always felt something was wrong. Everyone was frightened by her sudden increase in decibels and hurriedly answered. 5th floor. This is the 5th floor. The floor below is flooded. We had no choice but to come here. When Qian got the answer, and his face became even uglier. The flood has already submerged the 4th floor? In the previous life, after the heavy rain for a month, only the 5th floor of their building was flooded. But now, just half a month has passed, and it's already like this. Realizing that the situation this time is much more serious than last time, when Qian did not delay anymore and immediately jumped out of the window to collect supplies. The three of them drove the speedboat towards the suburbs and encountered some zombies along the way, but when Qian chose to avoid them all, which made Gu Ran a little puzzled. Aren't we here to experience? Why don't we kill the zombies when we see them? When Qian raised his eyes and glanced at him. Don't worry, there are several factories in the suburbs. I want to try my luck and see if there are any supplies. Gu Ran suddenly realized that stockpiling supplies is indeed more important than killing zombies. They had to race against time and try to get there before others. Fortunately, the supplies had just been distributed today, and the rain was getting heavier, so apart from them, there were basically no other living people on the street. When Rang was sitting on the boat and suddenly felt a little bored. He looked at Gu Ran, kicked his shoes with his feet, and talked to him. By the way, didn't you say before that you had someone you liked? How did you two know each other? When Rang suddenly mentioned this topic, which made Gu Ran a little embarrassed. He touched his neck and whispered, I met her when I was in the army. Also a special forces soldier?
Yeah.
When Rang continued to ask, then where is she now? Is she still alive? Still there? We were in contact 2 days ago, but there has been no news in the past 2 days. I guess she went on a mission. When Qian sat aside and looked at Wen Rang, but did not hit Gu Ran. Losing contact at this time is not a good thing. When Qian thought for a moment and said, if you contact her again, you can ask her if she is willing to come to our place, and we can go with you to pick her up. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll ask her. Because increasing the number of combatants can improve the prosperity of the space, and the system will also give extra rewards when Qian does not reject the idea of recruiting capable people as teammates. They arrived at the suburbs smoothly when Qian checked the map, and they came to the first grain processing plant. On the way here, when Qian was still worried that the rain was so heavy that everything in the factory should be soaked. But when she arrived, she was surprised to find that the factory was actually built on the mountain. It was so foresight. Brother, you two stay outside to prevent other people from attacking. I'll go in and take a look first. Wen Qian ran into the factory first. When Rang understood what she meant and pulled Gu Ran outside to kill zombies, giving her enough time to collect supplies inside. After Wen Qian went in, she first killed the zombies inside, then took a nightlight to observe the equipment in the factory, and found that they were all in good condition, and there was so much food in the warehouse that her eyes lit up. After putting all the things into the space, Wen Qian received a system prompt. The materials of the grain processing plant have been collected, and a total of 500 tons of grain in stock, 200 tons of finished rice in stock, and a set of production management machinery have been collected. When Qian breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run outside. When Rang and Gu Ran saw that she came out safely, and they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Gu Ran saw that she had nothing in her hands and thought that the inside had been swept away, so he comforted her. It's okay. Let's go somewhere else and have a look. We will definitely find supplies. When Rang smiled and said nothing. Looking at his sister's expression, he knew that this trip must be a big harvest. Several people worked together to get rid of all the zombies in the factory, and then ran to the next destination, the canning factory. After arriving, when Rang and Gu Ran continued to guard outside, and Wen Qian went in to collect things. Just like the grain processing plant, no one had gotten there first. Wen Qian cleared out all the equipment and inventory in the plant, and then left a few dozen cans of food and threw them into her backpack, thinking that she would show them to Gu Ran later, so as not to dampen his enthusiasm. The canning plant has collected all the materials, including 10,000 boxes of canned fruit, 10,000 boxes of canned fish, 10,000 boxes of canned livestock and poultry, and a set of assembly line production equipment. The system's voice reassured Wen Qian, and she ran out to tell Gu Ran the good news. Gu Ran looked at her backpack of canned food, including canned yellow peaches, canned strawberries, canned hawthorns, as well as luncheon meat, canned beef, and canned tuna, and a satisfied smile appeared on his serious face. There were 2 more clothing processing factories on the map given by the system, which were far away from here and had to pass through a residential area. So Wen Qian chose to go to the nearby building materials market and cement factory first. Gu Ran was a little confused when he heard her decision. Especially the cement factory. What materials could they need there? Wen Qian couldn't tell him about the task issued by the system, so she had to bite the bullet and said it. It's raining too hard. I want to go to the cement factory to see if there are any cars and sand, and bring some back to prevent floods and disasters. Gu Ran was shocked and turned to look at Wen Rang with an incredible look on his face. Is her ideological awareness so high?
Vin Hang.
After Gu Ran was fooled, he looked at Wen Qian's every move as if it was coated with a layer of light. Wen Qian coughed awkwardly twice, feeling that his skin was not thick enough and he needed to practice more. The number of zombies in the building materials factory was obviously much more than the previous 2 places, and the distribution of supplies was more scattered, so it took more time than before. Wen Qian ran upstairs and downstairs, killing zombies and throwing things into space. The light was too dim at night, and Gu Ran could barely see the area around him with the light of the nightlight. Moreover, he focused all his attention on the zombies, fearing that he would be scratched if he was not careful, so he didn't notice Wen Qian's strange behavior or even the disappearance of the supplies. Wen Qian collected all kinds of building materials and decoration materials. Although she didn't quite understand why the system asked her to collect so many steel bricks and tiles, she felt that the system must have its own plans, so she was very motivated. She ran non-stop for more than an hour and finally heard the system prompt that she had collected all the materials here. She stopped panting, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and went to meet Wen Rang and Gu Ran. When Gu Ran first found that she was missing, he was so scared that his heart stopped beating for half a beat. Later, he heard Wen Rang comfort him, saying that his sister was afraid that she couldn't do anything with them, so she went upstairs to kill zombies. Gu Ran was relieved. After emptying the building materials market and killing all the zombies inside, several people sat by the window on the 3rd floor, and they were so tired that they didn't want to move. Wen Qian looked at the time. It was already 4:30 in the morning. They came out after 10 o'clock. 6 hours had passed. It was time to take a break. So she took out several boxes of self-heating rice, including Cantonese sausage, Taiwanese braised meat, curry beef, and teriyaki chicken. There were also 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, which contained lotus root, potato, kelp, fungus, cauliflower, and other vegetables. Open the lunchbox, put the rice and vegetable packs in, then add water and wait for 15 minutes, and the aroma of the food will float out. Gu Ran originally wanted to eat some compressed biscuits to deal with it, but he didn't expect Wen Qian to prepare so well. Eating delicious food every day in Wen's house, and being able to have such high-standard meals outside, Gu Ran felt that he must have accumulated virtue for several lifetimes to meet such a family of gods. After eating and drinking, Wen Qian decided to rest for 2 hours on the spot before going to the next stop. Wen Rang and Gu Ran had no objections. Several people leaned against the wall and closed their eyes to rest, enjoying this short peace. At 7 in the morning, the 3 set out from the building materials market and headed for the cement factory 3 kilometers away. They encountered several waves of zombies along the way and were killed happily by several people who had recovered their strength. The longer he spent with Wen Qian, the more Gu Ran felt that this girl was too amazing. Whether it was physical strength or combat power, he was far behind. A while ago, he also saw a video of Wen Qian killing zombies on the internet. At that time, he didn't know Wen Qian yet. When he saw netizens commenting that she was a female warrior, he was dismissive and thought that they were exaggerating and had never seen the world. But now, he firmly believes that no one is more worthy of the 3 words female warrior than her. When they arrived at the cement factory, they were met with hundreds of zombies. Wen Xian and Wen Rang thought about the rewards given to them by the system, and they were like chicken blood, and they were extremely brave. Gu Ran was shocked by the momentum of the brother and sister, and was infected. He also rushed forward desperately and started a killing spree. Wen Xian took advantage of the time when Gu Ran and Wen Rang were chased by zombies to collect supplies. This cement factory is very large, and it even has a small quarry and mining site. Tens of thousands of tons of raw materials, gravel and sand, were piled on the ground, and Wen Xian was not sure if he could put them in his space. And those loaders, rotary kilns, giant industrial fans, grinders, and other machines, she must take them all away. She gritted her teeth and stuffed things into the space, for fear that the system would suddenly remind her that the space was insufficient. Fortunately, such a voice never appeared. After she ran around the entire factory like a headless fly, putting everything she could see into the space, and at the same time being threatened by zombies rushing up from time to time, she finally completed the task of the cement factory. Congratulations on completing the cement factory collection task. Rewards will be issued after completing all tasks. Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Xian was about to cry. She ran towards the direction of Wen Rang and Gu Ran and shouted excitedly, "Brother, let us go." Wen Rang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she had completed the task here. In this way, they only have 2 clothing processing factories left. In this kind of weather, even if there are people who come out to collect supplies, they are all heading for places with food. No one would think of collecting clothes and other things. After all, who doesn't have a few clothes at home? Risking his life to come out and bring back a few clothes, isn't that crazy? But Gu Ran didn't think there was anything wrong with Wen Xian's behavior. It's unknown how long this disaster will take to end, and they have to go out frequently to kill zombies and collect supplies. The speed at which clothes are damaged is much faster than that of ordinary people. So it's definitely right to prepare more. Passing through a residential area, the number of zombies was so large that the 3 of them were numbed. It seems that there was no distribution of supplies here yesterday, so there was no measure to kill zombies. After so many days, there are almost no living people here. Along the way, Gu Ran was almost caught by zombies several times and was finally dragged over by Wen Rang, and he escaped dangerously. After finally arriving at the garment factory, Gu Ran and Wen Rang still asked Wen Xian to get the things, while they continued to fight the zombies outside. After Wen Xian went in, she got more than 100,000 pieces of clothes, various models and sizes, in boxes and bags. By the end, her waist began to hurt. She didn't dare to slow down her movements at all. She seized every moment and finished collecting the clothing factory as quickly as she could. Then she collapsed on the windowsill due to exhaustion.
Ding.
The time-limited material collection task has been completed. The rewards have been distributed to the space. Please check in time. The team's joint combat mission is still going on. Currently, the team members have killed a total of 3,600 zombies. There are still 7 hours left in the mission. When Xian turned her head to look at the 2 people outside who were so tired that their movements slowed down. After thinking for a moment, she got 3 bottles of water from the well in the space and called them in. When Rang and Gu ran into the factory, closed the door, took the water thrown by Wen Xian, drank a bottle in one breath, and then slowly recovered. When Rang, there are too many zombies here. How long will it take to kill them all? Gu Ran, I didn't expect there would be so many here. Wen Xian, most of the people living here are temporary residents who come from outside to work, and there are very few locals. Therefore, the operations of clearing out zombies and the policy of distributing supplies are all focused on several areas in the city first, and they can't take care of them. When Rang and Gu Ran sighed heavily. After resting for a while, they were surprised to find that their physical strength seemed to recover very quickly, and they felt that they could go out and kill again. Wen Xian knew that the effect of the well water in the space was taking effect, so she rushed out with them. Without having to collect supplies, Wen Xian felt much more relaxed. The tang sword in her hand was constantly washed by blood, and wherever she went, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. After coming out of the garment factory, Wen Xian rushed in front of Wen Rang and the others, killing her way out. Gu ran, and when Rang were protected by her behind her. At first, they wanted to struggle, but later they found that they really couldn't catch up with her speed. Her strength is obviously qualitatively different from theirs, and is not on the same level at all. When Qian was thinking of killing her way back and not wasting time shopping in the small supermarket on the street. However, when she saw a large chain store, she couldn't help being greedy. Brother. She tugged at the corner of Wen Rang's clothes and then pointed to the mall building in front of her left, so that Wen Rang instantly understood what she meant. Changing direction to the mall, Wen Qian felt happy, as if she was about to open a blind box, and she didn't know what was waiting for her inside. The speedboat stopped in front of the mall building, and the flood had already flooded the first floor of the mall. Just as Gu ran and Wen Rang were discussing how to enter the mall, they suddenly saw Wen Qian smash the thick glass window of the mall with his bare fists, and then called them in. When Rang and Gu ran were numb, looked at each other, and followed the boss obediently, not daring to breathe. There were also zombies in the mall, but compared with the number they had just encountered outside, it was simply not worth mentioning. Wen Qian saw that the danger here was not high, so she told Wen Rang and the others, "Let's split up. You don't have to follow me. Go see if there's anything you want. We'll meet here in half an hour." Both of them had no objection, so they dispersed and went to collect supplies. When Qian wandered around and killed zombies whenever she saw them, she didn't have anything special she wanted to take. In this way, she walked all the way to the top floor of the mall and then kicked open a thick warehouse door and found a treasure. Generally speaking, supermarkets in major shopping malls are located on the first floor, and the top floor is usually a restaurant or a movie theater. But on the top floor of this mall, there is a huge warehouse, and it's full of food and edible salt. When Qian didn't expect her luck to be so good, she took all of them without hesitation, and then prepared to go downstairs to meet up with Wen Qian. But before she reached the stairs, she met a group of people in uniform with guns in their hands, and quickly surrounded her. Wen Qian looked at them coldly, without showing any fear on her face. "Is it appropriate for so many people to point guns at a little girl like me?" she asked them softly. Someone in the team ran to the door of the warehouse, saw that it had been looted, and ran back to report the situation to the leader in a low voice. The leading man frowned, put a gun to Wen Qian's temple, and asked sternly, "Where are the things inside? Hand them over. I don't know what you were talking about. It was empty when I got here."
Impossible.
"We were patrolling here half an hour ago." "Then who told you not to stay here all the time? Since there are treasures, you must guard them tightly. You accidentally let someone steal them, and then you turn around and accuse me, an innocent person. Is that unreasonable?" When Qian didn't care what he said, and insisted that she didn't know. Anyway, how could she move so many things by herself? When Qian. Gu Ran's nervous voice came from a distance. Gu ran, and Wen Rang found something wrong downstairs and rushed over. Seeing Wen Qian surrounded by a group of people with guns, the two of them became angry instantly. They ran over to block Wen Qian. "Gu ran, what are you doing?" Wen Rang, "How can you have the nerve to bully a little girl with so many people? We have no ill intentions, and we don't want to hurt her. We just want to know where the supplies in the warehouse have gone." The man leading the team had a blank expression on his face, as if he had already insisted that the three people in front of him were the criminals. Even if they were not them, they must provide some useful clues, otherwise they would never let them go. When Qian saw the other party's intention, and her temper rose. "I said I don't know." She threw her backpack to the ground. "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. I have collected these supplies today. If you really want to rob them, then take them all. Anyway, all my belongings are here. If you want anything else, there is nothing." The two sides were deadlocked. Wen Qian stood beside Wen Rang, ready to throw him into the space at any time. If this group of people really fired guns, then she could only hide in the space and waste time with them. She didn't believe that they could still stay here after the flood flooded the building. As for Gu Ran, the prosperity of the space has not yet reached 100, and he is not yet qualified to enter the space, so she can't do anything. When Qian gritted her teeth and stared at the group's movements, The leading man sent people to check around, and only found the speedboat brought by Wen Qian and his team, and no other means of transportation. A few minutes later, the rest of their team, who came to move supplies, also arrived. Looking at the empty warehouse, everyone was a little dumbfounded and whispered about what was going on. These supplies were specially collected and stored here by them, waiting for the base to clear all the zombies and come to move the supplies back. They have also sent people to guard these days, but half an hour ago, a group of residents trapped in a building by zombies were found nearby, so everyone went out to rescue the residents. The residential building is very close to the shopping mall, less than 100 meters away. Everyone thought that even if someone came to steal supplies, so many things must be driven by several large trucks. By then they can see it, and then they can catch the person. Unexpectedly, the truck didn't see it, and the thing was still lost. The team leader repeatedly looked at Wen Qian and the other two and asked them. It seemed that these things were indeed not taken by them. But there must be an explanation for the matter. They are still suspects, so they decided to take them back. We are from Bincheng base. Since you didn't take the supplies and have nowhere to go, just follow us. The base has prepared shelter and food for the residents. You don't have to go out to find supplies in the future. Base? In the previous life, Bincheng base was built a few years after the end of the world. Why was it built so quickly this time? Wen Qian didn't expect to accidentally take the supplies from the base to save people, but now that so many people are watching, she can only deny it. Otherwise, she can't explain how she took the supplies, and the space will be easily exposed. Wen Qian interrupted him quickly, who said, "We have nowhere to go. We have elderly parents and children to take care of, and there is a 3-year-old child at home waiting for us to bring food back. I won't go with you. That's not up to you." The other party was very strong and pulled Wen Qian and the other two out. Wen Qian winked at Wen Rang and the other man, watching them put away their guns and plan to find a time to attack. There were about 60 or 70 people on the other side, and they were obviously professionally trained. Wen Qian was held in the middle of the crowd, calculating the chances of winning after the attack. But just after walking down one floor, the leader in front stopped. "Commander, why are you here?" Wen Qian could hear the fear in the leader's voice from a distance of several meters. She tilted her head, curious to see what kind of tough guy had come. But the dozens of people blocking her were all about 1.8 meters tall, and they were all the backs of their heads. Wen Qian was so angry. "You think you are so great just because you're tall. I'll cut off all your legs when I turn around. Let's see how you can block my sight." Wen Qian sighed and lowered her head and heard the ruthless guy asking a question. "Why didn't you move the supplies?" His words froze the dozens of people present. The scene fell into a suffocating silence, and finally, the team leader mustered up the courage to answer. "Reporting to the commander, the supplies were stolen. Where is the criminal? He was caught." The team leader turned around and looked in Wen Qian's direction. The other team members also turned around, and their movements were surprisingly consistent. Wen Qian was unhappy when she heard this. Come on. Don't try to wrongly accuse us. Don't think I didn't see that you just want to use us to get away with the crime. You said I stole things. Where is the evidence?" It was impossible for her to admit it, and she would never admit it even if she was beaten to death. Because as long as she admitted it, she would have to explain how she took the things away, and the space would be exposed. The dozens of people blocking Wen Qian automatically withdrew to both sides and made way in front of her. Wen Qian's vision finally opened up, and she saw the ruthless guy as she wished, and then her heart sank. The man was wearing a black combat uniform, and there were too many stars on his shoulder straps, so Wen Qian couldn't tell what level of person he was for a while. But just by looking into his fierce eyes and his aura of majesty without anger, she knew that this man would definitely not be easy to deal with. It would be difficult for her to escape from him smoothly. Wen Qian suddenly felt a little nervous and even regretted coming to this broken place. Not only did it delay her from killing zombies to level up, but she also met such an unlucky thing. The man walked over step by step, and the team members lowered their heads and dared not look at him, and even breathed carefully. Gu Ran saw his shoulder straps, and his face was so ugly. When Reng also realized that this man should not be messed with, frowned and looked at his sister, wondering how to solve this matter. Emo Han walked straight to Wen Qian, and the two looked at each other, and he spoke softly. Shall we talk? Wen Qian was panicked, but she never showed any fear on her face. Do you look like you want to have a good talk with me? Do you want to torture me into confessing? Team leader. How can you talk like that? Watch your attitude. Wen Qian glared at him and stopped talking. Emo Han looked at her face, and then, to Wen Qian's surprise, he ordered those people to retreat downstairs and wait. Although those people hesitated, they did not dare to disobey the order, so they had to follow the order and retreated to the stairs downstairs. Upstairs, only Wen Qian and 3 others were left with him. Wen Qian poked his cheek with his tongue, wondering if this man had been in a high position for too long and was too confident in his own strength, or if he really had such great ability. Otherwise, how could he dare to face the 3 of them alone? Emo Han glanced at the 2 people behind Wen Qian. Can I talk to you for a moment? Let's talk here. Are you sure that everything can be said here? He asked back, making Wen Qian lose confidence. She had a bad feeling for some reason. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment and walked a few meters away with him. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she seemed to hear him sigh. Walking to the window, Emo Han stopped and turned to look at Wen Qian. Take out the things. I'll let you leave safely. I just said I didn't take the things. No matter how you threaten me, it's useless. Since you insist that I took it, then tell me, there are only 3 of us. How did we empty the warehouse? Wen Qian's attitude was very firm. She questioned Emo Han with confidence, and after hearing the other party's answer, her breath was choked. Aren't you the only one? The things are in your space, take them out. Wen Qian? How does he know about the space? Who is this rascal? If you have something to say, please say it nicely. Don't curse in secret. Wen Qian. Emo Han, you have superpowers and so do I, so I'm sure you did something. I need this batch of supplies urgently today, and I have to take it away. I don't know what you were talking about. Play dumb, no matter what he says, just play dumb. This kind of person is the best at getting people to talk when interrogating prisoners. He couldn't have known that she had a space. He must be deceiving her. Emo Han seemed to see through her thoughts and suddenly laughed. Wen Qian was almost blinded by that smile, and then she was almost scared to death by his action of calling her by her full name. Wen Qian, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, I'll give you a batch of the same supplies in a week, but I'll take away today's supplies. Wen Qian, you. How do you know my name? I not only know yours, but I also know that the 2 people behind you are called Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Where do you live, and what's the current situation of your parents? Wen Qian, are you threatening me? No, I just want you to know my sincerity. I said I would let you leave safely and give you this batch of supplies in a week. If I didn't have this sincerity, I could have killed you and blown up your space, and even your family. Wen Qian hadn't felt fear for a long time. In her memory, the last time she was afraid was when she killed someone for the first time 10 years ago. But now, she was so scared that her hands and feet were cold because of the few words of the man in front of her. Her intuition told her that he was not joking and he also had the ability to kill her. At this point, she had no choice. Wen Qian glanced at the direction of the stairs. Your people are downstairs. How can I get the things back? I'll give you an address. Send the things there. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?
Will you?
Emo Han smiled slightly, making Wen Qian silently curse in his heart that he was smiling with a dagger. Wen Qian silently swallowed his breath and nodded. Okay, tell me, where do you want me to send the things? I'll send the address to your phone. Remember to send it before 12 o'clock tonight. After he finished speaking, he turned and left.
Wait.
Wen Qian quickly chased after him and stopped him. Another question. How do you know me? You know her name, where she lives, her family members, and even her mobile phone number? Emo Han was silent for a few seconds and answered. Your video is very popular on the internet. It's not difficult to find her information. Wen Qian thought about what he said and felt that it was right. Personal information is no longer a secret. When you use an app on the internet, you need to fill in your ID number and mobile phone number. When she went to the community to collect supplies, she also filled in her home address and mobile phone number. If the people above wanted to check her, it would not be difficult at all. When Qian sighed helplessly. For the first time, she hoped to disconnect from the internet as soon as possible. She didn't want to be photographed and uploaded to the internet every time she went out in the future. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. Once this person becomes famous, all kinds of troubles will come to her. Look at her, didn't she encounter a big one today? I have something to do, and I'll leave first. I'll send you the delivery address in an hour. I'll contact you in a week to let you know where to pick up the supplies. And Mohan didn't say anything else and strode away. After Wen Qian waited for his figure to disappear around the corner of the stairs, she finally couldn't help herself and slid down to the ground against the wall. When Rang and Gu Ran hurried over. Gu Ran, are you okay? When Rang, what did he say? Wen Qian pouted, looked up at Wen Rang, hugged his legs, and felt wronged. Brother, I was scared to death. She didn't lie, she was really scared. The other party knew her background clearly, but she knew nothing about him. That person said he also had superpowers. What were his superpowers? The ability to see other people's superpowers? When Rang helped her up from the ground, don't sit on the ground, it's cold. How did he scare you? He told me to return the supplies and give me another batch in a week. Vin Rang? Is this a scare? Gu Ran? They didn't take anything, so how can they return it? When Qian was annoyed by the expressions of the two people, she looked at the time. The man told her to return the supplies before 12 o'clock, and the task given to her by the system was to return it by 10:30 tonight. So, in other words, she could return the supplies after completing the task, and it wouldn't delay her time. When Qian looked outside, and after making sure that the group of people had all left, she picked up the Tang sword and walked out. After leaving the mall, Wen Qian was bloodthirsty. When Rang followed behind her, and he could feel his sister's murderous aura from a few meters away. It can be seen that this girl was really stimulated today. When Qian kept slashing zombies along the way and encountered several waves of survivors. Not surprisingly, she was filmed and posted on the internet. At 10:30 in the evening, when Qian and the other two killed a total of 6,000 zombies and successfully received the generous reward given by the system.
Ding.
The team's joint combat mission has been completed. The host's defense has increased by 6,000%. Please select a member of the system to receive a 600% increase in defense. When Qian immediately gave the reward to Wen Rang, and then heard the system say again. The first team combat mission achievement is unlocked, and the reward is 100 space prosperity. Prosperity? When Qian remembered that the system had prompted a few days ago that for every 100 increase in space prosperity, the system's combat personnel would be rewarded with 2 hours of space activity time. So that means that now Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan can also enter the space and can stay in it for 2 hours. Although the time is short, if she encounters a crisis like today again, she can take them to take shelter together. The fairy system. She loves it. In an instant, when Qian's mood, which had become bad because of the little episode in the mall, finally disappeared. She was full of joy and asked Wen Rang and Gu Ran to go home first. I still have something to deal with. I will definitely be home before 1 o'clock. Don't worry. Gu Ran was pulled away by Wen Rang before he could refuse. After they left, when Qian took out another speedboat from the space, then took out her cell phone, saw the address sent by the strange number, and set off their cursing. When she arrived at the place, Wen Qian looked around vigilantly, but found no one ambushing here. Although she was a little reluctant, she still took out all the supplies. After throwing them down, she left without looking back. 10 minutes later, she received another message. The supplies have been safely received and are being sent to the base. When Qian didn't expect that person to send another message, and also told her where the supplies were.
Base.
In the last life, Bincheng also built a base, large and small. There are more than a dozen, but there is only one official one, which is the Bincheng base. Judging from the outfits of the group of people today, it should be from there. When Qian wondered again why they moved so quickly this time. Obviously, in the last life, it took until the 3rd year for the official base to be built. She felt strange, but didn't delve into it. After all, there were many strange things. For example, she could be reborn, for example, her system, and for example, how did that dog man today know that she had a space? She continued to walk home and arrived on time before 1 o'clock. Several people in the family were still waiting for her in the living room. Seeing her come back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and went back to their rooms to rest. Wenxian was pulled into the study by Wen Rang and asked in a low voice, "How did that person determine that we took the supplies today?" "I don't know, but he knows that I have a space, and he knows all the details of all of us." Wen Rang frowned, not expecting things to be so tricky. He thought for a while and asked again, "Then what are you going to do? Can this space be taken away?" "I don't know about the space, but at present, the other party should not be hostile. He even promised to return the supplies to me, so there is no need for us to move out. And at this time, it is almost impossible to find another place to live like ours. He knows our details very well, and he may have been monitoring us. Even if we move away, if he wants, he will still come to our door." Wen Rang nodded, but still couldn't figure it out. Why would he be willing to return the supplies to us? There is such a good thing? Isn't it a trap? It doesn't feel like a trap. Maybe he saw that I have superpowers, so he wants to win me over. It must not be difficult for them to get a batch of supplies, but it is not easy to find someone like me. She said this not because she was arrogant, but because it was the fact. With her current combat power, killing zombies is easy. After raising her defense today, zombies can't even scratch her. She didn't believe that there was anyone as strong as herself around that person, so it was completely understandable that he wanted to win her over. Wen Qian, forget it, let's not think about it for now, just take it one step at a time. We work hard to complete the tasks and upgrade, and when we have replaced all the weapons in the space mall, we will have the confidence and don't have to be so afraid. Wen Rang, well, it's useless to worry about this now. But we should not go out in the next few days. There are too many videos about you on the internet, and there are even people who broadcast live to wait for you in various places. Our whereabouts are completely transparent now, so it's better to be careful. I know, as long as the system doesn't send tasks, I will stay at home until the rain stops. After the two chatted, Wen Qian returned to her room. She went into the space to take a shower, changed her clothes, and then went to check the supplies she collected today. When she was at the cement factory, Wen Qian was always worried, afraid that the large equipment and sand and gravel she threw in would crush all the land her father had worked so hard to plant. Now, seeing that there was no damage to the fields, she was finally relieved. The space is much larger than before. Wen Qian walked for more than 20 minutes after leaving the villa before she saw the steel factory rewarded by the system. Wen Qian looked at the steel plant in front of her, a little confused. Because there were several other factory buildings nearby, which were not in the original space. Wen Qian walked over to check in confusion, but couldn't open the door. When she looked up, she found a red exclamation mark above her head. "Do you want to unlock the grain processing plant function?" Wen Qian slightly widened her eyes and agreed immediately. The next second, the locked door in front of her opened automatically. When she walked in, she was stunned. All the equipment she moved back from the grain processing plant today was inside, and it was brand new. Wen Qian's heartbeat accelerated a little. She turned around and went out to check other factories nearby. "Do you want to unlock the canning plant function? Do you want to unlock the garment factory function?" Wen Qian agreed to all of them and then received a new task. The factory's 24-hour fully automatic operation function has been turned on. Please write the program yourself and start it. Wen Qian was dumbfounded. How could she do such a thing? But a light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind, and she immediately left the space and dragged Wen Rang, who was just lying on the bed and preparing to sleep, in. "Brother, don't sleep. Get to work. What are you doing in the middle of the night? The system asked me to write a program. Come and have a look." Wen Qian pulled him to the outside of the brand new factories, and Wen Rang was also shocked. Is the space function so powerful? This is too amazing. Wen Rang visited the factories inside and out like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, and then suddenly saw a computer operation interface in front of him. He quickly scanned the code on it, sat down against the wall, and started to get busy. Wen Qian looked at the garbled codes that appeared out of thin air, and he couldn't understand them. He couldn't help, so he just sat aside and waited. When Rang's 10 fingers quickly wandered on the keyboard, and after half an hour, he hit the enter key.
Done.
As soon as he finished speaking, the system voice sounded.
Ding.
The factory automatic operation mode has been activated, and the space prosperity has increased by 400. The cloud warehouse storage function in the system is enabled. Please check it in time. Wen Qian was confused. She opened the control panel and saw several new options next to the weapon mall. She clicked in and studied for a while and figured it out. The goods produced by the factories added to the space will be directly stored in the cloud warehouse system every day so that they will no longer occupy space. The number of products stored will be displayed behind each product, such as 10,000 steel bars, 10,000 caddies of rice, 10,000 cans of beef, and 10,000 pieces of cotton cloth. If she needs it, she can click the takeout button and fill in the number she wants to take out in the options behind. If you think the storage volume of goods is too much, you can sell it to the system for recycling. This function is so convenient. They have one more way to earn mall coins. Wen Qian was so excited that she dragged her brother back and forth in several factories. But she suddenly remembered something. She went to the cement factory today and brought back a lot of sand and gravel raw materials. The building materials collected in the building materials market were also gone. Where did they go? The two searched around but couldn't find it. Finally, Wen Qian made a suspicious guess. These factories, couldn't they be built with the materials I brought back? No wonder the system asked her to go to the cement factory and the building materials market. It turned out to be this reason. After listening to her words, when Rang nodded thoughtfully, that should be it. The two had fun in the space for a while, and then went out to rest. The next day, they pulled Wen Chongning and Liemo in, and they were both shocked. Liemo, how come this space changes every day and gets bigger? Wen Chongning, don't these factories need people to work? They run automatically? Can those things be taken out and sold? The merchant blood awakened, and Wen Chongning was a little eager to make a move. As soon as he finished speaking, Liemo glared at him. It's so chaotic outside now. Who are you going to sell to?
Zombies?
Wen Chongning smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I just said it casually. I won't really go out. Wen Qian, not now. Maybe in the future. More than a dozen bases in Bincheng will be built and operated in the future, and they will definitely lack supplies. Wen Qian told Wen Rang and others about this. The group of people we met when we went out yesterday are from the official base of Bincheng. In the end times, it is difficult to survive alone, so we have to find some more capable teammates. Otherwise, our combat effectiveness is still too weak now. The only ones who can really go out to fight now are Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Ran. But looking at the status of Xiaobai and the dogs, maybe in another month they can be taken out. Xiaobai has now successfully grown to more than 20 kilograms, and his size is no different from that of a dog. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan didn't know the inside story. Seeing Xiaobai grow bigger at a speed visible to the eye every day, they were still a little scared. After touring the space, several people returned home and went about their business. Liemo went back to his room to continue reading and studying, while Wen Qian took Wen Rang and Wen Chongning to the rooftop for training. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan heard the noise in the house and came out to join their team. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran teaching her father and brother self-defense moves, thought for a moment and said, Gu Ran, do you want to have a competition? Okay. Gu Ran agreed, without hesitation. In fact, he had wanted to compete with Wen Qian for a long time, but he had never dared to say it. After all, he was a grown man and lived in someone else's house. If he said in front of Wen Chongning and Wen Rang that he wanted to compete with Wen Qian, he would be thrown out by the father and son. Wen Chongning was worried when he heard what they said. Wen Rang smiled and said nothing, and pulled his father and Gu Wanwan to the side to watch the fun. Wen Chongning pointed at Gu Ran and warned him seriously, I'm telling you, don't be too harsh. If you hurt my daughter, I'll never forgive you. Gu Ran nodded and said okay, and then within 2 minutes, he was knocked to the ground by Wen Qian. Wen Chongning saw the scene and slapped his thigh. You kid. I asked you to hold back, but I didn't ask you to hold back so hard. You're holding back the sea, right? No. Try again. Gu Ran was lying on the ground in a daze. Although he had just agreed to win Chongning, he was really serious when fighting and had no intention of holding back at all. He knew that Wen Qian was very strong, but wasn't this too strong? Gu Ran touched his arm, wondering if it was broken. He only knew that Wen Rang was strong before, and every time he pulled him, it was as easy as pulling a chick. But now compared with Wen Qian, he felt that Wen Rang was gentle. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran looking at him with a confused face and rubbed his nose awkwardly. The combat power bonus given by the system last time was too much. She hadn't adapted to it yet and lost control and killed the enemy in seconds. Next time there is a combat power bonus, she must give some to Gu Ran. Gu Ran thought he would lose, but he didn't think he would lose so quickly. He was a little shocked, so after dinner, he kept training frantically in the fitness area until dark. Gu Ran did this for 3 days in a row, and Wen Qian quickly stopped him. She couldn't let Gu Ran go into the space to soak in the hot spring every day. If he continued to train like this, his body would be ruined sooner or later. Wen Qian pulled Gu Ran to the living room, sat on the sofa, and said seriously, "To tell you the truth, the reason why I am so strong is not because of training." "Then what is it?" "It can't be born, right? I mutated." "Do you know what mutation means?" "Look at those zombies outside. Some of them are transformed after being bitten, but some of them mutate by themselves. My situation is similar to theirs, but I'm just stronger." Wen Qian lied, and Gu Ran was half believing and half doubting. Seeing this, Wen Qian said again, "Look at my cats and dogs. Aren't they different from normal ones? Because they have also mutated. So you don't have to train yourself so hard every day. You just need to wait for them to mutate, and you will naturally become stronger." Gu Ran suddenly realized, no wonder they grow so big.
So, this is the reason.
But soon he was discouraged again. But mutation is not something that will happen to everyone. Don't worry. You will definitely change. My home is a feng shui treasure land. Whoever comes will change. I still have this confidence. Wen Qian patted Gu Ran's shoulder soothingly. I am just stronger than you now, but I still lack practical experience. Let's continue to learn from each other, make progress together, and strive to be mutated. No, strive to mutate more powerfully. Gu Ran's eyes were full of clear stupidity. He nodded vigorously, and his whole body was full of energy again. Try to live well. Strive to mutate as soon as possible. After untying Gu Ran's knot, Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and went back to the house with his mobile phone to watch the live broadcast. Now the internet is still connected, and everyone is stuck at home, relying on the internet for fun. When Rang said a few days ago that many people are broadcasting live now, waiting for her in various corners of the city. But Wen Qian has been staying at home these days, so they all waited for nothing. Wen Qian turned on the live broadcast and watched netizens discussing when she would appear in the live broadcast room, and she thought it was quite interesting. Suddenly, she saw a comment. "This person is my neighbor. If you really want to wait for her, come to our community." Wen Qian frowned, and at first she thought it was someone who was trying to attract attention. But after that idiot typed out the address of the community, she took a deep breath. "If you don't believe it, come here to wait. But to be honest, it's better for you not to come. She is a lunatic who kills without blinking an eye. Do you know why she always wears a mask? Because she is ugly. I have seen her in person. She is ugly and short, with pockmarks all over her face. She is at most 1.5 meters tall. She is simply a short melon." Wen Qian wanted to curse. "You are the shorty, your whole family is shorty. I am 168 centimeters tall, which is almost 2 meters, and I can kick you off the top of your head with one kick." She was so angry that she punched the bed twice, and then there was a knock on the door. When Rang came in with his mobile phone, trying to suppress his laughter, and found that Wen Qian was also watching the live broadcast, so he couldn't help it. "Did you see what the comment said? Do you want a fist?" Wen Qian raised his fist and waved it, scaring Wen Rang so much that he quickly took 2 steps back. "Don't get excited. Brother will help you find out whose idiot this is. Just wait." After he said that, he went into the study. Wen Qian followed him curiously. thinking he was joking, but after some operations, when Rang actually found the man's IP address and located it downstairs from her house. When Rang turned around in his chair and teased, "Zhang Ziang, is he going to destroy what he can't get? I really want to see if his head is full of water." Zhang Ziang posted her home address on the internet, and there will definitely be people coming to her. Some come to ask for protection, and some come to steal supplies. After all, she has been out so many times and killed so many zombies. No one will believe that she doesn't have any stock at home. However, with so many zombies outside now, it is not easy to successfully get to her. There are many companies around Wen Qian's home, and residential buildings are also next to each other. It is a highly densely populated area. If those people really have the life to come here, then she will let them leave without a life. The end of the world has been open for more than half a month, and the heavy rain has been falling for more than half a month without stopping for a minute. The flood has now flooded the 6th floor of the community, and more people live in the corridor of the fire escape. In this way, internal fighting is inevitable. Everyone has realized that this disaster cannot be ended in a short time, and the supplies distributed by the community last time will not last long. Therefore, they did not dare to go outside the community to look for supplies, so they set their sights on their neighbors. In the entire community, only Wen Qian's building was designed with one household per floor, and the other buildings had 2 or 3 families living on one floor. In order to supplies, everyone tried every possible way. Some tried to pick the locks, and some simply broke down the doors. As for those who lived in the corridors, they were the first to be robbed. Their supplies were robbed by others, and they had no food or drink, so they could only go to other people's homes. Even Wen Qian's family was not spared from being targeted. In the past 2 days, the surveillance alarm at home has never stopped. Every day someone comes to the door of Wen's house, trying to open the seemingly unbreakable door. Wen Qian was annoyed by the alarm and decided to install an electric fence on the door. There was also a wire mesh in the space that she and Wen Chongning had bought at the building materials market before. She went out and kicked away a few people who were sneaking outside the door, and then went to the 29th floor staircase to guard it, letting Gu Ran and Wen Rang work on it. The screams of the men who were beaten to the point of screaming and howling attracted the attention of the people on the 29th floor. Su Yan secretly opened the door, hoping to watch the excitement. As a result, when she opened the door, she saw Wen Qian standing outside her house, like the god of death. She was so scared that she almost fainted. "What are you doing at my door?" Su Yan asked in panic. Zhang Yang and Zhang Ziang heard the sound and came over. When they saw Wen Qian, they were shocked and scared. "Qian, do you have no food at home?" "I still have some. Come and stay at my house." Zhang Ziang opened his mouth to invite him, but his mother stepped on him hard. Wen Qian smiled slightly, which made Zhang Ziang breathe a little faster, and some yellow waste began to appear in his mind again. She looked at him for a moment, then opened her red lips and asked softly word by word, "Guess, will I let you live until the day you finish eating the food?" Qian had a smile on her lips, which was breathtakingly beautiful, and frightened the 3 Zhang family members. The door was closed with a, and Zhang Ziang didn't dare to answer her question, and immediately locked the door. Wen Qian sneered at his useless look. He dared to do little tricks behind her back with such little courage. She definitely didn't believe that he was not mentally. Wen Qian sat down on the stairs, waiting for Wen Rang and Gu Ran to finish their work. Some people came up and tried to pry the door open, but they turned around and ran away, as if they had seen a ghost when they saw her. After scaring off several waves of people, Wen Rang and Gu Ran finally fixed the electric fence. Wen Qian patted the dust off her body and went upstairs to go home. She looked at the electric fence on the door with satisfaction and went to the next door with Wen Rang to install the door there. The electric fence was installed successfully, and the power was turned on. Wen Qian received a system prompt.
Ding.
The defense system has been manually upgraded. The system rewards a 100% defense bonus, and the combat power of all members in the system increases by 10%. Wen Qian took a breath.
Wow.
I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. She quickly opened the door and saw that the power grid that had just been installed had changed. The iron wire was much thicker and looked stronger. As for the doors and windows at home, there is no big change for the time being, but it must have been upgraded. Gu Ran was shocked to see the changes in the power grid. This power grid was installed by him and Wen Rang, so he knew best what it looked like originally. Wen Qian looked at his surprised expression and smiled calmly. Didn't I tell you that my home is a feng shui treasure land? Not to mention people and animals. Even this power grid can mutate. Now you believe it. Wen Qian closed the door and brainwashed Gu Ran. You have been in my house for so many days. I think you should have changed more or less. Feel it yourself. Do you feel that your combat power has increased? Gu Ran slowly clenched his fist and waved it twice. Wen Qian nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the combat power has increased by about 10%. Really? Really? Believe me, it must be right. The system said that everyone's combat power increased by 10%, so it must be true. Although this bonus is a drop in the bucket for her, it is still a drop in the bucket. If it accumulates slowly like this, Gu Ran and the others will definitely become stronger. After Wen Qian finished speaking, she went back to the house happily. Gu Ran felt inexplicably that he had really become a little stronger after what she said. So he was in a particularly good mood and smiled all day. When Rang wrote another program so that the power grid would not trigger the switch when the door was open normally. Their goal was very clear, and they were simply targeting those rascals who wanted to break in. When Qian posted a piece of paper outside the door, which reminded them that there is electricity on the door, and those who wanted to break in would bear the consequences at their own risk. At first, no one believed it. The community had been without power for so many days. Where did her family get the electricity? The power grid? A spider web is more like that. You are fooling a 3-year-old child. As a result, the first person who tried to cut the electric fence with tools was electrocuted on the spot. The remaining few people saw this scene, and they were so scared that they ran to the 29th floor. They looked at each other and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The Wen family actually has electricity. Where did they get the electricity? This matter soon spread in the community group, and all those whose mobile phones were still powered and not turned off saw this exciting news. The Wen family has a large place, and they must have stored a lot of food. They have electricity at home, and maybe they even have water. This made a group of people who had been without water and electricity for several days, like hungry wolves seeing rabbits, and evil came from their hearts. Go to the Wen family. As long as they can kill Wen Qian and drive them out of the house, that place will be their home in the future. Although Wen Qian is powerful and can kill zombies, she is a woman after all. As long as there are enough of them, they will definitely be able to defeat her. They thought of Wen Qian's beautiful face again, and other evil thoughts spread in their hearts. The Wen family is rich, and Wen Qian has been well-fed and well-clothed since she was a child. I heard that she has never had a boyfriend.
She is A.
How great would it be if he could be the first to play with her? So, one after another, people who were looking for death ran to the Wen family. Some were bitten to death by zombies in the community before they even entered her unit door. Some desperately reached her doorstep, but were electrocuted by the electric net on her door. Just like that, Wen Qian, who was eating and drinking at home and having a good time, received a reminder from the system again. The defense system has killed 50 enemies cumulatively, unlocking the primary achievement of defense. The system rewards the defense bonus by 100%, and the combat power of all members in the system increases by 10%. Wen Qian rolled on the bed happily when she heard this. She was so happy that she could upgrade her combat power while lying at home reading comics. In this way, she stayed at home for a week. At noon on the 7th day, a message was received on her mobile phone. It was sent by the man a few days ago. He gave her an address and asked her to pick up supplies. Wen Qian looked at the message and was in a daze for a long time. She wasn't sure if it was a trap, but she wanted to go. There was a lot of supplies in that batch. Although she didn't lack these things now, she would definitely need them in the future. Wen Qian had already talked to Wen Rang and Gu Ran in private. She wanted to build a base. Having lived alone for 10 years in her previous life, Wen Qian knew the importance of teamwork in the later period. She and Wen Rang had also been to other people's alliances, but she really didn't like the atmosphere of other alliances and didn't want to be used as a by others, so she wanted to start her own business. The industrial chain in her space can already guarantee food and clothing, so her alliance doesn't need too many people. She doesn't want basic labor, just a sharp team with strong combat effectiveness. In this way, as long as the weapons and equipment can keep up in the future, she will have nothing to worry about. So, she decided to go out and take this trip. She told Wen Rang about this, and Wen Rang was very worried. He felt that the man couldn't be so kind and definitely wanted to trick her over and then take her away. So I have to go alone. If anything unexpected happens, I will hide in the space, and they can't do anything to me. By the way, I can also test the strength of that person. She was really curious about what special abilities that person had. When Rang frowned, I'm not trying to discourage you. I always have a feeling that the person is very dangerous. We'd better not offend him. I know my limits. Besides, he asked me out today, and I didn't take the initiative to find trouble. He has no reason to attack me. The two chatted for a while. When Rang saw that his sister was determined and there was nothing he could do about her, he could only remind her to be careful on the road. When Rang, you are a celebrity now. Many people know you. Be careful. Don't worry, I promise to come back safe and sound. Wen Qian changed her clothes, talked to Li Mo and the others, and went out. As a result, she was spotted as soon as she left the community. It was dark outside, and the zombies were much more active than during the day. Wen Qian didn't rush to get rid of them after she found someone following her. She chose to go to places with many zombies because she had a speedboat and was very fast, so when she killed the zombies and drove away quickly, the zombies automatically shifted their targets to the pursuer. However, she met two groups of people with a little strength later, and they were also driving speedboats. But after chasing for several streets, they were still thrown off and lost. Wen Qian spent nearly 2 hours and finally arrived at the place the man said. It was a winding mountain road. After Wen Qian took the speedboat to a place without water, she directly moved the car out of the space and drove to the top of the mountain. In the short 10-minute drive, Wen Qian drove very carefully. She kept observing the surroundings, but she never found any signs of an ambush. After successfully reaching the top of the mountain, Wen Qian saw the car on the top of the mountain and raised her eyebrows. The other party saw her coming and opened the door to get out of the car. Wen Qian walked over and looked into his car in disbelief. You came here alone?
Yeah.
Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? And Mohan didn't say anything, and his expression didn't even change. But Wen Qian felt that he was laughing. He laughed at her for overestimating her own abilities. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, looked him up and down, and turned to look at the containers next to her. These things looked just as good as those found in the mall a few days ago. Wen Qian opened the container and made sure that it was not filled with explosive packs or garbage, and then put the things into the space. She walked back to the man and saw him standing by the car in a uniform with an umbrella. She couldn't help but say in her heart, he looks decent and handsome. The other party came alone and returned all the supplies to her as agreed, so Wen Qian didn't want to be too hostile. She hesitated for a while and asked him, Can I ask you a question? Ask, and I'll consider whether to answer or not. The other party was also a straightforward person. After hearing this, Wen Qian asked the question immediately. You said before that you have superpowers. May I ask what your superpowers are? You were able to bring so many supplies up here. Do you also have a space? She was really curious and wanted to know the truth. And Mohan stared at her for a moment, his thin lips slightly raised. This question is indeed quite presumptuous, but I can answer you. I don't have a space. I sent people to transport these supplies. As for my superpowers, he paused, looked at Wen Qian's nervous expression, and continued. It's mind reading, so I heard clearly what you said just now about a hypocritical person. Wen Qian. Sorry to bother you. Wen Qian had never been so socially frustrated in her 2 lifetimes. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, or hide in the space directly, but she held back in the end. She coughed lightly and was a little flustered for a rare time and never mentioned the superpowers again. Since you've returned the supplies to me, I'll just treat what happened before as if it never happened. I'm leaving, bye. She turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped again. Wait a minute. Emohan called out, walked a few steps to her side, and handed her a piece of paper. When Qian took it hesitantly and heard him say, "This is the radio channel and satellite phone number. You can contact me if you have any questions. You can send a text message." When Qian was halfway through her words, when she realized, "The communication network is down?"
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. When Qian stuffed the paper into her pocket and did not refuse the possibility of cooperating with him in the future, she drove away and waited until she reached the foot of the mountain before she breathed a sigh of relief. How could there be such a perverted supernatural power as mind reading? Wow, it's too perverted. When Qian walked home cursing. After arriving home safely, she told Wen Rang about the man's ability to read minds. After hearing this, Wen Rang's expression became very complicated. When Qian saw this and had a bad feeling. You didn't scold him that day, did you? More than that. I scolded him so badly. The brother and sister looked at each other in silence and finally decided that if they had the chance to see this person again in the future, they would stay as far away as possible. All communication networks were cut off, and they couldn't make calls or go online. Some people couldn't make trouble on the internet under a vest. Fortunately, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had downloaded a lot of movies, TV series, animations, variety shows, and documentaries in advance, so even at home, they didn't feel bored. Their lives were very fulfilling. In addition to eating and training, Wen Qian also took out an hour every day to teach Gu Wanwan. Gu Ran was a poor student since childhood, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to the army later. So when he accidentally learned what university Wen Rang and his sister were studying in, he immediately pushed his sister in front of them and said seriously, "My sister will be handed over to you from now on." Gu Wanwan was very well behaved and didn't make any noise or make a fuss. Even if she was sick and felt uncomfortable, she would cry quietly, and she wouldn't cry and make a fuss like some naughty children and roll on the ground. So Wen Qian's family liked this little girl very much. Moreover, Gu Ran and she were very sensible. Since they moved here to live with them, the activities of the brother and sister were limited to their room, living room, and rooftop, and they never ran around in other places. They never entered the kitchen, nor did they ask the Wen family how much supplies they had at home. They were just worried when they were eating every day whether the family would soon run out of food according to their meal standards. Because they had a lot of fish and meat every day, and each of them had a big appetite, eating several bowls of rice at a meal. So Gu Ran took the initiative to go out to find supplies several times, but was rejected by Wen Qian. She told him to eat boldly. Gu Ran didn't believe it at first until later, when he saw Wen Qian feeding Xiaobai and the puppies canned meat and raw bones and meat. He finally believed that the Wen family was really a big family. There was no shortage of supplies because of the appearance of him and his sister. In this way, the days passed, and the heavy rain that had been pouring like a pot finally began to get smaller little by little. Finally, on the 30th day of the apocalypse, the rain stopped. The survivors looked at the clear sky and seemed to see hope. They even had an illusion that as long as the heavy rain ended, the apocalypse would end. The heavy rain lasted for a whole month, flooding Wen Qian's neighborhood to the 10th floor. She stood on the rooftop, looking at the dazzling sunlight outside the window, listening to the neighbors cheering again and again as they opened the windows, but she couldn't be happy. Because after the heavy rain, there will be extremely high temperatures. And the high temperature will last for at least 3 months. The plague is coming soon. The zombies are also going to mutate. On the first day after the rainstorm stopped, the temperature rose to 40 degrees. There were many corpses floating on the water, and they had already begun to rot. The phenomenon of giants could be seen everywhere, mosquitoes were flying around, and crows were everywhere. Liemo saw the scene outside and was worried. As a former doctor, she knew too well what would happen next. Seeing that the rain had stopped, Gu Ran wanted to go out to find supplies. Wen Qian was actually a little itchy in her heart. She had been staying at home for a long time and always wanted to go out and stretch her muscles.
But
Wait 2 more days. When Qian still refused. There must be a lot of people going out to find supplies these 2 days. I don't want to run into them. Okay. Then wait 2 more days. Guran stood in front of the window and looked outside, a little absent-minded, not knowing what he was thinking. Wen Qian and Wen Reng both noticed it, and they exchanged glances. Wen Reng walked to Guran and asked, "The little girl you like hasn't contacted you?" Guran stiffened, then shook his head. "The last time we sent a message was more than half a month ago. Now the network communication is completely cut off, so it's hard to contact even if we want to." When Qian could see that he was very worried about her. He even ate less in the past few days. He wanted to go out today, maybe to find that girl. She couldn't bear to see her man trapped by love, so she thought for a while and said, "Well, tell me what her name is and which unit she is from, and I'll help you find her." Guran didn't expect her to say that. She was surprised and a little happy. "What can you do?"
don't worry about it.
"Tell me the information, and I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the unit with you. We have to confirm whether she is alive or dead, right? If she is still alive, they will try to find her. If she is dead, then they should cut the Gordian knot and stop thinking about it. After all, he still has a long life ahead of him and will meet other people." When Qian spoke, and Guran didn't act pretentiously. He told her the girl's identity information, then watched her turn and walk into the room. In the bedroom, when Qian opened the bedside table, looked at the black and white paper inside, and sighed. If possible, she really didn't want to contact this person. When Reng seemed to guess what she wanted to do, followed closely and asked, "Have you thought about it? You have to pay this favor back in the future. Give it a try. I can't just watch him miss it every day." Both parents were dead, and the girl he liked was missing. Although Gu Ran pretended to be very good in front of them, they all knew that he always cried alone. Even his sister knew about it. Once she ran to Wen Qian's room and whispered to Wen Qian, "Sister, brother misses mom and dad and is crying again." Then she threw herself into Wen Qian's arms, her little mouth pursed, and tears fell down. "I miss mom and dad too. Will it take a long time for them to come back?" Wen Qian couldn't help them find their parents, but this girl still had to try hard and give it a try. She took the satellite phone and dialed the number Mo Han had given her before. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. When Qian heard the other party's voice and spoke politely. "Hello, I'm Wen Qian. May I ask who?" Oh no. What was the man's name? She didn't know. The other party seemed to recognize her voice and answered. "Mo Han, do you have something to ask me?" "Yeah, a little bit. Aren't you very good at finding people? Can you help me find someone?" "Someone from the Special Forces." When Qian said straight to the point. "I won't let you look for it in vain. Your base should be in great need of supplies, right? As long as you help me find this person, I will send you the supplies I took last time as a reward. What do you think?" The other party was silent for a few seconds and agreed to the deal. "Okay, I'll contact you after I find it." "Thank you. Then I'll wait for your call." Wen Qian quickly told him the girl's identity information, and soon, 10 minutes later, she received a call back from him. Wen Qian knew that this man was quite good, but she didn't expect him to be so efficient and get it done so quickly. "Found it." Mo Han's cold and indifferent voice came over. "But are you sure the person you are looking for is called Zhang Duoduo?" Wen Qian was very sure at first, but after hearing him ask this, she was no longer sure. "Wait a minute." She ran to the living room and confirmed the girl's identity information with Gu Ran again. Mo Han also heard it on the other end of the phone and then asked, "Why are you looking for her?" When Qian returned to the room and answered in a low voice, "Her boyfriend is here with me. I haven't been able to contact her for more than half a month. I'm so worried that I can't even eat, so."
Montag Han was silent.
Listening to the silence on the phone, when Qian was a little panicked. She thought she would soon hear a scolding like "don't look for me" for such trivial matters in the future, and she had already thought about how to righteously fight back. "What do you mean by trivial matters? I promised to give you supplies. This is a deal. If you don't agree, you cannot help me." If he got angry, she would say so. But after a short silence, when Qian heard Mo Han say, Zhang Duo and her boyfriend are both with me. Who is the boyfriend you are talking about? Wen Qian was full of questions. What's going on? Playing 2 cards with one woman? What did she find with a large amount of supplies? She might as well die. Wouldn't it be better to die in the mission? Wen Qian didn't know what to say for a moment, and finally Mo Han spoke. How about this? You come to the base and confirm with your own eyes that this person is the one you are looking for, and then give me the supplies. How about that? Not so good. She regretted it now. She felt that Mo Han had 99% right to find the wrong person. But she couldn't run away. The other party knew all her details, and they didn't make deals like this. If she went back on her word the first time she took the initiative to find the other party, what would she do if she really needed help in the future? So although Wen Qian felt very distressed, she still gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, we'll be there at 8 o'clock in the evening. After agreeing on a time with Mo Han, Wen Qian hung up the phone and told Wen Reng about the situation. Wen Reng had the same reaction as her after hearing this, and wanted to curse. Wen Reng, what should we do? Should we tell Gu Ran? This brother is too miserable. Otherwise, let's just tell him directly that Zhang Duo is dead. Wen Qian thought about it and refused. Bin Cheng is not a big deal. If we run into him in the future, we still have to tell him the truth. It's better to tell him now and let him get hurt once. Wen Qian made up her mind to go out. Besides, it's just a broken heart and being cheated on. What's the big deal? Love is nothing at the critical moment of life and death. Women will only affect the speed at which he swings his sword to kill the enemy. Similarly, the same goes for men. It will only affect the speed at which she swings her sword. Who wants to talk about love in the end times? Are you crazy? Wen Qian walked to the living room. Gu Ran was still standing by the rooftop window, looking outside absent-mindedly. Wen Qian took a deep breath, walked quickly to his side, and asked, How long have you known Zhang Duo? Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and replied, 2 years. Then how long have you been dating? Gu Ran touched his neck and smiled shyly. We haven't been dating yet. I've been pursuing her. But she didn't refuse. Half a month ago, she told me that when we meet again, she will agree to be my girlfriend. I get it, he is a sucker. Wen Qian glanced at Gu Ran's hair and felt so green. After 2 years of pursuit, have you ever given her any gifts? Gu Ran frowned slightly when he heard Wen Qian ask this. Although his brain was not very good, he could tell that Wen Qian's questions were a bit strange. Gu Ran, have you found her whereabouts? You found her? Wen Qian, answer my question first. After 2 years of pursuing her, how much money did you spend on her? Gu Ran was a little reluctant to say, not much. Why are you asking these questions? Nothing. I just wanted to see how badly you were cheated. Wen Qian said venomously. There's good news and bad news. The good news is that I did find her, and she is fine. The bad news is that according to reliable information, she has a boyfriend, and the two are now staying together safely and happily. Gu Ran's body froze and his face turned pale. When Rang listened from the side, he wanted to comfort him but didn't know where to start. He could only listen to his sister continue to speak venomously. If I'm not mistaken, she has been contacting you just to extort money from you and treat you as an ATM. Although it sounds harsh, you have to face reality now. Gu Ran was a little angry. How do you know that the person you found is her? Is the information you got true? Good question. Wen Qian smiled. So I made an appointment to go to Binching Base at 8 o'clock in the evening to meet this Zhang Duo in person. Gu Ran was in a complicated mood, with emotions such as sadness, anger, and luck entangled together, making him grit his teeth and clench his fists tightly. Wen Qian had no reason to lie to him and would not lie to him, but he was unwilling to admit that he had been an idiot for 2 years. Wen Qian looked at his red eyes and sighed. Give you a few hours to digest this. We will leave for Binching Base at 6 p.m. For the sake of our friendship, I will give you a few more pointers. When you meet people at night, don't show any reluctance or sadness. 1 month into the apocalypse, I don't believe anyone's living conditions will be better than ours. So show your spirit of killing zombies on the battlefield and let her know that she has chosen the wrong person. Also, you, Gu Ran, are no longer someone she can afford, understand? There is no hurdle that cannot be overcome. You deserve better. When Qian said everything she should say, patted him on the shoulder, and turned back to the room. When Reng handed a pack of cigarettes to Gu Ran. My sister is outspoken, but what she said is not wrong. Brother, there is still a long way to go in the future. It's not worth it to be depressed for such a person. He left after he said that, and by the way, he also took Gu Wanwan, who ran out of the room to play with her brother, away. Gu Ran sat on the rooftop and smoked a pack of cigarettes in silence. He didn't eat lunch, and went back to his room alone to face reality. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a helicopter flew in from a distance. Just like the last time when everyone was notified to collect supplies, new instructions were issued in the same way. In order to ensure the safety and livelihood of residents, an official base in Bincheng has been established. Residents are requested to bring their carry-on luggage and gather at the gate of their respective communities within 1 hour. At that time, staff will count the number of people and arrange to go to the base. Within 1 hour, the staff will kill the zombies in advance. Residents are requested not to leave their homes and close the doors and windows to avoid accidental injuries. As soon as this news came out, many people's hearts were instantly chilled. What does it mean? Let them leave their homes and go to what base? Will there be floods and waterlogging disasters in the future? Those zombies can't be dealt with? Many people thought that things would get better after the rainstorm ended. But now, they are panicking again. No one wants to leave. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as their own doghouse. But they have to leave because there is no food at home, and they dare not think about what will happen next. So, each household listened to the sound of machine gun fire outside, and hurriedly began to pack their luggage. Wen Qian's family would definitely not move where they were. Everyone was bored and lay on the windowsill to watch the excitement. After many days, the second comprehensive killing of zombies took place. However, the results were not as smooth as the last time. When Qian observed with a telescope for a while and heard Gu Ran's voice behind him, the zombies have mutated. When Qian turned back in surprise, thinking that he would hide in the room until the night before coming out, Gu Ran also held a telescope and said while looking at the situation below. Previously, if the zombies were hit by bullets, although it would not be fatal, their movements would become slower. But now it is completely different. He just saw that the knees of 2 zombies were hit by bullets, but their movements were only slowed down for 2 seconds before they immediately recovered. Wen Qian nodded in agreement with him. Yes, this is just the first stage of mutation. The zombies are more aggressive and their defenses have increased. There is no other way except to shoot them in the head. In the past few days, Wen Qian sold half of the products produced by several factories in the space and has saved more than 30,000 mall coins. She exchanged 2 guns, and the rest were all replaced with bullets, as well as 3 bulletproof vests, which she then distributed to Gu Ran and Wen Reng. When the 2 saw it, their eyes widened. Gu Ran, where did you get it? It's a family heirloom. I just haven't taken it out yet. When Qian said casually, my brother has never touched this thing. You teach him how to operate it first, and there are gunshots everywhere outside now. You 2 can warm up your hands. Gu Ran was originally irritable, but he finally found something to distract his attention. He immediately became extremely active and pulled Wen Reng to practice shooting. Wen Reng was a little scared when he touched a gun for the first time. He didn't expect that after studying poetry and books for more than 10 years, he would eventually embark on this difficult path of abandoning literature and pursuing martial arts. An hour passed quickly, and hundreds of people gathered at the entrance of the community. When Qian roughly calculated that it was half of the original population of their community, which was already a community with a high survival rate. Because the flood had not receded yet, the staff could only use lifeboats and other means to transport residents one by one. They first sent the residents to the Black Mountainside, gathered with people from other communities, and then waited for the base to come and pick them up. Zhang Yang's family of 3, who lived downstairs from Wen Qian, also left for the base. They didn't want to leave, but there was really nothing to eat at home. There were only a few dozen kilograms of rice left, and they couldn't even get a bite of vegetable every day. They thought that the food would be better at the base, and they knew people at the base so they could get in through the back door at critical moments, so they left reluctantly. When Rang practiced shooting at home for the whole afternoon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the weather was not so hot. Several people put on bulletproof vests and set off for the base. Gu Ran said nothing along the way. His face, which usually had no expression, now looked even more terrifying. He stood on the boat, holding a gun in his hand, full of murderous intent. The pistol that Wen Qian exchanged for him, and when Rang had a double-row magazine with a capacity of 34 rounds. It had a fast firing rate and strong. The effective range could reach 150 meters, and it could choose full automatic or single-shot shooting. When Rang had become proficient at this time, and felt that this thing was much simpler and easier than a bow and crossbow. It was so cool to see a zombie raise his hand and shoot it. It was just that the weather was too hot, and there were too many corpses floating in the water. Even the bodies of those zombies began to rot, so it looked too disgusting visually. When Qian and the other two wore masks and goggles, and they killed their way to the base. They met other neighbors in the community, without bias. An isolation net was set up 1 kilometer outside the base. It was temporarily safe inside the isolation net. Many residents who had not yet moved into the base were waiting here. When Qian thought that since the people in the community had set out so early, they must have arrived here a long time ago. Unexpectedly, there were too many people coming to the base today, and they could not be arranged at all, so they waited for several hours in Heishan before being sent here. The neighbors were stunned when they saw the figures of Wen Qian and his sister. It rained heavily for a whole month. Even if they barely survived, they all lost a lot of weight due to hunger. But looking at the state of the brother and sister, there's no difference at all from before. Even the body lines look a little stronger than before. The people of the Wen family have never experienced hunger. They have enough food, but they are selfish. They are unwilling to share it with everyone. When everyone thought of this, they were furious and began to sneer.
Hey, who is this?
Why does she look so familiar? Oh, isn't this the legendary female warrior? Oh, I thought she was so powerful, but in the end, she is just like us, and we have to take refuge in the base. Stop talking like that. We are different from her. Not as selfish and cruel as her. That's right, killing zombies is fine, but she can even kill her own neighbors. She is a murderer. That's right. Murder.
Come on.
Catch her. When Qian heard their helpless and furious shouting from a distance, and looked over coldly. Although those people were so scared that their hearts were beating wildly, they still relied on being in the official base to pluck up the courage to shout at her.
What are you looking at?
Can you still kill us? That's right. What do you think this place is?
Can you do whatever you want?
Residents of other communities didn't know what happened, but they had seen videos of Wen Qian killing zombies on the internet before. So now they were all staring at this side to watch the excitement. Zhang Ziang found that Wen Qian was attacked by everyone and said hypocritically, "Everyone calm down. We are still neighbors after arriving at the base. We should not have conflicts." As soon as he opened his mouth, the men standing behind him became more excited.
What do you mean by family?
Only you and her are family, right? That's right. Mr. Zhang, tell me the truth. When Qian has not been hungry for a month, is your family helping her behind the scenes? I heard that your family has 100 kilograms of rice. How much did you give her? It can't be given for free, right? Is it a compensation? Several men were too careless and went too far, blatantly making dirty jokes. Their eyes wandered over Wen Qian unscrupulously, and their eyes became more and more greedy. Just give me food, right? Then name a price. A few kilograms of rice a night? We still have some stock on hand. If you scream louder, we can consider giving you more. Dirty words came out of their mouths, making some onlookers frown involuntarily. How could Wen Rang and Gu Ran bear to hear this? They immediately walked towards those people. But the one who moved faster than them was Wen Qian. A figure flashed quickly before their eyes, and before everyone could react, Wen Qian was already standing in front of several men. She grabbed one of them by the hair with her right hand, grabbed his head, and hit him hard with her knee. The man's nose was broken instantly, his face was covered with blood, and he was dizzy, and he was about to lose consciousness. The onlookers gasped, not expecting Wen Qian to do it directly. And the next second, something they didn't expect happened. Wen Qian actually broke the man's neck directly. The man's head fell to the ground with an incredible twist, scaring the other 3 men's minds blank. When they realized that Wen Qian had killed someone, they all thought that this stinky woman was really crazy. So they rushed up and wanted to join forces to subdue her. Wen Qian looked at the 3 losers huddled together with cold eyes, kicked one of them and kicked him out. The remaining 2 attacked her from the front and back at the same time. One attacked from behind, strangled her neck, and tried to strangle her. Another attacked from the front, holding a dagger and trying to stab her to death. Wen Qian grabbed the arm of the man behind her with one hand and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, she snatched the dagger from the last provocateur, knelt on one knee, and stabbed the dagger directly into the throat of the man lying on the ground. After dealing with this, she looked at the owner of the dagger again. The other party had realized that he was no match for her at all, so he turned around and ran into the crowd. "Help! Murder!" he shouted while running, and his pants were soaked with fear. But he only ran 2 meters, and his whole head flew out. After his body paused for a second in the running posture, he also fell to the ground. Wen Qian pulled out the tang sword he carried with him and chopped off his head. In just a few dozen seconds, Wen Qian killed 3 people and seriously injured 1. Screams continued at the scene and soon attracted the attention of the staff. Wen Qian stood there, threatened with guns by 2 men in combat uniforms. "Put down your weapons. Fighting and killing are not allowed in the base. You have violated the rules of the base and must be punished." As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies suddenly froze. Because when Rang and Gu Ran had already pointed their guns at their temples. No one expected that Wen Qian and his group would have guns. Wen Qian took off her goggles and wiped the blood off, then put them on and looked at the 2 stunned base members. She smiled and said, "The rules of your base have nothing to do with me. Put down your guns, or I don't mind letting you know whose gun is faster."
Impossible.
Don't think you can kill someone here and leave alive. Wen Qian, 3. A gunshot came from Gu Ran's gun, and the base member standing in front of him fell down. In a blink of an eye, Wen Qian took the gun from his hand and aimed at the remaining person together with Wen Rang. The man didn't expect that they would attack first, and he looked at his fallen teammate and shouted, "How dare you launch a sneak attack?"
He was the first to attack.
Wen Qian raised the gun in his hand, the bolt is pulled, and if he doesn't die, I will die. If Gu Ran hadn't fired just now, she would be the one to die by the gun now. The gunshots attracted more fighters in the base. They ran out one after another. When they saw Wen Qian and his team killed one of their teammates and threatened another with guns, they immediately raised their guns and pointed them at them.
"Put down your guns.
Release the hostages." Wen Qian listened to their shouts and just found it funny. She lowered her head and played with the gun in her hand and decided to put it in her pocket. "Wen Qian, I don't want to waste time with you. Take me to see Mo Han. He asked me to come." Wen Qian said the man's name, and a group of people looked at each other with disbelief. "What are you all doing here?" A cold voice came from the back of the crowd. Wen Qian looked over and saw the leader who met in the mall that day walking out of the crowd. He was also stunned when he saw the scene at the entrance of the base, and then looked at Wen Qian with an unhappy face and asked, "Did you kill the man?"
"Yes."
Wen Qian admitted readily, but he was the first to attack and wanted to kill me. Yi Xinghua didn't expect to run into such an arrogant person on his own territory. He got angry and pulled out his gun. Then he heard his subordinates whispering. "Boss, she said that Commander Mo asked them to come." Yi Xinghua was stunned and looked at Wen Qian in confusion and asked, "What's her name?" "Wen Qian." Yi Xinghua was silent and reluctantly put down his gun and asked the people around him to do the same. "Put down your guns." He was here to pick up Wen Qian and the other 2 under Mo Han's order. Yi Xinghua couldn't understand why the commander was so busy, but he still wanted to meet such a person. He took Wen Qian and the other 2 to Mo Han's office, thinking that he would report them when he saw them. If the commander knew that they killed his own people, he would never let them go. Wen Qian was brought into the base unharmed, which shocked the crowd of onlookers. They just saw with their own eyes how Wen Qian killed the 3 men. Some people suspected that the video on the internet was processed with special effects before, but after today's experience, they have completely believed in Wen Qian's strength. Zhang Xiang stood closer and saw more clearly. He was even splashed with blood. The body of the man whose head was chopped off fell at his feet. He was so scared that he was sweating coldly, and his legs were weak. Finally, with the support of his parents, he slowly walked into the gate of the base. Wen Qian was brought to Mo Han by Yi Xinghua. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Yi Xinghua couldn't wait to complain. Report to the commander. Wen Qian just killed 3 people and one of our team members in front of the base. Please tell me how to deal with it. Wen Qian glanced at him speechlessly and couldn't help complaining in his heart. He is not good at anything, but he is the best at complaining. Only you have a mouth. Only you can talk. Mo Han was flipping through a document. He read it carefully and signed his name on the last page before slowly looking up and looking at Wen Qian. Tell me what happened. Report to the commander. His report just now is wrong. To be correct, I killed one of your team members, 3 civilians, and seriously injured another civilian. Wen Qian had a blank expression on her face, and her voice was even. Although the rascal who she kicked was still alive, he would definitely live a life worse than death in the future. The reason I killed those 4 civilians was that they wanted to me. I killed your team members because he wanted to shoot me. Look, the safety of this gun is on, the bolt is pulled, and I will be dead as long as he hooks his finger. I was scared to death. Wen Qian took out the gun and showed it to Mo Han, then quickly put his hands behind his back, fearing that Mo Han would ask for the gun. Yi Xinghua was shocked by her words. Scared me to death. How could she have the nerve to say such a thing? He didn't see that she was afraid at all. Mo Han listened to her words and nodded thoughtfully. Self-defense. Wen Qian. That's right. The commander is wise.
Ye Vinghua?
Mo Han looked at Yi Xinghua and said, send more people to maintain order in the base. I don't want to hear this again.
Ye Vinghua.
Yes. Commander. Go out and bring Zhang Duo from the medical team. Yes, Commander. Yi Xinghua turned and left, closing the door. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She met Mo Han's gaze and didn't expect that this man was so nice and reasonable. When Rang and Gu Ran both broke out in a cold sweat. After all, if this commander ordered them not to leave, they would definitely be unable to escape today. Mo Han looked at Wen Qian hiding the gun, lowered his eyes, and continued to sign the documents on the table, reminding him in a calm voice. Go out and release the bullet, otherwise it will easily go off accidentally.
Oh.
Wen Qian saw that he was still thinking about the gun and pouted, a little unhappy. How could this man be so stingy? He has so many people and so many guns under his command, so what's wrong with giving her one? She came here to give away supplies for free today. It wouldn't be a loss for him to exchange so many supplies for useless information and a gun, right? Wen Qian turned and walked out, opened the door, and fired a shot into the sky, scaring the people guarding the door. After she fired the gun, she came back, closed the door tightly, walked to the table, and put the gun down. The table was shaken by the force of her firing, and the pen in Mo Han's hand was crooked, and the last of his name was drawn out a long line. Wen Qian saw it and quickly turned her head away as if she didn't see it. Mo Han stared at the crooked name for a long time before looking at Wen Qian again. I didn't provoke you. Why are you angry? Wen Qian wanted to say that she didn't have it, but then she thought of his abnormal mind-reading ability, so she simply stopped pretending and said whatever she wanted. Who made you so stingy? It's just a gun, and you're still asking for it back? At most, I can get more supplies in exchange. Did I say I wanted this gun? Wen Qian was silent for a moment. When Rang, who was behind him, lowered his head and held his forehead, wanting to pull his sister away and run. Mo Han sighed and continued to look at the next document. Wen Qian pondered over what he had just said, and then carefully took the gun back. Seeing that he didn't react, he walked back to Wen Rang. Wen Rang gritted his teeth and talked to his sister in a low voice. Can you control your temper? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Brothers and sisters, if we are not born on the same day of the same month of the same year, we must die on the same day of the same month of the same year. The two whispered, and Gu Ran listened beside them, feeling very complicated. He was particularly sad today, but now those emotions seemed to have disappeared, and all that was left was worry. Can they really walk out of the gate of the space safely today? Gu Ran began to doubt his life.
The room was quiet.
Emohan was busy, either reading documents or answering the phone. When Qian and the other two stood side by side against the wall, looking down at their toes, not daring to disturb them. They waited for an unknown amount of time before Yi Xinghua's voice finally rang out from outside the door. Report to the commander. The person has been brought here. Yi Xinghua brought Zhang Duoduo over. When Qian heard the voice, turned her head curiously and stared at the door. Let her take a good look at what this stinky liar looks like so that he could deceive Gu Ran so badly. With permission, Yi Xinghua pushed the door open and came in, followed by a woman. Zhang Duoduo was very happy to hear that Emo Han wanted to see her. She even secretly put on lipstick and simply touched up her makeup on the way here. But after entering the house, she saw Gu Ran's figure and her face changed immediately. This time, without Wen Qian's reminder, Gu Ran could see her guilty conscience. She flickered and dared not look at Gu Ran. She never expected Gu Ran to appear here. Shouldn't he be dead? It's so chaotic outside. How did he survive with that burdensome sister? The last time Zhang Duoduo contacted Gu Ran was more than 10 days ago. When she heard Gu Ran say that his sister had a serious high fever and wanted to take her to the hospital to see a doctor, she felt that this idiot must be dying. The hospital is so chaotic. How could he survive? Even if he survived by sheer luck, he would have starved to death without food or supplies. Zhang Duoduo concluded that this person was no longer useful, so she simply cut off contact with Gu Ran, tricked him into going out on a mission, and then ignored his messages. Zhang Duoduo took a deep breath, looked at Emo Han, and asked anxiously, "Sir, what do you want to talk to me about?" Emo Han didn't say anything, but looked at Wen Qian. Gu Ran said coldly, "I want to talk to you about something." Zhang Duoduo's body stiffened. Gu Ran turned his head and looked at Emo Han and asked, "Can I talk to her alone? There's no one in the next room."
Thank you.
Gu Ran walked to Zhang Duoduo's side, and seeing her nervous look, he sneered. "Let's go. Do you want a leader to know what shameful things you have done?"
You.
Zhang Duoduo looked at him angrily, but Gu Ran ignored her and left directly to the next room. Zhang Duoduo bit her lower lip. Seeing that neither Emo Han nor Yi Xinghua had any intention of speaking for her, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go with Gu Ran. Wen Qian leaned against the wall and pouted. She thought Zhang Duoduo was some kind of fairy, but she turned out to be too ordinary. How could she match Gu Ran from head to toe? Wen Qian decided that after returning home, she would test Gu Ran's eyesight. This child was probably highly myopic or had glaucoma and cataracts, otherwise he couldn't be so blind. Wen Qian felt sorry for Gu Ran and even more sorry for her batch of supplies. She turned her head to look at Emo Han and asked, "Let's find a place, and I'll give you the things." She thought Emo Han would happily arrange a place to collect the supplies immediately, but he said, "You can choose not to give it, but you have to do me a favor. Tell me first, and then I'll choose whether to agree or not." Wen Qian was not easily fooled, for fear that he would want her to stay and work for him. "We have several scientists who are out on a research trip and are missing. I hope you can cooperate with our team members in the search and rescue. No matter what the outcome is, it will not affect our agreement." Before Wen Qian could say anything, Yi Xinghua on the side became anxious. "Commander, how can she help?" Yi Xinghua quickly glanced up and down at Wen Qian and Wen Reng, his expression full of disgust. These two people were fair and clean, and it was obvious that they had never done any heavy work or suffered any hardship. Especially Wen Qian, whose hands were as tender as tofu. Bringing her along. Wouldn't it just be bringing a burden? This mission was already difficult, and Yi Xinghua didn't want to bring two people who would hold back and endanger the lives of his own team members, so he refused desperately. "I don't want to act with her. We can complete the mission smoothly." When Qian smiled, "I don't want to go with you yet. What's so great about it, isn't it just supplies? She give it. The thing she doesn't lack the least is supplies. Wen Qian snorted and went to see Mo Han. She was about to say, I still choose to give you supplies, but the next second, the voice of the system sounded in her mind.
Ding.
Limited time mission started. Within 7 days, for every zombie killed by a member of the system, the host's combat power will be rewarded by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of other members of the system will be rewarded by 10%. Wen Qian.
System.
You are my father in another world. She carefully looked at the line of words that appeared in front of her out of thin air. She was not mistaken. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of all members of the system except her will be rewarded by 10%. Everyone, including her brother, including Gu Ran, even including her parents and Gu Wanwan. How could she miss such a great opportunity? However, she had just expressed her dissatisfaction and disgust with Yi Xinghua, and it seemed a bit bad to change her words immediately. So Wen Qian looked at Mo Han silently. Sir, give me a way out? Mo Han stared at Yi Xinghua, ignoring his refusal. This is an order. You can't refuse it. What's more, Wen Qian and the other two are very powerful. If they help us on this trip, the success rate can be at least doubled. Yi Xinghua looked incredulous. He had already investigated the information of Wen Qian and the other two. One was a college student, the other was a programmer for a startup company, and the only one who was somewhat useful was Gu Ran, a retired Special Forces soldier. How could this be considered as extraordinary strength? But since Mo Han said that, he didn't dare to talk back. Mo Han and Wen Qian looked at each other. The command of this operation can be handed over to you. It's my sincerity. Why don't you think about it again? Mo Han's offer was too big. Wen Qian was shocked for a moment and said quickly, Forget the command, but if I have a different opinion at a critical moment, your people must listen to me. If you agree, I will help you. I agree. Also, you provide the guns and ammunition. I'm poor and don't have that much stock. Okay. Yi Xinghua was stunned. He began to wonder if their superior had any leverage over this little girl. Otherwise, why would she agree to everything? When Reng frowned slightly beside him, vaguely sensing something was wrong. According to his sister's personality, if she said she disagreed, she would disagree. It was impossible for her to change her mind just because this Mo guy praised her a few times and gave her some benefits. Unless... When Reng took advantage of Yi Xinghua's inattention and silently said 2 words with his mouth. Mission? Wen Qian nodded, and when Reng almost laughed out loud. Mo Han asked Yi Xinghua to take Wen Qian and the other 2 to choose guns. Yi Xinghua suddenly remembered that Wen Qian had killed his man and took a gun, so he quickly told Mo Han. Report to the commander. She has one of our guns in her hand, and we need to recover it. Wen Qian. I'm telling you, I'm a grudge-bearing person. Just wait for me. Mo Han. I've taken back the gun. Take them to get a new one.
Vien Rang.
Commander, you are really good at lying with your eyes open. Mo Han said so. Yi Xinghua could only give up and reluctantly took Wen Qian and the other 2 to get the guns. Wen Qian left the room, glanced at the door next door, and felt a little worried. She didn't know how Gu Ran talked with that woman. When she saw Gu Ran later, she had to take a good look at his face. If that Zhang Duo made a move, she would slap her so hard that even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. In the quiet room, Gu Ran and Zhang Duo looked at each other. Zhang Duo felt guilty when he looked at her and said angrily, What do you want to talk to me about? Don't you have anything to say to me? What do you want to hear me say? Zhang Duo was furious. The network communication is all cut off, and this is not what I wanted. I can't contact you, so you come to my chief? Gu Ran, are you crazy? She became more and more angry as she spoke, and simply turned the tables. You've retired and you're not here anymore, but I'm still going to continue. You've made a scene for such a small matter, and let my leaders know about it. How can I hold my head up in front of them in the future? Gu Ran gritted his teeth and listened to Zhang Duo's accusations. You've been pursuing me unilaterally for 2 years. Do you know how annoying it is for me? Gu ran. Don't look for me again in the future, understand? It's impossible for us to be together. He is now just an unemployed vagrant. His parents are dead, and he can't spend his savings. He also has a sister who is a burden and whose life is unknown. But she is a formal member of the base. She can enjoy all the welfare benefits of the base. She has a dormitory to live in and 3 meals a day. What can he compare with her now?
What can he pursue her with?
Gu ran listened to her words and suddenly laughed. Annoying? Why didn't I see it before? 2 years, hundreds of thousands. Although this amount of money is nothing to those rich people, it is definitely not a small amount to ordinary people. Zhang Duoduo was stunned and listened to Gu Ran's words. 2 years ago, when I asked you if you had a boyfriend, you told me no. A year ago, when I asked you if you had someone you liked, you still said no. I believed you, so I have always been nice to you. As long as you ask for something, I will buy it for you. As a man, the purpose of making money is to spend it on his wife and children. I don't feel bad at all. But what is the truth? Zhang Duoduo, when did you start lying to me? Zhang Duoduo suddenly started to panic when she heard him say that. What did he mean? Did he know something? Zhang Duoduo, what did I lie to you about? You gave those things voluntarily, and I didn't force you. Gu Ran, think about it carefully. From the beginning, the gifts you asked for were all couples. You wanted 2 mobile phones of different colors, 2 clothes of different sizes, and even a pair of necklaces and rings. You said it would be convenient for you to switch between them, but in fact, you were going to use them with your boyfriend, right? Zhang Duoduo's heart sank. Gu Ran, don't deny it. I heard from your leader that you have a boyfriend. Don't worry, I never thought of taking back anything I gave away. I just want to tell you that from today on, you and I have no relationship. No matter how miserable your life is in the future, even if you kneel in front of me and beg me, I will not give you a penny. I beg you? Gu Ran, what are you dreaming about? Zhang Duoduo simply gave up and stopped pretending. Do you think you are a great person? Stop daydreaming. You LL know in the future. Go live in your dormitory with dozens of people in one room. This is the limit of your life. Gu Ran sneered and turned to leave. Zhang Duoduo had been pursued by him like a dog for 2 years. How could she bear his sudden strong and contemptuous attitude? So she rushed over and grabbed Gu Ran's sleeve. Where are you going? You're not going to go talk nonsense to my leader, are you? Gu Ran, I'm telling you, if you dare to say anything nonsense in front of my leader, I'll smash your face. Gu Ran pushed her away. Zhang Duoduo didn't expect him to be so strong. She staggered back and hit the back of her head against the wall. The pain made Zhang Duoduo's anger soar. She rushed towards Gu Ran again, raised her hand, and was about to hit him in the face. Gu Ran had already opened the door and left the house. He turned around when he heard the footsteps. Before he could hide, he saw a figure blocking him. Wen Qian came back from getting the gun and saw the scene. How could she bear it? She reached out and grabbed Zhang Duoduo's wrist and then slapped her hard in the face. Zhang Duoduo's side face was swollen immediately after being hit, and even her nose was bleeding. Wen Qian, Gu Ran in our family doesn't hit women, but I don't have this rule. Yi Xinghua saw her take action and hurried forward to stop her. After all, Zhang Duoduo was a member of his base, and he couldn't just sit back and watch. Yi Xinghua, what are you doing? This is an official base. You can't do whatever you want. Did I do anything wrong? I'm just helping you discipline your subordinates who have bad intentions and behave improperly. The woman behind you clearly has a boyfriend, but she lied to my friend and said she didn't. She took advantage of my friend's affection for her and asked for money and property again and again. Can you feel at ease keeping such a person by your side? Do you think it's possible to rely on such a person to protect the people? Zhang Duoduo, I didn't. You don't have anything. Zhang, tell you, you'd better be like a cuckold for the rest of your life, hiding in the protective umbrella of the official base. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. When Qian finished speaking and pulled Gu Ran into Mo Han's office. Zhang Duoduo was so scared that her heart was pounding and her face turned pale when she saw that she could enter and exit there freely. Seeing her reaction, Yi Xinghua knew that what Wen Qian said must be true. He sighed heavily and said, "You go back first. The base will investigate this matter thoroughly. If she has wronged you, we will seek justice for you. Leader, this is just a personal grudge between Gu Rand and me. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. How about just forget it?" "How can we just forget it? This is related to your personal reputation and will affect your future promotion. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you." After Yi Xinghua finished speaking, he patted Zhang Duoduo on the shoulder and turned to Mo Han. Zhang Duoduo was frightened to death. She wiped the blood from her nose in a panic, not knowing what to do. In fact, Yi Xinghua lied to her. The base was so busy now, how could they have the time to investigate her personal love life? He was just trying to scare her, but people with such character problems should be paid attention to in the future. They should not be allowed to participate in any important operations. Wen Qian gave the gun she received to Gu Ran, and then said goodbye to Mo Han. "If nothing else, we'll go back. Contact me when you're leaving. Mo Han, the combat team will leave tomorrow. Why don't you stay at the base tonight?" Wen Qian thought about it and refused. "No, there are dozens of people living together in your dormitory. I'm not used to it. I can arrange a single room for you." Mo Han made a concession. "No, you don't have air conditioning here. It's too hot." Wen Qian was like a difficult-to-serve daughter, and Yi Xinghua felt so uncomfortable when she heard it. In this situation, it is already very difficult to live in the official base and have a bed. There are only 2 single dormitories in the entire base. One is for the highest executive of the base, that is, Mo Han. The other is prepared for leaders from other bases who come to meet and discuss things. This kind of treatment, this little girl actually despises it? She is too ungrateful. Mo Han thought about it and didn't insist. He just asked Yi Xinghua to meet with her at the time and place for tomorrow's meeting, and then let her go. When the 3 left, there were still countless residents waiting to check in outside the gate of the base. Helicopters in the air kept circling, shooting zombies outside the protective net. Wen Qian and the other 2 walked side by side out of the protective net, chatting in low voices. "Gu Ran, thank you for your trouble today. Don't say these things to your own people." When Rang punched him on the shoulder with his fist, "Come, let's talk about business." Wen Qian took out a map that Yi Xinghua had just given her. She pointed to a point on the map and said, "We will meet with the special operations team of the base here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and cooperate with them to go into the mountains for search and rescue. I don't know how long it will take to return from this operation, so have a good rest tonight and kill a lot tomorrow." Gu Ren nodded, then asked in confusion, "Why did the base ask us to cooperate?" "Because we are powerful." Wen Qian answered confidently, "I told you a long time ago that I am powerful, and you are powerful too. Do you believe it now? Strength determines everything. If it weren't for their ability, Wen Qian would probably be shot by Mo Han after killing people at the gate of the base today. Isn't it because he saw that she was of some use that he spared her?" Gu Ran and Wen Reng thought about what she said, and both felt that it made sense. Wen Reng, "By the way, have you seen Mo Han before?"
No.
Wen Qian told the truth. In her previous life, the official base was not established until the 3rd year after the end of the world. As for Mo Han, she had never even heard of his name, let alone met him. Wen Qian looked back in the direction of the base and asked them, "Have you noticed that the number of people in the base is wrong?" Gu Ran nodded immediately in response. "I found it. I didn't see any old, weak, sick, or disabled people in it. They were all middle-aged and young people. This so-called base was actually converted from a large air raid shelter. Then some simple houses were built outside the air raid shelter as dormitories. Maybe because of the rush to work, those dormitories were not decorated. Each room had 10 upper, middle, and lower multi-person beds, which means that 30 people lived in one room." When Rang also told his discovery, many people saw the accommodation conditions and immediately wanted to go home. But the base is only responsible for picking them up, not sending them back. Bincheng City has a population of 30 million, but the official base can't even accommodate 1/10 of the population. Although the conditions are a bit poor, at least the base can guarantee their safety and food and accommodation. Compared to them, Those who can't even get through the base gate are more pitiful. The three of them left the safe range of the base and immediately cheered up to fight their way home. After more than 2 hours, they arrived safely. When Chongning and others were relieved to see that they were safe, Li Mo hurried to make them a meal. When Chongning took the opportunity, when Gu Ran went to accompany his sister to pull Wen Qian aside. In fact, he and Li Mo accidentally heard the conversation between Wen Qian and Gu Ran in the morning and roughly guessed what happened. But they were afraid of hurting Gu Ran's self-esteem, so they never mentioned it and pretended to know nothing. At this moment, when Chongning lowered his voice and asked Wen Qian with concern, "Have you found that person?" "Yes." Wen Qian sighed. Gu Ran has made it clear to her that they will not have any contact in the future. Alas, I guess Gu Ran, this fool, has spent a lot of money on her. It's okay, just think of it as a lesson learned. If he meets such a person again in the future, he will definitely not be fooled. When Chongning was open-minded and knew that Gu Ran had let it go, so he didn't ask any more questions. During the meal, Wen Qian learned that some residents in the community had returned. Because they did not meet the conditions for staying in the base, they were sent back. In the short few hours they were away, the doors of several houses in the community were knocked open, and all the supplies were looted. Even their house had several waves of people, but when they saw the electric fence, they left without giving up. Wen Qian told Li Mo and the others that they were going out to perform a mission tomorrow, and then gave Wen Chongning a gun and asked Gu Ran to teach him how to use it. Going back to the room to rest at night, Wen Qian entered the space and filled dozens of bottles of water from the well to keep for drinking in the next few days. She had discovered before that this well water was very effective in restoring physical strength and was essential for going out. Then she went to check the factory shipments and then sold half of the inventory, exchanging all the mall coins for bullets. Just as she was about to close the mall and go out to sleep, the system prompted her that she had unlocked a new achievement. Congratulations on unlocking the primary achievement of mall consumption and reward 3 constant temperature combat suits. The combat suits will be available in the mall later. If there is a need, the host can purchase them by themselves. Combat suit attributes: increase defense by 100, maintain a constant temperature of 24 degrees. Wen Qian was delighted, and there were 3 more thin clothes in her hands. She looked at these 3 treasures and wanted to cry. The highest temperature tomorrow is estimated to reach 50 degrees. She was originally wondering if she would faint from heat, but the system came to deliver equipment. It also knows that it is very hot outside, right? It doesn't want its host to be killed by heat. Wen Qian happily left the space and distributed the combat suits to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. At 3:30 in the morning of the next day, they took Xiaobai out with them and headed for the agreed meeting place. Xiaobai is now 40 kilograms, and his body is still growing rapidly. After being cooped up at home for a month, he finally smelled the free air outside. He was a little excited and kept circling around Wen Qian. It was now over 30 degrees outside. After making a fuss for a while, Xiaobai collapsed at Wen Qian's feet and didn't want to move. His eyes flashed green in the dark. After keenly discovering that a zombie was approaching them, he suddenly jumped up and pounced on the zombie. Xiaobai bit the zombie's throat. At the same time, he attacked with his claws. Just like that, he broke the zombie's neck in just a few seconds. Wen Rang and Gu Ran didn't expect it to be so fierce. Seeing it successfully kill a zombie, come back covered in blood, and then lie at Wen Qian's feet and lick its fur elegantly, the two couldn't help but feel a little worried. This is zombie blood. Xiaobai won't be infected, right? Wen Qian thought for a moment, no. In his previous life, Xiaobai not only drank zombie blood, but also ate zombie flesh. He had a strong ability to survive, much better than these 2-legged beasts. With a strong teammate, the 3 of them successfully reached the meeting point. At this time, Yi Xinghua and his team had already arrived. Wen Qian glanced at the time. She was not late, and even arrived 10 minutes early, so she was not at all nervous. Yi Xinghua's team consisted of 15 people, 5 people in a group, that is, 3 small teams. They heard that the commander had assigned 3 people to assist in this operation, and they were very curious. So they set out early in the morning and arrived 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. At this moment, they looked at the two men, one woman, and I don't know if it was a dog or some kind of pet, and they all frowned at the same time. Only one person in the team exclaimed in surprise after seeing Wen Reng. "Brother Reng? Why is it you?" Wen Reng looked up and found that there was a familiar person over there. So he smiled and said hello. "Ji Fan, long time no see." Ji Fan hurriedly introduced to his teammates, "This is my senior, a super academic genius. I heard that we had offered him a high salary before, but he didn't agree, and later went to a startup company." Yi Xinghua and others had different expressions after hearing this, and they didn't believe what Ji Fan said. A startup company, isn't that a small private enterprise? Who would give up such a good opportunity to go to work in such a place? Seeing this, Ji Fan said again, he is a technical stock in that company and can get 8 figures every year. Everyone was silent. Yi Xinghua, what's the use? No matter how much money you make, you can't spend it now. He always had hostility towards Wen Qian and the other two, and didn't want to say a word to them. Wen Qian didn't care, followed them to the helicopter transport plane, and set off to the location where several scientists disappeared. They also brought 2 search and rescue dogs, and after seeing Xiaobai, they kept hiding far away, grinning, and looked very vigilant. Xiaobai didn't bother to pay attention to them. He rolled over at Wen Qian's feet from time to time, showing his belly and meowing for petting. The helicopter soon arrived near the mountainous area and found a wide place to land. At this time, the sky had begun to brighten. Several scientists disappeared on an island. The island was full of fishermen and had a permanent population of about 20,000. According to previous surveys, 90% of the residents on the island had turned into zombies, so the survival rate of the missing people was very low, almost zero. But because they were accompanied by special operations personnel and the research site was on the mountain, far away from the residential area, everyone still held a glimmer of hope and came for the last search and rescue. After getting off the plane, Yi Xinghua turned his head and looked at Wen Qian and the other two behind him. "Follow closely. If you get lost, we won't waste time looking for you. Okay, as you say," Wen Qian said lazily, and his sloppy look made Yi Xinghua frown again. Although Wen Qian and the other two were sent by Mo Han, Yi Xinghua and his group did not slow down the search and rescue because they had to take care of them. As the sun rose, the temperature began to rise gradually. Even though they were in the woods, they still felt the unprecedented high temperature. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the temperature had reached 42 degrees. The search and rescue team members were wearing combat uniforms, carrying search and rescue bags and backpacks on their backs. They had been walking non-stop for 2 hours. They were already sweating all over and were a little exhausted from lack of water. Seeing that everyone was in a bad state, Yi Xinghua immediately ordered them to rest on the spot for 10 minutes. Everyone slumped on the ground and quickly replenished their water. They were so tired that they didn't even want to say a word. Yi Xinghua leaned against the big tree and turned his head to look at Wen Qian and the other two. He originally thought that even if they were so tired, Wen Qian would definitely be exhausted a long time ago and might even cry and go back to the helicopter to rest. But he didn't expect that Wen Qian didn't even look tired, and even his face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He was standing not far away, looking around sharply. 2 hours, he didn't encounter a single zombie, which made Wen Qian a little uncomfortable. She did not dare to be careless and always remained alert. When she met Yi Xinghua's sight inadvertently, she smiled and walked over. Yi Xinghua was still upset because she killed someone in the base yesterday and asked with a dark face, "Is there something wrong? I think our search speed is too slow. Why don't we act separately? There are too many zombies on the island. It is not recommended to act separately. If there is a zombie attack, it is easy to get injured or even die if you separate." When Qian showed a trace of doubt on her face. After seeing this, Yi Xinghua smiled contemptuously. "You have never killed zombies, so you don't know how powerful they are." When Rang and Gu Ran were drinking water, and they choked when they heard this. They looked at Yi Xinghua in disbelief. Doesn't this guy go online? Didn't he see the videos of Wen Qian killing zombies on the internet? Or did he see them, but thought they were synthesized? Wen Qian probably understood what image she had in Yi Xinghua's eyes, but she still couldn't help asking. Then how do you think I was able to survive the zombies I encountered on the way when I came out to look for supplies, to discuss things at the base, and to meet up with you today? Yi Xinghua glanced at when Rang and Gu ran behind her and did not hide her opinion. Those two seemed to be pretty strong, and it shouldn't be a problem for them to protect you alone. Okay. Wen Qian had nothing more to say and turned back to Wen Rang. She would be the one who would be tired if they separated, and since he disagreed, she would follow his plan. Anyway, it was none of her business whether those people could be rescued or not. 10 minutes passed quickly, and everyone continued to move forward. Wen Qian followed them obediently, acting as a mascot who would not kill zombies. Just when everyone thought that the morning would pass peacefully, Xiaobai, at Wen Qian's feet, suddenly exploded. The two search and rescue dogs at the front of the team also stopped and kept barking in a certain direction. Everyone immediately raised their guns and looked around vigilantly. A few seconds later, a black shadow appeared from the woods. When they saw what it was, they were all stunned. Even Wen Qian slightly widened her eyes, because it was obviously a mutated zombie. This zombie was more than 2 meters tall, with a rotten body and a swollen face. A pair of eyes like dead fish scanned the people in front of him, and finally fixed their sight on Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked into its eyes and raised her eyebrows, thinking that it was quite discerning. But at the same time, she also had a bad feeling and drew out the Tang sword behind her. Seeing so many living people, this zombie did not rush up immediately. And Yi Xinghua's people opened fire as soon as it appeared, and every shot hit its head, but it failed to make it fall. Suddenly, Wen Qian understood why there were no other zombies on this mountain. Because this is its territory, and those low-level zombies dare not step near here. Finding that shooting its head with a gun was useless, Yi Xinghua and others were a little panicked. But no matter how scared they were, they couldn't retreat here. Especially after discovering that the zombies' eyes were fixed on Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua directly stood in front of Wen Qian. Yi Xinghua didn't like Wen Qian, and he didn't like her since the first time they met at the mall. He felt that this girl was too flamboyant, not calm, and liked to use backdoors. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship she had with a superior, it was a fact that she killed a member of the base yesterday because of Mo Han but was not punished and took 3 guns and 500 bullets from the base. But no matter how much he disliked her, Yi Xinghua couldn't watch an ordinary person die in front of him. Wen Qian frowned when she saw his actions. Why is this man like this? If he had a firmer attitude and ignored her all the time, she wouldn't feel guilty for not saving him. But now he stood in front of her again, looking like he didn't care even if he died, which made Wen Qian angry. The mutant zombie locked the target and walked towards Wen Qian. Yi Xinghua's team of 15 people, none of them retreated, and all rushed to Wen Qian. Even the 2 search and rescue dogs rushed to the zombie at the first time and bit its thigh.
Go.
Leave here. They shouted to the 3 people behind them while firing their guns. Wen Qian stood there and sighed. Xiaobai. Wen Qian said sternly. When Xiaobai heard her order, he flew out with a cry. He stepped on Yi Xinghua's head and pounced on the zombie's head. Yi Xinghua's body tilted, and he almost fell to the ground. After he stood up, he looked again and saw that the pet that Wen Qian brought had already pounced on the zombie's head and dug out one of the zombie's eyes with his claws. The zombie began to go crazy, and its target of action was no longer focused on Wen Qian alone. The few people closest to it were slapped away first, and another person was pulled by its arm and lifted into the air, intending to throw it into its mouth. Seeing that it was going to eat their teammates, everyone shot at its head even more desperately. But even after being shot so many times, it still did not fall down, and even its movements did not slow down. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and they were ready to die here today. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew past them, and a very faint fragrance floated into their noses. It was a smell that only belonged to girls, like the scent of shower gel, and also like the fragrance of laundry detergent. In short, it was completely different from the smell of these stinky men. And in their team there was only one girl. Wen Qian's name flashed through their minds, and at the same time, a figure had rushed in front of them. Since the end of the world, Wen Qian alone has killed more zombies than all of them combined. And unlike them using hot weapons to kill zombies at a distance, all the zombies that died in her hands were almost all beheaded by Tang Dao. Since bullets can't explode zombies, will it still react if you just cut off its head and kick it like a ball? Wen Qian was very curious about this, so she tried it. The knife flashed, and the zombie roared, and the arm that was grabbing the team member and putting it in its mouth was chopped off by Wen Qian. Wen Qian frowned slightly, feeling that the bones of this zombie were several times harder than ordinary ones. If it weren't for the combat power bonus given by the system before, she probably wouldn't be able to do it. She flipped backwards in the air and landed steadily, avoiding the zombie's crazy attack. She attacked again, holding the handle of the knife with both hands, aiming at the zombie's neck. The annoying howling sound finally disappeared, and the zombie's head rolled to the ground. No blood splashed. It seemed that it had been mutated for a while. Wen Qian kicked the corpse on the ground, but there was no response. She turned around to pick up the zombie's head, lifted it up and shook it, but it didn't open its eyes. Wen Qian was a little disappointed. She wanted to ask Yi Xinghua, didn't those scientists come here just to study this thing? As a result, when she turned her head, she saw other people looking at her motionlessly with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Xinghua never thought that they would be saved by Wen Qian. He watched Wen Qian put the zombie's head into a large sealed bag and then threw it into the bag. Then he came to his senses and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you taking it back for research? You guys have shot this head into a sieve full of bullet holes, but it can still jump around so happily. It's quite interesting. So not only the head but also the body should be taken back." This zombie is so ferocious that Wen Qian always feels that the survival rate of those researchers is not high. So she took this back to Mo Han to prevent him from thinking that she did nothing on this trip. Yi Xinghua and his group were shocked by Wen Qian's actions and were speechless. Wen Qian walked to the people who were attacked by the zombies just now and circled around them seriously. She wanted to see if they were scratched. If so, she would kill them directly. But after checking a few people, she found that they had no external injuries and their combat uniforms were not damaged. They looked like they were made of special materials. The only one who was seriously injured was the one who was caught and almost eaten by the zombies, that is, Wen Ranks Jr., Ji-fan. He had a wound on his face, which was caused by hitting a stone when he fell. His arm was also broken, but the rest of his body was fine. The people who were being checked didn't dare to breathe heavily when they saw Wen Qian holding the Tang Dao and stopping in front of them, and then leaving. They were afraid that she would swing the knife down if she was unhappy. Fortunately, Wen Qian turned away and left, saving their lives. "What's the situation? Even the gun is useless?" Wen Reng asked hurriedly when she came over. "It looks like that, but it's impossible that all zombies are like this." Wen Qian also encountered this kind of zombie for the first time. She wanted to take out the head to show her brother, but was seriously rejected by Wen Reng. He was a little hungry and wanted to eat later, but didn't want to be subjected to this visual shock now. The surroundings returned to the previous quietness. Wen Qian leaned against the tree and looked down at Xiaobai rolling at her feet. After hearing the footsteps, he looked sideways and met Yi Xinghua's sight. "Although we had some conflicts before, let's put things aside. Thank you for what happened just now." Yi Xinghua thanked him, with a straight face. Wen Qian thought about it and nodded. "I accept it. You're welcome." Yi Xinghua wanted to say something else, but after hesitating for a while, he finally didn't say anything and turned back. After resting for another 5 minutes and simply treating Ji-fan's injuries, everyone continued to move forward. Xiaobai was entangled by the 2 search and rescue dogs, who kept circling around it. It was so annoyed that it showed its claws and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Wen Qian at the critical moment. The dozen people walking in front looked back at Wen Qian from time to time, and the more they looked, the more familiar she looked, and finally someone recognized her. "I know. She is the female warrior on the internet. Right? Am I right? It must be her." This sentence reminded everyone of the video clips they had seen online not long ago. Even Yi Xinghua couldn't help but frown and looked at Wen Qian. Ji-fan limped to Wen Qian's side. Because Wen Qian had just saved his life, He looked at Wen Qian with admiration. That person is you, right, goddess? I knew it. The person sent by the commander to assist us must be extraordinary. Wen Qian saw his excitement and poured cold water on him. It's useless to flatter me. If you are infected by zombies, I will definitely chop you with a knife. Well, if I am infected by zombies, you don't need to do it. I will just shoot myself. They had already written their suicide notes before coming here, and they didn't think they could go back safely. Because the team members who came to search and rescue before have not been found yet, everyone knows that this mission is likely to be a one-way trip with no return. After Ji Fan finished speaking, he looked at Wen Rang again. He had heard of Wen Rang's name when he was just a freshman, but Wen Rang was already a junior at that time. The two had met several times in the club, but they never had much interaction. They didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to carry out the mission together this time. Ji Fan was called back by Yi Xinghua after just a few words. Zombies could appear here at any time, so how could he walk and chat like he was strolling on the street? However, everyone couldn't help but communicate in a low voice, and they were all shocked by Wen Qian's strength. They saw it when they watched the video before. The girl in it was a professional martial artist. Every move was a killer move without any redundant moves. But because Wen Qian had been wearing a mask and never showed her face, no one had seen what she looked like. When they were bored, they even made a bet on whether she was as pockmarked and short-legged as the rumors on the internet said. Now that they finally saw the real person, everyone couldn't help but scold those rascals who spread rumors on the internet. Wen Qian is tall and fair-skinned. No matter how you look at her, she is a beauty. How can those people have the nerve to say that she is ugly? Everyone was extremely curious about Wen Qian. Finally, at noon, the temperature had risen to 45 degrees. Yi Xinghua ordered everyone to rest and have lunch. The group finally couldn't help it, and all ran to Wen Qian to find a chance to chat with her. My name is Lin Yan. My name is Su Shoa. My name is Zheng Yun. Everyone smiled and introduced themselves, then took out compressed biscuits and mineral water and asked Wen Qian if they wanted to eat. Wen Qian shook her head and declined their kindness, then took out several fresh-keeping boxes and opened them one by one, making the smiles on their faces disappear. 3 boxes contained rice, and the other boxes contained sweet and sour spare ribs, tomato beef brisket, stir-fried kidney beans, and fruit platters. Seeing these things, the few people who had been eating compressed biscuits and moon cakes for a month were all staring and drooling. Ji Fan even leaned on Lin Yan's shoulder beside him, looking like he was about to faint. Tell me, am I dreaming? I can smell meat. Lin Yan slapped him in the face and asked, Does it hurt? Ji Fan. No, I'll hit you again. Lin Yan, get away from me. Su Shoa, it's good. The compressed biscuits taste much better when I smell this. Zheng Yun. This mineral water seems to taste like mutton soup. Wen Qian didn't expect that she would be watched by so many people when she was eating, but there was nothing she could do. Her family was like this, and she couldn't keep a low profile even if she wanted to. After taking off her gloves, Wen Qian wiped her hands with a disposable disinfectant, then picked up her chopsticks and started eating. In order to prevent Ji Fan and the others from being too greedy, the 3 of them sped up their eating. Zheng Yun. This mineral water seems to taste like mutton soup. Wen Qian didn't expect that she would be watched by so many people when she was eating, but there was nothing she could do. Ji Fan swallowed again and asked curiously, Brother Rang, it's been a month since the end of the world. How come your people still have such good food? Well, we have too much food at home, and we can't finish it. When Rang said the truth in a calm tone that made people grit their teeth. Guran saw that he was showing off his wealth again, and quickly winked at him. When Rang noticed it, but smiled indifferently. It's okay. Anyway, our family background has been investigated by them. Even if I don't say it, the MO guy knows it. MO Han knew their background well. Whether the base wanted to rob their supplies or not was just a matter of his words. The few people chatted, and soon talked about the rescue mission again. Because there were dense trees on this mountain, even if they used drones, they couldn't take pictures. They had to go out with real people to conduct a carpet search. Ji Fan, luckily you guys are with me this time. Otherwise I would have died at the hands of that zombie just now. Lin Yan, that's right. The whereabouts of the two brothers who came here before us are unknown. I thought we were going to die here too. When Qian's eyes darkened as she listened to them, she knew that this mission must be difficult, and that Imo Han couldn't possibly do a business that would lose money. But she didn't expect that they were the third group to come and die. When Qian was silent for a moment and asked, "How many people were there in the first two search and rescue teams?" "Ji Fan, more than 100. What's wrong?" "What's wrong? Those people all disappeared on this mountain. You treat them as brothers, but they treat you as snacks." When Qian glanced at Yi Xinghua not far away, no wonder he didn't agree to the team's separate actions. It turned out to be because of this. 100 professionally trained fighters turned into zombies. This is no joke. When Rang and Gu Rant's faces also changed, and they looked around vigilantly, Ji Fan and the others also suddenly realized the crisis. The smiles on their faces disappeared. They heard the breeze rustling the leaves, and they all thought it was the footsteps of zombies approaching. After resting for half an hour, at 12:30, everyone set out again to continue the search and rescue. The temperature was so high that it seemed to melt people. When Qian and the other two were wearing constant temperature suits, so they didn't feel it very much, but Yi Xinghua and the others were already sweating all over, and their clothes were wet as if they had been drenched in water. After walking a distance, Yi Xinghua sent out a flare. If there were still survivors on the mountain, they would definitely know that someone was coming to rescue them when they saw this, and they would not hide and dare not come out when they heard the footsteps. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they found a helicopter. There were two bodies that were gnawed to the point of only bones, and some pieces of clothes next to them. Judging from the fabric and style, they were sent by the base. Everyone was in a heavy mood and continued to move forward. After walking less than 5 kilometers, they were trapped by the oncoming zombies. Just as when Qian expected, the team members who came to search and rescue before had basically turned into zombies. And unlike ordinary zombies that can be killed with one shot, 1/3 of them, like the one when Qian killed in the morning, have evolved. The evolved zombies were much stronger than the ordinary ones. All of them were over 2 meters tall. And maybe it was because these zombies were combatants before, when Qian felt that their aura was different from those zombies he had met before. Everyone spread out. "Get rid of the ordinary zombies first." A cold female voice came from the back of the crowd. At the same time, gunshots rang out, and when Qian was the first to get rid of an ordinary zombie. "Xiaobai, go and attract the attention of the evolved zombies." She gave an order, and Xiaobai, who was guarding her, immediately took action, moving swiftly among the larger zombies. Xiaobai's current strength was not too great, but his jumping ability and speed became amazing. He jumped up and jumped onto the zombie's shoulder, and just like in the morning, he used his claws to attack the zombie's eyes. Everyone was once again shocked by its fighting power. What on earth was this thing?
Cut. Dog.
Little lion? Gunshots continued, and everyone dispersed in the woods, and while dodging the zombies' attacks, they used guns to up the heads of the ordinary zombies. When Qian, on the other hand, worked with Xiaobai to deal with those evolved zombies that could only stop moving if their heads were cut off. She tried to anger those ghosts and tried to attract them to a place farther away from others. After being busy for more than 10 minutes, she heard the voice of the system.
Ding.
Unlock combat skills. Attract firepower. Unlimited number of uses per day. You can attract all zombie firepower to yourself within 3 minutes to ensure the safety of your teammates. When Qian, what kind of skill is this? I don't need it. Withdraw it. What's wrong with the system today? Doesn't it have any feelings for her? Doesn't it love her anymore?
Does it want her to die?
How can it bear to let her be bait? When Qian wanted to cry, but had no tears. The next second, the system voice sounded again. While using this skill, for every zombie killed by a combatant in the system, the host's speed will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the speed of any member in the system will be increased by 10%. Within 1 minute after the skill is activated, the zombies will ignore the existence of the host. When Qian. A slap in the face and a sweet date, right? Okay, I'll take advantage of this. When Qian took a deep breath and used the skill Attract Fire, In a blink of an eye, all the zombies that were chasing others suddenly stopped, turned around, and rushed towards Wenqian. Everyone didn't know what was going on. Seeing that they were going to besiege Wenqian, they hurried forward to rescue her. When Rang and Gu Ran were even more anxious and tried their best to rush to her. Wenqian discovered their intentions and shouted, "Don't come over. There are only 3 minutes. Hurry up while they are chasing me." When Rang heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. There is a fixed time limit. It is a task issued by the system. Within 3 minutes, the zombies treated everyone except Wenqian as heir. Everyone noticed this and began to output at full strength. Only Wenqian, who was chased and fled everywhere, had a lot of curses and wanted to sit down and have a good talk with the system. These zombies were all people who had received professional combat training. They ran very fast, and they almost caught Wenqian's hair several times. Time passed by, and finally managed to survive for 3 minutes. When Rang and Gu Ran killed 23 zombies, and Yi Xinghua and others almost dealt with the other ordinary zombies, leaving only the last 5 or 6 and the evolved mutant zombies. It must be said that the people sent by Mo Han this time had great shooting skills and hit their targets without missing a single bullet. It was obvious that they had brought all the elites from the base here. But even so, there were still 30 mutant zombies waiting for them to deal with. As soon as the 3 minutes were over, Wenqian immediately increased her speed by 23%. She watched these zombies pause for a few seconds as if they had just woken up from a dream, and then dispersed to hunt other people. She quickly took a breath and took advantage of the minute they ignored her to start dealing with them. When Rang and Gu Ran were the closest to her, so Wenqian turned around and ran towards them. Xiaobai seemed to sense who her target was, and cooperated with her to let her strike with 2 knives in a row, chopping off the heads of 2 zombies. The intense battle continued, and Wenqian took advantage of her brother and Gu Ran's break to throw 2 Tang swords over. During this period, they practiced Tang swords with Wenqian for an hour every day at home. Although they could not use them as skillfully as she did, they also knew the basic essentials of chopping zombies. You must be strong. If you can't chop off the zombie's head with one, then turn around and run away immediately. Don't think about pulling the Tang sword out of the zombie's bones and then chasing it a second time, because such a time difference is enough for the zombies to fight back, especially when facing these evolved zombies. 1 second can make them lose their lives. The 2 remembered Wenqian's warning, quickly stretched their muscles, and rushed into the zombie group again. The first time when Rang saw his sister kill a zombie, she used a Tang sword. After watching it for a long time, he would inevitably have the illusion that it is not difficult to operate like this. Now it was finally his turn to play. When Rang tried his best. After finally chopping off a zombie's head, he felt that his arm was about to be dislocated. Didn't the system increase his combat power? How could it be like this? When Rang was numb from the pain, while Gu Ran, who had not been given much combat power by the system, could not successfully cut off the zombie's neck. Wenqian saw that he missed and immediately stepped forward to make up for it, took back the Tang sword and threw it back into his hands. In this way, after more than an hour of fighting, this group of perverted zombies was finally eliminated. 3 people died on Yi Xinghua's side, all of whom were scratched by zombies and then shot by him. Although the rest of the people were fine, they were already exhausted and lay on the ground motionless, breathing rapidly, and their chests were about to explode. Wenqian was not as serious as them, but he also sat on the ground holding Xiaobai, feeling too tired to talk. It has been a long time since she felt that zombies were so difficult to kill, and this is only the first month after the apocalypse. Can the combat power bonus given to her by the system keep up with the speed of zombie evolution? Wenqian looked up at the sky and thought of the skill she had just obtained. As long as she uses the skill, she can always get the speed bonus, right? Okay, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. When she becomes the Flash, she will see how those ghost zombies can catch her. When Rang saw that his sister had a look of despair on her face, so he walked over and sat next to her. Wenqian leaned her head over, let go of Xiaobai, and hugged his arm tightly. Her mind was blank just now, and she didn't feel scared. But now it's over, and she began to be afraid. She is not strong enough, still not strong enough. She must make herself stronger. She is to protect her family and can't make the same mistake again. Everyone sat on the ground, resting in silence for half an hour, and finally someone broke the silence. Goddess. Ji-fan turned his head to look at Wen Qian and Xiaobai at her feet and couldn't help asking, "What kind of species is this battle pet you brought?" His words made everyone else perk up, and they all pricked up their ears to listen to Wen Qian's answer. Wen Qian glanced at Ji-fan and answered calmly, "A cat. Haven't you seen one?" Ji-fan was stunned by the question. "I have seen cats, but I haven't seen one so fat." Xiaobai, meow. "What did you say?" "No, I haven't seen one so strong and fierce." Ji-fan was afraid that Xiaobai would pounce on him, so he quickly changed his words. "This cat must be about 40 or 50 kilograms. Has it been like this since it was a child?" When Qian scratched Xiaobai's chin, and Xiaobai stretched out comfortably, rolled on the ground again, and exposed his belly for her to touch. Everyone looked at it with a face full of cuteness, and then remembered the way it had just torn the zombies apart with its bare hands, and immediately shuddered. "Xiaobai is a stray cat. I picked it up and adopted it a month ago. It has a strong ability to adapt to the environment, so it mutated. You can also observe the military dogs in the base more after you go back. There will always be differences." Wen Qian did not hide it. After all, in the end of the world, Xiaobai is not the only animal that has mutated. She believes that Mo Han must have more information than she has, so even if she doesn't say it, these people will know it sooner or later. After hearing this, Ji-fan and others turned to look at the two search and rescue dogs they brought. The two dogs also tried their best to join the battle today, but one was kicked several meters away by the zombies and now has fractures all over his body. The other eye was also injured. The team doctor simply treated and bandaged it, and it is unknown whether it will be infected. The two poor little ones lay on the ground honestly, looking pitifully in the direction of Xiaobai. They looked like they wanted to go over but didn't dare to, and could only hum and communicate with Xiaobai through the air. But Xiaobai was very arrogant and didn't even look at him. He just wanted the shoot shoveler to rub his belly quickly so that he could go. After asking the cat, Ji-fan began to be curious about Wen Qian. Because he really couldn't understand, how could a girl like Wen Qian be so much better than them? Ji-fan could say, without being modest, that the 15 people who came this time were all elites in the team. They had a sense of superiority, but today, that sense of superiority was completely wiped out. Because if it weren't for Wen Qian, they would have been defeated here today. "Goddess, you are so powerful. What did you do before? Did you serve in the army?" Wen Qian thought for a moment and answered softly, "No, I'm just good at fighting. Because my family was poor when I was a child and I couldn't eat, my neighbors and classmates looked down on me and always bullied me." Wen Qian's opening made the dozen men feel distressed. Especially Ji-fan. He wanted to slap himself twice. He was such a cheap mouth. Why did he ask this for no reason? Did he open up other people's wounds? Ji-fan regretted it so much that even his comrades around him punched him twice. Wen Qian looked down at the ground and continued to speak slowly. "When I was a child, I even picked up my brother's old clothes, so they called me a transvestite and wanted to take off my clothes to see if I was a man or a woman. That's when I learned to fight." Ji-fan. Him.
Wen Rang.
Why doesn't he remember when this happened? When Rang was full of suspicion. His family used to be poor, but it had improved when Wen Qian was in elementary school. And this little girl has never wore a piece of old clothes since she was a child. Her parents would rather not eat themselves to buy a beautiful little skirt for their daughter. There was even one time when the skirt they bought for her was too big and didn't fit, and they wanted Wen Rang, who was already in junior high school, to wear it as a nightgown at home. When Rang turned to look at Wen Qian, frowning. Wen Qian pretended not to see and continued to talk nonsense. In the end, Ji-fan and others had red eyes. Even Yi Xinghua began to reflect on whether he had been too bad to this girl before. Finally finishing her speech, Wen Qian sighed and concluded her speech. "Thanks to those who hurt me for making me grow and become stronger. If we have the chance to meet again." Everyone's heart was lifted, thinking that she would say something touching again, but when Qian changed the subject and smiled leisurely. I will definitely kill them and feed them to the dogs. Unless someone is mentally ill, who would be grateful to their enemies. When Qian rolled her eyes, stood up, and patted the dirt off her body. It's getting late. Let's look for it before the sun sets. Otherwise, when the zombies move faster at night, we may not have the good luck we just had. When Qian is a little tired now. Although she has drunk the well water in the space, she still hasn't recovered. If possible, she wants to go into the space to soak in the hot spring. But now the time and place do not allow it. The zombies at night are simply two different species than those during the day. Everyone remembered this horrible thing and quickly forced themselves to endure the pain in their bodies and stood up to continue searching. Except for Wen Qian and the other two, everyone else had more or less scratches and injuries. Dragging such a body, no one dared to be careless, and every step was taken with extreme caution. So, when footsteps were heard again in the woods, everyone, including Wen Qian, raised their guns at the first time, with murderous intent in their eyes. Don't shoot. A trembling voice came from the bushes. Everyone looked sideways and saw a young man wearing a helmet and ragged clothes limping towards them. Bowen? Yi Xinghua recognized the other party and hurried forward to support him. Guan Bowen didn't expect it was really them. His eyes turned red in an instant, and he choked and couldn't speak. When Qian leaned against the tree and silently observed the survivor. With a broken leg and an arm, it was not easy to survive in this state. Yi Xinghua patted Guan Bowen on the shoulder and asked in a trembling voice, "Besides you, are there any other brothers who survived?" Guan Bowen shook his head, "No, but Professor Ouyang and the others are still alive." Hearing this, Yi Xinghua and others were sad but relieved. After all, their mission this time was to find those scientific researchers and bring them back to the base safely. "Didn't you see the flares we sent out before?" When Qian stood behind the crowd and asked curiously. Guan Bowen looked at her after hearing it, with a complicated expression. "I saw it, but I didn't expect you to survive. The zombies have evolved, and the team members who came to search and rescue were found by them after sending out the flares, and none of them survived." So he waited until the flares and gunshots were over before he bravely came out. Guan Bowen finished speaking. He took Wen Qian and the others to their hiding place for the past few days. Wen Qian was wondering how they survived in this situation, but when they arrived at the place, he suddenly realized it. In the woods, there were many zombie bodies lying in all directions. Without exception, they were all wearing the same combat uniforms as Guan Bowen and the others. Under those bodies, there were several man-made pits. The researchers were in the pits. Guan Bowen first buried them with soil, and then piled the bodies on top. He did not bury them very tightly and also left a few people with breathing tubes connecting the underground and the ground. So although this way of escaping was very embarrassing, they still escaped the tracking of those zombies. Yi Xinghua and others worked together to rescue several professors from the pits. "Lin Yan, you guys quickly carry the professors on your backs, and we will try to leave here before dark." Yi Xinghua gave orders, not wanting to stay in this ghost place for another day. The others had the same idea. They immediately carried the researchers on their backs and ran towards the direction of the helicopter. Wen Qian had other plans in mind, but she didn't say anything. She thought about sending them back to the plains safely before talking about it. But less than 2 minutes later, she felt something was wrong. Wen Qian frowned and looked at the man on Lin Yan's back. The high temperature for many days and the shock brought by the zombies made him so exhausted that he couldn't say a word. But at this moment, he stared at Xiaobai beside Wen Qian. His greedy eyes made Xiaobai feel the danger. The hair on his body stood up and kept growling at the man for warning. The man looked at Xiaobai, then at its owner, and smiled at Wen Qian. Wen Qian didn't give him a good look. She rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. She had a bad premonition. The way out of the mountain was much easier than the way in. Without the attacks of zombies, they had a smooth journey and soon returned to the helicopter. Wen Qian watched Yi Xinghua and others get on the plane, but she didn't mean to follow them. "You go first." She stood there and said something shocking. I have something else to do, so I won't go with you. Everyone was stunned after hearing her words. Yi Xinghua, there's zombies everywhere here. You can't do anything. Lin Yan, that's right, and if you don't go with us, how can you go back? Isn't there a helicopter in the woods? I will send it back to your base in 6 days. Wen Qian turned her head and looked down the mountain, speaking slowly. The zombies here mutate faster than other places, and I don't want to waste this actual combat opportunity. Although there are tasks issued by the system, she will gain more combat power in a limited time if she leaves here and goes back to kill ordinary zombies. But that is too simple for her. For the sake of the future, she must improve her combat experience as much as possible. Yi Xinghua and others heard that she wanted to stay here to kill zombies, and they couldn't help but feel that she is crazy. But Wen Qian didn't listen to her advice, and when Rang and Gu Ran didn't have any opinion on her words. They all looked like they had lived enough and wanted to accompany her to go crazy. Wen Qian had made up her mind. She smiled and waved goodbye to the others. Then she heard the professor surnamed Ouyang, who had been silent all this time, speak. You can stay, but I want to take this mutant animal away. He looked at Xiaobai with a dim gaze and said in a tone that could not be refused. It has great scientific research value. It's a waste for it to follow you. Wen Qian sneered at his words. She originally thought that the surname Ouyang sounded familiar, and now she was completely sure. In the previous life, there was a very famous scientist named Ouyang Yong. His research on human experiment projects was crazy. He was keen on studying the combination of mutant zombies and humans. It was said that, in the end, he also began to study the possibility between humans and mutant animals. Wen Qian had heard a lot of rumors about him, but she had never seen this person. Unexpectedly, this time at the beginning of the end of the world, she met this perverted devil. After Ouyang Yong finished speaking, he asked Yi Xinghua to catch Xiaobai on the plane. Yi Xinghua did not move after hearing this, but just looked embarrassed. Professor, this animal belongs to Wen Qian. We have no right to take it away. Ouyang Yong did not expect Yi Xinghua to refuse. He glanced at him, snorted coldly, and went to instruct Lin Yan next to him. You go and catch it.
No, no, no.
Lin Yan shook his head like a rattle. Professor, we can't rob it in broad daylight. What a joke. That's the goddess's pet, who saved their lives. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Seeing that he couldn't order this group of people, Ouyang Yong simply did it himself. He jumped off the plane and walked toward Xiaobai. Xiaobai was prepared and hit him hard in the abdomen, knocking him back a few steps and falling to the ground. Yi Xinghua and others stood by and watched. Only a few assistants brought by Ouyang Yong hurried forward and helped the man up. They looked at Wen Qian and felt that she was ungrateful. How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? You are lucky that the professor likes your things. That's right. Hurry up and hand over that beast. Wen Qian looked at them expressionlessly. The other party relied on his special status and wanted to rob directly. Yi Xinghua and others stepped forward to stop them. Wen Qian saw that they still had a conscience and did not help the perverted professor to bully her, so she did not make things difficult for them. She stepped forward and walked straight towards Ouyang Yong. Maybe it was because she was too violent that Ouyang Yong felt the danger even though he was a few meters away. Anyway, she had just taken a step forward when she heard Ouyang Yong's warning. Ouyang Yong thought that she was a soldier of Mo Han like Yi Xinghua and others, so he threatened her. What do you want to do? You are sent by Mo Han to protect my safety, and you dare to attack me? If I lose a hair today, you will never be able to stay in the official base in the future. When he said this, Yi Xinghua and others looked a little embarrassed. They really wanted to remind Ouyang Yong that Wen Qian was not from the base, and it was useless to scare her with a superior. But Ouyang Yong seemed to have already determined that Wen Qian was a soldier. She asked the people around her to catch Xiaobai and didn't take Wen Qian seriously at all. Wen Qian walked up to Ouyang Yong, took out a sealed bag from her backpack, and swung it at Ouyang Yong's head. Yi Xinghua was standing behind and saw what was in the bag at a glance. He shuddered with fear.
Hey.
Don't do it! Yi Xinghua grabbed Wen Qian's wrist in a panic, but it was too late. When Qian had knocked Ouyang unconscious with the zombie's head and kicked him again out of resentment. Ouyang didn't expect that she was carrying a zombie's head with her. He was shocked and frightened, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yi Xinghua hurriedly stepped forward to catch the man. After confirming that Ouyang was just fainted and was not in any danger of life, he sighed and couldn't help muttering, "Tell me, why did you have to provoke her for no reason?" Seeing that when Qian had knocked Ouyang unconscious, the remaining researchers were annoyed and rolled up their sleeves to settle accounts with her. They kept saying, "Are you tired of living? And do you know who you hit?" As if they were going to execute Wen Qian on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Xinghua quickly winked at his men and asked them to stop the people. He was afraid that these people would really irritate Wen Qian, and Wen Qian would be unhappy and dismantle the helicopter. Then no one would be able to leave today. Yi Xinghua took everyone on the plane, looked at Wen Qian, frowned, and asked, "Are you really not going to leave with us?"
No.
Wen Qian was angry, and Yi Xinghua heard that he didn't dare to provoke her. He said a few polite words, asked her to pay attention to her safety, and then took Ouyang and others and left first. Wen Qian looked up and watched the helicopter fly away, and then talked to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Ouyang is well known for his research on mutant zombies. He must have discovered something when he brought his team here this time. The zombies on the island mutate very quickly. We must be careful next time. Wen Rang nodded and looked around. It was getting close to dusk, and it was definitely unwise to go down the mountain at this time, so the three of them chose to spend the night on the mountain. They returned to the helicopter in the forest and set up a tent. When Qian took out a few boxes of dumplings and a large bag of raw bones and meat prepared for Xiaobai from her bag. The dumplings were taken out of the space in advance by her. They were a little cold now, but it did not affect the taste. Guran thought she would have biscuits or instant noodles at night, but she didn't expect to eat dumplings brought from home. She felt so happy that she forgot to ask Wen Qian why the dumplings were still warm. Wen Qian took out the well water in the space that she had prepared before and shared it with the two of them so that they could replenish their physical strength. After eating and drinking, she went into the tent and entered the space under the guise of resting. She took a shower and soaked in the hot spring and changed into clean clothes. When they came out again, Gu Ran and Wen Rang were still guarding outside the tent. They chatted in low voices while looking around vigilantly. Xiaobai was lying in the tent. When he saw her suddenly disappear and reappear, he looked like he had long been accustomed to it. He turned over lazily and raised his forelegs to the sky to beg for petting. Wen Qian and the other two took turns to guard the night and rest. They were safe. On the other side, Yi Xinghua and others returned to the base smoothly and reported the mission to Mo Han as soon as possible. "Commander," Wen Qian and the other two insisted on staying on the island. "We couldn't persuade them, so we could only." Yi Xinghua observed Mo Han's expression while speaking. He thought that Mo Han would be furious if he failed to bring Wen Qian back safely. But he didn't expect that after hearing this. Mo Han nodded calmly and said, "I know," and then there was no follow-up. Yi Xinghua was stunned and asked bravely, "Commander, you won't punish us?" Mo Han was surprised why he asked that. Wen Qian wanted to stay? Yes, otherwise who could force her? Yi Xinghua told the truth and then sighed with a regretful expression. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wen Qian's strength was indeed above theirs. If such a talent could be recruited into the base, it would definitely be a blessing.
But now,
"Commander, can she come back?" Yi Xinghua already had the answer in his mind, but he couldn't help asking. It was as if as long as the cruel answer didn't come from his mouth, it would be able to alleviate some of his guilt. On the way back, Yi Xinghua kept thinking, if he had ordered to forcibly bring Wen Qian and the others back at that time, what would the success rate be? But no matter what the answer was, it was meaningless. Because he didn't try his best to stop Wen Qian and the other two from committing suicide, no matter how much he regretted it now, it would be useless. No matter how strong Wen Qian and the other two were, it was impossible for them to survive on that island for a week. Mo Han was silent for a few seconds after hearing Yi Xinghua's question. When did she say she would come back? 6 days later. Wen Qian said she would send a helicopter to our base in 6 days. Well, it's getting late. Go back and rest. And Mohan nodded and continued to look down at the documents on the table, without a trace of doubt about Wen Qian's promise. Seeing his calm look, Yi Xinghua did not dare to ask any more questions and turned away. Fishing Island. Late at night, everything was silent. Wen Qian sat under a tree, looking up at the blood-red full moon in the sky, always feeling that something was wrong. She thought about it for a long time and suddenly realized, it's too quiet. There are always insects and birds in the woods, but now it is so quiet that only the sound of the wind can be heard. Wen Qian gritted her teeth and glanced at the tent, where Wen Rang and Gu Ran were resting. She turned her head and looked around, and suddenly heard a drumbeat coming from the bottom of the mountain. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. Is there anyone still alive on this island? Wen Rang and Gu Ran were lying in the tent, but neither of them fell asleep. After hearing the drum sound, they crawled out of the tent and looked at Wen Qian with a puzzled look. Wen Rang, where did the noise come from? Gu Ran, is there anyone down the mountain? I don't know. Judging from the clues from Xinghua and the others, there can't be any living people on this island.
But
Wen Qian hesitated and looked at the direction where the drum sound came from, undecided. According to the convention of horror movies, the more curious a person is, the more likely he or she is to die. But now is the end of the world. Even if she doesn't care about anything, when the zombies come to her door, she will still die. What's more, the noise down the mountain is so loud that the zombies must have been attracted by the sound. She just secretly looked at who was so bold on the mountain. It should be okay, right? Wen Qian made a decision and said to Wen Rang, I want to go over and take a look. Let's go. The two said in unison and immediately got up and set off. With the moonlight, the three of them walked towards the mountain cautiously. As the distance got closer, the drum sound down the mountain became clearer and clearer. Finally, within the telescope's visible range, the three stopped and looked down the mountain curiously. It was pitch black at the foot of the mountain, and Wen Qian searched for a long time before confirming the exact location where the drum sound came from. But after seeing clearly what was happening there, she was shocked and got goosebumps all over her body. What the Hades is this? Wen Rang and Gu Ran beside her said at the same time. They took down the telescope and looked at each other, and then, as if they couldn't believe it, they reconfirmed what they saw. Wen Qian's reaction was the same as theirs. She didn't dare to believe her eyes. After repeatedly confirming that there was indeed a group of zombies at the foot of the mountain holding some kind of worship ceremony, Wen Qian's whole body was cold. Professor Ouyang and his team came to this island specifically for scientific research. There must be a reason. Wen Qian had long expected that the zombies here were not ordinary, but to evolve to such a level was still far beyond her imagination. In the previous life, zombies evolved to have human consciousness many years later. Some top zombies even evolved to the point where they looked no different from humans. But that was also conditional. As far as Wen Qian knew, even the most powerful zombies could only stay awake for 2 hours a day. The rest of the time, they were still controlled by killing and the desire for blood like ordinary zombies. But this life has just begun. How could zombies imitate humans to worship? Even Wen Qian, who was used to seeing too many big scenes, couldn't help but curse at this moment. Are you really not leaving people a way to survive? Wen Qian raised the telescope again and looked down the mountain. This time, not only did she see clearly, but she also made eye contact with the zombies standing at the front of the team. Standing at the front of the zombie group was a little zombie who looked only 5 or 6 years old. In the night, it seemed to feel that someone was watching it. It slowly turned its head, twisting it into an arc that humans could not reach. After scanning the mountain in confusion, it accurately located Wen Qian's location. Wen Qian found that the other party had discovered her, and her heart sank. Let's go back. She didn't have time to say too much to Wen Rang and the others, and immediately turned and walked into the woods. Wen Rang and Gu Ran also found something wrong. Both of them remained silent and returned to the helicopter with cold sweats all over their bodies, both with expressions of seeing a ghost. The woods were still quiet. Except for each other's breathing and the sound of the wind, They could not hear any other sounds. It was quiet for a long time, and when Rang finally couldn't help asking, "What the Hades are those things down the mountain?" They behaved like humans, but their rotten bodies and eyes like dead fish proved that they were not human at all. Gu Ran didn't come back to his senses at this time. He waved his hand and said that he would never give up. "Don't ask me. I have a low IQ and can't figure it out." Xiaobai kept circling around the three people, and from time to time, he grinned vigilantly towards the direction of the mountain. Wen Qian thought that after they were discovered by the zombies, there would be a fierce battle. But after waiting for a full half an hour, the group of zombies did not make any movement, and even the previous drum sound disappeared. This situation is too wrong. Is there really something on this mountain that makes them worried? When Qian glanced at the time, it was already 2:30 in the morning. If she didn't rest, she might not have enough energy and physical strength to kill the zombies after dawn. So she thought about it and said, "They haven't caught up for so long. They probably won't come. You rest first, I will continue to keep watch. I will call you in 2 hours." At this time, how could Wen Rang and Gu Ran bear to let her, a little girl, keep watch? Wen Rang, "No, you should rest first. The two of us will keep watch." Gu Ran, "Yes, you are the main combat force. You must rest well." They refused immediately, but Wen Qian couldn't help but mock them after hearing it. "It's good to know that I am the main combat force. This group of zombies has evolved so much that you two can't resist it if they really rush up. Don't waste your rest time. I will wake you up in 2 hours." Her sharp words made the two of them unable to refute, and finally one of them got into the helicopter and the other into the tent. Wen Qian took advantage of the two people's separation and immediately threw Wen Rang into the space. Wen Rang found himself in the space in the blink of an eye. After a moment of stunned, he quickly went to take a bath and soak in the hot spring to recover his strength. Wen Qian held the Tang Dao tightly in her hand, sitting under the tree, with Xiaobai lying at her feet, and couldn't help but recall the scene she had just seen. If she guessed correctly, the little zombie who met her eyes should be the leader of the group of zombies. Normally, the combat power of children after becoming zombies is indeed stronger than that of adults. They are small but flexible, and they will become very terrifying after their power evolves. When Qian folded her hands in front of her chest, wondering if she would have a chance of winning if she fought with that little ghost. The other party evolved so quickly. Could it be that he already has some superpowers? In her previous life, she had only encountered zombies with superpowers twice, one of which was to strengthen their power and the other was to copy human voices. I wonder what abilities the zombies she would meet this time would have. Wen Qian kept thinking about how to go down the mountain to kill zombies after dawn, and how to deal with that little ghost if she met him. Time passed by like this, and more than an hour passed unknowingly. Wen Qian gradually relaxed from the extremely tense state at the beginning, and just when she thought that no more zombies would come to her tonight, she suddenly felt a chill. It was difficult for Wen Qian to describe what that feeling was. In short, in an instant, her scalp was numb, and a chill spread from her back to her limbs. Wen Qian held her breath, and all her senses were infinitely magnified at this moment. She tightened and loosened her hands holding the Tang sword, swallowed her saliva, and slowly raised her head to look at the top of the tree trunk she was leaning against. One glance, just one glance, almost sent Wen Qian away. Because above her head, the little zombie who had met her eyes in the telescope before was now squatting on the tree branch with drool. Its pale little face was like a piece of white paper under the moonlight. Seeing that Wen Qian had discovered itself, it grinned, and its 2 rows of small teeth were like fish teeth, sharp and pointed, as if they could bite through a person's throat at any time. Wen Qian took a breath and reacted as soon as the little zombie launched an attack. The little zombie suddenly pounced on her from the tree. Wen Qian rolled half a circle on the ground, waved the Tang sword in her hand, aimed at its arm, and chopped it off. The zombie didn't expect Wen Qian's power to be so strong, and her arm was chopped off without any preparation. After a howl, it turned around and ran away. Wen Qian was so angry that her head was about to explode as she watched it flee quickly without any desire to fight. The zombies on this island are so bad. It's okay to eat people, but why do they scare people? Wen Qian's heart was about to jump out of her throat. She heard Gu Ran's voice coming from the tent and immediately released Wen Rang from the space. Wen Rang looked confused and didn't know what happened, but soon he found the arm cut off by his sister on the ground and asked nervously, "Zombies are coming?" Wen Qian nodded weakly. "It's here, it's a little ghost, and it ran away when it found it couldn't beat me." Wen Qian just finished speaking and saw Xiaobai approached and sniffed, then raised his head, picked up the arm and swallowed it into his stomach. This dog thing didn't show any fighting power just now, and now it is very rude when eating meat and even licked his mouth with satisfaction, looking like he was not full. Wen Qian was angry. It had only been a month since the end of the world. How could she let a naughty zombie bully her? "You want to play with her, right? Sure. You little brat, just wait for me." Wen Qian looked around and made sure that the little zombie had run away. She turned her head and looked at Wen Rang and Gu Ran. "I'm sleepy, so I'll take a nap. Call me in 3 hours." After saying that, she turned around and went into the tent, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. Gu Ran was stunned and asked Wen Rang in a low voice in disbelief, "How can she sleep in this situation?" Yes. Gu Ran didn't know Wen Qian, but Wen Rang knew her too well. His sister was very adaptable and never gave up. He still remembered that when Wen Qian was in high school, she studied science. In the first exam after the class division, a boy in the same class scored more than 10 points higher in math. This was actually nothing, but the key to the problem was that after the boy's results came out, he mocked Wen Qian. They said that girls' brains were not as good as boys', so they should study liberal arts instead of science. Wen Qian was so angry that she retorted, "You can't say such things, but it doesn't show how smart you are." Then, she went to class as usual, as if nothing had happened. But she went to bed early after returning home that day and went back to her room to sleep after dinner and homework. The reason why Wen Rang remembered it so clearly was that Li Mo and Wen Chongning felt that she was unhappy at the time and suspected that she was bullied at school. They were afraid that Wen Qian didn't dare to tell them the truth, so they called Wen Rang and asked him to ask what was going on. Wen Qian had nothing to hide from Wen Rang, so when he asked, she told him what happened. Then she said that she was unhappy, but she would be fine after a good sleep, so he didn't need to worry. After hearing this, Wen Rang even asked for leave to go home, fearing that his sister would show off. But after returning home, he found that Wen Qian was indeed fine, except that she did more questions than before. Wen Qian was either sleeping or doing exercises during that period, and as a result, she never scored worse than the boys in the class in the subsequent exams. Wen Rang also discovered that the more pressure his sister was under, the more she was willing to sleep. Even during the lunch break of the college entrance examination, when his parents were so worried that they couldn't even eat, she turned around and went back to the house to sleep after eating. So Wen Rang thought that Wen Qian must have been really angry with the little zombie just now. So now she is resting up and will probably go to find the zombie's lair after dawn. Wen Qian slept for 3 hours and was woken up by Wen Rang. She stretched and climbed out of the tent, took out the gas stove and pot from the space, and the hand-rolled noodles that Li Mo had rolled before, and started to cook noodles. After cooking, she took out a bottle of beef sauce made by Li Mo, and the 3 of them started to eat breakfast. Wen Qian ate 2 large bowls of noodles, stood up, and looked down the mountain. Since they came to this island, they have never gone down the mountain. They have been searching in the woods and don't know what is going on down there. After the 3 of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they packed up their things and started walking down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they found several statues of gods around the mountain, which seemed to be what the zombies were worshipping last night. This island is full of fishermen who make a living by the sea. They respect the Dragon King, the sea god, Mazu, the river god, and so on. Gu Ran had relatives who were fishermen in her hometown, so she knew a lot about these. These are customs passed down from generation to generation, so even though those fishermen have become zombies, they have not forgotten these habits that they have developed since childhood. It is precisely because of these statues that those ordinary zombies dare not go up the mountain. In any case, there are only a few zombies who can go up the mountain. There is a relatively safe place, which makes Wen Qian and the other 2 feel relieved. Wen Qian looked at the zombies wandering around the foot of the mountain, distributed the bullets exchanged in the space last night to Wen Rang and the other two, and told them, "If you can't beat them, run up the mountain. Don't worry about me." After she finished speaking, she carried the Tang sword and went down the mountain. Guran looked at her aggressive look and thought that if he was a zombie, he would have run away long ago. Gu ran, and when Rang found a position that could be attacked and defended, and began to shoot the zombies that did not mutate from the outside. The zombies nearby were attracted by the gunshots, and then were killed by Wen Qian, who was guarding at the foot of the mountain. The proportion of mutant zombies on this island is indeed higher than outside. Wen Qian suspected that they had eaten too much seafood that was irradiated before they died, which led to this result. She vented all the anger she had accumulated last night because of the little zombie on this group of unlucky zombies. Xiaobai followed her, as if he was in an amusement park, jumping around in the zombie group crazily, and the movements of biting and killing zombies became more and more skilled. Wen Qian also did not forget the unlucky skill given to her by the system attracting firepower. Within 3 minutes, for each zombie killed by a combatant in the system, the host's speed will be increased by 1%. Killing 100 zombies will increase the speed of any member in the system by 10%. Because there is no limit on the number of times it can be used, as long as her condition allows, she will activate this skill. The 3-minute extreme escape, the feeling of adrenaline rush, is simply addictive. As the number of zombies killed by them increases, Wen Qian's speed becomes faster and faster. This is the end of the first day of killing. Wen Qian did not see the little zombie who ran away after scaring her. When it was dark, the system prompted that they had killed a total of 960 zombies, and 200 of them were killed when Wen Qian activated the attract fire skill. Wen Qian's speed increased by 200%, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran's speeds also increased by 10% respectively. Wen Qian was quite satisfied with this result. As soon as the sun went down, she immediately took Wen Rang and the two back to the helicopter and then took out a bunch of food from the space to solve the problem of food and clothing. Wen Qian suddenly wanted to eat hot pot at this moment, but the conditions were really limited. She was afraid that she would scare Gu Ran if she took out more than a dozen boxes of hot pot ingredients from her bag, so she had to retreat and take a few boxes of self-heating small hot pots and a few boxes of self-heating braised pork rice. Although they were all fast food, it was a luxury to be able to eat a hot meal in this situation. After filling their stomachs, Wen Qian asked Wen Rang and the others to rest first, while she sat under a tree holding a Tang sword and waiting for the little zombie. But after a whole night, the little ghost did not show up. Wen Qian, who was full of murderous intent but waited in vain, was full of anger again. After dawn, Wen Qian and the other two continued to go down the mountain to hunt. They successfully killed 1,200 zombies that day, and Wen Qian's speed increased by 400%. Wen Rang and Gu Ran received a 20% reward respectively. After returning to the mountain after dark, Gu Ran and Wen Rang could clearly feel that their speed of movement had increased a lot. As for Wen Qian, her speed was now so fast that the zombies could not catch her. Wen Rang and Gu Ran were a little excited to find out about Wen Qian's changes. But Wen Qian's reaction was very calm. She was changing, and the zombies were also evolving. There were not many ordinary zombies left on the island. The remaining ones were basically mutant zombies that were 2 or 3 meters tall. Wen Rang and Gu Ran could no longer off their heads with bullets alone, so on the third day, Wen Rang and Gu Ran had to choose to fight in close combat with Tang swords like Wen Qian. In this way, the speed of killing zombies slowed down. After a whole day of hard work, the three of them killed more than 800 zombies in total, most of which died at the hands of Wen Qian. The little zombie never appeared again, and the days passed one by one. Soon it was the 7th day since they came to this island, and it was also the day they should return. Wen Qian was in a bad mood because she didn't find the zombie leader, but she also accepted this fact. After all, it was a rare species, and it couldn't be killed so easily. However, just when Wen Qian had given up and was ready to go home, the little ghost thing appeared in front of her again. Moreover, the arm that Wen Qian had chopped off a few days ago had also grown back. Wen Qian couldn't help but chuckle when he found out about this. When Rang turned his head and looked at his sister, and felt that her eyes seemed to glow green when she looked at the zombie. For a moment, he couldn't tell which side was more like the villain. After not seeing each other for a few days, the little zombie saw Wen Qian again, and his little face was full of anger. Wen Qian didn't know whether it was angry because she had chopped off its arm, or because she had killed many of its men in the past few days. In short, the angry little zombie actually looked a little cute. If Wen Qian hadn't seen it squatting on a tree in the middle of the night pretending to be a ghost and scaring people, she felt that she would even have an impulse to catch this zombie, put a dog chain on it, and take it back to raise it as a pet. The little zombie screamed, and the zombie army surrounding it immediately rushed towards Wen Qian and the other two. Seeing this, when Rang and Gu Ran made a decisive decision and turned around and ran up the mountain. But this time, the mutant zombies did not stop, but followed them up the mountain. Wen Qian glanced at the two people's backs and did not follow them. She could not always follow them, and there would always be a time to act separately in the future. After this period of training, the combat power of the two has been greatly improved, so those dozens of zombies may be a little tricky for them, but they will definitely not take their lives. Wen Qian confirmed this and stared at the little zombie. The air was filled with a rotten, fishy smell. The zombies swarmed towards Wen Qian from all directions. After missing again and again, their movements began to slow down, as if expressing their doubts. Wen Qian easily dodged their attacks, occasionally using a knife to kill one or two. She looked at the little zombie hiding in the zombie group and said coldly, "Little ghost, whoever escapes today will be a grandson." The little zombie seemed to understand her words and stared at her with a gloomy expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly rushed toward her. Wen Qian had been looking for it for almost a week, and seeing it coming to her on its own initiative, she simply stood there without moving. She moved her wrist, and when the little zombie rushed in front of her, she dodged and got behind it. In the blink of an eye, the arm that the little zombie had grown back was chopped off by Wen Qian again. It howled in pain, and then soon a new arm grew back, and it looked much thicker than the previous one. Normal people would have been scared to death by such a scene, but Wen Qian's eyes were full of excitement. This is a zombie with the ability to regenerate. The ability to regenerate is very rare. In a sense, having this ability means being able to live forever. Because as long as you are strong enough and the speed of regeneration is fast enough, there is no such thing as a fatal injury. The little zombie grew a new arm, and without giving Wen Qian extra time to rest, it immediately launched a new round of attacks. In just a few days, Wen Qian's strength has risen to a new level. The little zombie couldn't understand why she was so much stronger than that night. After several unsuccessful attacks, it started to act like a real brat, yelling in anger. Wen Qian watched it rush up again, this time without a knife, but directly grabbed its wrist with her hand. When it bared its fangs and tried to bite off her flesh, she swung its arm and smashed it to the ground. Wen Qian was very strong now. When dealing with ordinary zombies, she could even tear off the zombie's head with her hands. So, after her ruthless attack, the little zombie's head hit the ground directly, and it was completely confused for a moment. Finding that it was no match for Wen Qian, the little zombie thought of escaping again. But Wen Qian had already caught it, so how could she let it escape? There was a gleam in her eyes, and her gaze was fixed on the little zombie's neck. She wanted to try and see if this kid's regeneration ability was strong enough to grow a new head. The little zombie struggled frantically, but its strength was far inferior to Wen Qian's. Suddenly, it raised the other hand that was not caught by Wen Qian, pressed the shoulder of the arm that was caught, and exerted force to remove one of its arms. Finally regaining its freedom, it no longer wanted to fight, and turned to run. But soon it found that not only was it not as strong as the female devil, but it was also not as fast as her. Wen Qian did not give the little ghost a chance to escape. She raised her knife and cut off its neck. When she saw the body of the little zombie fell straight to the ground without any changes, her eyes were full of disappointment. TSK. Wen Qian sighed in disdain, bent down and picked up the head of the little zombie, thinking of taking it back to Mo Han as a gift and cheating some supplies by the way. The perverted professor would definitely be very interested in this thing. But before she put the head into the sealed bag, she saw a fist-sized bead falling out of the zombie's head. Wen Qian caught it quickly and frowned slightly. What is this? Brain? This kid has a big brain? She was puzzled, dodging the attacks of other zombies while retreating towards the mountain, trying to find a place to study it carefully. In the distance, Xiaobai, who was fighting the zombies, seemed to smell some tempting aroma and rushed towards Wen Qian. Wen Qian was only concerned with avoiding the zombies and ignored it for a while. So she was hit on the back by it without paying attention, and the whole person fell face down on the ground. What's more terrible is that when she opened her mouth to curse, she accidentally bit the white bead. In exchange for a bite of zombie brain. Wen Qian couldn't even if she wanted to, because the ghost thing melted in her mouth and disappeared immediately. Wen Qian got up and looked at Xiaobai's innocent face, wanting to cry, but no tears. She didn't know if she would be infected and mutated, so she didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Just when she was so anxious that she wanted to pull out all the hair on Xiaobai's body, the voice of the system came to her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the regeneration ability. Wen Qian froze, wondering if she was hallucinating because she had eaten something dirty. But the system's voice continued. This skill does not need to be activated, there is no restriction on its use, and it will change with the host's physical fitness. The host's blood cannot bring regeneration effects to others. According to the host's current physical condition, the fatal damage caused by the zombie attack cannot be regenerated for the time being. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the primary achievement of superpowers. You will be rewarded with 100,000 mall coins. The host's combat power will be increased by 100%, the space prosperity will be increased by 100, and the combat power of all members in the system will be increased by 50%. Wen Qian listened to the system's prompts and keenly grasped the key words. Temporarily unable to regenerate. Temporarily. That is to say, as long as she becomes strong enough in the future and the quality of this body can support the unlimited use of this superpower, then she may be able to ignore the damage of zombies? Even if she is bitten by a zombie and her heart is taken out by a zombie, she still has a chance to regenerate? What kind of fatal skill is this? If others know about it, won't she be hunted all over the world? As far as Wen Qian knows, superpowers can be taken away. In her previous life, she had seen many cruel incidents of killing each other just to take away each other's superpowers. There are relatives whose blood is thicker than water, lovers who accompany each other day and night, and friends who share weal and woe. No matter what the relationship is, as long as there is enough temptation, they can turn against each other. Wen Qian bit the corner of her lip, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. The system seemed to sense her emotional changes, and suddenly the voice sounded again. Due to the special situation of the host, all skills are bound to the host's identity and cannot be taken away. All members in the system are forced not to reveal the host's information to the outside world while maintaining the current loyalty. When the loyalty of a member in the system drops to 80, they will have the idea of seizing the host's supernatural powers. When the loyalty of a member in the system drops to 80, the system will automatically kill the member and no longer issue prompts and notifications to the host. Update the member information in the system. Gu Ran, loyalty. Never betray. Gu Wanwan, loyalty. Never betray. The system prompts that the loyalty has reached the top, never betray members, and the loyalty will never change. Wen Qian. What should I do? I feel like crying. In the end times, Wen Qian knows very well that if she wants to survive to the end, the best way is to turn herself into a cold-blooded machine and not have any emotions for anyone. Because compared to zombies and ghosts, the most terrifying thing is always the human heart. But how can people control things like emotions? She is very afraid that her relatives and friends will turn against each other. That would be more painful than death. She didn't want to be worried all day and sleepless because of her special ability, and she didn't want to be betrayed by the people around her. Fortunately, the system understood her. The system gave her enough confidence to let her be unscrupulous. It forced mental control of all the people she cared about, and they would never betray her. When Qian took a deep breath and smiled again, she turned her head to look at Xiaobai. The dog seemed to realize that he had just done something wrong, so he stood behind her and bit the zombies desperately to atone for his crime. Xiaobai, when Qian called it and asked it to retreat to the mountain together. She had made enough money on this trip. Now she just wanted to go home quickly, lie on the bed and have a comfortable sleep, and have a hot pot with her family tomorrow morning. In the woods, although when Rang and Gu Ran were in a mess, they still managed to kill all the zombies chasing them. This was the first time they felt so clearly that they had really become stronger. When Rang chopped off the head of the last zombie and caught a glimpse of his sister, he turned his head and looked, then his face turned pale with fear. When Qian suddenly had an idea and wanted to see how powerful the regeneration ability was, so she took out a folding dagger and cut her arm. The system had given her too much defense before, causing her to have thick skin and blood. The knife didn't even cut through her skin, so she had to change the method and stab herself with the dagger. What when Rang saw was that his sister was self-harming as if she was possessed. In the past month of the apocalypse, when Rang had never been so scared when he was chased and bitten by zombies. When Qian, he shouted her name in a trembling voice, ran to her quickly, and snatched the dagger from her hand. When Qian looked up and met her brother's red eyes, and found that when Rang's eyes were already tearful. "What are you doing?" When Rang nervously checked Wen Qian, and after confirming that she was not injured, his heart, which had jumped to his throat, slowly fell back. Wen Qian realized what Wen Rang was afraid of and quickly explained. "Don't worry, brother, I'm fine. I just got a regeneration ability, so I want to see if it works." Wen Rang was stunned. Regeneration? This word sounds unreliable, like a pyramid scheme. How could such an outrageous thing happen? When Qian took out another dagger from the space and stabbed her arm hard before her brother could react. The blood instantly dyed the blade red, but after just 3 seconds, the blood coagulated, and then the wound healed incredibly. Wen Qian and Wen Rang saw this magical scene, and they looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Wen Qian was ecstatic, thinking that the skill was awesome. Although it would still hurt when she was injured, as long as she didn't die, she could endure the pain. When Rang's nervousness just now disappeared all of a sudden, and he suddenly felt calm, thinking, it's over. If this continues, his sister will not become a big devil who destroys the world, right? She now looked much scarier than the zombies. Gu Ran came from a distance and saw the brother and sister standing face to face, not knowing what they were doing. He approached curiously, and before he could ask, he saw when Qian took out a white bead and handed it to them. "Come, each of you have a bite." When Qian broke off a piece of the little zombie's brain for each of them and whimsically wanted them to have some extra powers. When Rang and Gu Ran reached out to take the things and only remembered to ask after throwing them into their mouths. "What is this?" When Qian, zombie brain. When Rang, Gu Ran. When Rang, Gu Ran, ugh. The two immediately turned around and retched, but the brain melted in their mouths, and they couldn't even if they wanted to. Two big men, who were about 180 meters tall, held the tree trunk and felt nauseous. They looked at Wen Qian with a hard-to-describe expression and spoke weakly. When Rang, "If you don't behave like a human, can you please stop pulling me?" Gu Ran, "Is this retribution for killing too many zombies? Are you crazy?" When Qian was excited, "Did you hear any voice in your head? The kind that prompts you to gain skills?" When Rang and Gu Ran, "My head hurts. Who will drag her away?" When Rang and Gu Ran stood up weakly and walked towards the helicopter, not wanting to accompany Wen Qian to go crazy. But Wen Qian grabbed them and said with determination, "Oh, I'm serious. Look around carefully and see if there is anything different." Seeing that the two looked hopeless, Wen Qian thought for a while and comforted them. "What's the matter? I see you guys are quite happy eating pig brains." When Rang and Gu Ran, "It's better not to comfort them because they have pictures in their minds again." When Qian sighed, "Then put it another way. This thing is a crystal core. Is that okay?" Although she didn't think there was any difference, it all fell out of the zombie's head anyway. When Rang and the other two were forced by Wen Qian to observe if there were any changes in themselves. They were reluctant, but they couldn't do anything about her, so they thought about just perfunctorily doing it for a while. As a result, after seeing the zombies climbing up the mountain, they were both stunned. Wen Qian looked at the two people's reactions, followed their line of sight, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" As soon as she finished speaking, she also found something wrong. Wen Qian had focused all her attention on her regeneration ability before and didn't observe other things. But now, she looked at the faint flashes of light on the heads of those zombies and seemed to understand something. She turned her head and asked when Rang and Gu ran, "Can you see it?" The two nodded, and Wen Qian said again, "Try to aim at the bright spot and see if you can shoot it in the head." Although Wen Rang's shooting skills are not as good as Gu Ran's, after this period of high-intensity practical training, he has become very good. So, he raised his hand and shot accurately at the part of a zombie's head that was glowing white. And with the sound of the gun, the zombie's head exploded instantly. The same thing happened to Gu Ran. After aiming at the bright part, the zombie was immediately shot in the head and lost its ability to move. They quickly dealt with this batch of zombies that chased them, and after looking at each other, they had to admit that the zombie's brain was really a great tonic. And they also understood why they couldn't use guns to up the heads of these mutant zombies before. Normally, the head structure of zombies is the same as that of humans. The weight of the brain accounts for about 80% of the entire brain. As long as you hit this 80% part, you can basically kill the zombie successfully. But after the evolution of zombies, the brain has undergone more or less changes. Some zombies even have brains that have shrunk to the size of peanuts or melon seeds. So it happened before that the entire zombie's head was shot into a sieve, but it still didn't die. Because they didn't hit the vital parts at all. As for the little zombie with superpowers, Wen Qian hasn't figured out what's going on with it yet. Wen Qian happily put the crystal core of the little zombie into the space, thinking that after returning, if Wen Rang and Gu Ran's bodies didn't have any resistance reactions, she would give some to her parents. The two men who were used as test subjects by Wen Qian changed from their previous despair of life to now full of excitement and happiness. Being chased by those mutant zombies for so many days, they were as miserable as they were before. The two looked at each other and went down the mountain with their guns. Wen Qian couldn't stop them and could only watch them kill zombies in revenge. After venting their anger, Wen Rang and Gu Ran were as happy as two fools. After returning, they got on the helicopter and set off for home. Gu Ran had practiced flying a plane when he was in the army before, and he operated it skillfully. Soon, the few of them returned to the city smoothly. Wen Qian agreed to send the helicopter to the base because there was no place to park it near her home. When she arrived at the place, she found that the base had changed a lot in the past few days. Walls were being built around it, and many wire meshes were built above the residential area. Glass houses were also being built on the open space in the base. Wen Qian saw these preparations and raised her eyebrows slightly. In the next few years, zombies will continue to evolve. The previous blocking nets outside the base will definitely not last long. Building walls is the right decision. The protective net in the air can effectively block the mutated flying animals after the end of the world, such as crows and bats. Bincheng has many mountains and trees, and there are many bats. Wen Qian is not sure whether the bats used to human blood because she has not studied it. But in the future, bats and crows will really eat human flesh and drink human blood, and they like it very much. As for the glass houses, are they prepared for acid rain? Wen Qian jumped off the plane and looked at the rows of glass houses in the distance and fell into deep thought. Someone in the base found them and rushed over, thinking that they were accomplices who went out to rescue and collect supplies. As a result, when they ran over, they saw 3 unfamiliar faces and a terrifyingly large animal that was not sure whether it was a cat or something else. They were all stunned.
Who are you?
How did you get a helicopter from our base? Wen Qian looked at the man who asked the question vigilantly. He was wearing the same combat uniform as Yi Xinghua's group. I'm here to give a gift. Tell Yi Xinghua that I sent the helicopter back. Wen Qian spoke softly, and halfway through her words, she remembered something, turned back to the plane, and took down a large bag of zombie heads. This was what she picked up in the woods before she came back, and she was as perfunctory as she could be. By the way, give this to Mo Han, and tell him that it was given by Wen Qian, so that he can return the supplies to me. Wen Qian didn't care whether the other party needed this or not. After all, gifts must be given, and she couldn't suffer a loss. Under the stunned gaze of a group of people, Wen Qian threw the bag to the ground and turned away. But before she walked far, she was surrounded by another group of people running from a distance. Wen Qian frowned slightly, and seeing that they were not wearing the familiar combat uniforms, she roughly guessed their identities. Ouyang Yong had been holding a grudge since he was beaten and frightened by Wen Qian that day. But because he had returned to the base, he wanted to go to the fishing island to settle accounts with Wen Qian and continue his research, but was rejected by Mo Han. Mo Han didn't say anything else, and told Ouyang Yong to go by himself if he wanted to anyway. The base would not send anyone to him. Without the protection of Mo Han's people, it would definitely not work if Ouyang Yong brought his own people. So Ouyang Yong has been holding back his anger these days. He accidentally heard Yi Xinghua's men chatting and said that after Wen Qian agreed to come to the base in the next few days, he ordered his men to keep an eye on every plane flying back to the base. Now, he finally caught her. Ouyang Yong's men looked at the mutated battle pet beside Wen Qian and confirmed that she was the person they were looking for. So they said in a cold tone, "Come with us. Professor Ouyang wants to see you." After hearing what they said, Wen Qian smiled disdainfully. "There are many people who want to see me. Who is he?" Anyway, they had torn their faces and fought before, and Wen Qian didn't think about meeting again in the future, and she could still pretend that nothing happened. What's more, the other party wanted to steal her things, so he was an enemy. She never had a good face to her enemies. Were furious when they saw Wen Qian being so arrogant. They didn't know what this woman had the capital to say such words. In their opinion, refusing to meet with Professor Ouyang was ungrateful. Professor Ouyang is currently the top biological expert in China, and even in the world. There are countless people who want to see him on weekdays, but what did this Wen Qian just say?
Who is he?
How dare she say these words in such a tone? Some of Ouyang Yong's team members were brought over from his original place, and some were taken out of the base after he came to Bincheng base to protect his safety. But no matter which one, they all volunteered to be with Ouyang Yong because they admired his academic success. So now, they all couldn't swallow this breath when they saw Wen Qian so contemptuous of the professor they admired. There is nothing to say to such a person who refuses to accept a toast and then drinks a forfeit. If she doesn't want to leave, then take her away by force. The few people didn't say anything else, took 2 steps forward and started to act. Wen Qian stood in place, looking at them with cold eyes. Gu Ran came from behind her and knocked down all of them. If it was before, he might need more time to deal with all of them at the same time. But since he came to Wen Qian's side, just as she joked before, Gu Ran felt that he had changed. He was not just a little bit stronger than before, and dealing with these people was as easy as dealing with unreasonable children. Xiaobai squatted beside Wen Qian, licking his fur lazily, watching those idiots fall to the ground one by one. The combatants of the base did not expect to see such a scene, and they were all alert for a while, because the opponent was too strong. What's more, Professor Ouyang is now a member of their base. It seems a bit unreasonable to watch a few strangers knock down their own people without doing anything. The movement here attracted the attention of people in the distance, and soon, there were dozens of people in front of Wen Qian. Wen Qian lowered her eyes, feeling bad. She wanted to stretch her muscles. Just when Wen Qian was about to take action, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name.
Wen Qian?
The voice came from behind the crowd. Wen Qian looked over and saw Yi Xinghua and several familiar figures. When Yi Xinghua and the others saw her, their faces instantly showed a complex expression of surprise and joy. Wen Qian said on the day she separated from them that she would be back in 6 days. Yi Xinghua always remembered this, even though he had no hope in his heart. Today was the day Wen Qian said she would be back, so since morning, Yi Xinghua had arranged people to keep an eye on the helipad. He waited for a whole day without hearing any news about Wen Qian and thought he would not be able to wait, but just now Lin Yan ran to his office out of breath and said that Professor Ouyang's people were heading towards the helipad. Although they didn't know what happened here, they knew what was going on from the reaction of Ouyang's group. Yi Xinghua led people to block Wen Qian and Xiaobai behind them and looked at the opposing group. There were few familiar people in the crowd. They were all from their base before, and were later picked by Ouyang Yong to become members of his team. "What are you doing?" Yi Xinghua asked, with a bit of displeasure in his tone. The group didn't expect him to come, and after a moment of stunned silence, they didn't want to be too tough. After all, Yi Xinghua was someone close to Mo Han, and Mo Han had the final say over the space. "Don't get me wrong, Professor Ouyang just wants to see this girl for something. We'll take her over." The person on the other side answered politely with a smile on his face. What could Ouyang Yong want from Wen Qian? Yi Xinghua and the others knew it all too well. 6 days ago, this girl knocked Ouyang Yong unconscious with a zombie's head. 6 days later, Ouyang Yong probably wanted to lock her and the zombies in a room for experiments. Yi Xinghua glanced at the people behind him. Even at this time, Wen Qian still looked fearless. He even doubted whether she would dare to rush to Ouyang Yong and beat him up again if no one stopped her. Yi Xinghua sighed in his heart and said to the person on the other side, "It's really unfortunate. We have something to do with her, so we have to take her away." After he finished speaking, he winked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan and his companions were smart and immediately took Wen Qian and the others to leave, but the other party still did not give way and blocked them again. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Wen Qian stood at the back to watch the fun. She did not expect Yi Xinghua to bring people to protect her. They had a conscience. Wen Qian coughed lightly, not wanting to waste time with them here. She patted Yi Xinghua on the shoulder and walked out from behind him. "Okay, I'll go with you to see Ouyang Yong," Wen Qian said, rolling up her sleeves, which made Yi Xinghua and the others tremble with fear. They thought what she really wanted to say was, "Okay, I'll go with you to beat Ouyang Yong." Yi Xinghua quickly stopped the person, fearing that she would cause a big mess. The commander was not in the base now, and would not be back until tomorrow. If something really happened, Yi Xinghua was afraid that he would not be able to protect Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked at Yi Xinghua's action of stopping her, and didn't know what he was afraid of. But no matter how much Yi Xinghua didn't want Wen Qian and Ouyang Yong to meet, it was useless. Because Ouyang Yong came. Wen Qian was happy when she saw Ouyang Yong walking towards her with a group of people. "I turned out to be so popular. So many people came to pick me up at the airport when I came back." Ouyang Yong came over and just heard her words. He snorted and said, "Mo Han is not in the base. Wen Qian? What does it have to do with me whether he is here or not?" "Ouyang Yong, do you know what this means?" Wen Qian. "It means that you are so annoying that he would rather leave his own territory than see your old face?" Wen Qian was silent for a few seconds and answered the question seriously. Ouyang Yong's face changed. "It means that no one can protect you today. He is not here, and I have the final say in this base."
Oh my.
Wen Qian was so angry that he was about to die. What is this? Is this the case that when the tiger is away, the monkey becomes the king? Wen Qian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled at Ouyang Yong. "With Mo Han not here, shouldn't you be the one you should worry about the most? You don't think that these small fry you brought with you can really do anything to me, do you?" Wen Qian mocked a bunch of people with just one sentence, and the faces of the small fry behind Ouyang Yong turned black. Maybe they didn't beat women before, but they can make an exception today. This sharp-tongued woman, she won't behave unless she is beaten, right? Seeing that they were not convinced, Wen Qian didn't say any more nonsense. "It's okay, if they are not convinced, just beat them until they are convinced." Now in this base, the only person who can make her a little worried is not here, and they still dare to be so arrogant? Wen Qian took action, when Rang and Gu Ren also took action at the same time. Xiaobai understood the principle of catching the leader first, and went straight to Ouyang Yong. Wen Qian's speed was so fast that these people could not react at all. Before they could see her face clearly, she was already lying on the ground. Yang was frightened by the beast that suddenly rushed up and grabbed the person closest to him to block in front of him. In addition, there were people who spontaneously protected him, so he was safe for the time being. Yang looked around in horror for Wen Qian's figure. When he was on the fishing island, he knew that this woman was a bit powerful, but he never thought that she would be so powerful. Obviously, Wen Qian can no longer be evaluated by normal people's standards. She is like a monster in terms of strength and speed. Even the two men who follow her are stronger than any combatant in this space. From a scientific point of view, it is impossible for humans to be so strong. So there is only one possibility. They have mutated. When Yang thought of this, his eyes burst into a kind of greed that is almost crazy. He had only wanted to catch the beast for experiments before, but now he wanted to catch these people. Especially Wen Qian. He wanted to use her for human experiments. All of Yang's men were injured in just 2 minutes. Yi Xinghua and his gang were a little embarrassed at first, not knowing whether they should take action, but they soon realized that it was not their turn to take action. Wen Qian's current momentum of being able to kick people more than 10 meters away, let alone these 100 people, even if there were another 1,000 people, they would not be able to catch her. The men who were knocked down by Wen Qian were shocked and inferior at the same time. They couldn't believe that they couldn't beat a woman. Bare hands are not her opponent, so use weapons. Yang saw someone pull out a gun and shouted, "Don't shoot. I want to live." Only living people are valuable for experiments. Hearing Yang's words, most people put down their guns. But there was one person who always had a fierce light in his eyes. His name is Chao Wen, and he is the boyfriend of Zhang Duo, who cheated Gu Ran of more than 100,000 yuan. He has known Gu Ran for a long time. He is simple-minded and strong-limbed. He can be fooled by just a few words. Zhang Duo has been in contact with Gu Ran for the past 2 years with Chao Wen's tacit consent. After all, who would be willing to refuse an ATM? Chao Wen has always looked down on Gu Ran, a fool, but now he can't even take Gu Ran's move. The feeling of being killed in seconds made Chao Wen stunned for a moment. After coming to his senses, he was pierced by huge anger. Will he lose to Gu Ran, that waste? This is impossible. Chao Wen raised his gun and pointed it at Gu Ran. Even after hearing what Yang said, he didn't put it down. He knew that Professor Yang mainly wanted that woman and that beast, so even if he killed Gu Ran, it wouldn't be a big problem. And that woman was too arrogant. He didn't kill her, but he could shoot and break her legs and feet. Anyway, according to the professor, as long as she is alive, it's fine. However, before he pulled the trigger, another gunshot was heard. Before they could find the source of the gunshot, they saw Chao Wen lying in a pool of blood. A shot to the head killed him instantly. Except for Wen Qian and the other two, everyone present looked unhappy. It is not allowed to fire a gun without permission in the base. Who is so bold as to kill someone directly? Everyone went to find the murderer, and soon they found the target, but they were all dumbfounded. Because the person who fired the gun was Mo Han. Yi Xinghua was relieved when he saw Mo Han. But Yang's face darkened. Why did he come back early? Mo Han came over with a gun. He seemed to be afraid that everyone didn't know that he fired the gun. After lowering his eyes and glancing at the person who was lying on the ground and dead, he raised his hand and fired another shot. "What are you doing?" Yang asked in shock and anger. Mo Han raised his eyes and looked at him. "This is what I want to ask you. What are you doing?" Yang was stunned by his self-righteous tone. It was obviously him who killed people. How could he have the nerve to question him? Non-combat personnel in the base are not allowed to carry firearms. Members of the scientific research team's guards can only carry guns in the laboratory where zombies are imprisoned and when they go out for operations. I thought this rule was very clear as early as the first day you came. Mo Han looked at Yang with cold eyes, and his tone was even more so. He glanced at the gunman behind Yang and then lowered his head to look at the gun in Chao Wen's hand. The safety is on, and I don't know who he's going to shoot. As the executive officer of the base, I am only exercising self-defense when necessary. What do you think? Yang. God's self-defense, You were more than 10 meters away from here at the time, and you knew with your feet that the person he was going to kill was not you. Wen Qian. The reason of self-defense. Why did she sound a little familiar? Yi Xinghua, take them to my office. Mo Han gave the order, and Yi Xinghua and the others hurried to Wen Qian's side, pulling and pulling, fearing that this old lady would not leave. After they walked away, Yi Xinghua could not help but whispered to Wen Qian, "Do you know who Ouyang is? How dare you do something to him?" If Ouyang died, the higher-ups would definitely track him down. In order to give an explanation to the higher-ups, the base would have to hand her over. Wen Qian was amused to hear this. It's because I know too much that I can't let him have his way. If I'm really captured by him, don't you know what will happen next? So, even though she knew that Ouyang had a high status, she still had to fight back desperately. Because once he captured her for experiments, it would be worse than death. Before the end of the world, when all the rules and regulations were operating in an orderly manner, her resistance was a joke. But now, who can care so much? Survival is the most important thing. Yi Xinghua. The commander intends to protect you and will not let him use you for experiments. Do you think I'm so stupid as to put my life in the hands of others? No matter how nice the words sound, it's useless. She won't trust others easily. Mo Han protects her because of her space. There are no eternal enemies in this world, but there are no eternal friends either. He can protect her today and tomorrow, but can he protect her for the rest of her life? It's not her system that thinks of her everywhere. Wen Qian rolled her eyes and didn't believe what these dogs said. Ouyang watched Wen Qian walk away, and he held back his temper and said to Mo Han, "This Wen Qian has great scientific research value. You must hand her over to me." Mo Han listened to his commanding tone and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What if I don't?" Ouyang didn't expect him to refuse. I said, "She has great scientific research value. Sacrificing her may save all mankind. Then let all mankind die." Mo Han's words were shocking and his attitude was firm. Ouyang tried to find a trace of joking on his face, but after trying hard, he found that he couldn't find it at all. Mo Han looked at the people around him. These people included his subordinates and Ouyang's. He knew that what he just said might chill these people, but he had to say it. You use Wen Qian for experiments today, and tomorrow you can set your sights on anyone in the base, including me. Ouyang, before you came to the base, I had already made it very clear. I don't care how much you have achieved in your research field, but in my base, no human clinical experiments are allowed. If you don't accept this, don't come. What did you say at the time? Ouyang was silent. Mo Han said again, "At the time, you promised and repeatedly guaranteed that such a thing would not happen, so I agreed to take you over. Why, now that your safety is guaranteed, you want to go back on your word? The situation now is different from before. Wen Qian's mutation speed is faster than zombies. We must find out what's going on." Ouyang retorted emotionally. "It's no different. If you don't accept my terms, get out of my base." Mo Han threw down these words and turned to leave. Ouyang looked at his back and was furious.
Mo Han.
Aren't you afraid that I will complain to the people above and ask them to take back your position as the executive officer of the base? Mo Han stopped and raised his thin lips, as if he had heard a joke. He looked back at Ouyang and asked, "Do you remember why you came to benching base?" Ouyang froze, his face pale. As a top scientist in the country, he also enjoyed top protection after the end of the world. However, the global climate became extreme, and zombies broke out. He wanted to find a safe place to continue his scientific research, but after moving to several bases, he almost lost his life. Humans simply cannot resist the revenge of nature and the attacks of zombies. Those bases were just established not long ago, and they all became new zombie gathering places because people inside were infected. Ouyang fled for a long time until the people above told him to come to benching. Before that, Ouyang never looked down on this coastal city. Because the transportation here is inconvenient and the population is dense, no matter how you measure it, it is not the first line of rescue. But the people above told him very confidently that as long as he was with Mo Han, he would be absolutely safe. Some confidential information is unknown to outsiders, but Ouyang knows it. Mo Han's body had already changed before the end of the world. He is the first person known to have superpowers. Although Ouyang Yong didn't know what his superpowers were, he tried to communicate with the people above and let him do human experiments, but was severely rejected by the above. The attitude of the above is the same as Mo Han, and no human experiments are allowed to take place. Otherwise, he will no longer be protected. Ouyang Yong signed the agreement and was sent to Bincheng base. He felt that as the situation got worse, sooner or later the above would give in and agree to let him do those experiments. But after hearing what Mo Han said just now, he was not sure again. If he was not in Bincheng base, he might not be able to build a laboratory for experiments, and even his life might not be saved. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yong hurriedly chased Mo Han, not wanting to leave because of offending him. But when he ran behind Mo Han, he saw that Mo Han was already on the phone with a satellite phone, asking someone to pick him up.
Mohan.
Ouyang Yong shouted at him, making a concession. I promise you that I won't have any more ideas about that girl. I only want the beast next to her. Mo Han didn't even pause and simply and clearly told the person on the other end of the phone what he wanted, asking them to get Ouyang Yong away within 3 days, otherwise he would just throw him out of the base. Mo Han returned to the office and saw Yi Xinghua standing outside the door. He asked him to take people to watch Ouyang Yong and not allow anyone from the experimental team to leave the living area within 3 days. Yi Xinghua went to do it immediately. Mo Han pushed the door open and entered the room. The first thing he saw was Wen Qian sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching variety shows on her phone. His hand holding the door handle tightened slightly and then quickly relaxed. Shutting the door, he met Wen Qian's gaze and heard her ask, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Wen Qian had just finished a bag of potato chips. She threw the bag into the trash can, wiped her hands and mouth, turned off her phone, and looked at Mo Han curiously. I heard you brought me a gift. Oh, a bag of zombie heads. Isn't that Professor Ouyang going to do an experiment? Maybe it can be useful? He will leave Bincheng within 3 days. Mo Han sat down at the table and shared information with Wen Qian and the others. But those zombie heads can be useful. Wen Qian perked up. What are they useful for? You've been on the fishing island for so long. You should have found any special mutant zombies, right?
No.
Wen Qian lied without blushing or breathing hard, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look Mo Han in the eye. Mo Han smiled and continued, I just came back from another base. According to the latest intelligence, the crystal core of zombies can greatly enhance human functions. Wen Qian pretended to be ignorant and asked, Oh, how to enhance it? The current method is to extract the harmless part of the crystal core and then inject it into the body. The crystal core also has harmful parts? Wen Qian was dumbfounded. Then if the crystal core is eaten directly, what side effects will there be? Mo Han was silent for a few seconds and replied, It may be infected, but everyone's physical fitness is different, so the situation is also different. Wen Qian asked again, If infected, how long will it take for the disease to break out at the latest? According to current intelligence, it is 24 hours. I think the environment of your base is not bad. You don't mind if the 3 of us stay here for a day? Wen Qian changed his previous dislike for the base and said with a smile, Not for a long time, just 1 day. The 3 of them have not passed the critical period yet and cannot go home. Mo Han raised his eyebrows. We don't have air conditioning here. No need. Just give us a bed. If there's not even a bed, we'll sleep on the floor outside your door. Let us experience life at the base, okay, sir? Wen Qian's attitude became better since she had to ask for help. She was afraid that Mo Han would disagree, but unexpectedly, Mo Han nodded immediately. Okay, then let's experience it. Mo Han agreed happily, and Wen Qian silently gave him a good person card in her heart. People have to compete with each other. Compared with Ouyang Yong, isn't this guy much better? A great guy. Mo Han asked someone to take them to the accommodation area. Just like what he said last time, Wen Qian was still allowed to live in a single room, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran lived in a double dormitory. When they arrived at the place, as soon as Mo Han's people left, Wen Qian immediately talked to Wen Rang. Be careful tonight, and don't sleep too deeply. in case that guy surnamed Mo joins forces with Ouyang to arrest us. It is always necessary to be on guard against others. They are now on someone else's territory, so it is better to be careful. When Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement. Emohan was too friendly to them, and it was hard not to be suspicious. When Qian. Also, you should observe each other more. If you find something wrong, go to the next door to find me immediately. Emohan's words made Wen Qian a little worried. She left Wen Rang's room and stood at the door to look around. There were only 2 single dormitories in the entire base, one for her and the other for Emohan next door. The accommodation area of the base was divided into several parts. The single dormitories and double dormitories were in the same area. Basically, the high-level management of the base and those powerful people lived there. There was a solar light every 20 meters outside the house, and the environment was relatively quiet. The 4-person dormitory and the 8-person dormitory were together. They were all staff members like Ouyang team, as well as scientific researchers and medical staff in the base. The rest were 16-person dormitories and 30-person dormitories, where ordinary people rescued from various areas lived. The dormitories for combatants in the base were separately divided into an area, and each room was for 30 people. Everyone entering the accommodation area needed to be tested by a professional machine to see if they had mutated. Only those with a green indicator light could pass. Such detection machines are installed at the entrance of the base and in various other areas. In the middle of the entire accommodation area is the base's canteen. The meal standards for all personnel in the base are the same, except that the meal times are different every day, and each person's meal time does not exceed half an hour. Next to the accommodation area are the glass houses that Wen Qian saw today. If she guessed correctly, they should be used to grow fruits, vegetables, and grains. Further away is the office area, where the offices of the base's managers, Ouyang laboratory, other scientific research personnel studios, medical staff's wards, operating rooms, etc. are all there. Wen Qian has never been into the air raid shelter, but she heard Yi Xinghua and others chatting before, and it should be filled with survival supplies for the entire base. Everyone in the base needs to work, and they rotate day and night shifts. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening, and most of the personnel are still working on the construction of the base wall and the installation of the glass planting room, and some are digging wells. The entire base is very busy, and there are fighters responsible for maintaining order everywhere to prevent riots. I heard that you don't need to pay any rent to live here, and you can enjoy all the free treatment as long as you obey the arrangements of the base. Wen Qian roughly calculated that this base currently accommodates about 200,000 to 300,000 people. To maintain the food, clothing, and daily necessities of so many people, Mo Han must be very short of supplies. No wonder he was so polite to her. He must have been attracted by her space and her ability. Wen Qian sneered and planned to go back to rest. Seeing Mo Han and Yi Xinghua coming from a distance, she waved twice perfunctorily as a greeting, and then pushed the door to enter the house. Yi Xinghua saw her and couldn't help asking Mo Han, "Sir, don't you plan to recruit Wen Qian into the base? In your opinion, can this base keep her?" Mo Han asked instead of answering, which stunned Yi Xinghua. But no matter from which aspect, our base is the safest place in the entire Bincheng. If she wants to ensure the safety of her family, she should choose to come here. Mo Han smiled and didn't think so. Wen Qian can't possibly stay in someone else's base. She has the ability to protect herself. If you want to have a chance to cooperate with her in the future, remember not to ask her to stay in the base. Otherwise, she will definitely run as far as she can. Yi Xinghua thought about what Mo Han said and felt that it was right. How could someone like Wen Qian be willing to work under someone else? What is the saying of young people? It's impossible to work for someone else. Yi Xinghua felt that Wen Qian was the kind of person who would never work for someone else. After Mo Han told Yi Xinghua some things, he went back to his room to rest. Next door, Wen Qian took Xiaobai into the space because she was worried that she would be infected. She had been busy killing zombies these days. She took a break from her busy schedule to go into the space every day to take a bath and soak in the hot springs and to feed the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and other livestock raised by her father. She had no time to do anything else. Now that she finally had some free time, Wen Qian went to her farm first and saw that the rice, corn, and other food crops she had planted before were already ripe. And her orchards are already full of fruits. Wen Qian was surprised and delighted and went to her several small factories for another look. The raw materials of the grain processing plant, canning plant, and garment factory have been used up, so they are temporarily stopped. However, the steel plant is still in operation, and her cloud warehouse system has already piled up a lot of goods. Wen Qian remembered the 100,000 mall coins given by the system, opened the mall system, and found that there were actually many new products updated. Now there are all kinds of cold and hot weapons in the mall. Wen Qian looked back row by row and stopped when her eyes fixed on the last one.
Crystal. Core.
Processor. Device. Wen Qian was worried about what to do if she encountered the crystal core of a mutant zombie again in the future. She has a high physical strength and regeneration ability, so she can do whatever she wants, but she can't risk the safety of her family. But now she is relieved. Wen Qian was very happy and wanted to buy this big baby immediately. But when she clicked the purchase option, her smile froze. The price is 1 million mall coins. 10,000. Wen Qian took a deep breath and wanted to curse the system for being such a swindler. This is simply robbing money. She looked at her mall balance, 100,000 and 200. When she was on the fishing island before, she exchanged all the remaining mall coins for bullets. Now, apart from the 100,000 rewarded by the system, she is a poor girl with only 200 yuan in her pocket. How can she live like this? Wen Qian opened her cloud warehouse system again in a mad way. She originally wanted to trade the steel in it with Mo Han, but now she sold it all to the system. The system recycles steel at a price of 5,000 mall coins per ton. Wen Qian sold all the steel in the warehouse and got 400,000. She also sold the rice in the factory. 1 caddy of rice is 10 mall coins. She sold it for 300,000. Then she sold canned food. The meat cans were 20 mall coins each, and the fruit cans were 10 mall coins each. Wen Qian sold all the inventory and got 200,000. After clearing out all her belongings, Wen Qian saved up 1 million and turned around to buy the big baby. She looked at her remaining 200 balance, curled her lips, and then ran back to the villa to study the processor. She looked at the product manual and found that the operation was quite simple. She just needed to throw the crystal core into the container and press the switch to run it. The crystal core grades ranged from level 5 to special grade, and the processing time required was also different. Level 5 was the lowest grade and only took 1 minute. Level 4 took 10 minutes, Level 3 took 20 minutes, Level 2 took 30 minutes, and Level 1 took 40 minutes. Special grade crystal cores took 1 hour to process. Wen Qian plugged in the power, threw the crystal core that she had taken a bite of, and her brother and Gu Ran had eaten a piece each, into the container, and then went out to work. She first picked the vegetables in the vegetable garden, put them all in the storage box, and moved them back to the shelf. After doing this, she went to pick up the chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. When she walked to the rabbit nest, she found that there were more than a dozen newly born rabbits in it. Wen Qian's eyes immediately lit up because she saw a nest of spicy rabbit heads. Wen Qian happily lay on the fence and watched the walking delicacies for a while, and then went to clean the sheep pen, pig pen, cow shed, and donkey shed. After doing all this, an hour had passed. She ran back to the house and saw that the machine screen on the table had shown that the processing was completed. In the small box under the container, there were 10 more things like vaccines. Wen Qian quickly took them out and continued to look at the display screen on the processor. Successfully synthesized special crystal core medicine. This crystal core can give the user the lock skill and greatly improve physical fitness and extend life by 5 years. Lock skill details can accurately locate the zombie's fatal point. After hitting the fatal point, the zombie will immediately lose its ability to move, but the crystal core will not be damaged. Storage conditions of the medicine: store at room temperature and avoid light. Wen Qian was stunned when she saw a few keywords. Extend life? This really looks like what her brother said. How can it be unreliable with a sense of pyramid selling? And she thought that the zombie's crystal core was blown up, so the zombie was shot in the head, but it turned out not to be. It seems that the same crystal core has different effects when used by different people. For example, she inherited the regeneration ability of the little zombie, while others only have the lock skill. Wen Qian took these medicines back to her room and put them in a small box. Then she tore off a sticky note, marked what level of medicine it was and what effect it had, and stuck it on the box. She planned to give her parents 1 bottle each after returning home tomorrow. As for Gu Wanwan, she would wait until she is a little older before giving it to her. Wen Qian put the crystal core away, and because she was worried about the situation of Wen Rang and the others, she decided to take Xiaobai out of the space. She stood in the room, looking at the environment of the dormitory. I have to say, it's okay. Although the room is not big, only about 40 square meters, it is a 2-story loft. In addition to the bedroom upstairs, there is also a study. And downstairs, in addition to the living room, dining room, and small kitchen, there is also a cloakroom. So, strictly speaking, this house can accommodate more than 1 person. Wen Qian walked around the room and couldn't help sighing. This person just have to work hard to climb up, otherwise you don't know how good life will become after you have a position. Look at those dormitories for 30 people, and then look at this place. Isn't the difference obvious? Xiaobai lay at the door of the living room, drowsy. Wen Qian also went upstairs and lay on the bed. After a while, his eyelids became a little heavy, and he fell asleep unconsciously. Next door, Wen Rang and Gu Ran's room. This looks more like a university dormitory. The bed is an upper and lower structure, with a bed on the top and a table on the bottom. There are also 2 wardrobes and a bathroom in the room. The bathroom has a solar water heater, which is already a very good condition in the current environment. But even with such superior accommodation conditions, the 2 still sat on the bed, staring at each other. They were very tired, but they gritted their teeth and dared not sleep. Because they were worried that they would be infected, and when they opened their eyes tomorrow, the person opposite them might be gnawed into a pile of minced meat and bones. At first, the 2 tried to find topics to chat, but how could 2 grown men have so much to talk about? Not long after, there was a silence in the room. Wen Rang was so sleepy that he thought about it and got out of bed. I'm going out for a walk, you sleep for a while, and I'll call you when I come back. The 2 took turns like this and barely spent the night. Wen Qian, on the other hand, slept until dawn and was finally awakened by Xiaobai's paw. When Xiaobai occasionally clings to people, he will sleep with Wen Qian. Sometimes he even likes to sleep on her. It used to weigh only a few pounds, but now it weighs 50 pounds. When it lies on people, it simply presses people to the point of suffocation. Xiaobai didn't know that his body shape had changed. He only knew that it was uncomfortable to lie on the chute-shoveling owner. So he blew a paw on Wen Qian's face, trying to wake her up and make her change her position and go back to sleep. Wen Qian opened her eyes and saw a big cat face. She blinked and was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that she was not dreaming. Wen Qian pushed Xiaobai down and waited for a while before slowly getting up. She looked at the time, and it was already past 7 in the morning. Wen Qian hurried into the space to wash up and then went out to find her brother and Gu Ran. Wen Ran and Gu Ran didn't feel anything except a little sleepy. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief, but it was not yet 24 hours after they ate the crystal core, so they could only continue to kill time in the base. Because Xiaobai attracted too much attention, Wen Qian threw it back into the space. The 3 of them strolled along the way and unknowingly walked to the office area, where they met Yi Xinghua and others who had just finished the morning meeting and were about to go to eat. Wen Qian even saw Emo Han in the crowd, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, he is an executive officer of the base, but he is eating with everyone? When Yi Xinghua's men saw Wen Qian, they immediately ran overexcitedly. Ji Fan, goddess, are you used to living here last night? Ji Fan is Wen Rang's junior. He was injured a lot on the fishing island before, but now he looks like he is fine. Before Wen Qian could answer, Lin Yan leaned over again and said in a low voice, "Goddess, don't worry. Our boss has ordered that Ouyang be sent away. He will definitely be gone within 3 days." In fact, Yi Xinghua and his gang looked down on Ouyang Yong. First, because of him, many of their brothers died. Second, Ouyang always yelled at them and didn't treat them as human beings. He wanted to lock them up with zombies for experiments all day. But he is a famous professor and expert. It's useless for them, a group of soldiers who can only fight and kill, to look down on him. At the critical moment, they still have to rush up to protect his life. Unexpectedly, this matter was solved by Wen Qian. After they heard last night that Imohan had contacted someone to pick up Ouyang, they were so happy that they didn't fall asleep until late at night, and now they are still excited. After listening to their words, Wen Qian glanced at Imohan. She thought he was joking yesterday, but did he really take Ouyang away? Yi Xinghua strode over and handed them 3 meal cards. It's a coincidence that I met you. I was planning to look for you. Take it, let's go eat together. Wen Qian wanted to refuse, but then she thought what she told Imohan yesterday was that she came to experience life at the base, so she had to do the whole act, so she nodded and agreed. Because of Imohan, the dozen of them were the focus wherever they went. Wen Qian stayed far away from him, fearing that someone in the base would dislike him and bring trouble to her. When she arrived at the cafeteria, as soon as she entered the door, she felt countless eyes flying towards her. She paused and heard Imohan behind her ask, "What are you standing there for?" At this time, the combatants in the base were having meals. They didn't expect Imohan to come here today because he used to eat 3 meals a day alone in the office. Everyone straightened their backs instantly, stood up to greet the superior, and looked at the girl next to him curiously. They haven't seen such a clean and beautiful girl for a long time. She seemed to be completely unaffected by the end of the world. Her skin was white and tender, her figure was tall, and her curves were exquisite. The temperature today was as high as 50 degrees. Whether indoors or outdoors, everyone was sweating profusely because of this steaming weather. But looking at her, there was not even a bit of sweat on her forehead, her whole body was clean, and she looked like a soft and fragrant girl. For a moment, they even felt that the air in the cafeteria was purified. Wen Qian was stared at by thousands of people, and she understood what it felt like to be a star. The group walked inside, took the plates to get food, and soon, Wen Qian saw acquaintances. It was Zhang Xiang's family downstairs. They were responsible for serving food at 3 windows next to each other. Zhang Xiang didn't expect to meet Wen Qian here. The last time they met was when she killed someone at the gate of the base. Zhang Xiang was so scared that he had a nightmare that night and wet his pants. Wen Qian looked at the 3 people with interest. In the past, Zhang Yang and Su Yan relied on their status as doctors and often looked down on this and that in the community. Now the doctor has turned into a cafeteria aunt and met her. This is really a narrow road for enemies, and fate is wonderful. But then again, according to the current situation, it is already very good to be able to work in the cafeteria. Because most people are doing physical work outside under the scorching sun, while in the cafeteria, there is no wind and sun, and you can eat secretly at critical moments without going hungry. When Qian handed over the meal card, and Su Yan swiped it on the machine and was stunned. Everyone in the base will have a pass card, which will have personal information such as name, age, member number in the base, and which area they live in. Su Yan knew that Wen Qian was a capable girl, so it was understandable that she could enter the base as a combatant. But now, Wen Qian's card only shows her address, without any other relevant information. This means that she is not a member of the base, but a guest. What's more terrible is that she actually lives in a single dormitory. Su Yan looked at A0002 displayed on the screen and was dumbfounded. There are only single and double dormitories in Area A, and the core figures of the entire base live there. The smaller the address number, the higher the status, and number 1 and number 2 are even more rare high-level figures. Su Yan's family of 3 was arranged to work in the cafeteria through connections. Since she came here, this is the first time she has seen number 1 and number 2. Unexpectedly, Wen Qian is among them. Su Yan was stunned and did not react for a long time. Wen Qian didn't know what she saw and was a little impatient. "Have you seen enough? Get your meal." Su Yan came back to her senses and glared at Wen Qian fiercely, but didn't dare to say anything and quickly lowered her head to work. Zhang Yang and his son reacted the same way as Su Yan and were shocked when they saw the information on the card. Today, the staple food in the cafeteria is brown rice, and the dishes include cabbage vermicelli and spicy fried potato shreds. When Qian thought about the number of people in the entire base and felt that it was already very good to have such food. After a month, if the cafeteria can still maintain the standard of 1 meal and 2 dishes per person, then Mo Han will be considered amazing. When Qian took the meal tray and quickly went to find a seat.
She didn't want to sit with Mo Han.
But if she thought so, Yi Xinghua and his people would be even more so. When Qian turned around and saw that Yi Xinghua and his group had already huddled together at a large dining table, looking at her with pity. When Qian gritted her teeth, turned her eyes, and looked at Mo Han. Good guy, a table all by herself, and there was not even a ghost around her. When Qian tried very hard to find another empty seat, but after trying for a while, she resigned herself to her fate and walked towards Mo Han. When Rang and Gu ran, 2 unlucky guys followed him. After sitting down, they heard when Qian ask Mo Han, "How many crystal cores have you collected now?" When Qian suddenly regretted it. If she had known that crystal cores were so useful, she would have picked up more zombie heads and thrown them into the space in the previous month. It hasn't started yet. The news was only confirmed yesterday. Before that, crystal cores are useless. When Qian,
Relieved.
the 2 chatted and finished the meal quickly. When Qian said bye to Mo Han with the meal card and ran away without looking back. Zhang Ziang looked at her from a distance, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He has realized the gap between him and Wen Qian now. It should be more and more difficult to meet her in the future. So, he must seize this opportunity. Women, as long as you sleep with them, will listen to you obediently. Although he is not Wen Qian's opponent under normal circumstances, he can use other methods. All the staff in the cafeteria have to go through body searches and other procedures before entering the cafeteria every day. For safety reasons, staff are not allowed to bring any foreign items here. However, Zhang Ziang discovered that he had a special ability in the past 2 days. Although he didn't know how it came from, he did have a space. The space is not big, only 1 square meter, but it can hide a lot of things. Zhang Ziang suspected that Wen Qian also had a space. Otherwise, how could she live so comfortably in the end of the world? Zhang Ziang didn't tell anyone about this, including his parents. At this time, there was a bottle of medicine in his space. He prepared it for Wen Qian a long time ago. Zhang Ziang lowered his head and smiled sinisterly, and continued to work busy until noon, when he saw Wen Qian again. Although the food in the cafeteria was not very good, there was no reason not to take advantage of the cheap food in front of him, so Wen Qian planned to go home after lunch. This time she deliberately squatted outside for a while, and came in after confirming that Mo Han was not there. When Rang was asked by his junior to help with technical problems, while Gu Ran was asked by Yi Xinghua, who was mysterious and didn't know what happened. So now only Wen Qian came to eat alone. Zhang Ziang was ecstatic to see her appear alone. He immediately took out the bottle of medicine from the space, and under the operating table, quickly poured half a bowl of medicine into an empty bowl, and filled the remaining half bowl with soup. When Qian found a seat with a dinner plate and sat down. Just after taking a sip of egg soup, he heard the system's warning. The host is taking harmful substances. Please stop taking them immediately and monitor your condition in time. When Qian looked at the spoon in his hand and smiled. Okay, you want to die, right?
Grant you.
When Qian had previously gnawed on the zombie core without causing the system to issue a warning, and now she just drank a mouthful of soup. When Qian threw down the spoon and looked up at Zhang Ziang, just in time to meet his gaze as he was peeking at her. Zhang Ziang was originally so happy to see Wen Qian drink the soup. But the next second, he found that Wen Qian was looking at him. His heart sank suddenly, especially after Wen Qian stood up. He felt a chill down his spine. What happened? Did she find out? This is impossible. The medicine is colorless and tasteless. How did she detect it? When Qian walked straight to Zhang Ziang and said coldly, "Get out." Zhang Ziang was sweating all over. But fortunately, there was a glass window in front of him, and there were people queuing outside the window. Qian, I'm working and don't have time to accompany you. Zhang Ziyang forced a smile and said in a tone that was very close to her. Let us talk after I'm done, okay? Okay. When Qian was in a bad mood, if she let him walk out of this cafeteria alive today, she would take his last name. When Qian looked around, and after finding the door to go in, she strode towards it. Zhang Ziyang was frightened by her action, and his hands trembled. The rice spoon fell into the basin, and he looked at the entrance in horror. The door was anti-theft grade, and was locked now. She shouldn't be able to open it. Zhang Ziyang just had this thought when he saw when Qian kicked the door open. She ran towards Zhang Ziyang with a momentum of killing gods and Buddhas. The people who came to eat at this time were the same group of people who came in the morning. They were curious about how this girl had the ability to sit and eat with the executive, but they were dumbfounded when they saw her kicking the heavy door open. The door slammed loudly, scaring the staff who were squatting in the back kitchen picking vegetables, washing vegetables, and cooking. They hurried out to see what happened. When Qian glanced at those people and found that some of them looked familiar, they were her neighbors in the community. She looked at the man, go to Zhang Ziyang, and help him get food. This neighbor had been taken to the supermarket by Wen Qian and his sister to collect supplies before and had a good impression of her. He knew that she had some grievances with the Zhang family and that she had a bad temper. So after hearing this, he immediately did as he was told and immediately ran to Zhang Ziyang and pushed him away. Zhang Ziyang's parents were unhappy to see the scene. Zhang Yang. Wen Qian, what are you doing? This is not a place where you can mess around. Su Yan, what are you doing, you little girl?
Come on.
There's a lunatic here. Take her away. Zhang Ziyang stepped back step by step and had already retreated to the corner, trembling with fear. Seeing their son so scared, Su Yan and his wife guessed that he must have done something, so they tried to stop Wen Qian from going over. Wen Qian reached into his pocket, took out a rope from the space, and the two men with his backhand. He also grabbed 2 rags on the table and stuffed them into their mouths so that they couldn't shout. She dragged them outside and called for someone to take their place and continue working. Her movements were extremely quick and professional, and the combatants outside were stunned. They wanted to step forward to stop them, but when they thought of her identity, they shut up and watched the fun. No one could protect Zhang Ziyang anymore, and when Qian came to him unimpeded, Zhang Ziyang's legs softened, and he almost sat on the ground leaning against the corner. What do you want to do? He cried and regretted it. What did you put in my soup? I don't know what you are talking about. Zhang Ziyang's voice trembled, but his eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look Wen Qian in the eye. Don't know? Then I'll help you think about it. Wen Qian pulled out the dagger on the side of his leg, and the cold light flashed, and the sharp blade pierced Zhang Ziyang's shoulder. The severe pain made Zhang Ziyang's eyes black and screamed. Ah! Zhang Ziyang struggled desperately, but in front of Wen Qian, everything he did was in vain. Wen Qian looked at his painful expressionless face, pulled out the dagger and stabbed it fiercely, then pulled it out again, pointing the tip of the knife at his side face. From under his eyes to the corner of his mouth, a winding bloodstain appeared along with Zhang Ziyang's cry. His face was pale, and he looked at the people watching the excitement around him in despair, crying, "Save me." Wen Qian smiled softly. Save you? Who do you think you are? Wen Qian kicked him on the knee, and Zhang Ziyang immediately knelt in front of her. She grabbed his hair and forced him to look up at her. I should have killed you before you came to the base. Do you know why I let you live until now? Because in the end of the world, living is more difficult than dying. Wen Qian originally thought that killing him with a knife and letting him be relieved was a bargain for him, but now she regretted it. Such a person living in the world is a waste of air. Wen Qian looked at Zhang Ziyang crying with snot and tears, and took every opportunity to escape from her. She simply cut his tendons in his hands and feet, and dragged him out of the window area where he got food by pulling his arms. The road was full of blood. Zhang Ziyang was in so much pain that he lost his strength and begged for mercy weakly. I was wrong. I will never provoke you again. Please forgive me. Wen Qian was too lazy to pay attention to him, and he continued to cry. You just took advantage of the fact that I like you and dared not do anything to you, so you treated me like this. Why don't you find another man to vent your anger? When Qian heard this and swung him out, Zhang Xiang's body hit the wall and several bones were broken. She looked at him with disgust. If you say you like me again, I will cut off your tongue. Liking is originally a very beautiful thing, but he made these two words disgusting. When Qian squatted down and turned over several pockets on Zhang Xiang's body, but didn't find what she was looking for. Just when she was puzzled and suspected that he had hidden the medicine in the back kitchen, she suddenly heard the system prompt sound. It is detected that there is a space ability with the same attribute around the host. Please be careful. When Qian was slightly stunned, and when she looked at Zhang Xiang again, there was a smile on her face. God is really blind. Even this kind of dog can awaken superpowers. When Qian no longer hesitated, she raised her hand and stabbed the dagger accurately into Zhang Xiang's neck. Blood spurted out. When Qian turned her head, but it was still splashed with blood. Zhang Xiang opened his eyes wide, his eyes desperate and angry. Why is this happening? Is he going to die? Killed by this witch? No, it shouldn't be like this. He just got superpowers, his good days have just begun. He hasn't got this woman yet, The light in Zhang Xiang's eyes dimmed a little bit, and finally, he fell to the ground. And at the moment when his breathing stopped, the things hidden in his space also exploded. At the same time, when Qian received a system prompt again, swallowing superpowers of the same attribute once, the space increases by 1,000 square meters and the space skills are upgraded. All members in the system can store materials into the space at will, but only the host is qualified to take them out. In addition, the space prosperity degree is rewarded with 1,000. When Qian didn't expect that killing this rascal would bring unexpected gains. All members of the system can store supplies into the space, which is great news for Wen Qian, who is in urgent need of collecting crystal cores. She raised her lips slightly and went to find the things that exploded in Zhang Xiang's space. Just as she was about to pick them up, she heard a voice of hello, sir, coming from behind. Mo Han is here. Wen Qian frowned. In fact, she didn't want to see him in this situation. The footsteps stopped behind her. Wen Qian sighed and stood up. She turned her head and looked at the person in front of her in the light. Mo Han stood in front of the crowd, his face covered with frost. There was anger in his eyes, and there seemed to be some other emotions that Wen Qian couldn't understand. Wen Qian was slightly startled, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly surged into her heart.
Has she
seen him somewhere before? Wen Qian's mind suddenly went blank. She tried hard to recall, but she couldn't find an answer. Mo Han's eyes were fixed on her face. A drop of blood splashed under the corner of her eye, like blood and tears, very dazzling. Before the brain could react, the body had already made a move. Mo Han reached out and wiped off the red stain. The warmth of his fingertips brought Wen Qian back to his senses, and then he heard Yi Xinghua's voice. One drop? What is this? Yi Xinghua bent down to pick up the white medicine bottle on the ground. After reading a few lines on the label, his face turned black. At this time, the only sounds in the cafeteria were the sobbing and howling of Zhang Yang and his wife. Because Wen Qian blocked their mouths with a rag, they could not make a complete sound. But seeing Mo Han's figure, they still shouted desperately. They wanted to seek justice for their dead son. Others witnessed Wen Qian killing Zhang Xiang with their own eyes, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know how much hatred the two had, nor did they know how to deal with this matter. Fortunately, the executive officer appeared, which made everyone relieved. They all stretched their necks to continue watching the excitement, waiting for a result. Mo Han took the medicine bottle handed over by Yi Xinghua and quickly read the information on the label. This is a bottle of drug, and it is also a very powerful one. According to the instructions, just one drop can make a person unconscious for an hour, and half of the bottle has been used up. Mo Han threw the bottle back to Yi Xinghua and looked at Wen Qian. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Not bad. She felt a little dizzy, but she could hold on. She also felt that this broken medicine was a bit powerful. With her physical fitness, she could still react. What would it be like for an ordinary person? Wen Qian was ready for Mo Han to make trouble. After all, this is a base with its own rules. But Mo Han didn't say anything else, just ordered Yi Xinghua, send her back to rest. Mo Han turned his head and looked at Zhang Yang and the other person who looked at him for help not far away. When the other party met his gaze, it was as if he had seen a savior. I'll take care of these two people. Mo Han's gaze was retracted as soon as it touched him, and he looked at Wen Qian again, and said in a flat voice, bringing foreign objects into the cafeteria with you gives us enough reason to suspect their purpose. We need to torture them severely and find out who is behind it. What kind of person could be behind it? They are just bad people. Wen Qian knew it clearly, but she said nothing and followed Yi Xinghua. But when she passed by Mo Han, her sleeve was gently pulled. Wen Qian paused and looked at the man beside her in surprise. He lowered his head slightly and told her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. If you really feel uncomfortable, go into the space, you will feel better. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, said and left quickly. When she walked to the gate, she heard Mo Han sent someone to find out who arranged the 3 members of the Zhang family to go to the cafeteria. Yi Xinghua escorted Wen Qian back to the dormitory area. He was silent and didn't say anything, just occasionally glanced at her to observe her changes. During the time he knew Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua had almost figured out what kind of person she was. This girl has a clear distinction between love and hate and is decisive in killing. Although she kills without blinking an eye, she will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Today's incident was indeed a problem with their base's prevention and supervision. Fortunately, the commander suddenly felt hungry and wanted to go to eat. Otherwise, who knows what would happen next. Wen Qian's eyelids were a little heavy when she returned to the dormitory door, and she wanted to sleep. She turned her head to look at Yi Xinghua. If my brother and Gu Ran look for me, just say that I went out of the base for a while, and don't tell them what happened. Yi Xinghua was a little embarrassed, so many people saw it. Even if I don't say it, I probably can't hide it. I can recover in an hour or 2. I just don't want them to worry. Wen Qian said, pushed the door, and entered the house. After going up to the 2nd floor, she immediately entered the space. She drank 2 large bottles of well water, then went into the house to sleep. She woke up again 2 hours later. After opening her eyes, Wen Qian didn't feel anything. Just in case, she went out to soak in a hot spring again, then changed her clothes and left the space. The room was quiet, and there was no sign of Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Wen Qian pushed the door and walked out, and saw Lin Yan guarding her door, and was stunned for a moment. Goddess, are you awake? Are you okay? Lin Yan asked nervously. He already knew what happened in the cafeteria. After hearing Wen Qian say that she was okay, he quickly reported the follow-up to her. Don't worry, the 2 people have been detained. We also found out who arranged for them to enter the cafeteria. You know that person, Zhang Duo you were looking for before. Wen Qian raised his eyebrows. They all have the surname Zhang. Are they related? Yes. No wonder, they are so mean. Wen Qian sneered. Where are my brother and Gu Ran? In the armory. The commander said that we were wrong about what happened today. In order to make up for it, you can choose whatever you want. But don't go too far. Wen Qian was silent for a moment. Okay, since you are so sincere, I won't empty the warehouse. I have something to do with Mo Han. You go find them and ask them to wait for me at the gate of the base. I will go there after I finish talking. Wen Qian said, and walked straight to Mo Han's office. There was someone guarding the door of Mo Han, but he didn't stop her when he saw her. Wen Qian knocked on the door and pushed it open after hearing Mo Han's voice inside. Mo Han glanced at her from head to toe and didn't ask about her physical condition, but said directly, You came just in time, come and take a look. Wen Qian walked to the desk, on which was a map of Zhongbin City. Mo Han randomly pointed to 2 locations and asked her, Do you mind cooperating again? How do you cooperate? This is a large automobile modification company, and this is a large pharmaceutical company. How do you distribute the collected materials? After Wen Qian asked, Mo Han suddenly smiled. He leaned back in his chair and looked at her and asked back, Isn't it you who has the final say? No one except him knew about her space. If she wanted, She could just go ahead and empty all the supplies and then tell them that someone had taken the supplies away first. No one knew how many supplies there were. Or in other words, when Qian said how many supplies there were, and there were as many supplies as there were. When Qian saw that Emo Han didn't seem to be joking and heard him say, "Pick the ones you like, and the remaining 50-50, is that enough sincerity? Operation time?" The base will leave at 5 a.m. when Qian lowered her eyes and thought. She really didn't stock up cars before. There was a gas station in the space, so she didn't have to worry about energy problems. The 3 cars at home might be scrapped one day. As for medicines and equipment, no one would think that there were too many of these things. She raised her eyes and looked at Emo Han. "I'll meet you at the car modification company."
Okay.
"Okay, then I'll go first. This is back to you." When Qian threw the dormitory room card on the table, took his map by the way, and hurried home. She was more than a day later than originally planned, and her parents must be very worried. Mohan glanced at the room card and replied, "Be careful on the road," then continued his work without saying anything else. After, when Qian left, she went straight to the gate of the base. From a distance, she saw her brother and Gu Ran with several submachine guns hanging around their necks and many more on their waists. Yi Xinghua stood aside, feeling as distressed as he could be. He had an expression of wanting to say something but holding back, which made Wen Qian laugh. Seeing Wen Qian coming, Wen Reng and the others smiled and proudly showed off to her. Wen Reng, "Look, Captain Yi is in a good mood today, so I gave it to you for free." Yi Xinghua, "Do you think I really look like I'm in a good mood?" Gu Ran, "I wanted to take some more, but these are enough." Yi Xinghua, "I thank you for showing mercy." The bags behind the two were full of bullets, tens of thousands of rounds. Yi Xinghua just watched them stuff bullets into their bags like bandits. They were still not satisfied after filling 2 large bags, so they turned around and asked him if he had any luggage bags to lend them. How could Yi Xinghua dare to say yes? He quickly shook his head and dragged the 2 men, who were still reluctant to leave, out of the armory. Wen Qian saw that Yi Xinghua's eyes were always looking at the guns on Wen Rang and the other man. He was really distressed, but there was no reason to ask for something back after giving it away, so he could only feel distressed and said nothing. Wen Qian was afraid that he would cry out of pain, so she quickly changed the subject. "Thank you for the gift, Captain Yi. I just met with Emo Han and he told me about collecting supplies tomorrow. You are the one who will lead the team, right?" Yi Xinghua was stunned for a moment. "Yes, I am." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the car factory tomorrow." When Qian was about to leave after she finished speaking, Yi Xinghua looked around her in confusion and asked, "Where's Xiaobai?" Xiaobai was sleeping soundly in the space. It turned into a butterfly and flew away. When Qian lied with his eyes open, "Don't you know how powerful my pet's mutation is? No matter where it is, it can go back home instantly as long as it wants to." Should he believe this? Yi Xinghua was confused. When Qian held back his smile and said goodbye to him, then left with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. After leaving the base, Wen Rang handed the gun to Wen Qian, who casually threw it into the space. Gu Ran gasped in fear as he watched those things disappear out of thin air. Where did the gun go? Into my space. Wen Qian would not hide it from him at this point. Anyway, with systematic mental control, he would never betray himself and would never reveal the space to outsiders. "I'll take you to the space when we get home. Our belongings are all in there." Gu Ran still didn't react. "What space? Where is the space?" When Qian, "By the way, now all of us can put things into the space. You try it, just think about throwing things in." Gu Ran tried it according to her instructions, and sure enough, the gun in his hand disappeared immediately. Gu Ran was shocked. He put the remaining guns and bullets in and suddenly understood why they could always eat and drink well after the end of the world. It turned out to be because of this space. However, this space is good, but it is too dangerous, right? If outsiders know about it, wouldn't it lead to fatal disaster? Gu Ran realized the seriousness of the matter and remained silent. No, he had to hurry up and become stronger so that he could help at the critical moment. When Qian didn't know what he was thinking and told the 2 of them about tomorrow's action plan, and then looked at Wen Rang. "Brother, I killed Zhang Ziang today." Wen Rang was not surprised to hear this, But Gu Ran had some reaction when he heard the word Zhang. He turned his head to look at Wen Qian and said, I have something to tell you. Yi Xinghua found Gu Ran today and told him something. He said that Zhang Duoduo's boyfriend was dead, the one who was beaten to death by Mo Han on the tarmac yesterday. After Zhang Duoduo knew about it, she cried and made a fuss all night. Everyone in the dormitory couldn't sleep because of her noise, and finally, they started fighting. It has been more than a month since the end of the world. Who hasn't had a few people die in their family? So although they sympathized with Zhang Duoduo, they were not soft-hearted enough to let her cry all night. They still had to get up early to work tomorrow. Zhang Duoduo didn't expect that her support would be gone just like that. Chao Wen finally joined Professor Ouyang's team. She also hoped to follow him to rise to prominence in the future, but the result?
He died.
Who would protect her in the future? How could she gain a foothold in the base alone? After hearing his subordinates report on Zhang Duoduo's dormitory, Yi Xinghua was a little worried that she would look for Gu Ran again. So she gave Gu Ran a shot of prevention in advance, and then advised him in a subtle way, saying that the woman was not worthy of his love at all, and asked him not to believe her again. Gu Ran would definitely not believe it again. He felt a little disgusted when he heard Zhang Duoduo's name now. Wen Qian listened to Gu Ran's words and thought about it. It turned out that Mo Han killed the boyfriend of that witch. This is really a bit of a coincidence. The three of them chatted all the way and killed zombies back home. The degree of mutation of zombies in the city is not as strong as that on the island. For the three of them, it is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. They sent all the crystal cores of the killed zombies into the space. This slowed down the speed of returning home. When they got home a few hours later, when Chongning and Li Mo were like ants on a hot pot, fidgeting. After not seeing them for more than a week, when Chongning and Li Mo slept restlessly every day. Especially when they didn't come back at the agreed time, they were even more scared. When Chongning didn't dare to contact them using the satellite phone, because the creatures outside were extremely sensitive to sound. He was afraid that the ringing of the phone would attract the attention of the zombies and put them in greater danger, so he could only endure it. He didn't sleep all night and waited for most of the day and finally waited for the person to come back. The tense mood finally relaxed, and when Chongning and Li Mo's eyes were red, they turned around and wiped their tears. Wen Qian also knew that they were worried and apologized softly. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry because I was delayed by something, so I came back late and made you worry. Don't say sorry as a family, as long as you are safe. Li Mo pulled her into the house and sat on the sofa to discuss with her. Qian, can you take me and Dad with you next time you go out? The two of us can't stay at home all the time, and we also want to fight with you. Yes. When Chongning nodded repeatedly, although we are old and not as strong as you, we can help as much as possible. It's better than doing nothing at home all the time. This kind of waiting is too hard. They can't stand it. And how can parents let their children fight hard outside while they hide at home to enjoy the good life? Parents should protect their children. Even if they die, they want to die by their children's side. Wen Qian was silent for a while after listening to their words. Before going to the fishing island this time, the system had issued a task. For every zombie killed, her combat power increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of all others increased by 10%. In 7 days, the three of them killed 8,000 zombies. Because the zombies over there were severely mutated, the speed was a bit slow. In this way, not counting her, the combat power of other people in the family also increased by 800%, including the little girl Gu Wanwan. As for her combat power, it can no longer be calculated with these data. Although she did not obtain the power of strength, Wen Qian was very sure that she was definitely not weaker than those with superpowers in terms of strength and speed. So, in this case, it should be no problem to take her parents out for a walk. If they really encounter danger, they can also let them hide in the space. Anyway, they will not be injured. Thinking of this, Wen Qian agreed. Okay, take you. She took out 2 crystal core potions from the space and handed them to Li Mo together with a syringe. Mom, you and my dad have injected this medicine. Li Mo didn't ask what it was. He washed his hands and disinfected them before injecting the needle. Then he heard Wen Qian say again, "This medicine can let you clearly see the fatal point of the zombies. Let's go to the rooftop and try it." Several people came to the rooftop. Li Mo and Wen Chongning picked up the telescope and looked downstairs. Sure enough, they saw a bright light in the zombie's brain. "Wen Qian, you can aim at that bright spot when you go out tomorrow." Li Mo and Wen Chongning were a little nervous and excited. After more than a month, they finally had to go out and face danger. It was hard for Wen Rang to see his parents so nervous. He sat on the sofa and watched for a while, then spoke to comfort them. "Dad, Mom, you can do whatever you want when you go out. Don't be afraid. We're here." "That's right," Gu Ran said seriously. "Uncle and Aunt, I will definitely protect you." When Qian pulled them back to the living room and said to them again, "We have to go out tomorrow morning. Our mission this time is to collect supplies and zombie crystal cores." Crystal cores are what fall out of the zombies' brains after they are killed. They're spherical like pearls, and they come in different sizes. After extraction, they can be turned into harmless medicines that can greatly improve body functions. If we are lucky enough to encounter special-grade zombies, they can also bring us useful skills. Wen Qian patiently explained to them about the zombie crystal cores. In fact, she didn't know much about crystal cores, because she had never encountered this thing in her previous life. In her previous life, everyone's superpowers appeared naturally, and even more than 10 years after the end of the world, crystal cores had never appeared. In this life, before going to the island, Wen Qian had never discovered its existence. Judging from the news from Mo Han, they only discovered this thing in recent days. Wen Rang and others listened to her explanation carefully, and then Wen Qian told Li Mo and the others, "After you pick up the crystal cores, just use your mind to put them into the space. Now all of us can put items into the space anytime and anywhere without restrictions. You can try it." Li Mo and Wen Chongning were both nervous when they saw her mention the space directly in front of Gu Ran. But then they thought they have been working side by side outside, and it is only a matter of time before they know this. Since Wen Qian chose to tell Gu Ran, she must have her own confidence and plan. So they felt relieved and didn't say anything. Li Mo tried to put the tissue on the table into the space, and Wen Chongning threw a bottle of mineral water in. Both of them succeeded and were a little excited. "Wen Qian, tomorrow, some people from the Bincheng base will act with us. They are acquaintances, but we have to be vigilant because they don't know about the space." Everyone nodded like a woodpecker, knowing how important this space is. It is related to Wen Qian's life safety and must not be known to others. "We are going to a car modification company and a pharmaceutical factory. I plan to arrive at the car factory half an hour in advance. Everyone should put their favorite cars into the space first, and then decorate them casually after they arrive. As for the pharmaceutical factory, Mom, you have to see which ones we are most likely to need in the future. We will collect what we want first, and then split the rest with them 50-50. This operation is a sure win, but Wen Qian is a little worried about what to do with little Gu Wanwan. A child of only 3 years old, she can't be taken out to take risks. Although she can enter the space, the time she stays in the space is limited. Wen Qian is afraid that there will be emergencies in the future, so this time must be reserved. Wen Qian told Gu Ran all the factors and then asked for his opinion. Gu Ran thought for a while and said, "Leave her at home. I will talk to her." Gu Wanwan was sleeping in the room at this time. Gu Ran came in and woke her up. Gu Wanwan looked at him sleepily and soon woke up. "Brother." She threw herself into Gu Ran's arms, feeling a little wronged. "Why did you come back just now? I missed you so much." "Brother missed you, too." Gu Ran kissed her forehead and coaxed her. Sister Wen Qian said she would take us to a place to play. "Shall we go out to find her?" The children's attention was immediately diverted. Gu Wanwan cheered and jumped up. "Okay, I want to go out and play." Wen Qian was about to take them into the space to familiarize themselves with the environment. Thinking of Xiaobai who was sleeping in it, she quickly reminded him, "Dad, Mom, Wanwan, Xiaobai has changed a little bit recently. Don't be scared when you see it later." Wen Chongning agreed with a smile, thinking to himself, how much can a cat change? But the next second he entered the space, and he was stunned. This is called a little bit? Xiaobai had already woken up. He had just finished pooping and burying his chute. He was sitting there with his legs stretched out and licking his ace. A few chute scoopers and a few dogs suddenly appeared. Xiaobai heard the noise and raised his head. Seeing them staring at his ace motionlessly, he silently lay back on the ground and was surrounded by 4 puppies. When Chongning didn't expect that he would see a cat weighing more than 50 kilograms in his life. He walked closer and saw that Xiaobai's paws were as big as a human fist. It had long white fur and 1 yellow and 1 red eye. As its body gradually grew larger, it looked more and more like a mutant white lion. When it saw Wen Chongning approaching, it lazily nudged his legs and almost knocked him down. Gu Wanwan hid behind Gu Ran, poking her head to look at Xiaobai, a little scared. "Brother, it's so big. Will it eat me in 1 bite?" "Of course not. Xiaobai only eats bad zombies outside." Gu Ran picked up his sister and looked around. He didn't expect the space to be so big. It was already the size of a small village. In addition to a super large villa, there were fish ponds, fields and orchards, and there were also many livestock. Gu Ran was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Wen Qian didn't want to waste his and Gu Wanwan's time in the space, so he quickly took him into the villa, arranged a guest room for them, and asked them to take a shower and change clothes. When Chongning and Li Mo hadn't been in the space for more than a week. Seeing that the crops and vegetables they had planted were ripe, When Chongning instantly became full of energy again. The group stayed in the space for half an hour, and finally each of them went out with a few plates in their hands, ready to eat. Xiaobai and the 4 dogs stayed in the space and made a fuss. When Qian had been craving hot pot for many days. She looked at the tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, duck blood, brain flour, crispy meat, beef and mutton rolls, potato chips, lotus root slices, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, chrysanthemum, baby cabbage, lettuce, yam, and wide noodles on the table, and her saliva was almost flowing down. The hot pot base is still half spicy and half tomato because Li Mo and Guwanwan can't eat spicy food. After eating and drinking, everyone cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks together, and then stood on the rooftop to chat. Now the temperature outside is almost 60 degrees. The water level that rose due to the heavy rain has gradually receded, and with it the spread of viruses and diseases. All the windows in the house are installed with diamond nets. When Qian looked at the 2-centimeter-long mosquitoes outside the window, they seemed to be very sensitive to human smells. At this time, they were desperately hitting the diamond nets in glass, trying to fly in, and their blood. There are basically few people left in our community. Li Mo frowned slightly and spoke softly. Because the young and strong had been taken away by the base, the old, weak and sick were left at home. Without enough food and extreme weather, they soon lost their lives. In fact, the base's approach was correct. Because resources are limited and the old, weak, and sick have no labor output. Wasting food on them will not bring any hope. Anyone will choose to be with those who have a better chance of survival. Li Mo watched more and more zombies in the community every day. Some of them were floating in the water, and some were wandering in the corridor. They were all familiar neighbors, and Li Mo felt a little uncomfortable to see them become like this. But no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she didn't think about saving those who survived. She was not a savior, and she didn't have that much ability. She only wanted her family to be safe, and the lives of others had nothing to do with her. After listening to Li Mo's words, when Qian pondered for a while and said, "Dad, Mom, take another half an hour to rest. I will take you downstairs to kill zombies." Their community is built on the mountain. Because of the terrain, part of the accumulated water in the community is now evaporated by the high temperature, and the remaining part has flowed to other places along the way down the mountain. When Qian plans to clean up all the zombies in the community. In this way, as long as the only entrance to the community is guarded, the community will be a safe area. When Qian told everyone about her ideas. After clearing all the zombies, I want to use the community as a base. Base? Li Mo was puzzled. Doesn't Benching already have a base? When Qian. That's the official base. There will probably be more than a dozen bases of various sizes in the city in the future. When Chongning was a little worried, so Do we have to cooperate with others? Isn't that very dangerous? Wen Qian, we are too few in number. If there is a conflict with other bases in the future, it will be difficult to deal with. Excluding the 3-year-old child, even if her parents are counted, there are only 5 of them now. In terms of personal combat power, Wen Qian is not afraid of anyone. But what if tens of thousands of people are holding guns and artillery to attack them? With the opponent's number advantage and sufficient artillery, it is difficult for them to fight back now. The only way is to escape. Wen Qian. In fact, we don't need too many people. Finding 100 people like Gu Rand is enough. Let these 100 people live in the community. If their loyalty can reach never betray under the monitoring of the system, then she can even let them all enter the space. By then, she will be a team by herself. At the critical moment, she can release 100 people from the space to perform a magic trick on them and scare those rascals to death. When Reng thought about it and asked, "Have you never thought about cooperating with Emohan?" Wen Qian had mentioned to Wen Reng about building a base before, but he didn't say it during this period. In addition, Emohan's attitude was good, so he thought his sister was willing to cooperate. Aren't we always cooperating with him? But it's impossible for us to go to his base to work. When Qian thought of everything in her previous life, and she unconsciously exuded a murderous aura. Her brother was killed by the people in the base in her previous life, so when she first met the group of people in the base, Wen Qian didn't have any good feelings towards them. If it weren't for Emohan, I wouldn't choose to cooperate with them. Speaking of Emohan, I think he is a bug-like existence. When Qian talked about her doubts, he told me before that his special ability is mind-reading, but if he only has one ability, how could he climb to the position of base executive officer? Another thing is that I also doubt his mind-reading ability, although he does know that I curse him in my heart sometimes. He is a mysterious person. The biggest problem now is his attitude. Don't you think he is too good to us? It can even be said that he will do whatever we ask. It is hard not to be suspicious of a base executive officer who is so close to our team of only 3 people. But as I said just now, this is why I think he is a bug. I can't feel any hostility towards us in him. This is not scientific. Wen Qian killed a combatant the first time he went to the official base, although he was forced to do so. Anyway, they were all Emohan's people. Normally, he should have the same attitude as Yi Xinghua. How many days did Yi Xinghua treat her coldly because she killed his people? It was not until she saved their lives at the fishing island that his attitude eased. But Emohan was not like that. From the beginning, his attitude was friendly. Who would be nice to you for no reason? When Qian thought that Emohan might be treating her as a warehouse. He knew that she had space and supplies, so he treated her well. Once he needed it in the future, he would kill her and take away the supplies. After what happened with Zhang Ziying, when Qian was sure that space could be taken away by others, and even other superpowers were the same. But the system had notified her before. What did it say at that time? It said that because of her special situation, all superpowers were bound to her identity and could not be taken away. So in the future, only she could take others' share, and others could not take hers. Her situation was special? What was special about it? Because she was reborn and suffered too much in her previous life, so she was treated well this time? When Rang and the others listened to her words carefully and looked at each other. Li Mo and Wen Changning had never seen the person named Emohan, so they could not express any opinions. Gu Ran, on the other hand, raised his hand silently. Well, I think of a possibility. Gu Ran met the gazes of the few people, a little nervous. He licked the corners of his dry lips and said in a low voice, 有没有可能是因为莫寒喜欢你，所以才有求必应啊？温浅，欧0，温让0.0，李默，温长宁。温浅深吸一口气，强忍着想揍人的冲动。我给你个机会，你重新给我个答案。不是，你没谈过恋爱，不懂。我们男人对喜欢的女生就是有求必应啊。所以你现在是说，滨城基地的首席执行官是个恋爱脑？温浅白眼都要翻到天上去了。我要是莫寒，我现在一脚把你踹飞。还有，温浅抬起手，用手指戳了戳顾然的肩膀。Not all men are like you. What you did to Zhang Duo is not called acquiescence, but a licking dog. If you dare to use the supplies you exchanged for your life to lick others, I will chop off your hands. Do you hear me? Gu Ran was shaken by her retort and nodded quickly. I heard you. Wen Qian glared at him fiercely again. In short, we need territory and teammates now. But we can't be impatient to find people, otherwise it will be easy to have problems. People's hearts are not united, and it is difficult to change the mountains. We can't accept all the monsters and demons. After the few people finished chatting, Wen Qian entered the space and began to pack up his belongings, selling them to the system for mall coins, and then exchanged them for 2 sets of constant temperature combat suits for Li Mo and Wen Chongning. Although they were mentally prepared, Li Mo and Wen Chongning were still nervous when they really went out to kill zombies. Wen Qian walked in front, Li Mo and Wen Chongning were in the middle, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran followed behind. The 5 of them walked down the corridor, searching every floor. When they encountered zombies, Wen Qian tied them up before they could rush up to bite them. Wen Qian was holding a bundle of wires in her hand, and she grabbed a zombie very neatly, which made Li Mo and Wen Chongning dumbfounded.
Can you do this?
From the 30th floor to the 1st floor, Wen Qian caught 16 living zombies. These zombies were by her, and she carried the wires like walking a dog, kicking the zombies all the way down. Whenever they rushed over, she would kick them. After kicking them more than a dozen times, the zombies either had broken legs or broken arms. The most pitiful one was decapitated by Wen Qian with her bare hands, and the remaining zombies were actually scared and dared not attack her again. They went out of the unit door smoothly. This was the first time Li Mo and Wen Chongning went out after the end of the world. Although they were wearing the constant temperature suits given by Wen Qian, the oncoming high temperatures still hit their faces, making them feel their skin burning instantly. The zombies that were active downstairs smelled the human scent from afar and gathered here. But because the distance was a bit far, the zombies were distributed in different places, so the order of arrival was also different. Wen Qian caught those that he could catch, and asked Li Mo and Wen Chongning to try to kill those that he couldn't catch with a gun by shooting them in the head. Several people waited for their prey at the door of the unit. In just over half an hour, Wen Qian caught more than 70 living zombies. They were tied together by Wen Qian, and they opened their mouths wide to bite people. Some of them were anxious and even bit the zombies next to them. Dad, Mom, you aim at the light spots on their heads and practice shooting. Wen Qian dragged the zombies to a position several dozen meters away and asked Gu Ran to be responsible for watching the zombies, while Wen Rang taught his parents how to shoot. As for Wen Qian, he continued to sweep other unit buildings to catch zombies. Li Mo and Wen Chongning had never touched a gun before, so they needed more practice. Wen Qian planned to let her parents practice shooting with these dead targets today to get familiar with the feeling of shooting. Then when she goes out tomorrow, she will only have moving zombie targets. The community is a bit big, but there are only 6 buildings, and the remaining 90% is green space. The more Wen Qian looked at it, the more she felt that it was suitable for a base, because these spaces could be used for farming in the future. They spent several hours clearing all the zombies in the community. When the last one was killed, Wen Qian heard the voice of the system.
Ding.
All zombies in the area have been cleared and automatically divided into the host defense space. The range of the defense space has been expanded, and the automatic defense achievement has been unlocked. After the 2 notifications, Wen Qian and his friends were stunned. Because the outer walls of the community have all changed, they have become 5 meters high, and there are electric grids on the walls. Even the main door of the only exit has changed its appearance, and it has become a professional explosion-proof level like the door of Wen Qian's home. Wen Qian really didn't expect there would be such a reward. In this way, the community has completely become a base, and it looks very safe. But the system brought her far more surprises. A minute later, the system voice sounded again. 50 people have been detected alive in the defense space, which has met the basic requirements for establishing a base. The base system is now turned on. 50 people have been automatically transformed into ordinary members of the base, unlocking the primary prosperity achievement of the base and rewarding the base defense system upgrade. As soon as the system finished speaking, several steel bars appeared in the courtyard of the community, and above the steel bars was an explosion-proof glass covering the entire community. These glasses formed a roof in the community garden. Wen Qian thought of the acid rain in the future and smiled. When Rang and the others were shocked, Gu Ren couldn't help but say many times to express his excitement. The remaining people in the community also noticed this series of changes and looked down through the windows. Some even went downstairs to find Wen Qian and the others. Just when Wen Qian thought that today's surprise was over, the system issued another notification. It was detected that 3 members of the base had a loyalty level below 80, and the system has automatically cleared them. The remaining members' loyalty is forced to rise to 90. Wen Qian smiled slightly and praised, "What a sensible system." Wen Qian walked to the nearest steel bar to check its quality. The steel bar was as thick as a person's wrist and looked very strong. She stretched out her hand and shook it again, but it didn't move at all. This way, it would be able to withstand typhoons in the future. It was not a shoddy project. Wen Qian was very satisfied and praised the system in her heart. Why is there a word on it? When Rang was also checking the quality of the project, suddenly, he found the word Qian engraved on the lower part of a steel bar. After seeing it, several people went to check other ones, and then found that all of them had this word on them. Wen Qian was stunned for a moment, and then thought of a possibility. This steel bar, couldn't it be produced by her space? Because it's hers, so it has her name? Then it's really wool coming from sheep, not a bit of waste. While several people were discussing, the surviving neighbors in the community had already appeared in their sight. More than a month of water, electricity, and food shortages made them as miserable as refugees, even if they survived. Because of extreme hunger and physical weakness, they even had difficulty walking. Choosing to go downstairs was really forced. They looked at the zombie corpses on the ground with panic and looked around vigilantly, fearing that there would be more zombies attacking. They walked and stopped in front of Wen Qian and knelt on the ground without saying a word. Wen Qian was very powerful, and everyone in the community knew about this. She killed zombies everywhere in the early days of the apocalypse. Now, more than a month has passed, she is still alive and well, and even her family is living a comfortable life, not affected by the apocalypse at all. Compared with the Wen family, they are not alive at all. The leading man knelt in front of Wen Qian, kowtowed to Wen Qian again and again, and said in a trembling voice with a crying tone, "Please, save us." Wen Qian still remembered him, because she and Wen Rang had led a group of people to the supermarket to find supplies before, and this man was one of them.
"Get up and talk."
Wen Qian raised her hand to help him, and at the same time glanced at the few people behind him. They were pale, with chapped lips, and thin to the point of being unrecognizable. "Why didn't you go to the official base?" Wen Qian asked softly. "According to your age, there should be no problem." The man's tears kept falling. "My wife and I are qualified, but I have elderly parents and young children. My youngest daughter is only 2 years old this year, and she has congenital heart disease, which does not meet the requirements of the base, so we didn't go." The man's wife knelt on the ground and kept kowtowed to Wen Qian. While kowtowing, she said, "Wen Qian, I know your family is very powerful. I beg you, please save my daughter. I will repay you with my cows and horses. She is only 2 years old. She doesn't know anything. Her life should not end like this." The woman was in tears. The hunger for many days and the emotional excitement made her suddenly black in front of her eyes and lost consciousness. Li Mo hurried forward to check and was relieved after confirming that she was not in danger of life. Wen Qian frowned, "If you want me to help you, get up, don't kneel on the ground." When several people heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned, because they didn't hold much hope. It was unknown how long this kind of hellish life would last. It was hard for everyone to protect themselves, let alone save others. Wen Qian looked at the information above their heads. The system had automatically marked the identities of these people for her, including their loyalty. Some of the people in front of her were mentally controlled by the system, and some were really desperate. So when Wen Qian, who was like a savior, said that she would help them, their loyalty soared to 100. She was their only hope. As long as she saved them, they would do anything. They would never betray her, and they dared not to betray her. When Xian was silent for a few seconds and said, "You go home and wait first. I will deliver the supplies to you later. After filling your stomach, you can pack your luggage and move to Building 2. Building 2 is next to Building 1, where Wen Qian lives. There are not many people in the community now, so you can choose any room. I will open the door for you in advance." After Wen Qian finished speaking, several people cried until they couldn't breathe. If it weren't for her, they really couldn't make it. Wen Qian was not in the community a few days ago, and she didn't know that 3 people had chosen to jump off the building to end their lives because they couldn't stand the shock and hunger. This ghost apocalypse didn't want them to live at all, fortunately. Fortunately, Wen Qian was willing to save them. Wen Qian asked them to go back and rest, and asked Gu Ran to help send the unconscious woman back. Soon other neighbors ran down and asked Wen Qian for help. After meeting this group of survivors, Wen Qian found that things were not as bad as she imagined. She originally thought that the remaining people must have little labor, but this was not the case. The 47 survivors were from 20 families in total. Among them, only 7 were elderly people over 70 years old, and the remaining 20 were children under 10 years old, and 20 were middle-aged and young people. This population structure was within her acceptable range, and she didn't expect them to follow her to go out to do things, as long as they grew vegetables in the base. When Qian took out some rice, flour, oil, grain, and vegetables from the space, divided them into 20 portions and sent them to these people, and then notified them to move to Building 2 tomorrow and wait for her notification later. After finishing all these things and returning home, Wen Qian was in a better mood because of the coolness in the house. When the system upgraded the defense of the community, she was still wondering if it would turn the entire community into a constant temperature space. But it didn't. It seems that it is not good for everyone. They have to get up early tomorrow, so after chatting for a while, they washed up and rested. At 3:30 in the morning of the next day, Wen Qian took her parents and Wen Rang and Gu ran out on time and went to the car company. Because some places were flooded and could drive, their speed was relatively fast. It took less than an hour and a half to reach the destination. Wen Qian looked at the 3-story building built on the mountain and was a little excited. It is impossible that such a good place has not been discovered by others. If the things inside have not been taken away by others, there is only one reason, that is, there are too many zombies under the mountain. Bincheng is not a big place, but there are too many people. There are dense office buildings and residential areas everywhere, resulting in zombies everywhere. When Chongning and Li Mo looked at hundreds of zombies rushing towards them, and their faces changed with fear. Wen Qian looked back at them and smiled comfortingly. "Don't be afraid, I'll lead the zombies away, brother. You drive in first." After saying that, she opened the car door and jumped out, activating the skill of attracting firepower. When Chongning and Li Mo were so scared that their hearts stopped beating when they saw the zombies were running towards their daughter, and their first reaction was to get out of the car. When Rang quickly stopped the zombies, started the car, and rushed in. "Dad, Mom, Qian is fine. This is her combat skill. We have 3 minutes, don't waste it. Go in and wait for her." The zombies didn't react to the roar of the car's engine and went straight towards Wen Qian. When Rang drove smoothly into the compound of the modification company, parked the car, and hurriedly ran into the building with his parents. 3 minutes, not long or short, was enough for them to find a relatively safe room. On the 3rd floor, several people looked out through the window and found that the number of zombies nearby was far more than they had imagined. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had only seen the 100 or 200 zombies in front of them, but now, looking at the zombies below that were as busy as ants, their hearts almost stopped beating, and they hurriedly looked around for Wen Qian's figure. Wen Qian walked the zombies nearby like a dog, because she had added too much speed value on the fishing island before, so the zombies couldn't even accurately lock her position, let alone catch her. After consuming 3 minutes, Wen Qian made perfect use of the next 1 minute when the zombies ignored her and returned to Li Mo and others. On the way, she also killed another wave of zombies to increase her speed. Wen Changning and Li Mo finally felt relieved when they saw her come back unscathed. At the same time, they also realized how powerful their daughter was. There were not many zombies in the building. They should have been the staff who worked here before. When Wen Qian came back, half of them had been dealt with by Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Wen Qian worked with them to deal with the rest. After picking up the crystal cores, a group of people began to wander around the building. This car modification company has 3 floors in total. Because it was originally built on the mountain, the previous flood did not affect here. Wen Qian walked around for a while and soon found good stuff in a warehouse. Wen Rang followed behind her, and his goal was also the same. He laughed and said, "This trip is really worth it." A military-grade Hummer modified RV and a Mercedes-Benz Arox off-road RV occupied the entire warehouse. Wen Qian and his brother smiled at each other and walked over to look at the cars. Compared with the more than 14-ton Mercedes-Benz, the Hummer looked much smaller. It looked like a land battle tank, with a domineering appearance, but a comfortable and warm interior. The reception room is equipped with booths, dining tables, and TVs. The kitchen area is also fully equipped with stoves, refrigerators, and dishwashers. The bathroom area is separated into dry and wet areas to fully meet daily needs. Other living facilities, including washing machines, storage boxes, beds, etc., are all the best brands on the market. The Mercedes-Benz RV next to it is even more of a heavyweight treasure. The price of this car is more than 10 million yuan. One wheel is as high as a person's chest, and the car logo is larger than a person's face. With 8-wheel drive power, 800L fuel tank, and 12-13-20W solar panels on the roof, it can have enough escapability on dangerous roads such as ice and snow, deserts, and tunnels. There is an independent double bedroom in the front of the vehicle, a bathroom in the front middle, a kitchen, wardrobe, and double-door refrigerator in the middle, and a tatami reception area at the rear. There is no need to worry about insufficient space. In addition, a recognition password lock is installed on the door. The water tank in the car can store 1 ton of water, and the central air conditioning and fresh air system are all installed. The living room is equipped with a liftable TV, a wine cabinet, and a coffee machine. It is simply a small mobile apartment. Not to mention the imported marine-grade sunshades, mosquito nets, aluminum alloy automatic stairs, outdoor lighting, imported fully automatic water pumps, outdoor water connections, outdoor showers, reversing images, 8-way surveillance system cameras, waterproof and sand-proof storage compartments, and other functional equipment. With this car, even if the family can no longer live in it in the future, it is not a problem for the family to drive it outside for a few years. Wen Qian decided to take these 2 RVs without hesitation. Several people walked around the car, the first and second floors, and their faces were full of satisfied smiles. Everyone sat together, eating breakfast leisurely, and discussing the difference between driving an RV and an ordinary car. Because they had never driven such a heavyweight car before, they would definitely be a little uncomfortable. But when Qian thought about it, and thought that there was so much open space in the space, so they could practice it when they had nothing to do. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about fuel consumption. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and finally, there was a commotion in the distance. When Qian sat on the windowsill and looked back outside.
It was Yi Xinghua who brought people.
They also drove a few guys this time. The whole car was equipped with weapons. They opened the way with guns and cannons. Finally, they arrived at the destination smoothly. After parking the car in the yard, everyone retreated into the building while holding guns. But there were still too many zombies pouring up, and just like on the fishing island, many zombies' heads were shot into sieves, but they were still alive. Wen Qian saw that the other party was struggling to retreat, so he released Xiaobai from the space. Xiaobai jumped out of the window, fully understanding Wen Qian's meaning, and provoked the zombies in various ways to attract firepower, helping Yi Xinghua and his group to escape successfully, and then return to them with his tail and a step of not recognizing relatives. Yi Xinghua knew that Wen Qian had arrived when he saw the zombie bodies outside, but after entering the building, he saw the 2 unfamiliar faces of Wen Changning and Li Mo, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Wen Qian introduced, "These are my parents. They were bored at home, so I brought them out to get some fresh air and practice shooting. Yi Xinghua and the others were shocked. Seeing her relaxed tone, those who didn't know would think she was out for hunting. Although they were shocked, they still greeted Wen Chongning and the others honestly. "Hello, uncle and aunt," everyone said in unison. Their voices were so loud that Wen Chongning shivered. He looked at the people in front of him, who were about the same age as his son and daughter, the youngest in their teens and the oldest in his 30s, and he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. They should have been at home being children and being spoiled by their parents, but they had to come out to desperately collect supplies to save others. It was really hard. When Qian threw each of them a bottle of well water drawn from the space, and everyone drank while counting the supplies in the building. When Qian had already found all the car keys in advance. After a round, he asked Yi Xinghua, "How do we divide it? You pick first, and the rest belongs to us." Yi Xinghua had a good attitude. He had prepared himself for Wen Qian, the bandit leader, to leave them one car. But he didn't expect that Wen Qian's attitude was better than his. She only asked for a 7-seater commercial modified car. Yi Xinghua was so scared that he couldn't speak, and everyone else around him was silent. Just like that, everyone was quiet for a moment, and Yi Xinghua walked to Wen Rang and whispered, "Is your sister feeling unwell today? If she has a fever, our action plan can be postponed." Vin Rang. He looked at his sister speechlessly, and she shrugged her shoulders with an innocent expression. "Wen Rang, she doesn't have a fever. She just suddenly felt that you are not easy and wanted to be nice to you."
Ye Vin Kua.
The female Yama was kind, and his tears were about to fall. They found more than 20 cars here, most of which were 7-seater commercial vehicles, and the remaining 5 12-seater Toyota coaster passenger cars, 3 sports cars, and 3 large trucks. When Qian's intuition told him that the 3 sports cars and large trucks should belong to the same group of people, because only the super-rich second generation who have too much money to spend would buy such supercars with a starting price of tens of millions. Ferrari, Bugatti, Hennessy, each one is a global limited edition, and the total price is more than 80 million. As for the 3 large trucks, it was obvious that they sent them here for fun. The front of one of the trucks had been changed into a big skull, and the interior of the car should be changed into a motorhome compartment, but they haven't started yet, so the compartment still retains its original appearance. Yi Xinghua thought about it seriously, and then asked Wen Qian in a negotiating tone. 3 sports cars, a 7-seater business car, a 12-seater passenger car, and a large truck for you, and the rest belongs to us, okay? Wen Qian, didn't I say I only want one? Yi Xinghua, you still want it, otherwise I'm scared. Okay, let's do as you say. Wen Qian didn't waste time with him. Yi Xinghua brought more than 30 people with him this time, all of whom could drive. In the end, they were simply divided into several groups, with several people in each car, and drove to the next pharmaceutical company. As for Wen Qian's 3 sports cars, because the chassis was too low, it was difficult to pass many places, so it made everyone a little embarrassed for a while. Wen Qian looked relaxed. "Just throw it here first, and I'll come back to pick it up when I'm free. Anyway, it's useless to drive it back now." There was really no other way but to do this. The group carefully searched the modification company again, and after confirming that there were no other supplies, they set off for the next destination. Wen Qian took the opportunity when Yi Xinghua and others were walking in front, and she was behind to throw the sports car into the space, and followed them away as if nothing had happened. Because this trip was mainly to collect supplies, they avoided fighting zombies as much as possible, and didn't want to waste time on the road. Many people at the base have fallen ill, mostly with symptoms such as coughing, fever, and diarrhea, and need a lot of medicine. Yi Xinghua and his team drove 4 heavy trucks when they came here, plus the ones they got from the modification company, which is basically enough. If there are still extra drugs that can't be loaded at the pharmaceutical factory, they will contact the base to send a helicopter over. Wen Qian and the other 5 drove the Mercedes-Benz 7-seater commercial vehicle. When Rang was responsible for driving, Wen Qian sat in the co-pilot, Li Mo and Wen Chongning were in the middle, and Gu Ran sat in the back. Their car was sandwiched in Yi Xinghua's convoy, with tanks escorting in front, behind, and on both sides. For a while, Wen Qian was so idle that he had nothing to do. The sound of machine gun shells never stopped along the way. Although there were many dead zombies, there were even more zombies attracted by the sound. Wen Qian looked at the large group of zombies running after the convoy behind the car, like chicks looking for an old hen, and felt a little worried. I don't know if Yi Xinghua and his men have enough ammunition. If they run out of bullets, she will suffer. She can't kill all the zombies today even if she works herself to death. Fortunately, this group of people is reliable and they arrived at the pharmaceutical company safely. There are still many zombies in the factory area. Everyone parked the car and ran into the building. After closing the security door, they began to clean up the zombies in the building. Although when Chongning and Li Mo were out for the first time and couldn't help much, they didn't fall behind. When Qian went to the fishing island a few days ago, they exercised seriously at home every day, so their physical fitness has improved a lot. They ran with the big team all the way and didn't fall behind. When Wen Qian and his men started to kill the zombies, they first found a safe room, hid inside, opened a window, and took out their guns to work. With Wen Qian and others guarding the door, there was no need to worry about the zombies rushing into the house. Under the high temperature, the flesh of the zombies began to rot. Some of them were even covered with maggots, and some of them had their stomachs hollowed out with a big hole, but they were still alive. Wen Chongning had watched too many zombie movies before, and now he couldn't help but feel panic and nausea when he faced these ghosts. He and Li Mo fought slowly, but because they had been injected with crystal core drugs before, they could accurately lock on the zombies' fatal points, so compared to Yi Xinghua and others who were confused and shot everywhere, they basically didn't waste any bullets. Yi Xinghua and his group soon discovered this and were shocked. But they thought about it again. It was right, if the parents were not strong, how could they give birth to a daughter like Wen Qian? They soon calmed down. Li Mo was firing a gun and killing zombies, and his body suddenly stiffened. She always had sharp ears, and it seemed that she heard something in the house. Wen Chongning felt that something was wrong with her and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mo didn't answer and slowly turned her head to look behind her. She swept her eyes around the house and finally landed on a row of cabinets. There was movement inside. Li Mo quickly called Wen Qian over and told her about it. Wen Qian frowned and immediately hid the two behind her, staring at the cabinet. It was a row of low cabinets, and adults couldn't get in at all. Wen Qian thought of the little zombie she met on the fishing island last time. Could she meet another one? Let me see which naughty child is playing hide and seek with me again. Wen Qian's voice was cheerful. She walked to the low cabinet, bent down and opened the cabinet doors one by one. Soon there was only the last one left. The closer you are, the clearer you can hear. Wen Qian was sure that there was something inside, and she was also prepared to be pounced out by the little zombie. But when she opened the cabinet door and raised her gun, she saw a dying little boy. The child had been hiding in there for who knows how long. After seeing Wen Qian, he was so scared that he cried at first, but later he found that she was not a zombie but a human, so he trembled and looked at her carefully. Wen Qian noticed that his thin arms were full of teeth marks. He must have bitten himself when he was scared to avoid shouting. She reached out to carry the person out, and when she turned around, she found that Yi Xinghua and the others had all come into the house. Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Rand entered the house one after another. Yi Xinghua and the others thought that something had happened to their uncle and aunt, so they ran over. The zombies outside the house were howling and on the door. Wen Qian carried the child to the sofa, and then she found that there were many food packaging bags in the corner. She scanned the room and saw the nameplate on the table belatedly. This is the office of the chairman of the pharmaceutical company, and there is a family photo on the table. The little boy who was smiling happily in the photo was lying next to her at this moment, almost lifeless. Wen Qian had just seen his parents. They had turned into two cold corpses, lying outside the door of this room. They committed suicide. The woman's arm had been torn off by the zombies, and the man's leg had been gnawed by the zombies until the bones were exposed. The two were probably afraid that they would become monsters like them after being infected, so they simply chose to end their lives in this way. Wen Qian stared at the boy in silence. The boy looked only 5 or 6 years old. He was so weak that he could hardly open his eyes because he hadn't eaten anything for many days. He seemed to feel that he was dying, so he spoke with great effort and said to Wenqian in a very small voice, "Sister, I'm dying. I'll give you something to eat." Wenqian looked at his hand and moved it. His palm slowly opened, and inside was a piece of chocolate biscuit. The weather was too hot, and he had been holding the biscuit all the time. The chocolate on it had melted and turned dirty. This was his last ration. He had already taken a bite, and he was reluctant to leave the rest, fearing that there would be nothing left after he finished eating. But now he couldn't eat even if he wanted to. He no longer had the strength to raise his hand to put the food into his mouth, and he could hardly even speak. This sister is so beautiful. The little boy thought. She should be very hungry too, right? Then give her this cookie, since she is going to die soon anyway. A child should be very unfamiliar with death. He does not understand the concept of death, but he saw his parents die in front of him. Thinking of his parents' departure, his tears began to fall again. Liemo and others stood aside, their eyes red. Even if they have seen too many life and death, they will inevitably be touched when they see such a scene again. Only Wenqian's expression did not change. She just looked at the boy silently, looking at the small piece of cookie in his hand. Just when everyone thought she would remain indifferent, Wenqian squatted down, took the cookie and put it in her mouth. She did not mind the dirt, chewed it slowly to taste its taste, then touched the boy's head and said gently, "Thank you for your gift. You will not die. Sister will take you home." After swallowing the cookie, Wenqian stood up and looked at Liemo, took out a bottle of well water from the backpack behind her, and handed it to her. "Mom, you take care of him. I will be back soon." Then she went to see Gu Ran, and when rang again. "You stay here," Wenqian said, putting on goggles and a mask and walking towards the door. Dozens of zombies gathered outside the door on the door. Seeing that the door was about to be knocked open, someone unexpectedly opened it from the inside. The zombies instantly lost their balance and rushed forward. Wenqian kicked them away and went out with a knife. She activated the skill of attracting firepower and led all the zombies to the distant hall. Yi Xinghua and others saw that all the zombies were chasing her, so they hurriedly chased after her. Then they saw the scene of her fighting hundreds of zombies alone. She had cold eyebrows and murderous aura, wandering among the zombies. Dust flew and blood splashed. Wenqian looked at these monsters in front of her who were once human beings, had living bodies, had love and hatred, had family ties, had joys and sorrows, but now became zombies, and her emotions were surging. Today, no zombie can walk out of here alive. They can't find their way home, and she comes to help them get rid of it. Time passed by, and more bodies fell to the ground. When Wenqian dealt with the last one, her arms were numb. Covered in blood, Wenqian stepped on the pile of corpses with one foot, threw down the tang sword, took off the goggles, and looked back at Yi Xinghua and others who were exhausted. Although they were in a mess, they were still alive. And just in the battle, Wenqian discovered that there were people with superpowers. There were 2 people who should have just awakened combat superpowers. When one of them was caught by the zombies and was about to be bitten to death, his body suddenly turned into a ball of water. The water droplets scattered on the ground and soon gathered into a human form. This kind of water-based superpower was the first time Wenqian had seen it, which was quite interesting. There was also a person of the plant system who controlled the branches and vines to tie up several waves of zombies, but because the power was not strong enough, he was quickly freed by the zombies. Wenqian knew both of them. The water-based one was Yi Xinghua, and the plant-based one was Lin Yan, who always liked to call her goddess. Wenqian felt a little itchy and walked over to dig people. "Is Mo Han usually nice to you?" She suddenly asked this, and Yi Xinghua and others were stunned. Before they could react and answer, they heard Wenqian say again, "Why don't you come to my place? I promise that you will have 3 dishes and 1 soup with meat every meal, and the single dormitory will be warm in winter and cool in summer."
Yevinkua.
Are you trying to poach us now? Yes, isn't it obvious enough? If I wasn't afraid that Mo Han would come after me, I should throw a bucket of dirty water on him, say more bad things about him, and then brainwash you. But then again, when did you awaken your superpowers? When Qian knew that they would never agree, so he simply changed the subject and asked for some information. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan looked at each other and knew that they couldn't hide this. These are all life-saving skills that will be used sooner or later, so they answer happily. Yi Xinghua, it happened suddenly in the last 2 days. Lin Yan, me too, I thought I was still half asleep when I woke up this morning. As the two were talking, Ji Fan came over from behind them. He was Wen Ranks Jr., and Wen Qian had a deep impression of him. Goddess, I also have superpowers. He lowered his voice and whispered to Wen Qian, I'm awesome. I have a space. He took out a piece of candy from the space and handed it to Wen Qian with a smile. Here you go, I stole it from Lin Yan's pocket yesterday. Lin Yan, I'll just say you took it.
You didn't admit it at the time.
The two of them fought, so childish that it was unbearable to watch. Wen Qian. Forget it, a bunch of idiots. I have to worry about them if I dig them over. It's better not to come. But Wen Qian didn't expect them to be so defenseless against her, and actually told her everything. She sighed and asked everyone to go to the warehouse and workshop to find medicine. This pharmaceutical company is not particularly large, but it still found several thousand boxes of medicine. Wen Qian didn't cheat them this time. She already had a large amount of medicine in her space, which was enough, so she asked for some that she didn't have. The children who survived in the community all had congenital diseases, some had heart disease, and some had asthma. She didn't stock up these medicines before, so she mainly wanted these this time. After everyone distributed the medicines, they looked outside the building. The zombies inside had been cleared out, but there were still many outside. So Wen Qian and Yi Xinghua went out and drove 2 cars into the warehouse first, and the others provided fire cover. After the 2 cars were full, other vehicles came in. This was done again, and finally all the medicines were moved to the car. The mission was completed, and they were ready to go home. Wen Qian was not on the same road as them, and she didn't ask them to her. She watched them get in the car and leave, and then looked at a factory building a few dozen meters away with a faint look. For some reason, she suddenly had a feeling that something was staring at her there. Xiaobai was at Wen Qian's feet, and seemed to have noticed something strange over there. It arched its back and its fur stood up, and it kept growling in warning, with its claws and teeth exposed, ready to attack at any time. Wen Qian bit the corner of her mouth, and after seeing the door of the factory slowly open and the zombies in the yard fleeing in panic, she suddenly clenched the knife in her hand. A 3-meter-tall figure slowly walked into Wen Qian's sight from the factory. Like the little zombie she met on the fishing island last time, its skin was as white as a piece of paper, without any blood color. But unlike that little zombie, it had a broad skeleton, a strong body, and 2 heads on its neck. Walking from the dim light to the sunlight, it looked straight in Wen Qian's direction, eating the live mouse in its hand while walking towards her. The 2 people's eyes met in the air, and Wen Qian clearly saw it grinning, as if it hadn't met such a satisfying prey in a long time. Wen Qian frowned, feeling that it was more difficult to deal with than the last little zombie, with more power and size. But it was only a month and a half after the apocalypse. Why were there so many high-level zombies? She didn't even dare to call this thing a special grade 1, because it was too common. Wen Qian's mind went blank for a moment, and she subconsciously wanted to take out her gun to kill it. But after finding that there was no fatal light on its 2 heads, she turned and ran quickly to the room where Wen Rang and others were. She returned to them as fast as she could. Several people also heard the movement outside, and were leaning on the window to look out. After seeing the giant zombie, they were all shocked. Wen Qian didn't have time to say a word, and stretched out her hand to throw them into the space. The little boy was not a member bound to the system, so the reminder was triggered again. Detected a wounded person with 0 attack power. Do you need permission to take the wounded into the space for treatment? The wounded is still conscious, and the space memory will be automatically erased after leaving the space. Wen Qian agreed without hesitation, and after sending him into the space, she heard a loud noise. It was the zombies who kicked down the heavy security door at the entrance. Wen Qian took a deep breath and turned to look out the window. The low-level zombies outside had already hidden far away. Wen Qian smashed the glass with a punch and jumped out. The space in the building was narrow, and it was not easy to use, so it was more convenient to be outside. The zombies were already outside the room where she had just been. They roughly dismantled the door frame and entered the room. They were a little angry when they found Wen Qian outside. It did not choose to return the same way. After a few punches, a wall was knocked down by it. Looking at the prey only a few meters away from it, greedy smiles appeared on its two faces again. Humans with such high combat power must be delicious to eat. Xiaobai launched a fierce attack from behind it, jumped up and jumped onto its shoulder, but it quickly raised its hand to grab it and threw it several meters away. Xiaobai was thrown to the ground hard, meowed, and climbed up again with some effort. Wen Qian couldn't bear to let Xiaobai get hurt. Although it weighed more than 50 kilograms, it was easy to deal with ordinary zombies. But facing this zombie weighing 700 to 800 kilograms, it was just a kitten. Wen Qian ran to Xiaobai, patted its head twice, sent it into the space, and threw the Tang sword in. Then she rolled sideways on the ground to avoid the sudden attack of the zombie. Although this zombie was tall, its speed was amazing. Wen Qian had lived for 2 lifetimes, but this was the first time she saw a zombie with 2 heads on one body. If she guessed correctly, this should be the product of the initial zombie outbreak in the pharmaceutical factory, and everyone ate each other. It was like a container for raising goo. A group of zombies killed each other, and finally, this one was left. Could this ghost thing have superpowers? As soon as Wen Qian had this thought in her mind, the zombie disappeared instantly. The next second, it appeared in front of Wen Qian. Teleport. Wen Qian's breath was choked, and the zombie kicked her out more than 10 meters away. At this moment, Wen Qian was extremely grateful for the defense value that the system had awarded her through various tasks so that she could not get hurt at all even when she was knocked unconscious. But her pain nerves did not disappear, so she still gasped in pain, and then found that the zombie was in front of her again. Rascal. Wen Qian couldn't help cursing in her heart. It didn't use teleportation just now, but chose to walk step by step to find her. Was it teasing and scaring her? Just like sometimes cats don't eat mice immediately after catching them. Instead, they tease them for a while, and then bite them to death? When Qian looked up at the zombie, her eyes flashed slightly. The zombie bent down, and 2 huge faces enlarged above Wen Qian's head. It grabbed Wen Qian's arm and lifted her up, then pulled hard and removed Wen Qian's other arm. Blood spurted out, and Wen Qian was instantly pierced by huge pain. At the same time, the regeneration ability was activated, the bleeding stopped, and her arm grew back in a few seconds. The zombie had never seen such a scene before, and couldn't help but be stunned. Wen Qian closed his eyes, whispered, "Ugly thing, do you know that this hurts?"
Zombie.
"Who is the ugly thing? You just feel pain?" The zombie did not respond. It just stared blankly at the broken arm in its hand, and then looked at Wen Qian's regrown arm. It began to doubt whether the person in front of it was a human. Wen Qian thought it had other abilities and wanted to see it again, but it only had teleportation. She lowered her eyes and glanced at her arm. Her clothes and constant temperature combat suit were torn. One of her arms was now exposed to the scorching sun, and it was a little hot and painful. After the regeneration ability was activated, the system reminded her. Every time this ability is activated, the defense is increased by 100% and the strength is increased by 100%. These are the buffs she exchanged for her life. The pain she endured for this must be felt by it. A dagger appeared in Wen Qian's hand. She took advantage of the zombie's confusion and stabbed it into one of its eyes. The zombie was defenseless because she had no weapons in her hand just now. It roared in pain and subconsciously let go to cover its eyes. Wen Qian fell from a few meters, landing flexibly and steadily. The zombie's other head stared at Wen Qian viciously. Wen Qian tilted her head and smiled at it, but the smile was fleeting. At the same time, the Tang sword appeared in her hand again. She rushed towards the zombie as fast as lightning and slashed its legs with the sword. The zombie's body tilted and fell to the ground leaving a big hole. Wen Qian was even shocked and jumped up slightly. She took the sword and took 2 steps forward, looking down at the ugly thing that fell to the ground. I'm a reasonable person. You just broke one of my arms. I'll cut you into 8 pieces. This matter is even. What do you think?
Zombie.
Help. The zombie's cloudy eyes were full of fear, and it activated teleportation again and disappeared from the spot. Wen Qian smiled slightly and accurately locked the location where it appeared. As she expected, even teleportation has a range limit, and its range is limited to within 10 meters. Moreover, it is very physically demanding to activate this supernatural power, so after just a few times, coupled with Wen Qian's constant pursuit, it cut off its arms and legs, so it was tired and had no strength to run. Wen Qian just said that she would cut it into 8 pieces so there would only be more, not less. She killed the zombie that wanted to eat her not long ago with an expressionless face. Its howling scared the lower-level zombies around, and they dared not approach at all. Wen Qian released Xiaobai from the space again. As soon as Xiaobai came out, he saw the body pieces all over the ground. After shouting at Wen Qian, he turned around and started to eat his feast. Wen Qian looked at the zombie that only had the upper body and head left, but was still alive, and fell into deep thought. 2 heads, so there won't be 2 crystal cores, right? When Qian thought of this, her eyes were full of excitement. The zombie saw it and regretted his impulsiveness. In fact, it had already had a full meal in the morning, eating up another group of people who came to the pharmaceutical factory to collect supplies. Because it was not hungry, it did not show up when Yi Xinghua and others came. Later, after feeling Wen Qian's powerful fighting power, it wanted to eat her.
But now,
it has become the one to be eaten. Wen Qian chopped off its 2 heads one after another, and the excitement in his eyes disappeared little by little, and finally only boredom remained.
Bah!
2 heads for nothing. There is only 1 crystal core. Waste of resources. Wen Qian unlocked an achievement reward when she killed zombies in the building before. For all bound members in the system, every time they kill a zombie, the crystal core will be automatically collected into the space, so they don't have to waste time picking them up one by one in the future. After the crystal core was collected, Wen Qian released Wen Rang and others from the space. Everyone was relieved to see that she was safe. When Chongning and Li Emo walked around her, checking her from head to toe for any injuries, their faces full of tears. Guoran stared at the zombie body parts on the ground in a daze, while Wen Rang looked at the broken arm on the ground in the distance, his face dark and silent. Wen Qian put the car and medicine in the building into the space, and then they drove a car home. Wen Rang drove the car. Wen Qian felt that he was angry and probably guessed the reason, so she didn't dare to say anything. When she returned to the gate of the community safely, Wen Qian found that the appearance of the community had also changed. The system marked the community as her base space yesterday, and the whole space was upgraded. The wall material changed, and the quality was comparable to that of a turret, and even cannons and tanks could not knock it down. Wen Qian and the others came out too early in the morning, and it was still dark, so they didn't notice the difference outside the community. Now, she saw that the name of the community originally engraved on the outer wall of the community disappeared, and the entrance to the underground garage was sealed, and she once again sighed at the invincibility of the system. In the entire community, except for a gate, there is only the underground garage entrance. Now that it is sealed, the underground garage is safe. The garage in their community has 3 underground floors, and each unit can access the garage from the elevator and stairs in the building. This was originally an emergency shelter in the city, with a large space. In this way, the children in the community can play in the garage in the future, and there is no need to worry about the noise of playing attracting the attention of zombies. Wen Qian was very satisfied. After several people got off the car, Wen Qian threw the car into the space, and the gate of the base opened automatically. They repelled the zombies and walked into the gate and returned home smoothly. After closing the door, Wen Qian saw Wen Rang rushing into the room without saying a word to her. She first helped Li Emo settle the little boy, then walked to Wen Rang's door and knocked carefully. Wen Rang rarely got angry with her, and it has been like this since he was a child. Basically, he agreed with everything she said. He started working part-time after he went to college and transferred the money he earned to her. After she went to college, he even sent her money once a month, and he knew that her parents would give her living expenses. So, Wen Qian never had any scruples in front of him. But she was also afraid that he would be angry. She knew that her brother was very scary when he was angry. There was no response from the room. Wen Qian leaned against the door and listened. After hearing the sound of the TV inside, she said, "Brother, am I coming in?" She pushed the door open and saw Wen Rang sitting on the ground playing games with PS. In the game, he was killing everyone. Outside the game, he had a face like a funeral. Wen Qian came in without even looking at her. Wen Qian suddenly felt a little nervous. She rubbed against Wen Rang and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. "Brother, don't be angry, okay?" Wen Rang didn't say anything. "I know I was wrong." Wen Rang's fingers paused on the keys. "Really? I promise. I won't throw you into the space next time." Wen Rang threw down the game controller and turned to look at her. His eyes were red, and he was very emotional. "What do you know? You don't know anything. You're always like this. Every time you encounter danger, you rush to the front alone." Wen Rang's eyes were filled with tears. He looked at the girl in front of him seriously. After she was born, he was the first person to hold her, except for doctors and nurses. After she started to learn to speak, the first thing she called was brother. She never knew how important she was to him. "Wen Qian, I can die, but you can't. I can accept my own death, but I can't accept your leaving, do you understand?" Wen Qian was slightly stunned, and in the blink of an eye, tears fell. Wen Rang was also panicked when he saw her crying. "Don't cry, I didn't hit you. Why are you crying?" The warm tears made Wen Qian feel unfamiliar. She hadn't cried for a long time. She raised her hand and wiped her face randomly, smiling at Wen Rang. "Brother, I won't let you die. In the last life, everyone died to protect her. This time, she would never let this happen again. Let's get stronger together. I won't throw you into space easily anymore, so don't be angry, okay? I'm afraid if you ignore me." Wen Qian tugged at the corner of Wen Rang's clothes, and Wen Rang sighed heavily at his pitiful appearance. He lowered his eyes to look at her blood-stained body and cursed, "Go back to your room and change your clothes, and come over later to play games with me." "Okay." Wen Qian's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up and left. When Rang watched her go out, he spread out his hands and then clenched his fists. He always felt that something was wrong with his body in the past 2 days, but he couldn't tell where he was uncomfortable. Yesterday, he even suspected that he had hallucinations because he saw a ball of fire bursting out of his palm. Wen Rang planned to talk to Wen Qian about this later. After Wen Qian left Wen Rang's room, he was blocked by Gu Ran. His face was as dark as Wen Rang's, and he looked like he was going to send someone to the crematorium to be buried. After a few words, the theme was very clear, that is, don't send him into the space again in the future battle. The Wen family took him in and saved his sister's life. If he couldn't protect them at the critical moment and instead hid in the space for refuge, then there would be no point for him to stay here. Gu Ran knew exactly what he should do. Although his strength was not as good as Wen Qian's, he also had things he could do. Wen Qian didn't think much about it when she was at the pharmaceutical factory today. She was sure she could kill the zombie, but she didn't know its abilities, so she didn't want everyone to take risks with her. And she wanted to try out her regeneration ability, but she was afraid of scaring her parents, so she just threw everyone in. But then again, she was glad she did that. Because if the zombie had been hiding its abilities before and suddenly teleported in front of her parents, Wen Qian couldn't imagine that scene. She called everyone into the space to take a shower and change clothes. After coming out, she looked at the little boy who was still in a coma. Seeing that he had no signs of waking up, she went to eat. At the dinner table, Wen Qian talked about business with everyone. "The zombie we met today has begun to have some human consciousness. If this continues, it will only become more and more difficult to deal with. I found that more and more people have awakened their superpowers recently. The time is too early, which is not a good sign. In the previous life, these anomalies definitely did not happen so early. Even a like Zhang Ziang can have a space, which Wen Qian found outrageous." When Qian told everyone about the situation she found, and the expressions of several people were a little bit wrong. She raised her eyebrows. You won't also. Several people did not speak. Except for Gu Ran, the others stretched out their hands in unison and spread their palms. A ball of blue flame burst out of Wen Rang's palm, when Chongning had a ball of water in his hand, and Liamo had a ball of white light. Liamo, I just felt something was wrong in the past 2 days, but because this skill is sometimes there and sometimes not, and it is not very stable, I didn't tell everyone for fear that it would disappear again when I looked back and it would be a false alarm. When Chongning and Wen Rang nodded, and it was the same situation. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran. Gu Ran looked around, got up, and went back to the living room to get a fitness dumbbell, then squeezed it in front of several people. Wen Qian. I see. It's strength-related. The time when several people awakened their superpowers was surprisingly consistent, all in the past 2 days. Wen Chongning is water-related, Wen Rang is fire-related, and Li Mo is healing-related. After they found out that they had superpowers, they have been paying attention to this matter and practicing secretly, but sometimes they can't use it even if they want to, so they didn't dare to tell Wen Qian. After listening to their doubts, Wen Qian thought seriously for a while, and then said, the same superpower will produce different changes in different people. For example, in the water system, my father's superpower is to produce water, while Yi Xinghua's superpower is to turn himself into water. I think the reason why your superpowers are unstable is that it is still evolving and has not yet taken shape. Wen Qian can say with certainty that the people in her family are definitely stronger than those outside in terms of physical fitness and potential. Since the end of the world, they have been drinking well water and soaking in hot springs in the space every day, which is unmatched by anyone. Since the superpowers are generated, they will not disappear. Next, it depends on how much these superpowers can be strengthened. Wen Qian's words made everyone feel relieved. However, Wen Qian was a little puzzled. Why did her whole family have superpowers but she didn't? The space was acquired on the first day she came back. The strength and speed were the bonuses given to her by the system. The regeneration was taken after she killed the little zombie. If she guessed correctly, she would go into the space and process the crystal core of the zombie today. She should also absorb its teleportation. But why can't she awaken 2 more by herself? Wen Qian was very dissatisfied with this. The end of the world has begun, and the survivors are trying to adapt to this harsh environment in order to survive. Spaces like Zhangjiang and Jifan should have been created in this situation because of their extreme desire. However, their space is very small. Wen Qian saw that Jifan only stuffed 2 boxes of medicine into the space today, and it was full. In addition, there is the problem of superpower seizure. Before Wen Qian killed Zhang Ziang last time, the system reminded her that he had supernatural powers. But today, Yi Xinghua and Jifan did not remind her, which means that as long as the other party has no hostile intentions to kill her, the system will not let her kill innocent people. Several people chatted and talked about the base. When Rang looked at Wen Qian, what is the name of our base? Wen Qian thought for a while and said, Xiaobai base. Several people were surprised. They didn't expect that she would name it after Xiaobai. Wen Qian smiled slightly when she saw this. Don't you think this name is very suitable for us? A group of Xiaobai, who don't know anything, have no supplies and no combat power, can only gather together. TSK, it sounds very protective. Wen Rang, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Protective desire. Others will most likely want to rush up and kill them, a group of Xiaobai to grab supplies when they hear this name. Anyway, Wen Qian decided to call it this. After dinner, Wen Rang called her to the study and asked her to look at the computer monitoring screen. This surveillance was installed by Wen Rang before the end of the world. The main surveillance screen was the area in front of her house. But now, the surveillance screen showed her the entire community and the surrounding area within 500 meters. Wen Qian re-understood what the system said that day, what defense upgrade meant. Then she remembered that the system reminded her that the base system was turned on. After hesitating for a moment, she entered the space. In the space, there was a base system next to the mall system. When Qian clicked on it and saw the information of everyone in the base, including whether they had superpowers and their future points. The system will automatically deposit these points into their accounts based on their future labor results, such as how much grain each person planted, 1 point for each kilogram of grain. Only Wen Qian can see this information, and only Wen Qian can operate these points. Wen Qian can use the points they earn to exchange some supplies in the base mall. For example, liquefied gas tanks, small generators, stoves, honeycomb coals, and other items that will be urgently needed in the future, and then give them to them. In a word, it is absolutely impossible to do nothing in Wen Qian's base and wait for Wen Qian to feed you with your mouth open. The more capable you are, the more work you have to do. The more points you earn, the more supplies Wen Qian can exchange for them. A sensible system will never let its hosts suffer any loss. Wen Qian happily turned off the base system and planned to take them to start a pastoral life tomorrow. Cut down all the trees in the community and pull out all the flowers. Anyway, they are dead. There is no point in keeping them. All the vacant land is planted with crops and vegetables. While people are burning, killing, and looting outside, they are planting crops and raising chickens.
Perfect.
Wen Qian prepared the tools and seeds she would use tomorrow, and then she was entangled in the water source problem. Although she had water in her space, she couldn't get water from her space to irrigate the land every day. It would be great if the system could give her a well in the community, with ordinary water, not like the one in her space, which has the effect of strengthening the physique. Wen Qian just had this thought when she heard the system's prompt. The base well is located between Building 1 and Building 2, and it has been prepared. Wen Qian, you will get what you want, right? Then I'm going to start talking nonsense. Wen Qian, I also want each member of the base to have a laser sword, a spaceship, and Ultraman. The silence of the system was deafening. Wen Qian felt that if it could show up, it would definitely give her 4 words. You want nothing. Wen Qian smiled and turned to go into the villa to deal with the crystal cores she brought back today. All the crystal cores were placed in the medical room by the system, including her processor. Wen Qian went upstairs and saw that the crystal cores were neatly placed in boxes and classified by level. She found the crystal core of the 2 zombies and saw that it was marked as level 2. Level 2? The level of crystal cores ranges from level 5 to level 1, and then to special level, with level 5 being the lowest and special level being the highest. Last time, the crystal core of the little zombie was marked as special level, but this time, the one with stronger combat power than the little zombie was marked as level 2. It can be seen that the level change of zombies is also determined by the mutation situation. The current special level may be reduced to level 5 in a year. Wen Qian frowned and threw all the crystal cores into the processor, then went out to clean the chicken coop, cow shed, etc., so that her father would not have to do it again when she came in. After taking a shower, the processor had finished working. This time it was not an injection, but a medicine like a capsule. It seems that the system has also realized how wasteful injections are. Everyone needs a needle every time, and they have to get an injection. It is not suitable. Wen Qian lowered her head to check the information on the screen, which showed the crystal core synthesis rules. 100 level 5 crystal cores are synthesized into a capsule medicine. Effect: enhance the own superpowers and the strength increases by 3%. 50 level 4 crystal cores synthesize into 1 capsule medicine. Effect: enhance the power of the body, increase the strength by 5%. 10 level 3 crystal cores synthesize into 1 capsule medicine. Effect: enhance the power of the body, increase the strength by 10%. 1 level 2 crystal core synthesize into 5 capsule medicines. Effect: enhance the power of the body, increase the strength by 20%. 1 level 1 crystal core synthesize into 10 capsule medicines. Effect: enhance the power of the body, increase the strength by 40%. Increase the lifespan by 2 years. 1 special crystal core synthesize into 10 capsule medicines. Effect: enhance the power of the body, increase the strength by 50%, add other skills, and increase the lifespan by 5 years. In addition, all levels of crystal cores can greatly improve physical fitness, but the effect varies from person to person. Most of the crystal cores that Wen Qian brought back this time were level 5 crystal cores. Now she has 20 level 5 medicines, 20 level 4, 30 level 3, and 5 level 2. Wen Qian casually threw a second level potion into her mouth and immediately received a reminder that she had teleported. Sure enough, other people's superpowers rely on awakening, while her superpowers rely on absorption. Wen Qian was depressed for a while, but soon let it go. In fact, this is not bad. If she awakens, she may only have 1 or 2 skills, but if she absorbs, there is no limit. What will the world lack the most in the future? Zombies. According to the current rate of evolution, it can be seen that there will be a lot of zombies with superpowers in the future. She can just go out and catch zombies with whatever superpowers she wants. The more Wen Qian thought about it, the happier she became, and she even wanted to go out and find zombies to play with now. She took the potion out of the space and distributed all the medicine to everyone. Everyone finished the medicine like eating and immediately felt the changes in their bodies. When Rang spread his hands and the fire jumped several meters high, almost burning his father's hair next to him. When Chongning was so scared that he immediately let go. After a lot of chaos, the living room was in a mess. Li Emo looked at the father and son expressionlessly. They immediately tucked their tails between their legs and cleaned up the house, not daring to breathe. Wen Qian smiled as she finished watching the excitement and returned to her room. She lay on the bed and read comics for a while, then turned her head to look at the satellite phone on the bedside, wanting to find Emo Han to get some information. There must be many superpowers at the Bincheng base. Since they have discovered the function of crystal cores, they will definitely collect a large number of crystal cores. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment, picked up the phone, and dialed the number. The phone rang twice and then picked up, and Emo Han's voice came from the receiver. "What's wrong? I want to ask about the crystal core. Didn't you say before that the harmless part of the crystal core can be extracted and injected into the body? How is your research going? Has the extraction been successful? I'm in a meeting. I'll call you in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Wen Qian hung up the phone and frowned slightly. This man is quite busy. Is he really in a meeting, or is he looking for a reason to refuse me? He doesn't have meetings every day, does he? There is chaos outside, and he sits in the base to have a meeting. Is this appropriate? He has never been seen leading a team to go out on a mission. Look at him, and look at yourself. They're both the top leaders of the base, so why is there such a big gap? Wen Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, cursing for 10 minutes, and then received a call from Emo Han. The experimental team is still studying it. It is difficult to extract 100% of the harmless part. The experimental results can only reach 30% at most. Wen Qian. Then you are quite slow. Wen Qian said, "Oh," and didn't show off. Emo Han. What else do you want to know? Today I saw Yi Xinghua, Lin Yan, and Ji Fen all awaken their superpowers. You should have a lot of people with superpowers, right? They awakened in recent days, but the number is not large overall. Including residents, there are only a dozen in the entire base. Nearly 300,000 people, only a dozen awakened. That is indeed not a lot. But whether it will increase significantly in the future, that is not certain. Emo Han seemed to guess what she was thinking. If you don't awaken within the first 3 months of the apocalypse, it will be difficult in the future. Wen Qian was surprised. Why do you say that? Survival of the fittest, the gap in strength will only get bigger and bigger in the future. All those who are chosen by the apocalypse are in the first echelon, and only this group of people will have superpowers. It was the first time that Wen Qian heard such a statement. Chosen by the apocalypse? Then what about her, being chosen to come back and challenge the apocalypse? Wen Qian laughed at herself, thought about it, and told him about her building a base. By the way, I have set up a base, so you must be careful with your words in the future. Don't accidentally reveal any secrets that cannot be told, or you will blame me for stealing secrets later. Emo Han was silent for 2 seconds and asked, "What's the name of the base?" Xiaobai base. All white and black. Wen Qian didn't expect that he was quite knowledgeable and hypocritically denied it. No, literally all white. There was a chuckle in her ear, and Emo Han didn't expose her, just said, Okay, let me know if you need anything in the future, and I will help you find supplies. When Qian thought he was just being polite, so she also replied politely, "Thank you. I hope we can continue to work together happily in the future." After getting useful information, she didn't want to chat with him anymore. But when she was about to say goodbye, she heard Emo Han ask her, "Are you free next Friday?" When Qian, "In this end times, there is no need to go to work or school, so when will you be free?" When Qian, "Yes, have you found any supply points over there? Where is the specific location? I'll go over and wait for you Xinghua and the others.
I have something to talk to you about.
If I'm free, I'll take you somewhere. Then I won't go." When Qian didn't even ask where it was and refused directly. The other parties seemed to have never been rejected before and fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke again.
Why?
Why? That's a good question. When Qian smiled, "Do you really have no idea at all?" With his broken mind reading ability, who would be willing to stay with him if they knew? Emo Han went over all the details of his last meeting with Wen Qian, but couldn't figure out what had offended her. Finally, when Qian asked him, "Does your mind-reading ability allow you to hear everyone's thoughts at the same time? You must be very busy at the base every day. Do you get enough sleep? There are 200,000 or 300,000 people. Your ears must be very tired." He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, holding the phone in one hand and pressing his brow with the other. If he told her that mind-reading was fake now, she would definitely not believe it, and there was no way to explain it. Emo Han sighed in self-abandonment and replied, "I can't hear others. I can only hear you." "That's impossible." When Qian was stunned.
Why?
"Is she so unlucky? We haven't met before." When Qian was halfway through his words and remembered the familiarity that suddenly came to her that day at the base and swallowed the last two words. "Emo Han, nothing?" "Nothing. Emo Han, it's only in special circumstances for you, not all the time." When Qian was skeptical, "So when is this special circumstance?" "When I want to hear it." When Qian gritted his teeth, "Do you mind if I swear?" "I don't really want to hear it." "Then there's nothing to say, bye." When Qian hung up the phone directly. "What the Hades is a special circumstance? What kind of special is this?" When Qian took a deep breath, rolled her eyes, and threw the phone back on the bedside table. She was not sure how many of Emo Han's words were true and how many were false. The only way was to stay away from him as much as possible. Even the most powerful mind-reading skills must have a distance limit, right? She didn't believe it. The two of them were in the east and west of the city, and he could still hear what she was thinking. Emo Han glanced at the two invitations on the table, sighed, and regretted saying mind-reading to her. Emo Han was not in a good mood, so when Yi Xinghua knocked on the door and came in to report something, his first reaction was, "Is it the wrong time for him to come?" When Qian threw down her phone and heard her brother knocking on the door, saying that the little boy had woken up. The bedroom door had been open, but they didn't hear any movement. In the end, it was Gu Wanwan who lay at the door and looked inside, only to find that the little brother was missing, and finally found him in the closet. After Li Mo carried him out, he was in tears, and it was obvious that he was too frightened and had not recovered yet. When Wen Qian went over, he was curled up in the quilt, like a puppy shivering after being caught in the rain. She lifted a corner of the quilt and looked at him. When the other party saw her, his nervous expression changed a little. "Don't be afraid. You are safe now. This is my home." When Qian reached out and poked his cheek and asked, "What's your name?" The boy was silent for a long time and answered in a low voice, "Fuyuan." When Qian looked at him thoughtfully, didn't ask anything else, and brought him some food. Li Mo and Gu Wanwan stayed to have dinner with him. After the others left the room, when Qian whispered, "This little guy has superpowers." In fact, when Qian felt that he was the only survivor in such a big place. Even if his parents tried their best to protect him, it would be impossible. Soft and fragrant kids. How could the zombies let go? The smell would smell like it. Is it watery? But looking at the little guy's current condition, I can't ask anything, so I'd better wait and say it later. When Qian returned to the room and continued to be paralyzed. He saw that it was 1 o'clock in the morning before he yawned. In the dream, she beat Xiaoguanquan up and hung it on the base wall to catch zombies. The zombie below saw him like a fish and saw bait, and the picture was extremely comfortable. Wen Qian just said that I slept until dawn. After waking up, I had breakfast first, and then used the walkie-talkie to notify the people living in Building 2 and gathered downstairs. Building 2 has 2 elevators and 4 households, and the remaining 20 households occupy just 5 floors. In the past 2 days, they have filled their stomachs, don't have to worry about the zombies downstairs and in the corridor, and have had enough rest, so now their mental state seems to be much better. When Qian saw them downstairs and said straight to the point, "From now on, you will all be members of the base. You all know that there is no free lunch in the world, and I have no obligation to save you and raise you. So here, if I find someone with different intentions, I will kill him. Those who are sneaky will also be kicked out by me." Although there is a systematic and powerful mental monitoring, Wen Qian is still used to saying ugly things in advance. Today's task is to clean up all the trees and flowers in the community and then plant food and vegetables. The water source is between Building 1 and Building 2, and you can also get water from here for daily use in the future. Everyone listened to Wen Qian's speech carefully, then turned their heads to look at the well, stunned. Their community is built on a mountain. Although the mountain is not too high, there is an underground garage downstairs. How did she dig this well? Everyone was stunned for a long time and silently digested this matter. It's the end of the world. There are even zombies. What else is unacceptable? Wen Qian is the god sent by God to save them. Just listen to the gods. Don't worry about anything else. Wen Qian looked at the children snuggling next to the adults. They were like a group of little quails. Their eyes were full of panic, and they had to look around from time to time, fearing that the terrible zombies would run out again. These children all have congenital diseases, and they can't run around violently since they were young. They are much quieter than normal children. This is not a bad thing in the current situation, because if they are naughty children who yell and roll on the ground, she will really punish them. Eat her food and drink hers, and still make trouble with her? She doesn't have such a good temper. After assigning tasks to everyone started to get busy. Wen Qian originally wanted to let the group of little quails go to the underground garage to play, but they all shook their heads and stayed quietly by their own adults. Although they can't do heavy work, they can still run errands and help pass things. As for those elderly people who are too old to work, their farming experience is more complete than what is written in books. 20 middle-aged people with their children worked hard under the guidance of 7 elderly people. They used to be office white-collar workers and had never done any physical work and had no experience in farming. So it didn't take long for the elderly to despise them for not knowing how to do this or that. One of the old men grabbed thee and started to demonstrate to them, and a group of young people nodded repeatedly to show that they had learned it, fearing that his old bones would fall apart. The temperature had risen to almost 60 degrees. Everyone was working in the shade downstairs, but they were also dizzy and sweating from the heat. Wen Qian asked them to work, but she didn't want them to work themselves to death. As long as they didn't deliberately slack off, she would accept their rest. Everyone worked from dawn to dusk and ate lunch and dinner together downstairs. Steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and plain water, which used to be extremely despised, now only felt sweet. They seriously felt that they were still alive, especially the elderly, who unknowingly had tears in their eyes. It was dark, but the temperature dropped. Mosquitoes and bats came out one after another, but the sky above the entire base was blocked by the glass roof, and the remaining empty spaces were also blocked by fine diamond nets, so none of them could fly in. There were solar streetlights in the yard, and everyone continued to work with the light, dragging the cut trees into the underground garage in case of emergency. Wen Qian bought some soil when she went to buy seeds before, and she brought some for them. Everyone was full of energy. After confirming that the zombies outside really couldn't get into the base, they simply took all the tents at home outside to sleep on the floor. Anyway, it was just as hot at home, and there were no mosquitoes outside, which was so cool. At around 4 in the morning, everyone got up to work. At around 9 in the evening, they went to bed, and after a week of continuous work, they finally planted all the empty spaces in the base. Looking at the results in the yard, everyone felt proud. After fetching water from the well and going home to wash and change clothes, they contacted Wen Qian on the intercom and asked if there was anything else they needed to do. Wen Qian had no plans for the time being, so she asked them to exercise, running 5 kilometers every day and increasing to 10 kilometers after a week. Everyone obeyed, so the next morning, Wen Qian saw a group of people running in circles in the community downstairs, young and old, fast and slow. The base system showed that there were 47 residents, and there were 47 people downstairs. The elderly and those in poor health walked when they couldn't run, and rested for a while before continuing. After watching for a while, Wen Qian turned her head to look at Fu Yuan's door. He didn't know when he appeared there, and was stretching his head to look at her carefully. For a week, he hadn't left the room and had said no more than 10 sentences. She hooked her finger at him, but she didn't expect that the little guy would hesitate for a while and really run to her side. "Sister," Fu Yuan whispered and looked up at him.
Good boy.
Wen Qian touched his head. "Is the room comfortable? If you don't like it, you can choose another one yourself. That one is good." After Fu Yuan finished speaking, he turned his head and looked behind him. When no one saw Gu Wanwan, she asked in a low voice, "Were Sister Wanwan's parents also eaten by monsters?" Wen Qian. She wanted to say yes, but was afraid that the child would let it slip. After all, Gu Wanwan was only 3 years old, so it was better to keep it a secret for a while. Wen Qian. No, her parents work far away, so they can't come back for the time being. Fu Yuan seemed to be relieved and happy for Gu Wanwan. It's good that she didn't have a father and a mother. Wen Qian observed his state and saw that he was not repulsive to her, so she asked him, "Can you tell me how you avoided those monsters?" Fu Yuan recalled those horrible memories. His little face turned pale again, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he didn't run away and answered Wen Qian's question. "I hid in the closet and didn't go out. But even so, they can find you. When you were in the closet, did you feel anything wrong with your body?" Fu Yuan tilted his head and thought about her question seriously. "Something is wrong with the body?" He thought for a long time, then looked at Wen Qian again and asked, "Is that so?" Wen Qian slightly widened her eyes, because she saw an almost transparent barrier appearing around Fu Yuan, covering him. Wen Qian reached out and touched it, but felt nothing. She asked, "Can I come in here too?" As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, the pale white light began to expand, protecting her as well. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this was it. As long as they were in this barrier, the zombies could not feel the presence of people. But Fu Yuan is still young and his ability to control his supernatural powers is not strong, so the maximum limit of this barrier is probably only 2 people. Wen Qian thought so, and called Gu Wanwan out to do the experiment. Sure enough, no matter how hard Fu Yuan tried, no third person could get into the barrier. Wen Qian smiled with satisfaction and asked them to go back to the house to play. Unexpectedly, Fu Yuan did not leave. He stood there and asked her, "Sister, can you teach me monsters?" Although he was still afraid and trembling when he thought of those disgusting monsters, he still wanted to kill them. Wen Qian was slightly startled and listened to him again. "Can you take me with you next time you go out? I will hide well and won't cause you any trouble." Wen Qian smiled. "No, next time, but I promise I will take you out. You stay at home during this period and take Wanwan and the children downstairs to exercise together. Sister will teach you a few tricks later. I will take you out when you are ready."
How about it?
"Okay. I will study hard." Fu Yuan's face was full of tenacity. He turned around and ran back to the room, closed the door and stayed alone again. Wen Qian stayed at home for a week and decided to go out to find zombies to play with today. While others have not yet extracted the harmless part of the crystal core, she must first improve the strength of her and her family's superpowers. If she is lucky, she may even meet first-level and special-level zombies. The system divides the levels according to the combat power of the zombies, so there must be a physical reference. That is to say, there must be a super zombie out there, but we just don't know where it's hiding. The more Wen Qian thought about it, the more excited she became. She turned around, changed her clothes, put on goggles and tactical gloves, called her brother, and went out. Guran stayed at home, responsible for taking Li Mo and Wen Chongning to clean up the zombies near the base, and by the way, he taught them how to operate their special powers. After leaving the base gate and looking at the zombies wandering in the distance, Wen Qian felt it was real. She positioned the offline navigation at a food processing factory in the south of the city and said to Wen Rang, "Let's go here. My intuition tells me that there will be big zombies here." Wen Rang, "Others go to food processing factories to find food, but you go to find zombies?" Wen Qian turned on the stereo to listen to her favorite music and joked in a good mood. Food is not as good as zombies. The two drove to their destination. Wen Qian looked out the window boredly and suddenly thought of superpowers. "Brother, have you thought of any fun moves?" She turned her head to look at Wen Rang and asked curiously. Wen Rang was stunned by her question. "Fun moves?" "Yes. Aren't you a fire element? You can't always set fire to zombies, right? How boring." Wen Qian has been thinking about how she would play if she had these superpowers these days. Now everything is ready. Only the zombies are needed to deliver the superpowers. Wen Qian saw her brother lost in thought, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She reached out and patted Wen Rang on the shoulder. In a flash, the two switched positions. Wen Rang sat in the co-pilot and Wen Qian was driving. Wen Rang was startled and shocked. "Stinky kid, don't mess around while driving. There's zombies everywhere on the street now. What are you afraid of? It's their luck if they are killed." Wen Qian held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled indifferently. "My trick is not bad, right? Not only can I teleport myself, but also all the living things around me." Wen Qian's words gave Wen Rang an idea. He looked out the window, and his eyes became more and more excited when he saw the zombies. During the 1-hour drive, the two of them also met several waves of survivors who went out to collect supplies. Those who can survive until now and go out to find supplies on their own instead of staying in the base are not easy to deal with. But all the survivors added together are far less than the number of zombies. 1.5 months after the global apocalypse started, the number of people who died due to disease, hunger, cannibalism, etc., plus those who were infected and turned into zombies, is estimated to have reached half of the original human population. This disaster came so quickly, and compared with the previous life, it is more unreasonable. When they arrived near the destination, Wen Qian stopped the car, and after confirming that there was no one around, he put the car into the space. The reason why Wen Qian suspected that there would be high-level zombies here was because this food processing factory was quite famous in the local area, and it had opened dozens of chain restaurants of various sizes in the city. The factory at the headquarters was responsible for delivering semi-finished products and secret sauces to various restaurants. It had its own warehouse, which contained a lot of rice, flour, oil, and grain. People living nearby must have known about this, so when food was scarce, they would definitely think of coming here to collect supplies. When there were more people, there would be more zombies. When there were more zombies, it was inevitable that there would be a breeding of goose situation like in the pharmaceutical factory, and a powerful one would appear. After Wen Qian and Wen Rang got off the car, a large group of zombies immediately pounced on them, and they were ruthlessly eliminated by the two. Wen Qian led the way with a tang sword in front, killing zombies one by one and killing two by two. Wherever he went, there were ugly and grotesque heads everywhere. Because the crystal core had been automatically stored in the space by the system, Wen Qian kicked the head that was blocking the way aside without even bothering to take a look. When another team that was out to collect crystal cores saw this scene, they couldn't help but sneer. "These two idiots are really God's chosen workers, working for us for free." They stood on the roof and looked down. They originally planned to come up to rest for a while before continuing, but now they were in no hurry. Seeing that the two people didn't care about the zombie heads at all, they knew that they didn't know anything about crystal cores. It's better to let them work for a while, wait for them to be bitten to death by zombies, and then go down to pick up the ready-made ones. Several people laughed and watched the fun. In the distance, Wen Rang glanced in the direction of them. He didn't expect to meet living people here. Wen Qian also noticed their presence. Zombie crystal cores can not only enhance people's superpowers, but also enhance people's senses, so it's not difficult to find them. Wen Rang, what do you think they are here for? Wen Qian, there are factories all around here. They are either here to collect supplies or, like us, to get crystal cores. A team of 8 people would definitely not dare to come to such a place without some skills. Maybe they are from some base. When Qian thought of the dozen or so bases in her previous life, she had no good impression of any of them, so she didn't want to pay attention to them. But she didn't provoke them, but they couldn't help but want to be cheap. As time passed, the people upstairs found that the 2 idiots downstairs were quite powerful. After such a long time, not even a zombie could hurt them, and they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving here. There are only 2 of them. They shouldn't be from any alliance base, otherwise. Let's take them back. Such a powerful woman is rare. That man is also good, but it seems that they don't have superpowers. It's okay if they don't have superpowers. It won't delay the critical moment and pull them over to be meat shields. Since they are not here for the crystal core, they must be here to find supplies. We give them food and they work for us. Isn't this just right? Several people discussed it in a flurry and finally decided to show up and lend a helping hand to Wen Qian and the others. Wen Qian thought that those cowards would hide on the rooftop, but they rushed directly to her. After going downstairs, they saw Wen Qian and Wen Reng, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Because they were far away on the rooftop, they could only see the general shape of the 2 people, but not their faces. But now, they could clearly see their features. Several people exchanged glances with each other, and there was a calculating smile in their eyes. With these 2 faces, it doesn't matter if they are trash. Anyway, there are a lot of rich people who like them. Whether in the past or now, it is the ordinary people who suffer. Those rich and powerful heard the news early and stockpiled supplies for food, drink, and enjoyment in advance. 2/3 of Binqing's food was taken away by this group of rich people a month before the end of the world. The reason why prices did not skyrocket is because they were also afraid that the news would leak out, causing panic and being suppressed by people from above. So when they first started to negotiate the deal, they threatened the sellers in an extreme way, intimidating them not to tell anyone about the matter, and sent people to monitor them closely for 24 hours. Those who obeyed would be spared, and those who disobeyed would be kidnapped and dealt with directly. It is said that they had originally ordered a large number of goods from the e-commerce company, as many as 60 or 70 containers. But on the night when they went to pick up the supplies, those things mysteriously disappeared from the yard of the e-commerce warehouse. The e-commerce people couldn't explain what happened, and only said that a woman suddenly appeared, and then the things disappeared. This absurd reason would definitely not be believed by anyone, so the buyers suspected that the e-commerce company deliberately swallowed the goods after receiving the money, and the 2 sides had a big fight. Originally, they planned to ask the e-commerce company to prepare another batch of supplies, but the end of the world has come, and the people on the e-commerce side died or ran away, and the matter could only be left unresolved in the end. Fortunately, these rich people have a lot of stockpiles, and their quality of life has not been greatly affected. Now that there is no law enforcement supervision, this group of rich people are more unscrupulous than before, and they have done everything they wanted to do, but couldn't do before. Rich people have many ways to play. In addition to gambling and drug use, the most enthusiastic thing is the bed. Some like men, some like women, and some are both men and women. They have nothing to do all day to have parties in the villa, men and women mixed together. The scene is disgusting. There are also some with special fetishes who like to play. In just over a month, hundreds of people have been killed. Therefore, people like the 2 in front of them who are white-skinned and beautiful, have some combat power but no superpowers, and are not ridiculously strong are the most popular among those people. Because of their good physical fitness, it is not easy to be killed. And looking at this face, the mood is good. They are ready to coax these 2 people back and sell them to rich people in exchange for supplies. From the moment the end of the world began, money has become a piece of waste paper. Now all that is in circulation is supplies and gold. Just based on these 2 faces, they must be worth at least 200 kilograms of rice. The 8 people in the group were full of calculations. They used guns to repel the zombies while talking to Wen Qian and the others. Brother, did you bring your girlfriend out to look for supplies? It's my sister. What a misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding. Hello, my name is Huang Zhiais, and I'm from the West City base. What are your names? My name is Zhang San, and my sister's name is Li Si. When Rang said nonsense casually. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, he explained, my family is poor, and my parents believe that a humble name is easier to raise, so they called her this. My sister took my mother's surname. Everyone was half believing and half doubting. If it was true, the name was too casual. If it was false, it also made some sense. Huang Zhi'ai smiled coldly, knowing that the other party didn't want to have too much contact with them. But he had made up his mind to capture them today. Even if he didn't sell this woman to others, it would be good to keep her for himself. His eyes stayed on Wen Qian, and he moved around in an ambiguous way. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that this woman was to his liking. Huang Zhi'ai, you don't look like you come from a poor family. After the end of the world, it is rare to see such clean and healthy people. You can tell from their complexion and physical condition that they are not starving. When Rang casually chopped off the head of a zombie that pounced on him, his gun was behind his waist, and he didn't want to use his supernatural power easily in front of this group of people, so he could only chop zombies with a tang sword like his sister. But he was not very skilled in using it, so he almost threw the sword out and cut off the head of the man called Huang Zhi'ai. What are you saying? How can you tell whether someone is poor or not? Have you ever seen a rich person with such great strength as us? Isn't it because they have been doing physical work since childhood? People get red when they are around red, and people get black when they are around black. When Rang has heard too much nonsense from his sister, so he can speak out now. Even the clothes and weapons on our bodies are taken from others after we killed them. Huang Zhi'ai was silent for a moment, and his words were more credible. Rich people live a life of luxury. Even in the end of the world, they have already hired people to protect them. They live a good life at home. How could they come out to collect supplies? Huang Zhi'ai smiled and advised, in that case, why don't you come with us? Our base has food and drink. We guarantee that you will not go hungry for 3 meals a day. We will also provide you with clothes and weapons. When Rang and the other two did not say anything, Huang Zhi'ai glanced at Wen Qian and smiled. Beauty, why don't you speak? Are you a little mute? Call me for me to hear? His words made the men around him laugh. However, their laughter did not last long, and they were interrupted by the zombies that kept pouring in. The fragrance of the dozen or so living people made the zombies excited. Huang Zhi'ai and his men all had weapons in their hands, but they could not figure out the zombies' fatal points, so they could only rely on weapons to repel the zombies, and then chop off their heads like Wen Qian and the other two did. But the zombies in this area were scattered before. Why did they suddenly rush here, like crazy? The number of zombies increased, making Huang Zhi'ai and others look uglier and uglier, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Wen Qian activated the skill of attracting firepower and attracted all the zombies, and then she and Wen Rang used Huang Zhi'ai and others as shields very tacitly. She looked at their panic and sneered. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road, and they are destined to meet. When Wen Qian accompanied Yi Xinghua and others to the fishing island to perform a mission before, she was asked why she was so powerful and whether she had been a soldier before. How did Wen Qian answer at that time? She said that when she was a child, her family was poor, she couldn't eat, and she couldn't even afford clothes, so she could only pick up the clothes left by her brother. So she was bullied, called A, and stripped of her clothes to check whether she was a man or a woman. She learned to fight from that time. These nonsense are not all false. In the previous life, when Rang's departure completely left her without protection, the group of people in the base killed her brother and wanted to treat her as a plaything, so she had to escape from the base. It was always inconvenient for a woman to be outside. So she cut her hair, put on Wen Rang's clothes, and pretended to be a man. However, she had a woman's face and so she would be seen even if she wore loose clothes. It was a joke to try to disguise herself as a man. When the group of stinky men found her, they surrounded her and teased her, saying that she was A and wanted to check her body. It was that time that Wen Qian killed someone, and the one who was killed was Huang Zhi'ai. The knife fell, and killing was just a matter of a moment. It was also from that moment that Wen Qian found that she was actually quite perverted. She had never killed anyone before, and she had never even fought. She was protected by her family, like a flower in a greenhouse since she was a child, and she could not withstand the slightest wind and rain. But when all her family members were killed by her, she seemed to have learned the skills of killing without a teacher, and she quickly learned it and became more and more skilled. When Qian tried hard to break free from her memories, watching Huang Zhuai's and others being chased and bitten by the zombies, fleeing in panic, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The system's voice rang in her mind, reminding her again that there were people with superpowers around her after she killed Zhang Ziang, asking her to be careful. Wen Qian knew that Huang Zhuai's and others wanted to kill her and use her as a shield to escape, so the system allowed her to kill them and seize their superpowers. 2 of Huang Zhuai's men had been dragged into the zombie group by zombies, and the others were also injured. Huang Zhuai's watched the number of zombies increase, grabbed Wen Qian, who was closest to him, pushed her in front of him, and then hid behind her and shot. But he didn't expect that the woman who looked weak and beautiful would his gun back. Before he could react, the positions of the two had already switched, and he became the person closest to the zombies. When Qian met the other party's panicked and puzzled gaze, opened her red lips slightly, and gave him a few words. It's time to hunt. Now, she really hoped that people with superpowers or zombies would come to provoke her. 3 minutes of attracting firepower were up. The zombies ignored Wen Qian. Huang Zhuai's watched the zombies pass by her, but ignored her. He opened his eyes wide and asked angrily and collapsed. Do you have superpowers? 2 people came to this place. Do you think you can only rely on this knife in your hand? When Qian didn't understand the brain circuits of these people, she watched Huang Zhuai struggling to escape from the zombies and kicked him back. Killing him would give you superpowers, but killing zombies would give you more crystal cores. So, let him be bitten to death first. Wen Qian made the most of the waste, and when Rang saw her take action and didn't pretend, he threw the knife back into the space, took out the gun, and aimed at the zombie's head. The bullet penetrated the skull and hit the fatal point, and a ball of fire exploded with a. The power was so great that the heads of several zombies nearby were blown into pieces. When Rang fired a few shots, and the zombies died or fled in the explosion, and the scene fell into chaos for a while. Fire-related abilities are not just for arson, but can also be used in conjunction with weapons. The moment the bullet hits the target, the flames ignite, and the power is like a bomb that causes an explosion. Some zombies have begun to evolve consciousness. Knowing the danger and fear, and seeing the scene, they fled faster than rabbits. When Qian heard the sound and turned back, seeing a sea of blue fire, and couldn't help shaking her head. Too brutal. Her brother was going to cremate the zombies in one step, right? But there was a question. Why was the fire blue? When Rang didn't expect this to work, and he looked at Wen Qian with an arrogant smile on his face. Praise me.
Great.
Wen Qian praised without any emotion, but her expression was very happy. She reached back and grabbed Huang Zhuai's, who had once again fought his way out of the siege and was about to escape, and threw him into the pile of zombies, then walked towards Wen Rang. Brother, burn me. Wen Qian raised her arm and made a request that made Wen Rang frown. He knew Wen Qian had the ability to regenerate, but it's okay, control the power. I just want to feel the difference of this fire. Wen Qian was firm, so Wen Rang had to do it. Then, Wen Qian was numb. After slapping out the fire on her arm, Wen Qian looked up at her brother and told him her discovery. There is electricity in the fire. Wen Rang has the dual abilities of fire and thunder. Huang Zhuai's was fighting the zombies desperately in the distance. He was so angry that he felt sick when he saw that the 2 of them were still chatting. They were both superpowers. Huang Zhuai's cursed. He didn't expect himself to be so unlucky. After Wen Qian confirmed her brother's ability, she turned back to look at Huang Zhuai's. Seeing that he was not dead yet, she raised her eyebrows. As expected, he was the one who could lead the team to collect crystal cores. He still had some skills. She turned and walked towards him. No matter what, he must not be allowed to go back alive today. Huang Zhuai said that he was from the West City base. Wen Qian knew that the West City base was established by a group of wealthy people in the West District of Bincheng. There are many villas in Bincheng West District, and the housing prices are so high that they can rival those in Beijing North. The reason is to have a clear class distinction, and they don't want to be neighbors with poor people. These rich people are not ordinary rich people. They are rich from their ancestors, and ordinary people can't even imagine the degree. They wear luxury brand ready-made clothes that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, buy Hermes bags that cost millions of yuan, and drive sports cars worth tens of millions of yuan. They live in manor villas of thousands of square meters at home, and when they go out to talk about business, they open their mouths to make orders worth hundreds of millions of yuan. This group of proud children lived a carefree life before the end of the world, and they are still free and happy after the end of the world. They don't like the environment of Mo Han base at all, and they will never go there. So they found mercenaries and set up their own base alliance, which is what Huang Zhuai said. Xiqing base has a lot of weapons and equipment. If possible, Wen Qian doesn't want to fight them now. With the old, weak, sick, and disabled people in her base, if they send 2 fighters over by Yubiubia once, her people will basically be gone. Although Huang Zhuai didn't know her name and identity, it was not difficult for that group of people to find her. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, many people took their mobile phones to take pictures of her and posted them online, so it was inevitable that someone would have seen those videos. In addition, there were not many people who carried knives and chopped zombies' heads everywhere in the apocalypse, and Zhang Ziang, that idiot, had publicly posted the address of their community online, so it was easy to locate her. When Qian caught up with Huang Zhuai's panicked escape and was about to reach out to grab his collar, but he turned around and a stream of water spurted out of his mouth. When Qian had just noticed that this guy was a water-based mutant and had been repelling zombies with the water jets from his palms. But she really didn't expect that he could spit. When Qian quickly turned her head to dodge, and the water jet hit her shoulder and penetrated. A hole as big as a baseball appeared on Wen Qian's shoulder, and her entire arm was drooping and looked like it was about to break. But after just 3 seconds, it healed as before. Huang Zhuai watched this scene with his own eyes, and his feet panicked, and he tripped over himself. You! He rolled and crawled. You are not a human? Who are you scolding? When Qian was unhappy, you are not a human. Huang Zhuai was really scared. He was not so scared when he saw Wen Qian dealing with zombies with ease just now. No matter what Wen Qian said, Huang Zhuai was sure that she was no longer human. He had never heard of such a strange power. She must be a zombie. A mutant zombie. A special zombie. The zombie leader. Huang Zhuai was shaking like a sieve, and the dirty thoughts in his mind were scared away. He screamed like a screaming chicken with a thick voice, howling while running, and it hurt Wen Qian's ears. Was he able to scream like this in his previous life? Wen Qian's memory was a little fuzzy in a trance. She caught the man again and shoved him into the face of the group of zombies chasing her behind her. Didn't he want to bite people? Bite him. No one can leave unless he is killed today. Huang Zhuai was caught by the zombies, his legs were weak and he didn't have the strength to run anymore, but his voice was still loud. He shouted until his throat was broken, and then the sound gradually subsided, and finally there was no movement. He fell to the ground, and half a minute later, his limbs climbed up again in a strange, stiff and twisted posture. His eyes turned white, and his body expanded rapidly, and finally became more than 2 meters tall. After all, he is a superpower, and his zombie level is higher than that of ordinary people. But even if he became a zombie because the time was too short, the fear in his bones has not subsided completely. So he turned around and ran, and Wen Qian chased after him. When Reng was dealing with the zombie soldiers on the side, and when he looked back inadvertently, he saw his sister like a supervillain, catching people to feed zombies. The man turned into a zombie and was scared away, but she chased him and shouted, "You are here now. Why are you running?" If an innocent passerby passed by and saw this scene, he would be speechless and unable to explain himself. After dealing with Huang Zhuai, when Qian went to find his companions, counted their heads one by one, and took the crystal cores they had collected before. After confirming that everyone was dead, she felt relieved to deal with other small zombies. Unknowingly, the corpses of the zombies killed by Wen Qian had piled up into a small mountain. She stood on the pile of corpses and glanced around. The remaining zombies, with a sense of danger, had all run away, hiding far away from her. When Qian frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. The zombies evolved too fast, and they would run away now. Wouldn't they play hide and seek with her in the future? She lowered her eyes and was thinking about how to lure this group of zombies out when the satellite phone in her chest bag suddenly rang. Wen Qian always carried a phone with her when she went out. Although her family had never called her, she was afraid that the sound of the phone would attract zombies and put her in danger, but she still carried it with her to avoid accidents and being unable to contact them. The satellite phone showed an unknown caller ID, and the number of the other party could not be seen, so when Qian did not look at the screen and picked up the phone directly, and then heard Mo Han's voice. "Where are you now?" The other party came straight to the point, and Wen Qian was stunned. The last time they talked was a week ago. She wanted to scold him, but he didn't want to listen, so she hung up the phone. She didn't expect him to contact her again. When Qian thought about her location, it was 60 or 70 kilometers away from the Bincheng base, which was far away. Even if he asked her to go there, she had a reason to refuse. So she answered honestly, "In the south of the city, do you want to talk to me? The specific location, I'll find you." Crazy? When Qian took the phone away from her ear and looked at it with a complicated expression, she wondered if the other party would hold a grudge and go directly to her house if she said the signal was bad at this time. After a brief consideration, Wen Qian was sure that the man was likely to do such a thing, so she put the phone back to her ear. "I have something to do now, so it's not very convenient. Tell me what you want to talk to me about first." 5 minutes ago, Yi Xinghua received a distress signal from the radio station on Yunhai Road. The other party said that they had more than 30 survivors and were now trapped in the Kenhai building and besieged by zombies. They requested rescue. Mo Han's voice was cold and lonely, just like his face, with few emotional changes. Wen Qian was unhappy when she heard his answer. Yunhai Road was near her home, and she also knew the Kenhai building. It was about 20 minutes' walk from her home. "Then go and rescue if you want." "Why are you looking for me?" "I'm not from your base." "Why should I work for you for nothing?" After the Bincheng base was built, that area was the first to be rescued. The Kenhai building is an office building. I led the rescue team personally at the beginning. It's impossible for there to be so many survivors. Mo Han explained good-temperedly. And even if there are rescuers, the company's tea room has snacks and drinks stocked up, but more than 30 people can't hold out for so many days. Wen Qian's eyes flickered. "Are you sure it's a distress signal sent from the Kenhai building?" Yi Xinghua said that when the signal was received, the directional antenna was indeed pointing in that direction. "So what you mean?" In fact, Wen Qian already had a vague answer in her heart. She had encountered zombies that could copy human voices in her previous life. "I suspect it's a first-class or special-class zombie. I'm also in the south of the city now. Tell me your exact location, I'll pick you up and then we'll go to the Kenhai building together." "He's also in the south of the city? What is he doing here?" Wen Qian was confused and asked again, "Why don't you go directly to meet Yi Xinghua and the others?" "Without them," Mo Han answered happily, and his tone seemed a little helpless. "How can I give you the crystal core with them here?" Wen Qian. This sounds reasonable, but it feels like something is wrong. Wen Qian had a headache, but she couldn't resist the temptation of the crystal core of the advanced zombies and told the other party the location. Mo Han replied with 2 words, "Wait for me," and then hung up the phone. Wen Qian threw the phone into her bag, looked at her brother who seemed to be having a barbecue and was enjoying burning zombies with fire, and called him over. Mo Han said he would come to find us. "Come here to find us?" When Rang was surprised. "What's the emergency?" When Qian looked up at a small 3-story factory building not far away, tilted her head, "Go over there and talk." The two climbed to the roof of the factory building and sat on the edge to look down. Wen Qian told Wen Rang what happened on the phone, and Wen Rang frowned after listening. The CEO of Bincheng Base went on a mission in person and deliberately left his men behind, just to give his sister a high-level zombie crystal core. The crystal core is so important. The demand for it at Bincheng Base must be greater than theirs. Why did Mo Han open such a big back door? When Rang suddenly remembered what Gu Ran said that day. He said that he suspected Mo Han liked Wen Qian. When Rang certainly didn't believe this at the time because he doubted Gu Ran's vision. He could love someone like Zhang Duo, who was obviously trying to hook him up as a backup for 2 years, and he spent money and effort on her. How could the words of such a person with poor eyesight be credible? But now when Rang felt that the words of this experienced person were really credible. When Rang glanced at his sister's straight woman expression and silently swallowed this discovery without saying anything. Wen Qian remembered the phone call with Mo Han that day, talking about his mind-reading ability, so she discussed it with Wen Rang in a low voice. Brother, when he comes, you can curse him in your heart as much as you can, okay?
Vin Rang.
Did brother do something wrong recently that makes you so anxious to send me to death? Mo Han said that he was lying last time, and he can't hear your voice. When Rang accurately grasped the key words, then what about you? That's the problem. He said that he can hear me at the critical moment, but he can only hear me. When Rang was speechless, and his eyes rolled to the sky. What kind of scumbag's words are these? It's true that you can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. I didn't expect that Mo Han looked serious, but he was actually a scumbag at heart. Gu Ran was right. This scumbag just wanted to his sister. And to be able to say such disgusting words, he must have had experience before. He is shameless. When Rang was furious. When Qian didn't know what her brother was thinking, and he looked like he wanted to bite someone. So they found a bag of melon seeds from the space, and while they were eating them, they threw the shells at the zombies downstairs without any manners. This was the scene that Mo Han saw when he arrived. He parked the car downstairs, and when Wen Qian and the others walked down, he was already standing in the passenger seat and opened the door. When Rang sneered at Mo Han's action, and his eyes looked like he wanted to stab him. He strode over, sat down on the passenger seat without any hesitation, and then said thank you. Mo Han found that when Rang's attitude was wrong, his eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Wen Qian and asked, did he eat explosives? Whether her brother had eaten explosives or not, but she silently gave her brother a thumbs up. Wen Qian thought when Rang had just agreed to her proposal. At this moment, she was cursing Mo Han in her heart because of the mind-reading thing. She sat in the back seat and started to watch the fun. Mo Han got out of the car and opened the door, his eyes swept over Wen Rang with a chill. Wen Rang would be lying if he said he wasn't scared when he saw him like that. But when he thought about this man using sweet words to deceive his sister, he looked at him like a fighting again. He understood what Mo Han meant. Didn't he just want his sister to sit in the passenger seat? Hey, he wouldn't let him have his wish. When Rang fastened his seatbelt, as if no one would let him leave this seat today. Mo Han glanced at Wen Qian, who was sitting in the back, closed the door, and walked back to the driver's seat. The car started, and no one in the car spoke. Wen Qian crossed her arms over her chest and turned to look at the zombies outside. She hadn't seen Mo Han take action yet, and didn't know what his special ability was. To be honest, she was a little excited. And the zombies that could copy human voices. In the previous life, this level would not appear until at least 7 or 8 years later. And now, it has only been less than 2 months since the end of the world. Wen Qian once again lamented that the zombies were evolving too fast. She even had an illusion that the game of the end of the world was speeding up its progress. It seemed that it really wanted to eliminate humans in the shortest possible time and let zombies become the new residents of this planet. When Rang sat next to Mo Han, he thought Mo Han would find a chance to talk to his sister, but he remained silent all the way. When Rang turned his head to look at Wen Qian again, only to see that his sister was so calm that she closed her eyes and rested, and was not nervous at all because of the special zombies she was going to see. Mo Han was driving the car. In fact, he could always feel that when Rang was staring at him with a look of anti-thief, and he guessed the reason. The car sped all the way and arrived at Yunhai Road. Wen Qian waited until the car stopped completely before slowly opening her eyes and yawning as she got out of the car. There were companies of all sizes around here, and there were social animals everywhere. So after the apocalypse, there were more zombies than in other areas. Wen Qian kicked a zombie that rushed up with its mouth wide open and looked up at the crows circling overhead. Nowadays, crows eat human flesh and drink human blood, but this group of crows suddenly turned around and fled after flying around them. Because they flapped their wings too hard, a few black feathers fell off. When Qian glanced at Emo Han, wondering if he had done something. But Emo Han didn't react. After confirming that the building in front of him was the Kanhai building, he walked straight to the door. The entrance door of the building was open, and when Qian looked at it from a distance and felt strange. There were zombies running rampant outside the building, but there was not a single one inside. The door was open, so why didn't the zombies outside go in? With doubts, when Qian stepped into the building. The moment he entered the door, a chill instantly hit him in the face. The sun was blazing outside, and the temperature was over 60 degrees, but the temperature in this building was close to zero. There was a thin layer of frost on the wall, and under the frost was the blood that had been splashed for many days. The three of them stopped in the lobby on the first floor and looked at the schematic diagram of the entire building placed near the door. They glanced at it, memorized the distribution area of the entire building, and then continued to walk in. Unlike the bright sunshine outside, the building was gloomy everywhere. The corridor was extremely quiet, and the walls along the way were also covered with blood. It was as quiet as a teaching building at midnight. Except for their footsteps, no other sounds could be heard, revealing a dead silence. Just looking at this scene and atmosphere, anyone who has watched a few ghost movies knows that it is definitely not a good place. The kind of silent fear enveloped people, as if something would suddenly appear behind them, making people creepy. Normal people would definitely turn around and run away after entering, but when Qian and the other two did not even look back, and soon, their figures disappeared at the corner of the corridor. After searching all the offices on the first floor, they didn't find anything that could move. When Qian walked up the stairs to the second floor. When she stepped on the last step, she saw something in the corridor with disgust in her eyes. When Reng followed her and didn't know what she saw, he only heard his sister's cold ridicule. Who is this idiot showing off to his parents what new skills he learned in kindergarten? When Reng poked his head out curiously, and then he saw that the corridor was full of people frozen in ice. They were people, not zombies. They had hideous expressions and looked like they were caught and frozen in ice, and froze to death in fear. Humans hunt zombies, and zombies with independent consciousness are also hunting humans. When Qian was right to worry. This doomsday game has gradually developed into a Hades level. Compared with this life, what she experienced in her previous life was as simple as playing house. In fact, when Qian knew when she walked into this building that there were ice-powered zombies in the building, and the frost on the wall was proof of it. But she underestimated the zombies' desire to die. Apart from the tragically dead humans, nothing else was found on the second floor. When Reng felt that the zombies this time were different from the ones he had encountered before. He had not fought against the special class zombies before, so he was a little cautious. He looked around vigilantly and was about to remind Wen Qian and the other two to be careful, but when he turned around, he saw the two walking side by side, and Wen Qian even kicked open the closed doors in a rage. They did not look like humans who broke into the zombie nest. They looked like messengers from Hades who came to up the zombie nest. After searching the second floor, the three continued to go up. Emo Han was in the front and suddenly stopped. Wen Qian looked up and saw a zombie hanging upside down on the roof like a spider, with a white face and disheveled hair staring at Emo Han, facing him face to face. This scene, anyone with a slightly weaker tolerance would have rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. But Emo Han just frowned impatiently, stretched out his hand to grab the zombie's hair and swung it down, and then threw it to the ground. When Qian watched it closely, a smile flashing in her eyes. Seeing Emo Han's irritability, she almost thought that this high and mighty executive officer was afraid of ghosts. There is no doubt that this is a group of dead zombies who like to play tricks. When Qian quickened her pace, having already thought of how to deal with them. Don't rush to kill the ice zombie when you catch it later. When Qian said softly, "It's so hot. Everyone in the base must be very sad, right? Why not build an ice cellar and let this zombie work and make ice for us 24 hours a day, and it won't be over until it is exhausted to death." Wen Qian's words were full of viciousness. After she finished speaking, She looked at Wenrang's expressionless face, guessed that he was complaining about herself in his heart, and simply laughed at herself. Yes, my surname is Zhou, and my name is Baopi. The zombie that Emohan had thrown to the ground got up and ran away after realizing that he couldn't beat it. Wen Qian and Wenrang watched the fun from behind, with malicious intentions to let Emohan take action and see his supernatural power. The zombie fled very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it ran to the other end of the corridor and was about to disappear. Wen Qian looked at Emohan, who was still standing there, not even bothering to move his legs, and didn't understand what he meant. Why, that zombie was so good-looking that he couldn't bear to kill it. Did he have this habit? While Wen Qian was puzzled, he saw the zombie that had already run several meters away turned around and came back. From its struggling expression, it was clear that it was not willing. It just came back to Emohan again, and Emohan raised his hand and twisted its head off as easily as picking a melon from a vine. The crystal core fell from its head, and Emohan threw it back to Wen Qian and then continued to move forward. Wen Qian caught the crystal core and looked at Wenrang in silence. Both of them saw a trace of doubt, uneasiness, and shock on each other's faces. Wen Qian thought of a possibility.
Could he be
a mind control ability? Emohan walked forward a few steps, and when he saw Wen Qian didn't catch up, he stopped. He looked back at Wen Qian and asked, "Aren't you going to grab your 24-hour automatic ice machine? Why don't you leave?" "Let's go. Who said we won't leave?" Wen Qian muttered and walked towards him. "I just don't want to walk with you." Wen Qian didn't beat around the bush and disliked him in person. But Emohan didn't care. When she walked to his side, a smile flashed in his eyes. The corridor in the office building was not very spacious, but it was not a problem for two people to walk side by side. Wen Qian looked around like she was shopping and didn't notice the abnormality of the people around her. Emohan's arm close to her was always tense. They were very close, so close that he could hold her hand if he wanted. Emohan clenched his fist and pinched his knuckles. Wenrang walked behind and took in the scene. He didn't know what Emohan was thinking, but he could see that Emohan seemed to be restraining some emotion. What was he restraining? Wenrang couldn't figure out. Did Wen Qian's words just now upset him? Not really, he wasn't that kind of stingy person. Moreover, Wen Qian had been treating him like this since they first met. He was disrespectful and only called him sir perfunctorily when he needed help. He must have been scared by the zombie just now. Wenrang thought if he was scared like that, he would definitely be angry. There were no other living creatures on the third floor except for the zombie pretending to be a ghost. But when the few people walked to the fourth floor, the situation suddenly changed. The corridor was full of zombies waiting in place. When they saw them appear, they immediately rushed up with saliva dripping from their mouths like a wolf that had been hungry for a month seeing meat. Wen Qian only took a glance and lifted his brother in front of him. Wenrang immediately understood what she meant. There were so many zombies. It would be a pity not to cook a pot. The flames mixed with thunder and lightning electrocuted the zombies to numbness. Under the high-temperature flames, the zombies twisted their bodies and wanted to drag Wen Qian and the other two to die together. Wen Qian looked at their stupid actions and said, "Huh." The three of them took action and soon cleaned up the entire floor. The zombie cores killed by Wen Qian and Wenrang could automatically enter the space, but Emohan's could not. Emohan lost his patience after picking up a few manually, so he looked at Wen Qian and said something that Wen Qian never expected. "Add me to the system." Wen Qian's heart suddenly lifted up and pounded.
he
Not only knows the space, but also the system? Wen Qian subconsciously took 2 steps back, full of vigilance. She looked at Emohan with sharp eyes and asked, "What do you mean?"
literally?
Emohan was not angry because of her actions, and even explained in a too gentle tone, giving people the illusion that he was coaxing Wen Qian. "It's a waste of time to pick these things up one by one. I see you didn't pick them up. Can you collect them automatically? 2 people have this skill at the same time, so they should be in the same system. So, add me to your system." Wenrang hadn't recovered from the shock yet, but Wen Qian vaguely understood something. He knew so. He also had it? Emohan guessed what she was thinking. "No, I just know a little bit." When Qian thought of her system that was extremely biased towards the host and asked again, uncertainly, "Are you sure you want to do this? My system is very powerful. If you have any bad intentions, you will be wiped out directly." The system said that if it detected that the members in the system had murderous intentions towards her, they would be automatically wiped out if their loyalty fell below 80. Although Mo Han's current attitude has always been friendly, there are always unexpected things. He and Wen Qian now have bases, and they may have some conflicts in the future because of competing for resources. If he wants to hurt her because of a conflict of interest, he will be courting death. Wen Qian has always felt that Mo Han is a smart person. Anyway, if it were her, she would never do this. But Mo Han didn't hesitate at all. His firm attitude made Wen Qian feel a little excited. Yes, excited. It would only benefit her if such combat power joined her system. She didn't force him. He was willing to do it. So, why was she hesitating? Wen Qian was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, don't regret it. After both parties agreed, the system prompt sounded.
Ding.
One more member is added to the preparation team. The reward space prosperity is increased by 1,000, and the farm production is increased by 100%. Wen Qian was shocked. When Gu Ran joined the system, he was only given 20 prosperity and 20 production. This thing can also distribute rewards according to people's combat power? Wouldn't Gu Ran cry to death if he knew? However, before Wen Qian was shocked, the system sounded again. Unable to detect the members' information, the system seemed to have encountered a bug and fell into silence. Wen Qian turned her head to look at Mo Han, only to see that he seemed angry, and then the system came alive again. Member information updated.
Name, Montag Han.
Gender, male. Height, 187 cm. Age, unknown. Blood type, A. Occupation, unknown. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian has seen information about many people, including those of the base members. But this is the first time she has seen the word unknown. She looked at Mo Han's age and occupation in silence, then lowered her eyes and fixed them on the 4 words never betray. Never betray means that loyalty is further upgraded on the basis of 100%. Once this standard is reached, it will never change. No matter what happens, Wen Qian will be the main focus. Wen Qian can understand and accept the loyalty and kindness of her family. But why did he, Mo Han? Wen Qian looked at the man in front of her again. He has a very good-looking face, the kind that stands out no matter where he is, and will make people remember it for a long time after seeing it. Wen Qian tried hard to think about whether she had seen this person in her previous life, but the answer was no. Wen Qian suppressed the emotions that were surging in her heart and planned to go back and talk to him. But she didn't hold out much hope. After all, she couldn't force others to remember something that she didn't even remember. And even if Mo Han remembered, he might not tell her. If he really wanted to tell her, he would have told her the first time they met, and he wouldn't have used the space as an excuse. When Rang didn't know what happened. From his point of view, his sister just seemed to be in a bad mood after binding with Mo Han. Is there something wrong with this man? When Rang leaned closer to Wen Qian, quietly blocking half of her body, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, there's just a bug in the system." When Rang, "What idiot wrote it? How can there be a bug? What should he do in the future if there is a bug now? Will it hurt his sister?" Wen Qian didn't respond, but Mo Han sneered. He looked at Wen Rang meaningfully and turned to walk upstairs. Wen Rang was ridiculed. Although the other party did not say anything, he felt that the way Mo Han looked at him was just 2 words. Idiot. Wen Rang was unhappy and felt wronged. What did he mean? A program has a bug, so all programmers should die, right? With this attitude, he still wants to pursue his sister. No way, he will be the first to disagree with this marriage. Wen Rang cursed in his heart and actually wanted to find Mo Han to argue. But he had only met Mo Han a few times. If you say he was a stranger, it was not. If you say he was familiar, it was not that familiar. So he swallowed his displeasure and followed behind silently. The upper floors were the same as the 4th floor, full of zombies. But this kind of zombies that don't play tricks are the easiest to deal with for Wen Qian and others. Killing all the way up, the number of crystal cores in Wen Qian's space doubled. The special zombies hiding on some floors seemed to feel that the army under his command was rapidly decreasing, so the temperature in the building became even lower. Wen Qian and Wen Rang were wearing thermostatic suits, but they could still feel the temperature change on their faces. They glanced at Emo Han, who was only wearing a black combat suit. Wouldn't he freeze to death if he continued like this? If he couldn't move, he would lose his combat power. Emo Han didn't know the bad intentions of the brother and sister, and he calmly dealt with the zombies in front of him. Wen Rang just watched from behind. With him around, Wen Rang had no chance to attack. The three of them went up a few floors, and the zombies finally began to get scared and fled everywhere. It was rare to see them rushing towards them desperately. This made Wen Qian unhappy. The whole building had nearly 40 floors. Wouldn't she let her search for this dead zombie floor by floor? The cowardly zombie didn't show up, and now he didn't even let her kill the soldier zombie. Wen Qian stopped and didn't move. Emo Han and Wen Rang looked back at her, and then saw her say angrily, "No more looking, let's go back." Wen Qian turned around and walked downstairs. Wen Rang thought of the famous phrase, "Since we're here," and was about to persuade his sister, but a figure flashed by, and Emo Han followed him obediently. Wen Rang.
Hairman.
Wen Qian walked downstairs and paid attention to the movements nearby. The zombie wouldn't let them go easily. Wasn't the purpose of sending a distress signal on the radio to trick them in? So, we can't just let it go fishing, right? As expected, the corridor was blocked by a thick layer of ice after they walked down 2 floors. The zombie that had been hiding in the dark and observing finally showed up. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it.
Why? Because it still looked like a zombie.
Ragged clothes, revealing a body of rotten flesh with white bones. Wen Qian looked at the zombie from top to bottom and thought to herself that it was a good thing that it hadn't evolved into a human, otherwise she would really collapse today. The ice zombie thought that after it said there were more than 30 survivors, the base would send many people to rescue it. In this way, it can have a full meal of fresh food again, without having to eat the frozen stocks. But it didn't expect that only 3 people came. However, these 3 people all have superpowers, which is also very good. Humans with superpowers are much more delicious than ordinary people. The feeling of fullness and satisfaction, as well as the power of the whole body, are what every zombie who has awakened superpowers pursues. The zombies drooled at the takeaways that Wen Qian and the other 2 delivered to the door, while Wen Qian and the other 2 were discussing its appearance. Wen Qian. It has a beer belly, and it can be seen that it is not young. Emo Han looked at the few hairs left on the zombie's head. This zombie died not long ago, and some of its characteristics were still there.
Mohan, Mediterranean, Programmer. Wen Rang.
How did the programmer offend you? Why is he attacking you personally? Just seeking truth from facts. After Emo Han finished speaking, he glanced at Wen Rang's hair again, and Wen Rang was so angry that he almost exploded. And what was more explosive than Wen Rang was the ice zombie. As a zombie that has evolved advanced thinking in a short period of time and possesses ice-related abilities, it is a bit proud of itself. And after becoming a zombie, an instinctive consciousness of looking down on humans will naturally arise. Humans are fragile and are bound to grow old, get sick and die. But zombies, as long as their fatal points are not 100% damaged, they will live forever. Is this what many people dream of? What people can't do, zombies can. So after becoming zombies and developing advanced thinking consciousness, all zombies are arrogant and look down on humans. In their view, the end of the world is their battlefield. They are new humans, and they should cooperate with the end of the world to eliminate those low-level, weak wastes. At this moment, the ice zombie looked at the 3 low-level humans who were not afraid after seeing it, but had the leisure to chat, and anger quickly dominated it. It locked its eyes on Wen Qian. A cold air that could cut through human skin flew towards her instantly. The zombie raised its hand to grab Wen Qian's neck, but the next second, its hand was grabbed by another person. The zombie looked at the man who was meddling in other people's business and smiled triumphantly. Mo Han lowered his eyes to look at his arm wrapped in ice, and then looked at the zombie's face. The smile on the corner of the zombie's mouth froze, because no matter how hard it exerted, its ice could not freeze the man's skin. Even the small half of the arm that was frozen before has returned to its original state. How could this be? The zombie opened his eyes wide, incredulous. Mo Han held the zombie's wrist with one hand, making it unable to retreat even half a step. He broke the zombie's arm with his bare hands and tore off the entire arm. A series of fierce actions were performed under Mo Han's expressionless face. To be honest, it looked scarier than the zombie. The zombie did not grow a new arm after losing it. Mo Han wanted to continue, but he suddenly paused, with a hint of impatience on his face. You guys come. Mo Han grabbed the zombie's collar and kicked it in front of Wen Qian and Wen Reng. The zombie was surrounded by 3 people and heard Mo Han say, "If I take action, it will disrupt the balance of combat power." Wen Qian looked at Mo Han, his brain working rapidly. It was known that Mo Han had the ability of mind control. If he wanted to, and if his ability was strong enough, he could quickly eliminate a large part of the zombies. Why didn't he do this? Did he not want to, or was he not strong enough? What does it mean to destroy the balance of combat power? What are the consequences of destroying the balance of combat power? Wen Qian swallowed his questions one by one, looked at the zombies again, tilted his head, and smiled. Come on, sir, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's change people. The girl had a sweet smile, but she was more ruthless than a man when she started to fight. Wen Qian pulled out the few hairs on the zombie's head, which gave Wen Reng a headache. If the skin directly touched the zombie, it would be frozen by its ice. Wen Qian kicked the zombie in front of Wen Reng, and Wen Reng's fire made the zombie scream and flee in panic. But how could its speed be faster than Wen Qian? Wen Qian was always blocking the way ahead. Behind him was the brat who played with fire. At the stairs was the man in black. Although he didn't take action, his deterrent power was no less than that of the 2 men. All its ways were blocked. The zombie was burned to pieces. Wen Qian stepped on its head and asked, "Where is the zombie that can speak human language?" The one who used the radio signal to lure them here was definitely not this one. Zombies love to show off, just like that zombie used the radio to deceive humans, just like this zombie froze humans to death and displayed them in the corridor. They are always eager to show their strongest side to humans. But this zombie, except for howling, never said a complete human sentence. The knife in Wen Qian's hand pierced the zombie's body and nailed it to the ground. The zombie struggled again, and then quieted down under the threat of Wen Reng's firepower.
Zombie,
Wen Qian sneered. You can't even speak coherently. What are you? You are a. The zombie was so angry that he howled and wanted to pull out her teeth and tongue to make her dumb. Wen Qian saw its helpless and furious look. You won't tell me, right? Well, wait until I string you up and roast you on the fire. You'd better have some backbone and bite me to death. Ice-type people are most afraid of fire and sunlight. Wen Qian's words almost knocked the zombie unconscious, and it knew that this girl could really do it. And the dead boy who could play with fire was squatting in front of it, burning its face and hands with fire at any time. This was undoubtedly a torture for the zombie. The 2 tortured the zombie for a while, and it finally confessed. The zombie who could only speak human language had left after sending a distress signal to the base, leaving only this one guarding its own territory, waiting for human takeout to be delivered. Its answer was similar to what Wen Qian had imagined. No matter how you look at it, that zombie is smarter and meets the standard of a special-grade zombie. However, Wen Qian felt that the zombie should not be very powerful, otherwise it would not be hiding like this. It must come out to show off its skills. Maybe it only has the ability to copy sounds. But it will definitely send a distress signal to the base again in the future. It will be dangerous for Yi Xinghua and others to come out to rescue people in the future. It's not that she looks down on them, but to be honest, the IQ of Lin Yan and the others is on the same level as Gu Ran. Their eyes are full of clear stupidity, and they can deceive this group of people with just some sweet words. Wen Qian handed the ice zombie to Emohan to watch, and she and Wen Rang changed floors to deal with the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Although they ran away, they couldn't resist the attraction of the attract firepower skill in the end, and all came back. Wen Qian under this skill is like the poison that can make zombies crazy the most, and they can't stand this temptation at all. But after returning, he was dead and could not walk again. Wen Qian cleaned up the zombies in the whole building and returned to the second floor. She looked at the humans who were frozen to death in the corridor, asked Wen Rang to melt the ice, and then threw the bodies downstairs and burned them. Emohan the ice zombie and dragged it away. After leaving the building, he handed the zombie to Wen Qian. The zombie still had one complete arm left, so making ice was not a problem. Wen Qian decided to take it back and work for free. If the effect was good, it would not be a problem to lend it to Emohan's base. It was not far from Wen Qian's home, so she could just walk back. Wen Qian took the rope to tie the zombie and planned to go home. Emohan looked in the direction of her home and asked, "Why don't you invite me to the base to sit?" Before Wen Qian could speak, Wen Rang squeezed in between them. The two bases have not yet officially established friendly relations, so it is not convenient. This excuse was really stiff, and Wen Qian felt embarrassed after hearing it. She turned her head away and stared at the zombies on the ground, listening to her brother and Emohan's awkward conversation. "Emohan, I thought that the sincerity I showed was friendly enough." Wen Rang, "Look, you said it, this is what you thought." Emohan raised his eyebrows, "Then tell me, what else do you need me to do?" Wen Rang glanced at Wen Qian, quickly approached Emohan, and said in a low voice, "Stay away from my sister. Stinky scumbag." Wen Rang didn't dare to say this in front of Wen Qian because it was obvious that his sister didn't think about it yet. Wen Qian had said before that those who fall in love in the end times are all crazy, and Wen Rang felt that was right. But then again, from a man's perspective, Wen Rang also felt that Emohan's face was not bad. If she was pestered by such a man for a while and knew that Emohan had that kind of intention towards her, the development of the situation would be difficult to control. Human beings are like this. If you don't think about some things, it doesn't matter. But once you think deeply about things, you will care. Therefore, Wen Rang must not give his sister any hints and let her think of the clue of falling in love. Wen Rang's gnashing warning had no effect on Emohan. He walked around Wen Rang and walked towards Wen Qian. "I'll take you home." "No need." Wen Rang took his sister's hand and ran. "Captain Emo, you should go back to your base quickly. Bye." He ran very fast with Wen Qian, faster than the zombies chasing behind. Wen Qian dragged the zombie, and the zombie was dragged with his face facing the ground. The figures of the two people and the corpse ran away quickly. Emohan leaned against the car door to watch them, lowered his head, and lit a cigarette. The zombies coming and going passed by him, but they seemed to have not noticed him at all, ignoring him as if he were air. Emohan looked in the direction of Wen Qian's house, finished smoking, got in the car, and left. Wen Qian led the zombie back to the base, scaring the people who were exercising in the base yard. Wen Qian quickly stopped everyone who was running into the building. It can't move." Everyone looked at the scary zombie at Wen Qian's feet with doubt, and then heard Wen Qian say, "I caught the ice machine for you. If it doesn't obey, burn it with fire."
Zombie. Or you can be the zombie.
Wen Qian handed the zombie to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, and went upstairs to deal with the crystal cores collected today. When the zombie saw that the most terrifying person had left, it immediately wanted to resist, but was punched by Gu Ran, and its face was dented. Then Wen Rang rewarded it with 2 fireballs, burning it to death. Finally, when Chongning, who was passing by, sprayed water all over his body, and it was in a mess. When Chongning thought there was a fire downstairs, but after pouring water, he realized that he was wrong. So he patted his son on the shoulder and said, "Come again." The zombie was educated. Finally, when Rang saw that it was really afraid of the sun and could not play any strength in the yard, so he dragged it to the underground garage. The dim light in the garage instantly improved the zombie's condition. So he continued to educate it until it started to work obediently. Upstairs, Wen Qian entered the space and threw all the crystal cores into the processor because it can automatically classify the crystal cores. The current situation is special, and Wen Qian dare not follow the timeline of the previous life to make a benchmark. After high temperature and severe cold, there will be a phenomenon of eternal night. During that time, the zombies will become more powerful. Wen Qian had to improve everyone's strength to a level that the zombies couldn't catch up with before the polar night. While waiting, Wen Qian counted the medicines in the space and then went to find Xiaobai. Xiaobai had been staying in the space for the past few days because it had been feeling uncomfortable since it ate the meat of the two-headed zombie last time. Wen Qian fed it some crystal core potions, but it didn't get better. Wen Qian was afraid that it would suddenly mutate outside and hurt others, so he simply left it here so that it could feel more comfortable. After searching inside and outside the house, there was no trace of Xiaobai. Wen Qian called its name several times, but it didn't respond, so he had to expand the search range. Finally, he found it in the woods. Xiaobai was lying on a tree, and it seemed to have been sleeping for a long time. Even when Wen Qian approached, it didn't wake up even though it was always vigilant. Wen Qian frowned slightly, knowing that it must be uncomfortable. Compared with a few days ago, Xiaobai's size has doubled again, and it looks more like a little lion. She took a few steps forward and walked under the tree, wanting to touch its head. As a result, the moment she reached out her hand, Xiaobai opened his eyes. The murderous aura filled the air, and Wen Qian was knocked down by Xiaobai while she was stunned. It showed its sharp claws and bit her neck, but stopped suddenly when it saw her face clearly, and its eyes changed. It was the first time Wen Qian saw an animal like this, and it was difficult for her to describe what kind of reaction it was. But if you describe it from a human perspective, it's like a lot of memories suddenly flooded into her mind because the amount of information was too much, so it was not digested for a while, and she was stunned. Xiaobai just stared at Wen Qian blankly, motionless. Wen Qian looked into its eyes. It was originally a cat with heterochromia, but now both eyes have turned red.
Xiaobai?
Wen Qian called its name hesitantly, and Xiaobai was quiet for a while. After confirming that she was really his owner, he began to keep nudging her with his head and kept calling her. The enthusiastic and impatient reaction made Wen Qian really confused. She sat up and was knocked down by Xiaobai again. She had no choice but to rub against the tree, sit against the trunk, and then touch Xiaobai's head. "What's wrong? Don't I come in to see you every day? You have been sleeping and ignoring me. Why are you scolding me now?" Wen Qian was scolded by it for no reason, feeling very innocent. But Xiaobai didn't care. It was like a chatterbox, barking and barking, making Wen Qian want to know what dirty things it was scolding. Wen Qian was helpless because she was not proficient in animal language. She hugged it with good temper. After coaxing it for more than half an hour, Xiaobai gradually calmed down and lay beside her. One person and one cat sat quietly under the tree. Xiaobai would look up at it from time to time, which made Wen Qian laugh and cry. "I can't run away. What are you looking at?" Wen Qian got up and estimated that the crystal core had been dealt with, so she took Xiaobai back to the villa. Xiaobai stood in front of the villa for a while and finally ran around the villa before chasing Wen Qian back into the house. Wen Qian took out all the processed crystal core potions and found that there were more level 4, level 3, and level 2 potions this time than last time. The level 2 zombie should be the one that was face-to-face with Mo Han in the Canhai building, and Huang Zhuai's was also identified as level 2 after his mutation. Wen Qian took the 2 level 2 potions and soon received a system reminder. Water-based superpowers. She smiled slightly and then remembered something. Except for the first time when she absorbed the regeneration superpower on the fishing island, the system did not tell her how to use and what to pay attention to for the 2 subsequent teleportation and water-based powers. What does it mean? Could it be that her current physical strength can already use these superpowers without limit? Wen Qian clenched her fists and felt the new power in her body. She ate some crystal cores of low-level zombies and then took all the remaining potions out of the space and distributed them to her family. Liamo had just come back from downstairs. She went to do some simple checks on the children in the base. Before she could say anything, she heard Wen Qian ask. The batch of medicine I brought back before is not enough, right? When she went to Fu Yuan's pharmaceutical factory, she brought back a batch of medicines for heart disease and asthma patients. However, due to the special condition, patients must take it every day, so the consumption of medicine is also large. Wen Qian knew the current situation very well, without Liemo saying anything. She must prepare enough medicine for these children before the eternal night. In fact, she didn't have to do this at all. Those people were sickly people abandoned by other base alliances. She gave them a stable residence and food to eat, which was a blessing for them. Even if the medicine was gone, no one could blame her. But finding medicine was not difficult for Wen Qian, and these people were voluntarily taken in by her in the base, and no one forced her. Therefore, in a short period of time, she first turned these people into members of the base, increased the prosperity of the base, and then immediately abandoned these people. Wen Qian couldn't do such a disgusting thing. If she encountered any situation in the future and needed to choose between these people and her family, she would definitely choose to sacrifice them. But now, it is not a special situation. When Wen Qian was chatting with Liemo, Fu Yuan was playing with Gu Wanwan in the living room. He turned to look at Wen Qian and asked, "Sister, what medicine do you want to find?" Wen Qian was stunned for a moment and asked him with a smile, "What medicine do I want to find?
Can you help me?"
Fu Yuan ran to Wen Qian, his fair and pretty face full of seriousness. "I can remember all the medicines at home, and I have been to foreign pharmaceutical factories with my parents before and accompanied them to discuss cooperation." Wen Qian, who said that children from rich families are not curry. Now they are currying like flowers. He started to be a social animal at the age of 5, went to the factory to understand the products, and went abroad to understand the cooperation. Suddenly, Wen Qian, a college student who only knew how to ask his family for living expenses, began to reflect on himself.